Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 242, Chapter 239 Peasant Rebel. Tell me what you just said. Tell me. 1 more time. Prince Barbro spoke very slowly and glowered down at the young, trembling scout. It was supposed to be a good day. An easy day for war, given his opponents were mere peasants traders waiting for him to cull them and gain achievements. He sat atop his powerful war horse, his favorite place to be as it let him tower over everyone. His back was straight, and his broad shoulders even broader thanks to the regalia of orichalcum and mithril-plated armor. His enchanted broadsword swayed at his side, a symbol of his power and station that would let everyone know to never be on his bad side. He sat proudly, being looked up to and admired for the powerful man he knew himself to be. But now, his mood was ruined by what the scout below him reported. They have a wall, sire. A very impressive wall. And people on top of it say they're not opening the gate. They said. The scout cleared his throat and lowered his eyes to the ground, sweat drenching everything under his armor in fear for his life. They said, he can sit his purple ass on his purple throne back home, but he'll never set foot in here. Majesty. Even without having to raise his head to see the prince, the scout could easily imagine how red the prince's face had turned from the obvious anger in his voice. What about the spies? Did they find anyone matching the description of the ones we're looking for? In truth, at this point, Barbro could care less if the ones they're seeking is there or not. He would destroy them regardless. But he asked regardless. They dropped this. The scout reached to his side, where a bag hung, and removed from it a head. The head of their spy. Sire, they did say the guilty are within their walls. The spy was unnecessary. The crown prince bellowed out his rage-filled order. Go. Make ladders. By the gods, we're never letting them get away with such heinous acts. The scout immediately scrambled away from where he knelt and rushed to pass the orders along to the other soldiers. Walls or not. They're only peasants with hoes and sticks, maybe a few metal and bows. This won't take long. No, maybe I'll make their suffering longer. Yes. They'll become an example. An example to never cross the future king of Riestai's. Nightfall. The sound of hammers and ropes and the shouting of low-ranking soldiers busy about their tasks weren't Barbro's favorite sounds. But, he had his ways to drown out the voices, with the help of the whore he had in his tent. Locuse, as soon as I'm king, I'll make life miserable for you that you'd beg to suck my dick just like this one. He looked down at the trembling, curled-up whore in the corner. His yellowish-white liquid flowing down her thighs and lips over the dried-up stains of his previous load. Although not the real thing, it's a passable substitute, at the very least. 8 fingers really knows how to break them. I might have to push down a few nobles and raise a few from that organization up. I can use sensible people like them. Plans for the future when the throne he could practically feel under his ass already were running through his mind. That was when a young lord serving as an officer approached on horseback, saluted his prince, and slammed a mailed fist over the heart. Sire, we have ladders at the ready, and one of the bigger trees has been cut and made into a ram. Should we wait until morning or? The officer looked towards the sun. It has already descended past the horizon, but the remaining light was still illuminating the skies with an orange-red hue that began to shift to purplish twilight. Absolutely not. This should finish what we set out to do. There is no reason to delay. The prince barked, and shouted his order. Call to arms. Make ready. Like swarming ants, the soldiers of Riestai's kingdom assembled into lines. Not many ladders were ready. But, wouldn't take a lot either, not by Barbro's estimation. The ladders were crude things that no carpenter would take pride in. Not even in their lowest standards. It was simply made with simple ropes bound in cross patterns along uneven branches hastily stripped. Even he, himself, wondered if they would even hold up when climbed. Some he knew, definitely wouldn't. But the ram will be good enough. Once they're in, it's over. He looked towards the peasant village in the distance. As the scout said, they were impressive walls. Enough so that he wouldn't have guessed it was a village if he hadn't known. Still, it was a village. With hoe-wielding peasants as their army. While before him was a true army of Riestai's. This would be a trample if he decided to go all out. In that moment, after venting his anger and frustration to his pet whore's holes, he began to think twice. These are peasants. Fools who lived at the same level with livestocks. They killed a noble out of their savagery and foolishness, just like how a dog would sometimes bite a human. Shouldn't he, as the future king, display his magnanimity, and simply punish the true perpetrators by torture as an example, and confiscate most of their belongings to make sure they wouldn't try such things again. Perhaps, he could even have the prettiest one there to be his cock sleeve for a bit before giving her to his soldiers as a reward. That way, he wouldn't have to shed too much blood, and he'll have a living example of what his opposers would end up like. But just then, he saw something he could not believe. Is that X? Lukrut knocked an arrow and drew it back. In his hand was a bow Ninya had chosen for him to use. According to her, it was the best one in the lot. It was enchanted for range and power, but he relied on himself for accuracy. His breathing was slow. His martial arts were ready. And his eyes, narrow and clear. Peter's orders were clear in his mind. He'd do as he always did for the first shot of the engagement. Pull the turtle out of its shell. His fingers opened, releasing a regular arrow that flew from the string, piercing the air. And his lips curled into a grin. Oh, I can't wait to see how pissed they got. The other archers waiting for the signal for them to rise. I hit it. How do you know? It hasn't reached him, yet. Henry frowned, and narrowed her eyes, focusing her gaze to the far distance as the circlet around her head magically enhanced her vision. And she saw it. The arrow landed just before the large, broad-shouldered men in visibly better adorned regalia armor. And they soon heard shouts of shock and dismay. Because I'm Lukrut. Yeah, and you're the best at pissing people off. Henry said with a dry, clinical voice. Barbro felt the horse wobble for a moment before he fell and landed face first into churned-up mud. He planted his hands on the soft ground and began to rise. The acrid taste of many people's piss, lingering on his tongue. He spat the filth from his tongue and went to wipe his mouth, only to find his arms and hands were no better than his face. He whirled to face the walls. The archer responsible was waving his arm as if saying hello to an old friend after playing a prank on him. Peasant. Insolent scum. How dare you? Barbro roared like an outraged madman and drew his sword with a bellow that came from his enraged soul. Attack. His soldiers hesitated for a brief second, before letting loose a battle cry of their own. Their previous victories over the other peasants had given them some confidence, and they charged, ready for another easy win. Walls or no walls. Seeing the army charge forward, Peter put his hand on Henry's shoulder. Now, my queen. It is time. She nodded and climbed atop the small platform where the banner of Riestes flew, and tore it down, tossing it down to the muck in front of the gate. Then, in its place, she raised another pole with a new banner. A vibrant leaf green, except for the center, where a sheaf of golden wheat stood up. The banner caught wind when Henry unfurled it, a further defiance that would earn her torturous death if she failed. But she did not falter. Archer rose to their feet, drew, and loosed. The first volley was going to be the least accurate, so the first arrows hadn't used iron heads, but little hollow wooden cones with slits cut throughout for the air to pass through. The whistling noise, in such numbers, sounded like screaming demons, unholy wailing that was enough to slow the courage of the army trotting towards the wall. And did not let go of this moment of hesitation. Draw loose. Lukrut bellowed and began firing arrows of his own. The village was outnumbered, even with the refugees and with their numbers increased. Even with the gifts of their benefactor, the real possibility of death was still ever present. The archers continued to draw and loose their arrows, again and again. Some arrows came to rest in the arms or legs of some soldiers. Some landed on the face or neck of the more unlucky ones. Many fell, clutching their wounds as bright blood spurted out of their wounds, thrashing before going limp to be trod over by their living comrades. Most of the peasants on the ground below couldn't see what they were doing. But they could hear the sounds of battle raging. Peter and Brita were waiting near the ladders and crude steps, ready at the front position to charge the length of the wall when the archers drew back. Fireball. Then, a bellowing cry of a young woman near the center position resounded. Her voice, drowned out by most, but two massive spheres of fire stood out like a sore thumb, before rocketing through the air and slammed into a group of ladder-bearing soldiers. The staff she had received granted her to twin-cast a spell once a day. When the army reaches the walls, she wouldn't be able to cause such destruction without risking endangering her allies as well. Thus, she used it now to inflict the most damage on the enemy without risk hitting her own. 5 men were incinerated along with the ladders they brought, while another group of 6 were blasted by the impact and were engulfed in flames. Another volley of arrows claimed more lives. Then, another ball of flames burst forth, this time targeting the ram-bearers. The fire struck, engulfing the 2 men in front in flames, burning the thick piece of log, and blasting the 2 at the back down to the ground. But, with the strength of numbers to support the courage that not 1 in 10 had on their own, they soon reached the wall. Henry clenched her hands as she watched another group of ram-bearers came up and ladders began to rise. This will only work once. She took a deep breath, focusing on her convictions to shunt out the fear of death, and took the pole by her side. Now. She shouted, and raised the golden stalk that was her banner. The woman, who would be queen, waved her banner wildly left and right. The trolls waiting behind the gate raised the wooden barrier holding the gate shut, and dropped it at their feet. The gates flung wide open, and just as they had practiced, they charged out the door, swinging their tree branch clubs into the face of the ram bearers. The sickening crunch of skulls and bones broken, the rendering of flesh, and splashing of blood were only drowned down by the screams of men suffering from it, sending chills of horror throughout the ranks of men. Facing monsters. This was never a part of the plan. The trolls began to trot towards the ladders as fast as their lumbering legs would allow them, and the men began jumping away from their ladders and scream as they run in horror. Not a single one made it to the top of the wall. And with no one left right before their gates, the trolls rushed back to the gate, which closed behind them once more. Lose. Another volley of arrows fell into the retreating backs of the kingdom's soldiers, pinning men to the blood-stained earth to spasm and die. "My prince." A young nobleman, an officer, asked in a hushed whisper that still seemed to loud in the midst of the grave silence around them. "What do we do now?" The prince's mind raced, but found no answer, and thus, said nothing at all. His silence reflected the dead that lay strewn on the field before him. The light of the sun now fully gone from the sky, and the cloak of night dominated the world, ending the day. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 243, Chapter 240 Royal Ally. A gruesome scene of war that unfolded reflected from within a large mirror floating above the coffee table before Yuji. He sat on a velvet couch with Albedo to his left, sitting close enough for their knees to touch, while Aika laid her head on his lap. On the opposite side, Momonga and Lelouch sat together, their eyes watching the war between the former peasants of Karn and the Crown Prince's army. And when they saw soldiers of the kingdom bashed by wooden clubs from the ogres and pierced by arrows as they run with tails between their legs, a collective sigh escaped their lips. I knew he was foolish, but I didn't think he'd be an idiot. Who would launch an attack without knowing the size and strength of your enemies? Momonga said in an almost exasperated voice, half bewildered and half annoyed by the sheer stupidity of the Crown Prince. Collecting information on your enemies and understanding their strength was the most basic thing one must do before attacking. This was elementary. Even in PvE, he and his guildmates would always try to find any sort of information regarding the enemies they'll be fighting, even if they had to buy information from brokers on the forum. But this fool, his one spy, returned with only his head, yet he didn't even try to send more to try and figure out what sort of peasants were there inside the village with an impressive stone wall and watchtowers. Instead, he launched a reckless attack as the sun set, when the impending darkness of the night would impede any assault, with haphazard and quickly made ladders and battering rams. He might as well walk into the battlefield in only his undergarments and blindfold around his eyes. Lelouch crossed his legs, leaned back to the couch, and took out a file of documents from his inventory, no longer paying attention to the war unfolding before him. I knew this would happen from the beginning. Aika swayed her legs in the air as her eyes were glued on the manga she was reading. She had already foreseen the outcome the moment the prince recklessly ordered the attack. And everything went as she expected. Albedo was also no longer watching the mirror. Instead, she laid her head on Yuji's shoulder with her eyes closed, enjoying his presence. Well, at least the results were even better than we expected. With this, the fool will continue to fan the flames of Karn's rebellion, and we'll have our new kingdom. Yuji sighed and leaned his head on Albedo's and began stroking her hand and Aika's head. What do you think will happen next? Momonga asked the superior minds in his presence. The things that happened, though it went according to the direction they foresaw, went beyond his expectations. He did not expect the battle between Karn and the Crown Prince's army to be this one-sided, even with the trash drop equipment they've given them. So, he was genuinely curious what they thought would happen next. Though, to Albedo, the Lord of the Tomb seemed to simply be asking the other supreme being's opinion while he, himself, already held the answer in his infinite wisdom. The kingdom's army retreated with great damage to their ranks and their morale. They must be tired. So, I would pursue stealthily and attack swiftly in the middle of the night before retreating, targeting their supplies. With the Crown Prince's army raiding, destroying, and looting every village they came across, they'd still have ample supplies to sustain the army. Even if their assault fails, with enough supplies and numbers, they'd still be able to regroup and retry their assault. But if their supplies were to be destroyed, and if the Crown Prince still has an iota of brain matter left in his thick skull, they would have to retreat even further. Yes. They can use the wolf riders from the new goblin army Enri summoned to destroy the supplies and get out quickly. Momonga nodded in agreement. And that would piss off that idiot prince even more. He'll retreat until he meets with the second prince's army who are on their way. And he'll definitely counter-attack with an even crueler assault. Aika closed her manga and sat up, stretching her arms up in the air. Yes. This will give Karn all the reason to continue their rebellion until they get his head and gain their independence. Yuji placed a hand on Albedo's hand on his lap. Her eyes opened, and she stood up along with Yuji and Aika, who instantly changed to their adventurer persona. Mamanga, Lelouch. Aika and I will head to the palace to meet the king, as planned. We'll be bringing a doppel in your place and Lapu. All right. The two nodded in unison. Yuji then turned towards the beautifully smiling Albedo and kissed her. We'll return soon. Please continue monitoring the war between Karn and the princes of Riestais. As you wish, my love. Please return safely. Then, in but an instant, Yuji and Aika disappeared to grab Lapu and the doppel before making their way to the palace. Ramposa sat at the large marble table that was the centerpiece of the grand hall of the palace. This time, sitting atop of it were the heads of the Eight Fingers leadership. The heads stared at him through empty eyes as he stared back for a while. Only 1 or 2 days have passed, yet the bodiless heads did not decay, having been preserved through magic. It was the magic normally used to preserve corpses, prevent it from turning into the undead, and extend the time limit on raising the target from the dead. But this time, it was solely used for the king and the royal guard captain standing by his side to be able to witness them properly. I am beyond impressed. You really did deliver on your promise, and you've earned your reward many times over. The look of relief and content that the old king wore as he leaned back to his velvet armchair lasted for a moment, before turning into shame, disbelief, and sadness. He looked up to the adventurer team that stood a few feet away. Specifically at the holy, draconic knight in white gold armor who stood with his helmet in his hand, revealing his surprisingly young and incredibly handsome visage. Handsome enough for the old king to think of betrothing his daughter to him before other nobility snatched such a reliable talent and ally from him. Though, he crushed the thought quickly, seeing as her daughter already has someone in her heart and that he seemed to already have someone by his side, too perhaps, with beauty equaling or perhaps surpassing even his daughter. It was a shame. Nevertheless, he still needed to keep him, and Providence, as the ally to the crown, no matter if he'd have to grant everyone in his party nobility and generous rewards. But before he could, there was still one thing he needed their help with. There is only one more thing I can ask your help with. Yuji stayed silent, waiting for the old, tired king to gain the strength to utter the next words he never wanted to say or utter. My daughter is going through the documents we seized. The corruption is far, far worse than I believed. My son. He is one of the ones involved with 8 fingers. The king's tired voice was empty of emotion until he said that. Then, the wrinkled old fist that once wielded a sword powerfully slammed down on the table. Did I not give him everything? He was born to wealth, status, power. Even the throne was his by right of birth. But still he turns to this. Destroying his own country, his kingdom, and his people for what? Pocket change. The king's eyes turned dour as he panted heavily. He stared down at the table between his hands. True rage and betrayal like none other haunting the old man's eyes. Forgive me for unloading this on you. I shouldn't. But my eldest son is not fit to rule. I've known this since he was young. I held hope in my heart and tried to guide him properly. Yet he. No, it doesn't matter. King Ramposa III gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, and declared sternly. Everyone responsible for involvement with 8 fingers, whether it be gambling with them, working for them, trading with them, or protecting them, is to be arrested and their entire noble house dissolved. Whether it be the patriarch or their children. Then, I will be elevating new nobles. He looked at Alexander, Lilith, Mammon, and Lapu one by one in the eyes. I ask that you consider elevation to one of the larger estates. I will provide one to each of you, if that is all right. Yuji held a hand to his left chest and lowered himself to a slight bow, followed by Aika and the others. We shall accept your generous rewards. And we shall also leave the magic items used by the leaders that we've taken post-mortem to you. Yuji glanced at Lapu, and she began unloading all the magic items belonging to the leaders of the 8 fingers on the marble table beside them. They've gone through it, and found nothing of value. So, they'll just give them to the king to gain even more favor from the crown for Providence. And as they expected, the king's eyes and gaze widened in shock at the gesture and at the rare and powerful magic items, weapons, and armor on the table. Though they were used for evil once, I believe that tools themselves are not evil. In the right hands, they will be able to save lives. And I believe that your majesty would find the right hands to wield them. Haha, are you trying to gain my favor and marry my daughter? Or perhaps, another lady of nobility. Perhaps, your fellow adamantite adventurer, Lacuse. Yuji simply smiled and shook his head. No, your majesty. I simply believe that these would do much more good in your hands rather than anyone else. This time, the king let out a satisfied smile and nodded. Very well. I shall add your rewards further for your cooperation and these magic items. Worry not, I shall buy it for the appropriate price and a little extra. Thank you very much, your majesty. After a brief exchange, Providence was excused and was given the most luxurious guest room for the night while they waited for their rewards, leaving the old king and his guard captain to their privacy along with the bodiless heads of their kingdom's most notorious criminals. X. A member of the royal guard captain's band of warriors, the most powerful group of royal knights under the crown, led the famous and respected adamantite adventurers and heroes to their designated chambers within the inner quarters of the royal palace. The doppelmamanga was led to his own room, as well as Lupu. While Yuji and Aika, with their established relationship, were led to a larger suite for two. As they rested, maids of the royal palace would occasionally visit their room and prepare tea and snacks, and ask if they needed something. They came under the order of His Majesty himself to make sure his honored guests were comfortable. But they also came to satisfy their own curiosity and, perhaps, gain some inside information on the famous adamantite adventurers. However, they all left with nothing but a newfound longing for the White Knight the moment they saw his true appearance. And news of several royal maids daydreaming in the middle of their work, with reddened cheeks and love-struck expressions, spread quickly throughout the marble halls of the palace. Yuji sat on the bed, working on improving AI's capabilities with the help of his supercomputer and AI herself. Meanwhile, nestled to either side of his neck were Arya and Alice, while Aika napped by his side, nuzzling her head to his side. They spent the afternoon in comfortable silence, and spent the rest of the night relaxing. Just as they were about to fall asleep and return to Nazarick for the night, a message came from Albedo. My love. Good evening, Albedo. We were just about to return to Nazarick. That's great. I've missed you, my love. And, perhaps it is great that you return at this time. Did something happen with the war between Karn and the Crown Prince? Yes. They've conducted the night raid successfully and crushed their supplies. The foolish prince is now running away and would soon reach his brother's army. I see. Thank you. We'll be returning to make sure of the situation. I just hope things would go as smoothly as it has been. X. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 244, Chapter 241 Parasite. When Zanuck saw his brother, filthy, exhausted, and waving at him as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, he knew things weren't going well. He hadn't been happy to see him since they were wee lads. He had always been a bully who looked down on him. So now, seeing him looked relieved and happy to see him gave Zanuck a bad premonition. Good to see you, brother. He said through huffing and puffing of worn-out breaths. Prince Barbro felt ready to fall from his horse when the weary clip-clop of hooves brought him close to Zanuck. Brother. What happened to you? Zanuck asked with dismay. You have a tent. Zanuck nodded and led his sibling to the white tent with several guards standing by at the front. Now, alone together, Xanax did his older brother the courtesy of pouring wine for the both of them, though he did himself first as compensation. Prince Barbro was too tired to make a fuss of this. He accepted the wine in the silver goblet and drank it as if he hadn't drank for days before slamming the cup down. Brother, you look worse for wear. Just what happened out there? How many do you have left / what destroyed so many men? Prince Barbro cursed and snatched up the bottle from the table, pouring his own cup. Goblins. Goblins and peasant trash, among a few others. There were a lot. Between them and the rest, it was around 6,000. I was outnumbered, badly. Karn is in open rebellion. The portly younger prince, by comparison, gasped. A peasant rebellion and monster helpers. You're joking. Barbro simply shook his head. No. No, I'm not. We've been on a forced march all this time. We had 2,500 originally. Now, there's only less than 1,000 left, and they've been chasing us. Wolf riders decimated my supplies and my cavalry. But they haven't been engaging us aggressively, but simply tracking us. I'm sure the ones in charge are following. Zanuck's face paled, and he recalled the words of his sister. We've got to go then. We need to inform father and the other nobles and put this rebellion down. The younger prince slumped and rubbed his forehead as his head shook. His face pressing into his hand. Damn it. I was afraid of this. You went too far, brother. Attacking Karn was a bad idea. Obviously. Wait, you mean something else, don't you, Zanuck? Barbro, from the depth of his guts, felt something strange twisting deep within. And for some reason, he felt the throne start to retreat from him. Don't you read the notices we get? Karn is the village master Gown rescued. It was supposed to be one of the territories given to him as a reward for his service back then and when he successfully fended off the empire. Now, you've alienated a powerful ally of the royal family at a crucial time, and even sparked a rebellion on top of that. Prince Zanuck pounded his fists on the table, shaking the bottle and tipping over his cup. It toppled off the edge and spilled the red wine within, down into the muddy ground. Prince Zanuck bent over and picked it up, and when he set the cup back on the table, Prince Barbro's face was pale, his mouth barely open, staring ahead. I didn't know. You would have, if you bothered reading anything father sent us. Prince Zanuck said with a scathing tongue. Now what? I came out here to bring you back before you messed it all up, but it seems I'm too late. We'll go back, you'll explain yourself to father, and what happens after that, happens. Just get me out of here alive, and I'll be grateful for that. But my soldiers, they're too exhausted to move. We should have enough time for a night's rest. I doubt they'll want to take on. What do you have? 10,000 men including 2,000 cavalry. That will do. Barbro said with a weary, worn-out voice. Let me rest, and then tomorrow, we can go home. Prince Zanuck looked up to his brother's broken, exhausted face, pity swelled within his heart. All right, brother, rest, we'll go home tomorrow. I'll have a tent set up for you and see that your soldiers are provided for. Just, rest well. Words that he hadn't spoken sincerely to his brother flowed out of his mouth. And Barbro, though he kept his head low, gave his sibling a tiny nod before reaching out for the bottle with trembling, filthy hand that shook so hard that the wine sloshed out and missed the cup when he poured it. In the end, he gave up on using the cup and drank straight from the bottle, as he made his way out of the white tent and into the tent right next to it that his brother had readied for his rest. This was the first time Zanuck ever saw his brother so small and pitiful. Nightfall. Barbro had slept for hours after he collapsed the moment his body touched something somewhat soft, and it was because he slept early that he woke up when it was still pitch dark outside. The chirping of insects was everywhere outside. With his ear attuned to the noise, he also heard the sound of passing feet and the crackle of the occasional torch. He got up, did not put on any armor, and instead felt his hand around in the darkness until he found a smooth patch of the tent wall. Then, he took out a dagger from his belt and cut into the fabric. Every cut and tear sounded like the roar of forest fire to his nervous, panicked, alert ears. And every heavy breath he took sounded like a gale-force wind. But he did not stop. Soon, he made a cut down to the ground and pushed his arm through the gap, then he began to slit the fabric of the other tent. The throne is mine. It's fucking mine. You should never have been in the running. You shouldn't even have been born. Every cut he made, every sawing motion of his knife was another curse to his brother. I'm surrounded by people who don't see me for who I am. Inept trashes. All they could do is be in my way. Well, at least now, you will get out of my way. He vowed as the knife reached the bottom of the tent. Then, ever so quietly, he slipped out of his tent and stepped into his brother's. His towering stature proved a detriment now. His every footsteps, no matter how careful, was heavy. And his broad muscles were a close fit through the gap. He sucked his breath, thinning himself as much as possible, and slid himself from darkness to darkness. The sound of snoring immediately reached him. Then the rustle of cloth from the blanket over the sleeping body of his sibling. And the smell of spilled wine was still apparent. Soon, his eyes adjusted to the darkness, and Barbro found the sleeping body of his brother easily. He raised his dagger, spread his feet apart, and towered over the short, fat competitor that was his brother. And as if presenting the chance to himself, Zanuck rolled over so that he was on his back. There was a moment of hesitation when he saw his brother's peaceful smile illuminated by the little moonlight that emanated through the mesh that served as a dim window. But he braced himself. And muttered with quiet resolve. I am the king. He slapped his powerful hand over Zanuck's mouth. MHMMPF. MMMMFFFHPPPHF. Zanuck struggled, not only to speak, but to move. His legs kicked against the soft blanket and made no sound. His fat fingers clawed at the hand that suddenly stole his breath away, to no avail. SHHHHHH, this is how it has to be, brother. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I thought I could just exile you, but it's clear that I can't stop at that. So, goodbye. Barbro looked at his sibling in the eyes one last time, something he hadn't done in who knew how long. Then, he plunged his dagger into his brother's heart. The whites were wide as saucers as the pain lanced through the youngest prince. Fear lit up in his eyes as he silently begged with the last moments of his life for this not to be real, or for his big brother to save him. Barbro saw it all as his dagger pierced through the breastbone and teared his brother's heart open, spilling out his life. He kept his gaze, until the faint lights went out of his eyes, and slowly closed. The now only living son of King Remposa III stood up, crept back to the slit in the tent, then through the hole he had made. He sat on his cot, shaking, and ruminating on the sense of loss he hadn't quite expected. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps a few minutes. But it felt like an eternity. Then, he stood up. Alarm. Assassins. Assassins. Guards. Guards. Prince Barbro shouted, his bellowing, powerful voice woke up guards everywhere and snapped those standing outside his tent to attention. He ducked under the tent door and stumbled outside. An assassin was just in my tent. He came through the side. Hurry and find him. Immediately after, the dead body of the second prince was found. The guards assigned to guard his tent were hung as they pleaded innocent. And by the next day, the army of 10,000 men marched to avenge the death of the second prince against the peasant rebels under the leadership of the crown prince, who adorned the armor Prince Anik had cleaned for him the day before. The night after the presenting of Eight Fingers' leadership's heads, the king prepared a private dinner feast for the heroes who vanquished the cancer and rot that had been infesting his kingdom. Directly to his right sat the gold princess, Princess Rener. Normally, that seat would have been reserved for her brothers. But now, with them absent, she took the seat by her father's side. To his left were the members of Providence, Alexander, Lilith, Mamanga, and Lupu in that order. None wore their usual battle gear, and Rampasa could finally see the true appearance of his kingdom's heroes. However, Lilith's true beauty was still hidden beneath the fox's mask that she asked to keep, despite knowing how much she was breaching etiquette before the king. Although a shame, the old king granted her request, and dinner went delightfully as the two most loyal knights of the kingdom stood on either side of the dining hall's entrance. Now then. Providence, the reason I have arranged this feast is not only for conversation, but to deliver to you the promised compensation for your achievements and magic items you've given me. The old king raised his hand, and Gazef brought upon a chest with its lid open, revealing roughly thousands of shiny, silverish white, platinum coins. This is the monetary reward for my request and for the magic items of the Eight Fingers leaders. Many were high-class magic items with powerful enchantments. I am grateful that you would leave them to me. Yuji smiled softly and lowered his head slightly. It is our intention from the beginning. We will gratefully accept your largesse. Thank you very much. The monetary rewards they've received amounted to several tens of thousands in gold. It was well beyond what they should have received for the request the king made for the adventurer party Providence, and the market price for such equipment. The amount was enough to buy a nice mansion near the inner circle of the royal capital with enough to spare for all four of them to live the rest of their lives in luxury. Though, considering Yuji's and the others' current riches, it was still a paltry amount. The old king nodded in satisfaction with a low groan in his throat. Unfortunately, your promised estates and titles would have to wait until we have cleansed our ranks. But, it will not be long. That I can promise. Rampasa III said with almost a low growl as he spoke every word with gravitas. Within his old and tired eyes, Yuji could still see the strength, determination, and conviction of a powerful king. Yuji could not help but pity the old king. Although he was far from being a good monarch, Yuji still respected his drive, conviction, and determination to protect his kingdom and make it better. It was truly a pity. If his eldest son was even slightly less foolish, arrogant, and blind than he was, the old king might have felt more assured in leaving his crown and throne for him and let him, his second son, and his brilliant daughter carry the burden that had been crushing him for decades. Well, at least, things couldn't get worse for him, right? With the crown prince out of the picture for his crimes, the second prince, with his strong and more reasonable, would be a better dealing partner for the kingdom of Nazarick, especially with Rener helping puppet him from the shadows. At the very least, the old king would still be able to see his kingdom flourish in his final years, under the banner of Nazarick. Midnight. Yuji rested on his bed, surrounded by Aika, Alice, and Arya on top and either side of him. It was a far cry from the comfort his own bed within Nazarick could offer, but the girls had fallen asleep before they returned, so they stayed the night within their suite in the royal palace. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a lovely, familiar voice resounded within his mind through a message spell. My love, I apologize for contacting you while you were resting. There is no need for apologize, Albedo. You know I love hearing your voice. Hee I love hearing your voice too, my love. I've missed you. I miss you too. What happened? It seemed you contacted me for something urgent. Yes. There is something I need to inform you regarding the war between Karn and the Crown Prince. What is it? The Crown Prince has managed to regroup with the second prince's troop as expected. But according to our scouts, the Crown Prince had just murdered his brother and took over his army. They will be advancing to Karn as soon as the sun raised above the horizon. Yuji paused and took a moment to process what she had just said. Truly, even I didn't expect him to be this low. He must have also riled up the army by putting the death of his brother on Karn, didn't he? Indeed, my love. And from Karn's search on the Crown Prince's camp, the little magician girl you traveled with as an adventurer found her lost sister who the Crown Prince seemed to have brought along as his toy. She was dressed to imitate the leader of the Blue Rose, and they've already begun to spread to the Adventurers Guild in Irantal. For a Crown Prince to dress up a sex slave as the leader of an adamantite-ranked adventurer party and abuse her, it wouldn't be difficult to imagine what Blue Rose would do once they've heard of this and the impact of them leaving the kingdom. But, clouded by arrogance and perversion, the prince seemed to only be able to see what's in front of his nose. It seems like we've underestimated just how foolish the Crown Prince truly was. Good thing his days are numbered. Yuji shook his head, slightly stirring the slimes who were sleeping nuzzled around his neck. He rubbed them softly and kissed them, and they reciprocated before going back to sleep. Albedo. Yes. Accelerate our preparations for Rener's takeover. Because of his stupidity, we'll have to go ahead of schedule. Understood, my love. X. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 245, Chapter 242 Shame. Disgust, shame, regret, all mixed like lumps of tar and mucus within her heart. What would he think? If he knew my petty, unnecessary retort was to make an innocent girl's life so miserable. Damn it. When Lockhughes received word about what Prince Barbro was doing to an innocent girl for the crime of looking enough like Lockhughes, she locked herself up in her room and refused to come out. Bastard. 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 She gritted her teeth, tears threatening to overflow her eyes. Outside, she could hear her sisters calling for her to open the damn door, but her sense of shame was far greater. She stared down at the table, her fists shaking with abject rage. The day Prince Barbro had tried to flirt with her, she turned him down flat. The memory came back easily because, up until yesterday, it had been a point of humor for her. They say women are attracted to strong men. What do you say, Lockhughes? Prince Barbro had said, staring down directly at Lockhughes's chest with a wide grin. The radiant blonde adamantite-ranked adventurer, beautiful and strong, placed her luscious pink lips to her glass, took a sip of wine, and smiled demurely. I'd say that's probably true, Prince Barbro. However, I have never met one before stronger than myself. I'll have to let you know when I meet one. The implication of her words was not missed on the prince, proven by how dark red his face turned from the insult. You never really know a man's strength until you test it. And strength comes in many forms. A prince is born to more power than most adventurers ever have. The power to reward those who please them or punish those who don't. I'm sure that's true. But then, a powerful adventurer who is so offended by said prince that she leaves his kingdom. Then, say tells everybody that she left because a prince with a tiny manhood made offensive, perverted suggestions and veiled threats to her and her family, may quickly find that he is a prince of nothing. I wouldn't even be surprised if he lost all chance at the throne. Yes. That would be a shame. Thankfully, there are no such princes in Rieste eyes. The way Prince Barbro blushed and stammered before scurrying away in a hurried manner made her laugh a little. When she met the leader of Providence, Alexander Kyrie Light, she had once again recalled the exchange. He was an extremely strong man. As a warrior herself who had gone through countless life and death situations and a veteran adventurer, she could tell how vast the disparation between their strength was. But that alone wouldn't captivate her attention. He was also a man with strong principles, a firm character, fearless yet cautious, brilliant, and most of all, kind-hearted at core. It was the first time she had ever met such a man who embodied every single ideal she had for a partner. It was as if he was created by the gods to be her soulmate. Even if he was already betrothed to Lilith, she had decided to pursue him, even if she needed to be his second wife. Unlike the prince, who had nothing to boast besides his birthright as crown prince, Alexander was the strongman women, including her, would be attracted to. She remembered ridiculing the prince once again and even laughed at the memory. But now. I didn't know he'd make someone else pay for it. I didn't know. Rumors had it that she'd been beaten black and blue, and violated while being made to apologize and beg for forgiveness, all under Lockhughes' own name. And she knew. Those weren't just rumors, and soon everyone else would too. He would know too. The pounding on her door grew worse. But suddenly, the pounding stopped. And before long, the unlocking sound of her door's locks resounded, and it swung opened. What the? Lockhughes looked up and saw someone she did not expect to see. Ms. Lilith. Fufu, is it a bad time for a visit? You seemed quite distressed. Behind her, Gagarin stood with a deep frown with her thick, burly arms crossed in front of her muscular chest. The twins and the masked magic caster of her party were also present. What, are you? I just came here to see if you were affected by the rumors after conversing with you in the past. I could tell that you had a soft heart within all your armor. Though, I did not expect you to be affected this much. Lockhughes shifted her gaze away, evading the knowing look the immensely beautiful woman before her was giving from beneath her fox's mask. It is not your business. Oh, but it is. Lilith skipped over and sat down on the opposite chair and crossed her long, milky white, slender legs. The crown prince had bought and abused a citizen of his kingdom that had been sold off into slavery illegally by a well-known criminal organization to insult and degrade a well-known adamantite-ranked adventurer. That is equivalent to the kingdom itself insulting an adamantite-ranked adventurer. What do you think we, Providence, and other adventurers think of it? Lockhughes lowered her head. I know that. I know this is bigger than me. But emotionally? If I'd just been nicer about turning him down, made some excuse, maybe he wouldn't have hurt that one. Lockhughes dug her nails into her palms. It's infuriating. It's humiliating. It's degrading. And I'm sure that's exactly what that slime wanted, even if he didn't want it to be known to the public. And I'm sure it's even worse for her, whoever she is. I bet she hates me for just existing. Because of my pleasure in taunting that bastard, she got turned into somebody's living doll to abuse. Aika let out a sigh and leaned back on her chair, crossing her arms to support her massive breasts from underneath. Well, I could understand how you feel. It's good that he never saw me. Or things wouldn't be good for him nor his kingdom. A chill went down her spine. Lockhughes instinctively looked up and saw Aika sitting on the chair, relaxed. The sensation she felt was no longer there, as if it had never existed in the first place. What was that? Lockhughes glanced at her sisters, and saw them acting normally. Perhaps, it was her imagination. You know this isn't on you, right, Lockhughes? It's still just on him. He made his own choices. Evil Eye nodded in agreement to Aika's words. And now we know why an 8 Fingers takedown was never a job that got funded. Prince Barbro, and a lot of the other houses too, must have prevented it from happening. That's true, but still, it isn't enough. I won't be satisfied with just a scandal for the prince. Lockhughes shot back. I don't know what will satisfy me. But when I know, so will they. Perhaps, the guild masters can start by a general strike on monster jobs within Riestais. No more support for any mission in any province of Riestais until they do something to make this right. Agreed. Darling is also upset when he heard about this. I'm sure he'll support you and demand answers from the castle. Alexander is. Aika's lips curled into a grin. Oh, he's livid, you know. He respects you quite a bit since we first met. So when he heard of such a thing, he almost take all of us out of Riestais. After all, who'd want to protect a kingdom where its crown prince would do such a thing? I see. A sense of relief filled her heart for the first time since hearing about the rumors. Perhaps, even a tiny bit of happiness. He thinks of me highly, and he's upset in my place. What a kind man. A faint smile flashes across her visage, before a solemn look replaced it. I'll go talk with Ainzak and see what they're doing. But if something doesn't satisfy me, I'm doing the same thing. I'm taking Blue Rose out of this kingdom. Lockhughes declared and looked around at her sisters with a silent question. And we'll go with you. They answered immediately. Good. Lockhughes felt a bit better, forming a weak smile of thanks to her beloved sisters. Lilith, we'll be going to the guild now. Oh, I'll come with darlings also there, after all. I see. Then, let's go. X. Queen Enri rode at the center of her staff. Jugum held up her flag at her back. Ninya at her right. Nfiria at her left. And the goblin strategist on the outside to Ninya's right. What can you tell me of our unfortunate enemies, O summoner? The one we're facing now is an idiot. Enri said with clear poison in each and every word. Her hands clenched the reins of the horse, and behind her column there lay wagons upon wagons loaded with capture armor for the recruits she intended to raise. Also, he has to die. Painfully. Ninya said through clenched teeth. Memories of the suffering that her long-lost sister surfaced in her mind. Very well. The old goblin kept stroking his long, white beard that came to a point near his chest. His long, white garb and generals had fluttering in the wind. If what the wolf riders say is accurate, he has another force coming this way. He'll come straight for us. What if he doesn't? Or if he keeps running? Then we move to intercept him if he tries to get around us to encircle. Or, we start taking villages and towns if he runs. We'll force them into a fight. The goblin strategist explained to his summoners. This is going to get very bloody, very quickly. Nfiria frowned deeply, regret apparent in his voice. But still, there was determination in his eyes. The nobility treated us like animals. Like whipped dogs. It's time for them to remember something they've forgotten. What's that? That a dog is just a wolf that hasn't chosen to turn on you. Ninya said, hate thick in her throat. Wolves. Yes. I think you've just picked the standard for the army of Karn. His voice carried, and went from his lips to an ear, and became a whisper that went back, and back. Through ranks of goblins, monsters, to the natives of Karn and the vengeful ones who settled for refuge. Wolf King. Wolf Queen. Wolf King. Wolf King. It became a chant that came with every step. For days it went, becoming a marching cadence. And at every village they passed, they warned of the rebellion. They had only to say the same thing. We've rebelled. Do you think they will spare you? You're dead anyway. Go down fighting for your families and your homes. No more of their tyranny. And in turn, dozens more suits of captured armor found their wearer. Village after village, with no hope to survive the wrath of nobility, had its young people join the ranks of the army of Karn. And so the sound of thousands of marching feet and slavering, hungry wolf riders got ever louder. Until finally, they encountered their target. My queen, you were right. He's a total idiot. Ninya pointed her staff at the idiot commander at the center of a new army. Henry nodded, acknowledging the fact. But there was no fear in her eyes. She turned and looked over her shoulders, addressing her troops. If he wins, your wives, sisters, and daughters' lives will be like tware, and your own will be like dust. If you win, you'll have your own kingdom. Remember that, and go only forward. Henry raised the sword she could barely use. A magic sword with a green hilt and a gem imbued with protective and healing magic, a sword meant to protect, rather than wound. Her enchanted light armor with a white cape caught in the breeze. She stood up in her stirrups with her long blonde hair waving like her battle standard in the wind. An inspiring figure. Wolf King. Wolf Queen. Wolf King. Wolf Queen. The chant went as they strike the end of their halberds, spears, and pound their legs on the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. Minutes passed as the two armies faced off against one another. From where she sat, and with her enhanced sight, Henry could see the idiot discussing something with a man at his side. And soon, what it was became evident when a white flag went up, and the idiot commander began trotting his horse forward. Nymphyria smiled softly towards her. I'll go. You should wait here. Ninya felt her heart melt upon seeing him give her a braver smile than ever before. But she hardened it with her duty and her love. No, we'll go together. Ninya, Jugum, come with us. Henry said, and without waiting, began to canter forwards as well. Nymphyria and the others followed closely behind. They met almost precisely between the two armies. And without a moment of waste, Prince Barbro looked down at them with contempt as his face twisted with anger. So, peasant trash, it's been suggested to me that I let you go home without punishing you. That releasing you to your homes would end all this before it gets worse. I won't do that. But if you give up your arms and armor, and go home, I will hang only one in every 5 of you. We both know you won't do even that, scum. Ninya said, and hawked a viscous loogie. She missed the prince, but struck his horse, and it was enough to turn his face dark with rising anger. You'll pay for what you've done to my sister. For everything you've done to her in your tent. Ninya hissed, but it only made the prince laugh when he looked down at her. You expect me to care? Girl, that isn't why a man buys a toy. No, worm. I wanted you to know, because when this is all over, that it was her sister that finally killed you. And I'll make sure you beg for death twice more than her. Prince Barbro's face twisted in anger and contempt. You'll do the begging, just like her, peasant. She's no longer a peasant. Nymphyria pointed. She's a general, and when we have our own kingdom, she'll be appointed with a noble title. The prince's mouth fell open at the blasphemous statement. By what right? Because I am King Nymphyria I, and this is Queen Henry I. We'll ennoble her to the kingdom of Karn. And you? We'll feed you to the dogs. Henry had felt proud of Nymphyria many times in their time knowing one another. That was until now, when her greatest pride had been at the moment of greatest danger. Her heart redoubled in size until she felt her breast could not contain it, and released it with a laugh, crystalline and beautiful. The Wolf Queen of the Kingdom of Karn pointed at the prince. You've got your answer. We're not surrendering anything. Go, scurry along back with your tiny tail between your legs. We've got a kingdom to tear apart, a kingdom to build, and no time for you. X. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 246, Chapter 243 Last Prince. He must be livid now. Henry stated as they returned to their army ranks. I think so. If he weren't a coward too, I'd even expect him to lead the charge. Ninya responded. And she was right. The kingdom's drums began to pound, and the infantry began their march forward. Signal the goblin mages. Ninya ordered and looked behind her. The flag waved as she raised her enchanted staff high into the air as a signal, and the rest followed suit. Twin magic. Fireball. Acid javelin. Wind strike. Bombard. Scorching ray. Ninya, Nymphyria, and the host of goblin casters at their backs fired their spells, slinging them in a long, deadly, inexorable arc into the densely packed lines of the kingdom infantry. It was impossible to not at least hit one of them. Men fell screaming, writhing in pain, as fire scorched their skin, acid melted their muscles, and blades of wind cutting their bones. Soon, another volley of magic came again, and the walk became a jog. Archers. Henry called out, and arrows were knocked, then flew into the air to land again amongst the densely packed rank. Some scratched a soldier's side. The unluckier ones were silenced by an arrow through the eye, necks, brain, or heart. A horn blew from behind the kingdom lines, and cavalry began their charge. Heavy, armored horses numbering in the hundreds rumbled the ground beneath them as they raced through the open field. Wolf riders! Henry shouted, and the howling of wolves drowned out all else for a moment before the pounding of their large paws of these massive wolves began to compete with horses. The goblins atop the wolves were armored, and skilled in ways the kingdom's cavalry could only dream of being. They were fewer in number, but soon enough, the kingdom's cavalry were the ones that was dealt with heavy damage. Now. Infantry. And sound the drums. The boom of the goblin army war drums reverberated and shook the air, sending waves of terror into the advancing, yet thinning, ranks of the kingdom's soldiers. Henry drew out her sword. Her infantry were close. Her armor was one of the finest sets in the carts delivered to her by Master Gown and Master Zero. And the weapons and armors equipped by her army were much greater than even the ones worn by commanders of the royal prince's army. Last time they came, all I could do was run away and die. I couldn't save my parents. I couldn't do anything but die. Now. I can do something. I will do something this time. Charge! She shouted and lowered her sword forward, and the army advanced along with her, Firia, and Ninya as one into the fray. The clashing and clamoring of swords filled the battlefield, and screams and dying of men were indistinguishable from those of wild beasts. The heavy goblin infantry treated the war like a chore. Like farming, and the kingdom's soldiers, regardless of their superior numbers, fall like wheat before scythes. And soon, the numerical advantage shifted, and the goblin strategist gave the final signal. From the little clump of woods, a small number of hidden wolf riders emerged behind the enemy lines, and rushed straight for the commander of the kingdom's army. His small honor guard saw the surprise attack too late, and were culled by the force they were no match for. Barbro saw the horror unfolding in front of him. The army of almost 11,000 men, including the 10,000 his brother delivered, were devastated. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. And he felt fear begin to rise in his mighty chest. Why? Why is this happening? Why aren't they winning? This should have been easy. I'm the crown prince, damn it. Then, one of his men let out a cry. Ambush. Barbro turned to where the soldier pointed, and saw a dozen wolf riders emerged from the little patch of woods and charged towards him. Get them. Stop them, you idiots. Protect your prince. Barbro's voice became a high-pitched squeal of fear as he turned his horse around and began to spur it to a gallop. Behind him, his army, having lost their leader, broke entirely and soldiers ran for their lives, trading their pride and dignity for a precious few seconds of life and a glimmer of hope for a longer one. It was a massacre, and the prince alone survived. He ran and ran. His lungs burned from his hard breathing. And his horse were similarly exhausted. And yet, at his back, the wolf riders were gaining on him. No. At his left and right, the wolf riders fell in, almost like they were his honor guard. Taunting, laughing, waving as their wolves kept pace with the prince's horse, but not turning on him. And after what seemed to be hours, the horse reared back on its hind hooves, kicking wildly, and flung Barbro from its back, giving out a single final whinny of pain and fear. It fell with a heavy thud, and landed dead on its side as its powerful heart finally overloaded from fear, stress, and exhaustion. Barbro felt the wind knocked out of him when he landed on his back, wheezing without any air to spare, and stared at the wolves and their riders circling him. Bring him back to the summoner. One of them said, and a wolf's jaw snapped out over Barbro's leg, piercing through the enchanted greaves like they were made of leather along with the flesh beneath and breaking the bone. No. He screamed and clawed at the dirt. His fingers bled, nails torn and broken, painting the ground with red streaks. But the wolves continued to drag him and began to run, dragging him over dirt and rocks and viscera and blood of his fallen men, through the site of the massacre. Then finally, it jerked its jaw forward and released its hold, and the prince landed with a grunt only to look up and saw the brown-haired girl who called herself the sister of his pet Locus. He's yours, Ninya. Do whatever you want. But don't waste time. We have a kingdom to build. Henry said and turned away, Firia and Jugum following closely behind. Yes, my queen. The young magic caster bowed before putting her foot on the throat of the Riestai's crown prince and began to press down. His eyes bulged in his head. His face quickly turned red, then purple. My name is Ninya Veyron. You killed innocents. Ruined lives. And raped my sister. Now, prepare to die. She looked up at the wolf riders. Start to chew on his limbs. Make it hurt, but not kill him. He's not allowed to die until he begs. Barbro's head shook and struggled under the boot. Then, his throat gurgled out howls of pain as a wolf latched onto each limb and began to tear away at his flesh, as if his armor wasn't even there. Bits and pieces of metals fell off, and then flesh and blood, littering the ground. Then Ninya lifted up her foot from his throat, and relished in the screams of his sister's abuser. The tearing continued until he was down to his bones, exposing them to the air. He kicked and struggled against the massive jaws, only to rip his muscles and tendons from his bones faster and break his bones. At last. He begged. Please. No more. I'm sorry. I beg you. Kill me. Kill me. The Crown Prince laid on the ground like a sack of bloody potatoes, his limbs gone, leaving him with bloody stumps. Mercy. Death. Kill me. I beg you. No more. Pain. Ninya recalled what her sister had said. Her begging, crawling, scraping. How she humbled herself as if she had done something wrong, and made to suffer as a substitute for his hatred of someone else. It wasn't enough. No. Continue. Barbro screamed again as the wolves went back to tearing off bits of his flesh. Until finally, he could no longer scream or beg when his throat lost the power to even plead. Finally, she felt satisfied. Now you can die. Be grateful. Death for people like you is a release many of those you tortured wish they could have sooner. Barbro watched in silence as the open maw of razor teeth of one of the massive wolves came to him. His fear of death was long gone. He feared only one thing, not being allowed to die. The teeth closed in, slowly piercing his skin. Blood spurted out of his veins and hot fluid run over his skin. Then, his head began to crunch as the jaws closed tighter. Prince Barbro, last son of King Remposa III, firstborn and rightful heir to the throne of Ariestes, was dead. And with his death, a cheer shook the world. Wolf King. Wolf Queen. Long live. Karn. 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 The green and gold banner of Karn waved proudly over the field. And from a far distance, through means that existed solely in the unknown heights of divination, a black-winged young man watched in silence. There was no trace of sympathy in his eyes, for such an end was fitting for a tyrant. He raised from his chair, and cast a spell. Demiurge, it is time. Prepare for the Golden Princess takeover. Yes, my lord. It shall be done. X. Ashen white. That was the color of King Remposa's old, wrinkled face. His hands and fingers shook so much that they rattled the paper on which the words were written. Everything was looking up. Everything was finally going to the right direction. 8 Fingers was broken, the heads of their leaders sat on top of pikes at the gates of the capital. Another powerful adamantite-ranked adventurer party in good terms with the royal family had appeared like a heaven sent. And a caster at hand who may have the power to defeat the empire. But this. Sire. What do we do? The Adventurers Guild had refused to undertake any quests for any members of the royal faction. Even Providence. If this continues, we won't have a faction. Marquis Raven shuddered at the thought. At first, he was suspicious at the adventurer party who came out of thin air and became adamantite instantly. Moreover, they were too agreeable. Too reasonable. Too friendly. Too good to be true. But after seeing their achievements, receiving their help, and talking to them, he began to think that the kingdom was finally graced by the gods and be given a heaven sent in the form of Providence. Now this. After hearing about how the Crown Prince had bought a slave and abused her while making her act as Locuse, Providence became the first to complain and begin the strike, with Blue Rose following soon after. It was obvious as to why. Who would want to protect a kingdom who would insult them? One was bad. Now, there were 2 adamantite-ranked adventurer parties who were making their stance against the royal family. That is bad. But my brothers, and the peasant rebellion. That is worse. Princess Rener frowned and looked down to her trembling hands. Her lips flushed as she bit it in frustration. My sons. Both of them. The king could no longer read the document put together from survivors' testimonies. His pooling tears blurred the hated ink, as if trying to protect him from reading further the words of Prince Barbro's abuses and corruption, which had spread like wildfire. Even without the documented proof, the use of an 8 Fingers contract purchase to pretend to abuse an adamantite-ranked adventurer was enough for even the dullest peasant to draw the correct conclusion. But even then, even after everything he had done, in the midst of his few trusted advisors, the king wallowed in despair for the loss of his sons. My sons. Barbro. Zanuck. They've cost me a lot. But I would have preferred they lived and cost me more. The king's head slumped. He was wrong. You don't have to tell me that, Gazef. The king said, not even needing to meet his eyes to know the look his head warrior was giving him. But he was my son. Bad as he was, I loved him. And Zanuck, he would have been a good king, if only he hadn't been killed. He leaned back, his tired, wet eyes drifted into the ceiling, before glancing at the documents arrayed on the desk. Next to the one informing him of his son's demise was the Declaration of Independence for the Kingdom of Karn, along with the lands they've taken. From villages, to a number of towns, including Irantal, who surrendered without a fight. Then right beside it, sat the document from the Empire, declaring their annual war. What can I even do? At this point, he asked. He was at a loss, and hoped that his trusted advisors could have an answer he so seek. But neither Gazef nor Raven had an answer. However, his last remaining child did. Father, I believe, there is only one course of action. Rener put her hand over his and looked up into his face with her loving, warm blue eyes that seemed to hide deep sorrow below the determination a member of the royal family should possess in times of such crises. My brothers, they're gone, but the kingdom remains still. The nobles won't send an army to fight the empire when the rebels are hanging entire houses. They can't even if they wanted to. We have to stop the rebellion from swallowing us in pieces. We must gather the noble houses together, all of the noble faction, and go fight the rebels. Leave the empire to Master Gaon, who's ready to declare the existence of his kingdom and warn the empire to stay clear. The faces of her father, the Marquis, and Gazef first turned ashen, then intrigued, and finally, as she spoke and argued as gently as possible, resigned. 1/3 of Riestai's will be lost. The king of Riestai's replied at last. His voice void of the strength he once had. We can have 2/3 of our kingdom, or none of it. And at the end, father, a new ruler will be needed. Rener said gently and laid her hand on his arm. Let our kingdom's great renewal be your legacy, not the things my older brother did. Please, father. Let me help you. The king finally gave a somber, silent nod. It took weeks for it to happen. The nobles were slow to heed the call at first. But when the Wolf King and Wolf Queen ate up territory, hung captured noble houses from their towers, and continued gaining strength until they seemed unbeatable, they finally heed. Tens of thousands of levied soldiers and household retainers, along with the heads and entire families, came to gather at the capital. Father, is it really necessary for you to go yourself? Rener asked, her face filled with worry. Yes, my dear daughter. I am the king. I do what needs to be done. Sacrifice what I must for the greater good. And that means I must put myself at risk. Is this the case of, the king must move for his subjects to follow, father? A look of shock flashed across the old king's face as Rener uttered the words of the supreme being Lord Demiurge mentioned before in reverence to his name, before smiling wearily and nodded. Rener, you were more than I knew you to be. And I regret not seeing it until you brothers were gone. Ramposa laughed bitterly. Not to worry. I shall make up for lost time when I return. We'll set everything right, and restore our kingdom to what it used to be. Yes, father. I can hardly wait. Rener stepped forward and fell into the open arms of her father into a tight embrace. Just assist Marquis Raven as best as you can. I shall end this once and for all quickly. As you say, father. She removed herself from the embrace and stood to the side of her bodyguard. Protect my daughter, Climb. She is all I have left. King Ramposa said with a deep well of sorrow within his heart. Majesty, no one shall touch her unless they've killed me first. Climb went down on one knee and bowed his head to swear loud enough to echo off the stone walls of the palace. I believe you. The king said, looking the blonde boy over, clad in the armor the princess had scrimped and saved to give to him. Diligent, hard-working, and above all, loyal and utterly devoted. If only he'd been a nobleman, he might have made a fine match, perhaps, even worthy to be king. But, it's simply not meant to be. King Ramposa reflected with a sense of pity. Send word to Gazef that I will bring him after all. Tell him to hurry. We're leaving soon. X. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 247, Chapter 244 Declaration of War. In all her life, this was easily the most pleasant work she had ever done. Locked in her room, a curious-looking faceless man with 3 holes in his face, a winged succubus, and the more familiar Demiurge, were tearing through documents as fast as their eyes could move. Working with non-idiots is such an utter joy. Her black soul sang as pages were continuously processed. Her dainty fingers turned dark at the tips from the ink stains, yet there was no signs of her slowing down. The sound of pages flipping and being stacked up filled the room as arrest warrants and evidences were compiled for each and every conspirator. Between the 4 of them, the completion of the tasks took the better part of a day, but it was done. The many individual stacks of paper loomed high, almost obfuscating her own seated figure from the opposite side of the table. This is a small town's worth of executions. Is that a problem? The sultry, beautiful voice of the dark-haired demoness Rener would have mistaken for a goddess if not for her dark-feathered wings resounded sweetly to her ears. She shook her head. No, Lady Albedo. Not at all. We simply have to hire a few new executioners is all. And with my brothers out of the way. All I can say is. Rener moved from her chair and onto the floor, prostrating herself to the 3 emissaries. I pledge myself and my kingdom to the will of our shared masters. And. Thank you for helping me today. It was a true pleasure. My beloved asked me to assist Demiurge, who was tasked with expediting the process. It is good that you understand how valuable my time is to be away from him, that you would do your utmost. Else. Rener felt a chill down her spine from the gaze of the succubus she did not even meet, and pressed her forehead even harder to the cold, marble floor. Of course, my lady. I would do nothing less than my utmost for you and our masters. Good. Meanwhile, at the side, Pandora's actor spoke to Demiurge. So she is as intelligent as you said, main Guter Demiurge. Yes, she is. She will be useful in handing this box of jewels to our lords. A fine bargain in exchange for one underfed puppy. Albedo stood up, her wings folded around her lower body and gazed at the prostrating woman. She recalled her beloved's words to look at the golden princess as much as a potential threat, as she did a useful tool. And for such a human, it is best to keep her guessing what they were capable of and grant her the one thing she truly desires in this world. As long as she remembers her place, and doesn't seek elevation beyond her station, everything will be fine. Rener stayed silent and chose not to answer. For she knows, her answer would lay in her behavior. Finish the rest yourself, and you will get everything you desire. Demiurge, Pandora's actor, I will be with him for the rest of the night. Understood, main dame. All right. A massive, whirling portal of darkness and void appeared, and one by one, the trio left, leaving the princess alone. Emperor Jerknivrun Farlord Elnick sat in his private council chamber. Normally, within the private of his trusted subordinates, he would lay on his side and propped his head up with a hand, a show of his calm and confidence in his rule. Especially since he was now only within the presence of the archmage, teacher, and closest confidant. But now, he sat on the velvet couch at the center of his chamber. Is this a joke? He asked, waving the few pages of documents that came from a formal royal letter. I'm afraid not, my boy. I've gathered the intelligence myself, and found that the kingdom truly has ceded part of its lands to the magic caster named Ains Ulgaun, the caster who managed to best a whole theocracy scripture some months ago. Jerkniv frowned and read the document once more. To the Emperor of Baharuth Empire, Jerknivrun Farlord Elnix. Let it be known that on this 14th day of the month, the kingdom of Nazarick is named into being. Furthermore, we inform you that we have entered into a state of war in support of our ally, the kingdom of Riestais, and in retaliation for the military attack upon our lands by your workers on your government's order. We advise you to not march your army into the Katsa Plains, and instead to offer modest recompense for your offensive conduct against both kingdoms. Know that if your army appears, we shall take land and lives instead of mere coins. Jerkniv scrunched the paper in his hands and threw it hard against the floor. The expression of the blonde-haired young emperor grew tight and his teeth ground against each other in uncharacteristic anger. Does he really think he can do what he says? I believe so, my boy. So, will you give in? Of course not. Jerkniv shot to his feet. Defeating a scripture is no small feat, sure. But even if he can kill 5,000 by himself, there's nothing a magic caster can do against 20,000 knights. He may have an army of his own. The workers numbered in the hundreds, by none returned after entering his domain. Flutter remarked, and Jerkniv stopped to think about his old teacher's warning. That is a fair point. We still have time to prepare. Moreover, with the peasant civil war being what it is, they'll be weakened. And while they handle that, we'll amass our strength for one final kick into the rotten structure of Riestai's kingdom. His lips curled into a smile as his eyes narrowed. A look of confidence that was the most natural for the young emperor. Our empire has begun to flourish even more now, with merchants and businesses gathering in Arwintar. We'll have enough. Then after this, next year we should be able to start taking up territory and purging any problematic elements. A true new empire is about to dawn on the world. I can hardly wait for the time. Flutter bowed as the bloody emperor exited his chamber to find his prime minister to discuss their response to the letter. Yuji sat on the grassy ground under the canopy of a massive tree, leaning back onto its trunk. The crisp, refreshing breeze blew softly against him as the sound of chirping birds and rustling leaves filled the background. On his shoulder, nuzzled at his neck, was a white slime that shone with all colors of the rainbow. She stared dazedly at the beautiful, serene lake before drifting off to sleep by her beloved master's side. While on his head was a slime with the color of a starry night. Having just finished devouring a level 50 magic sword that sat idly within Yuji's inventory, she sat and rested after being full and satisfied. Meanwhile, Est, currently in his human form, sat on his lap, leaning comfortably to his chest, asleep. A serene silence enveloped the four figures as they relaxed. With Albedo busy in Riestais, Ika spending time with the Pleiades, and the others busy with their own, Yuji found a nice period of reprieve and decided to spend it with Arya, Alice, and Est here within the 6th floor near the Great Lake. As they slept, Yuji went through some of the reports he had received from his businesses and Nazarick spies in Arwintar. An increase in sales for grains, iron, and magic items. They've even held a joint training within their military. Seems like they're ramping up for war as expected. Noticing their master looking at the document longer than normal, the two slimes began to read it as well. Immediately, through their link, Alice told Yuji that he could take this chance to make the Empire truly submit. They could deal significant damage to their military and their confidence through a show of power, and they won't have any choice but to recognize their kingdom and surrender. That's what we plan to do, Alice. That's why we've been preparing those four. You've done well noticing. Good girl. Yuji patted the white slime, who began to shine even brighter and nuzzle even more to his neck. Then, Arya began to jump up and down on his head, and conveyed her will to defeat his enemies. She had grown a lot and had familiarized herself with her own powers and the powers she inherited from Yuji. She'll definitely be able to help him. Thank you, Arya. But for now, you're still small. Perhaps when you've grown up and you can shapeshift into a humanoid form, you can help me. For now, focus on growing up well, okay? Although Yuji was well aware of the powers possessed by the twin slimes, Yuji was hesitant to let them be in actual combat, especially when they were still small little slimes. But, he knew, from how much they've, especially Arya, expressed their willingness to help him, that he wouldn't be able to keep them from doing so for long. So, at the very least, he'd only allow them to go into combat once they could shapeshift into a humanoid form and be more combat ready. He could sense the disappointment from Arya, and a little bit from Alice. But, it would be for their own good. So, he gave them lots of head pets and comforted them gently. Just then, they noticed the presence of a few people coming towards them. Est also opened her eyes and turned her head slightly towards the direction of their arrival. Ah, please forgive me for disturbing you, my lord. We are not aware that you would be here. Archie, upon seeing the figure of the half-angel half-demon supreme being along with his sword spirit and mythical slimes, fell to her knees. To her sides, the twins, Urairika and Kudurika, also went on their knees and kneeled at the supreme beings, as taught by their big sister and their savior Lord Seabass. Yuji waved his hand, allowing the three sisters to rise from their knees. Worry not. I am simply here to rest. What brings you here, Archie? Archie stood up, but kept her head slow as she responded to the supreme being. I have been given a day of rest by Lord Seabass from our training, and have come here in hopes to play with my sisters by the lake, my lord. We are not aware that you would be resting here. We shall leave as to not disturb your rest. Don't. A word from Yuji stopped Archie from leading her sisters away. Stood still, awaiting his will. Est, Arya, Alice. Do you want to play again? How about playing with the twins? The three little girls, the sword spirit and two mythical slimes, looked at Yuji, shifted their gaze towards Kudurika and Urairika who were stealing glances at Yuji with their eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration, and nodded. Great. Yuji shifted his gaze towards Archie, who bowed her head a little bit lower upon feeling his gaze upon her. What do you think? Yes. It would be our greatest honor, my lord. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yuji smiled with a nod. Then, with the twin slimes on either of her shoulders, Est approached the twins, and led them to the edge of the lake. Soon, the sound of splashing water and laughter of the twins could be heard as Yuji and Archie watched them from a distance. There was a bit of fear within Archie that her sisters would somehow make a mistake that would offend the supreme being and his. But after seeing how happy they were playing, the fear in her heart disappeared, replaced by a warm sense of happiness and relief. How is your training? Archie snapped into attention and turned towards Yuji, who was still watching Est, Alice, and Arya playing with the twins. He saw Alice and Arya using his space manipulation magic to create balls of water, bigger than the ones the twins had created through some elementary arcane magic that they've been taught by Flutter. My lord. Everything is going well, thanks to your generosity. My comrades and I have reached level 33, and we are planned on going through another awakening ritual to unlock our potential to level 35 tomorrow. In preparation for the ritual, Lord Seabass had instructed us to take this day to rest. Yuji nodded. Although still terribly weak by Nazarick standard, they were progressing quite well, considering they were regular human workers a few weeks ago. They've now surpassed Gazef and Clementine, in terms of level, and soon, they'll be on the same level as a Death Knight. They'll be enough to deal with the Empire's strongest knights. Especially if he equipped them with their items. The war with the Empire is nigh. Tell the rest of Foresight to be prepared. We have high hopes for you. Archie kneeled once more as her heart thumped loudly with immense honor and reverence. This was it. A chance to repay her saviors for granting her and her little sisters a new life. She would not miss this chance. Yes, my lord. We shall bring you victory, no matter the cost. X. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 248, Chapter 245 An Offer of Exchange. The peasant rebellion that had devoured up villages and cities with seemingly unstoppable momentum turned the generally quiet palace of Riestais into an inn for the most powerful nobles and their families. The violence done by the rebels of Karn in hanging nobles that fell into their hands sent shockwaves of terror through those bearing the title of nobility throughout the kingdom. Their show of stunning success, in turn, inspired other rebellions among discontented peasants who finally saw a chance to better their lives. At any other time, such minor insurrections would have been easily crushed and the perpetrators drawn and quartered. But fear caused many noble to flee to the well-fortified capital at the mere whisper of angry peasant. Thus, at royal expenses, the royal family put the greatest houses up in guest rooms within the palace and rented out every single room in the best inns to provide space for the lesser nobility. But of course, even with everything on the line, they didn't stop playing their little games of petty politics. It was tiring. The Golden Princess grew tired of them within a day, and left the daily operations in the hands of Marquis Raven. But everything was going according to plan. Specifically, the plan of her mistresses and lords. Today, her room was tightly locked with only herself, Climb, and the members of Blue Rose that she had invited for a chat. If a bowing of my head is not enough for you, I'll kneel. Truly, I apologize for what has transpired. Rener bowed her head deeply to Lockhughes, tears falling down onto the white handkerchief she was grasping tightly in her hands. No. Don't do that. Lockhughes shook her head. It isn't your fault. You didn't know. No, I didn't. If I had, I'd have had that idiot killed a long time ago. How could such a fool that would endanger relations with the Adventurer Guild and 2 adamantite parties exist? Rener swore and cursed her dead eldest brother over and over again. It was only through the clenching of her fist and biting of her lips did she prevent her venomous thoughts from spilling. How about you? I've heard of the news. Although you weren't on good terms with Prince Barbro, I believe you are quite close with Prince Zanuck. Yes, my brother's death is unfortunate. But, alas, it is the natural result of the kingdom's policies. Kill an entire village over one noble, and you give other villages a reason to rebel. Still, my brother didn't deserve to die. But people often get what they don't deserve, do they? Rener let out a sigh and picked up her teacup before taking a sip. Princess Rener, I believe this isn't a simple social call, is it? Evil Eye asked, straight to the point. Evil Eye. Lockhughes hissed. It's fine, Lockhughes. She isn't wrong. I have business with you, that is why I invited you here. Rener placed her hands on her lap, and looked at each member of Blue Rose. What my brother did was unforgivable. The guild refused to defend my family's supporters, that too I understand. But, none of this would have happened without the corruption of the factions within the Riestai's kingdom. None of them spoke a word of disagreement. Not even Climb. For every single word the Golden Princess uttered was nothing but the truth. Father's final wish before leaving was to end all of that. So many pitiable girls, children, young men, so many ruined lives. My family not only let this happen, some of us were even part of it. So, I need your help to do this. Princess Rener. The guild is apolitical. Good, so is this. Climb, bring me that stack of papers over on my end table. Climb obeyed and immediately took them up and brought them over to Lockhughes at the princess's orders. The golden-haired adventurer took them in hand and began to skim through the words. These are all arrest warrants. No. Only half. The rest are title revocations. All I'm asking is for your help in arresting everyone on that list. I've also made the same request to Providence, and they've agreed. We will be putting them on public trial immediately while father is away. But. Lockhughes froze, but before she could speak, Evil Eye began to laugh. Yes. Finally. Shorty. Gagarin looked at the petite magic caster in shock. What? This has been a long time coming. And for the first time. They're all together. We can end it all in one blow. Lockhughes looked around at her sisters, then went over the princess's words one more time. Providence has accepted. Alexander's figure flashed across her mind, shining and righteous. Then, she made her decision. The arrest of dangerous suspects. And they're not nobles. Not anymore, so that should satisfy the guild, especially given the recent events. Very well. We accept. Thank you, Lockhughes, Evil Eye, everyone. The kingdom will be a very different place after tonight. I can hardly wait. Princess Rener said with a contented little smile. A few days of march carried the army of the new kingdom of Karn southwest of Ilabura, before scouts rushed word that the Riestai's army had been spotted. Its number, much greater than the prince's army. With the sighting, the army settled into the camp their advanced riders have prepared. That night, Henry slept soundly with Nfiria by her side, cuddled into a warm embrace in the midst of the cold night. Then, the flap of their tent was pushed open and Ninya entered in a rush. My queen. My king. The couple snapped open their eyes and shot up. What is it? Henry shouted. Forgive me for interrupting your sleep. But a visitor, an urgent one. He came with information for you. Bring him in. The new royal couple got dressed more formally than mere sleepwear and waited. A few moments later, a hooded man, escorted by 2 red-capped goblins, ducked under the entry to the tent and rose up to a towering height. Even though he was cloaked and hooded, Enri and Fyria both recognized that they would still have to look up to the mountain of muscle before them. He threw back his hood and bowed his head. Good to see you, people of Karn. Gazef Stronov greeted. An expression of determination and sternness was permanent on his face, just as they remembered it. Gazef Stronov. Of all the people I expected it to be. I didn't expect the royal warrior captain to be it. Enri said with more warmth than what the ruler of the kingdom would sound towards the greatest warrior of an enemy kingdom. I haven't seen you since you tried to protect my village. Are you having second thoughts about that decision now? Gazef lowered his head. I'd be lying if I said I never wondered if we wouldn't have been better off if you'd been killed. That way, this rebellion wouldn't have happened. But, even if I could go back and do it again, I would have made the same choice. A fair answer. Fyria responded. Are you here to surrender, royal warrior captain? No. Gazef replied with resolve. I'm here with information. An offer of exchange. Exchange? What is it that you're offering, and what is it that you want? Perhaps because of his past attempt to protect them, or knowing what sort of character the royal warrior captain was, Enri gave him the chance to explain himself. My king wants the bodies of his sons returned for proper burial. We've heard about what Prince Barbro did, and it grieves my king's heart. However, the boy was still his son. So, he'd like to have both Barbro's and Zanek's bodies. Enri frowned, a look of hesitation clear in her eyes. But not for the reasons Gazef would have expected. Well. We can give you Barbro's body. What's left of it, at least. Or perhaps, it'd be better if we just tell you where we left it. But, we had nothing to do with Prince Zanek's death. He must have died before reaching us. Enri narrowed her eyes at Gazef as she denied the second part of his request. What else? The second is that this battle be the end of our conflict. The king offers you independence, and all the land from Karn village, to Epespel to the south of us, and Ilibura to the northeast of us, including Irantal. Gazef said, and both Enri and Fyria's eyes opened wide. Why fight at all then? We take that offer now and go home. Because we need something else from you. Something only achievable through the war tomorrow. Something that even the king can't do on his own. Gazef said and took out a piece of paper, which he laid out on the table. When he was done, Enri asked him one last question. Do you swear on your honor as the kingdom's protector, as the royal head warrior, and on the courage you showed at Karn, that this is not a trick or a trap? I swear it. On all those things and anything else you can think of. Gazef said with a deep, long look into the eyes of the one he'd heard of as the Wolf Queen. There was a moment of silence. Enri and Fyria reflexively clutched their hands together and silently stared at each other. Then finally, Enri squeezed Fyria's hand. We have a deal. We'll see you on the field. Fyria nodded. And good luck out there. Enri said with a pitying downward look as the silent, broken-hearted warrior rose and made his exit after throwing the hood over his head once again. King Rampasa III drew himself up at the front of his army. The old king, adorned in royal armament, sat up upon his high horse. His pale complexion and darkened eyes concealed from the soldiers behind him by his helm. At the head of each of his army, nearest to him, stood the freshly appointed young men personally selected by Gazef Stronov. And behind them, countless nobles and their most elite, loyal soldiers. Across him was an army less than a quarter of the size of his own forces. But even then, Rampasa was well aware that he'd have no chance. The Karnian wolves were equipped with magic weapons that can penetrate even enchanted steel, armor that stops spears and arrows, trolls with incredible regeneration and toughness, goblins and wolves and nagas that tear through horses and men like wet paper. Moreover, he had read reports about a powerful magic caster and a squad of magic users among their ranks that could, and had, devastate ranks with a few spells. But instead of despairing, there was a look of assurance and relief. Good. They will be able to do it. The drums began to sound, and the whole of Riestei's army began to advance. Your Majesty. I will protect you. I promise. Adorned in the kingdom's greatest armaments and equipped with the royal treasure, Razor Edge, the royal head warrior Gazef, Rampasa's most loyal follower, swore to his king. Today, protect yourself. The king ordered, looking straight ahead into the distance towards the opposing army. Or perhaps something further. Gazef fell silent. Rampasa drew his sword, and Gazef drew the teal-green blade. Wolf riders began to advance, gaining momentum that continued to grow more and more terrifying by the moment. Relief swept over the king. And for the first time in years, Gazef saw a genuine sense of peace come over the face of the heavily armored warrior king. Glories of old flashed before the closed eyes of the old king. Memories of battles won. The happy moment that filled his heart with joy when his sons and daughters were born. The thoughts he wanted to have most, he wished every so dearly, that he dreamed every night. He raised up his sword, and Gazef raised up his. The wolf riders were close, and the magic casters were moving into position, covered by infantry and heavy shielders. He braced himself. When a screeching command that was not his resounded. Ha wailed. All along the line, units led by Gazef's chosen stopped dead in their tracks. King Rampasa, instead lowered his sword and shouted. Charge. The command to charge reverberated with the vigor of youth that Gazef had never seen. The old king charged, and the rest of the unit, not knowing what was afoot, followed. The countless nobles, their most elite and loyal guards, their followers and servants. And no one else. Gazef heard the drums of the Wolf Queen and her king. Then, 2 massive fireballs and various other spells launched into the air and began to explode. Wolf riders wheeled about and began to surround the unit as Gazef desperately swung his sword within the maelstrom of swords and halberds and spells. Screams of nobles and retainers swallowed the space between men, horses, and those who killed both. I will defend my king. Gazef roared like a beast when he saw his lord continue his advance. A quick look showed that the rest of the army still had not moved. Forward. King Ramposa's voice boomed. But there was no going forward. The goblins now had the unite complete surrounded. A halberd thrust struck the horse in its chest and it fell on its side, kicking and whining in agony. The king, unhorsed, fell on his side, and even over the chaos of the dying nobles and Rhetorhiners around him, Gazef heard the cracking sound of breaking bones. Forward. King Ramposa shouted, weaker at last. His royal sword wobbled in his hands. Gazef flung his body in between the king and the attackers. How can they be so strong? They're goblins. Get out of here. Rampasa finally uttered other words. There were no longer any living bodies around him, only the dead. Men, nobles, and their elite loyal retainers, fell on their backs, sides, and bellies. Some still clutching wounds over their pierced metal armor, some with a frozen look of shock or disbelief, some in agony and terror. Still, in the midst of death, Gazef swung his sword with all the skill of a desperate novice, battering away blows that fell with constancy and steadiness of rain. All that tried to strike his king. But like rain, he couldn't stop every single one, and wounds began to pile up on his body. His eyes darted around, and he could see no one else alive. But the warrior captain had no intention of fleeing. King Ramposa's lips were moving, but no words nor sound came out. At least, none that Gazef could hear in the midst of whirling blades and his own shouts. Frustration and anger overflowed from his body, and he abandoned the king's last order. Disobeying his lord for the first time in his life, and perhaps his last. And then, it hit. A single piercing blow, as the last of his martial arts ran out and as the last of his strength began to fade. A halberd ran through his body from one side to the other, tearing open kidneys, liver, and stomach. I will protect my king. Words sputtered from his bloody lips. Then, another halberd pierced his chest, and came out the other side, and pinned both he and King Rampasa III to the ground, where they died with Gazef's corpse still trying to protect his king with his sword that his nerveless fingers somehow still refused to let go. The final moments of the king and his most loyal servant were witnessed by their loyal soldiers and retainers, and by an invisible arcane eye in the sky. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 249, Chapter 246 Bloody Princess. A grand, opulent gathering was held within the royal palace of Riestais soon after the departure of His Majesty and the elite noble armies on their campaign to squash the peasant rebels. It was a celebration, a preemptive one to celebrate the decimation of the peasant rebels and the end of their days living in fear. And after the deadly tense few weeks, the nobles unwind completely, and wine continued to flow from the bottle, into the glass, and into their parched throats as the servants of the royal family kept the wind bottles coming out. From where she sat at her father's place at the table, Rener raised her glass again and again in toast. To victory. They drank. To the kingdom. They drank more. To the future. And they drank. The princess herself drank only pressed juice. The rich and full flavor was, to her, better than any wine in the world, with a tart yet flavorful sweetness that she only barely suppressed her urge to indulge too often. Truly a nectar of the gods. I can't believe such a thing exists. It was a special bottle given to her by Ika that Albedo passed on, though the princess only knew Albedo, as an initial reward for today. She looked at the rest of the nobles, and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. They looked like they're drinking the nectar of the gods, while she was the one drinking it and they're actually drinking the wine she had drugged. The wine flowed like a river, and the nobles chose to swim and drown in it. One by one, they began to pass out as the evening wore on, their cheers and loud cacophony of their little piece of heaven became as silent as a grave slowly. Rener looked out of one of the high windows. The full moon shone down upon the royal palace. I wonder how father is faring out there. Has he engaged already? Has he fallen? Out of the corner of her eyes, she caught a sight of Climb, who stood a few distance away from her. Ever-present to protect and be of use to his princess, but enough to keep her privacy. She winked at him, and he gave a chaper nod and addressed a guard that promptly left the room. The heavy footfalls of the palace guard trotting down the stairs was an unexpected sound, but none of the nobles were sober enough to even comprehend it. A few moments later, Climb saw the previous guard giving him a signal, and she approached his princess to whisper. It's done, Princess Rener. She nodded, her smile blooming ever so radiantly. She tapped her glass with a golden spoon, and weary, bleary heads raised to look at her. Honored guests. Nobles of Riestes. It's been a wonderful evening, and now, there is something I must say, things that needed to be said that have gone unspoken for far too long. She kept a calm, ever-smiling expression of the innocent golden princess, as she put a hand behind her back and clenched it into a fist. Her hatred and contempt for the nobles that provided the maids as their eyes and ears for their houses and invaded her life began to boil. In times of peace and tranquility, you proved adequate in taking care of my family's kingdom. Barely adequate. But whenever any disturbance arose, any trouble or trial, you forgot your duty to my family, our kingdom, and our people. Instead, you looked out for something else. The more clever and slightly less drunk began to sense danger and tried to move, but inhibited by the mild additional dosing given to them. You protected your lands, names, titles, and interests. You put yourselves first. And many of you, I know, engaged with 8 fingers, openly using your peasants, the people you should have protected and served, to grow plant that was turned into black dust that destroyed lives. Or selling off your peasants as if my anti-slavery measures hadn't passed. Those very actions caused the rebellion that my father has had to attend to. Then, when it came to the Baharuth Empire, you often sold out information on one another or the royal family. In every way you could daily in difficult times, you were failures. In every way you could be corrupt, you were corrupt. But that ends today. Rener paused again and took a sip of juice, the flavor exploded on her tongue as the flavor and tart sweetness brought back a bit of happiness that allowed her to keep on smiling and grew it as she laid out the words she long held back. As of today, every corrupt, disloyal, faithless, and or incompetent house has its lands and titles officially revoked. You will be replaced by competent people. Loyal people. Your fortunes are forfeit. And for most of you, your soul is forfeit. Rener flung her glass down hard against the marble floor, shattering into 1,000 shards that pointed at the guests. Guards. Seize them. Chaos erupted, but ended as quickly as it did as those unconscious failed to understand that their lives as they knew them were over, while those awake enough to understand the changes to their world struggled to resist, only to fail. Upstairs, Evil Eye ran through the halls faster than the eyes of mere common nobles could hope to see. Locus ran in front of her, while Lupu and Mammon were already gone by the time they realized and had began seizing guards and knights who were as guilty as their masters with fists and spells. On other floors, her sisters would be doing the same, along with Alexander and Lilith, dispatching the most trusted guards of the most powerful nobles as if they were wet papier-mâché, trash monsters beneath even novice adventurers to kill. Within an hour, the palace was purged. Rener looked at the now empty table. The goblets lay toppled, glasses and bottles shattered. Wine mixing with the crimson from the traders, coloring the beautiful marble floor red. Climb. Rener said without turning from the sight. Yes. My princess. Climb said, immediately at her side. Climb, have the children been removed from their parents? Separate the families, but please be gentle. We can't risk any kind of mass escape. Her eyes pooled with tears as she uttered the words that seemed to struggle to come out of her pale pink lips. As you wish, princess. Even when giving a practical order like that breaks her heart. Such merciness and kindness. I must protect her at any cost. He resolved and left her side to carry out her orders. When he was gone, Rener took a folded paper from within her sleeve and went to the lower floor guardhouses. There, to a guard, she passed the folded, sealed paper over. See this to the captain of the city guard. Place it only in his hands. Yes, my princess. The guard shot to his feet and ran. Not bothering to even think of looking at its content. Illiteracy has its uses. After it was done, she'd only need to consider transferring or eliminating the captain of the guard. After all, he couldn't risk having Climb learn that she sent out an order to kill the rest. In the darkness of night, reserved homes for minor nobles and temporarily borrowed-ins were hit by rank after rank of Riestes city guards. Panic quickly set in. The old died first. The young hid. The cowardly fled. The brave fought. And the weak froze. But all, in time, joined the old. And when dawn came, Princess Rener went to the throne room of the Riestei's kingdom. There was her father's chair. His place of power for decade upon decade. Empty. Alone. With her. The golden princess stepped up on the raised platform on which it lay, turned around, smoothed her dress back. Then, as the golden sun streamed into the hall of the kingdom, the princess sat on the throne. Are you ready? Yuji asked the assembled party of Foresight. They stood on the sands of the arena, arms crossed behind their backs and feet shoulder-width apart, before all four supreme beings and the floor guardian of the first, second, and third floor, Shaltir. They were adorned in equipment that was far beyond the trash items they came with. Divine armaments, granted by the gods they now served with their soul. But even more than that, their bodies were far removed from their previous one, as if they'd been reborn. Hecarin's blonde hair had grown down to his shoulder, and the pale blue of his eyes now shone like cerulean ice. His twin swords were replaced by a vastly improved weapon stronger than adamantite. A blade of white, which robbed its victim of their stats temporarily and heals the user, and a blade of black, which inflicted horrendous wounds that shan't heal. His armor and boots were scaled, like that of a dragon, and shined with a beautiful gleam of platinum. Imina and the others wore armor that matched his. But unlike Hecarin's, which was enchanted against piercing damage and elemental magic, her own was enchanted to enhance her speed and dexterity in addition to resistance against elemental magic. At her side, she wore a dagger that gleamed with silver light, enchanted to teleport back to its user when thrown, as a backup for her enchanted bow of gold that was strung with string taken from Fenrir's hair. She held up her golden bow up to her head, pressing her forehead against it. Yes, my lord. You returned our Archie to us. Spared our lives when you could have killed us. Given us more than we deserve when in another life, we might have been among those who sought to rob you. No, we would have been, I'm sure of it. But I pledge myself again. If I fail, I die trying. Roberdick's head was shaved bald, only the faint stubble of blonde remained where his formerly neat haircut was done. In place of the old white robe he wore over his armor, which was enchanted against bludgeoning and piercing, as well as debuffs which affected the mind, he now had a similar robe but bearing the crest of Nazarick. O gods of mercy and righteousness, I swear I will not fail you. Your kingdom shall be the most glorious in all the world. All shall rever your mighty name, in all its holiness. I will grind myself into dust to make it so. Archie's head was bowed. Her blonde hair had grown out until it reached the middle of her thin, shapely waist. Her cheap staff was replaced with a golden staff with a bright crimson crystal affixed atop it, surrounded by 3 angelic feathered wings that seemed to hold it aloft. Her robe, enchanted to enhance her mana recovery, magic damage, in addition to resistance against movement debilitating spells, bore the crest of Nazarick. God of magic and justice. Savior of my life and my family. I am your humble servant. Your tool. Use me as you see fit. Yuji nodded, and Aika as well as Lelouch followed suit from the side. Momonga was silent, a bit surprised by the show of fealty, or rather, unquestioning loyalty. He did not expect the plan to be this effective. Ains. Yuji's voice snapped him out of his daze, and he walked to the front, before Foresight. The burning crimson points within his skull observed each of them one by one, assessing their levels and status with his geas. This should be enough. If a level 35 with maxed level 35 gears loses to someone still in the 20s with trash equipment, No, they better not. Our whole plan lies in this gamble. Although impossible physically in his current overlord form, Momonga let out a sigh as if to release the tension in his heart. We begin with the Battle of Champions. If the other side accepts, I need it to be known that we offered a chance for peaceful transition, lest the kingdom of Nazarick will be known as warmongers. I expected nothing less from you. Yes, my lord. We shall bring you victory. Hecarin shouted, representing all of Foresight in his vow. Good. We could have used the Guardians for this but it'll look too much like a slaughter if we do, which won't be good for our image. Also, it's better to hold our native forces in reserve, as Lelouch suggested. They'll be our trump card. Has the fort to hide my forces been built? Momonga turned towards Shaltir. Yes, my lord. By mare. Then, it's time to go. Momonga turned towards Yuji, who immediately changed into his full, 12-winged angelic form with white and gold armor, and nodded. Yuji responded in kind, and looked towards Shaltir, who was staring at him with infatuation. Shaltir. Yes my love. Gate. Have a safe trip, darling, Ains. Good luck. Aika and Lelouch bade them farewell, and they vanished through the swirling hole of darkness in space. Foresight bowed at the 2 remaining Supreme Beings and Floor Guardian, and followed them seconds later. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 250, Chapter 247 Duel of Champions. The sun shined brightly, basking the wooden fort with its radiance. A gentle breeze blew lightly over the hill that overlooked the lower plains ahead. From the entrance to the fort was a sight of the other side. Broken towers and fortifications that sat in a half-finished or destroyed state stood like monuments to the madness and decay that occurred. Some burned. Others rotted. The space between the two armies remained desolate, devoid of life. Ains raised a hand and released a spell. Greater Obfuscation. The ninth would easily hide an attempt at looking inside the long, oval fort that Mare had built for him, though it would do nothing about physical spies. Thus, Yuji also released a spell. Secret Rendezvous. With this, anyone coming close will find themselves going the other way without even noticing. Then, he also cast two more spells. Alarm. Lord of the Castle. One to alert him should anyone come close to the fort, bypassing the effects of Secret Rendezvous, and the other to gain complete omniscience within a designated building. Ains nodded to Yuji, and cast a message spell. Albedo. Send my forces to the fort. We are ready. At once, my lord. A dark rift split opened in reality and the hate-filled growling of undead monsters began to fill the fort. But not only that. There were also succubi, devils, angels, and fallens amongst their ranks. Each and every one radiating a powerful aura, having been buffed by Ika's Empress of Evil spell. None of his new world champions were disturbed by the presence of undead nor the legion of beings with powers beyond their comprehension. They were simply proof of the power wielded by the gods they served who had fulfilled every dream they've had and could ever have. Almighty gods. And Yuji-sama, the holiest of gods, who lets me heal the sick and care for the injured without care for cost or profit. Sacred divine ruler of the true light. Almighty master of my soul. I can't wait to prove the depths of my loyalty. Roberdike clenched his holy symbol, a white gold feathered wings and black-red devilish wings with a beautiful gleaming sword at the center and a white sun behind it. He had allowed him to spend his free hours going about the land, using his template and cleric skills to heal the injured and ill without charge. He did not even ask that his name be spread. So, Roberdike spread it. The will of the god of true light. He said it in the kingdom of Karn, and found that his message had been well received, as they've also benefited from his other master's mercy. Several hours passed until the sun was even higher in the sky, and the sound of marching feet finally came on in the distance. To the new world champion's surprise, a handful of figures in theocracy-pierced white robes came into view first, then the 20,000 knights of the Empire of Baharuth came to give them a full sight of their war panoply. Yuji and Ains, however, were not surprised. They've been informed of Lelouch's foresight earlier this morning. They arrayed themselves in simple square formations, knights in shining steel armor covered from head to toe. In the center, 4 banners representing the 4 mightiest knights. Hecarim Termite said softly. My lord, as you predicted. Your new kingdom announcement prompted them to go all out. They've sent the 4 knights. The bloody emperor wouldn't have done that if he didn't intend to use them. Ains nodded and turned towards Yuji. Your businesses seem to have fueled their confidence. Of course. With such abundance, the prideful emperor would go all out in a show of power to intimidate some new kingdom who came out of nowhere and declare their rule. A look of shock and realization came unto the members of Foresight. Wait. That means the recent economic boom in Baharuth. It was your doing, my god. Yuji nodded at Imina, Archie, and Roberdike. Make them overconfident. Then when they lose, they'll have no other way but to rely on us, and we can freely control their actions through the leash that is their economy. This was exactly why they could never stop being in awe of their masters. Unfathomable. That would perhaps be the most apt word to describe the gods before them. It was as if everything in the world was moved by an invisible force that was the will of these gods. The theocracy representative seemed to be moving to the center. Come, let's go meet with them. Ains said, and taking out a scroll, he uttered. Summon party mounts. The scroll burned up in blue fire, and 5 large brown horses appeared in a puff of smoke. They mounted the horse and began to trot down to the center space of the Katsa Plains. The 4 banners of the Imperial Knights began to descend as well. And soon enough, all 3 nations were represented in the wasteland of war and death and decay. Though, as soon as they arrived, both representatives of the Empire, one of the 4 noble knights, and the theocracy all looked in shock at the 12-winged angel. Is that an angel? The theocracy was no stranger to angels, and the Empire, though more familiar with magic granted through studies of the arcane rather than faith, also knew that angels were normally summoned creatures brought forth by the faith and magic of priests and paladins. But this was clearly not just a regular summon. See, could it be a true angel of heavens? I've read of it somewhere. In one of the oldest tomes. The highest-ranking angel, possessing 12 angelic white wings. On par with gods themselves. The theocracy representative quickly shook his head. The notion of such thought was simply absurd. He must be mistaken. It was impossible. He cleared his throat, and acting as the neutral party, spoke first. We of the slain theocracy again protest this absurdity that was a waste of humanity and resources. We implore you all to seek peace. Beziwood sweated under his dark helm as he stood in the presence of what could be a mythical creature of unknown powers. But, he stood firm. This usurper demands imperial land for himself. So, that will be a no from us. I, for one, wouldn't mind settling this in the oldest of traditions. A simple duel. Your 4 champions, against my 4 champions. When we win, I will take the land I have so politely pressed for as compensation for all the harm done to my ally, the Riestei's kingdom, and the harm done to me when your empire's noble attacked my home. But nothing else. 4 champions. Does that include your summoned angel? Nizami asked with clear apprehension and venom in his voice. Ains tilted his head to the side, confused, before realizing what he meant. He let out a small giggle. Ah, no, of course. It would hardly be fair. And he is not a summon. He is my companion. He won't be the one representing us. But the 4 you see here. Ains gestured towards Foresight. Nizami narrowed his eyes, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had been getting a bad feeling from the angel. And perhaps, the magic caster was right. It wouldn't be fair if he were to be the one fighting. And when we win. He growled, and looked at the stern-faced champions the robed magic caster gestured to. They held no expression. It's as if they don't care. Then I withdraw my claim of compensation. And remain on the land conceded to me by the Riestei's kingdom. You mean? In the way, don't you? If you wish to think as such, I won't stop you. The 4 knights looked at one another. The prospect of a bloodless fight and an easy win by 4 famous champions over 4 unknown nobodies was an appealing one. The theocracy representatives breathed a sigh of relief. You bear witness to this bargain. If they should break it, the consequences lie on their heads. It is witnessed. The leader of the delegation said with reverence to the vow. Good, and your name, if I may. I am Cardinal Raymond Zarg Loranson. A pleasure. The brown-bearded cardinal bowed his head. I will remember it. Ains nodded, and then faced the 4 knights. Inform your soldiers of your decision. Then return here, where the duel shall commence and my champions will wait to break you. The supreme confidence with which he spoke set all 4 knights' jaw clenched, and with a snarl from Nizami, they turned their horses and rode back to their own lines. The theocracy delegation began to withdraw back to their place of observation. And soon after, Ains and Yuji turned his horse around. Do not lose. Never. Foresight said as one, and as their gods rode back to the fort, they dismounted and stood at the ready. In the Imperial Command tent, Nizami addressed the lead officer who sat within and informed him of the bargain while the rest prepared. Lounge Vermilion listened with shock and disbelief. That easy? Just beat up 4 nobodies and all this is over. Yes. Well, as long as that winged bastard isn't fighting, it'll be that easy, sure. Beziwood downed 1 more vial of potion, enhancing his strength. I'm a bit more suspicious. I don't like this. Lena said and dabbed a cloth to the pus-seeping form half of her face. Likewise. A deal too good to be true is not a good deal at all. But we can't just decide based on our assumption. Nimble said and continued. The representatives of the theocracy had witnessed the deal. They definitely won't cross us knowingly, it would put them at odds with the theocracy. Maybe, but it's still suspicious. Lena's responded. So. Just don't lose. Luin felt something roiling in the pit of his stomach. A sense of danger. One that, from the looks of it, shared by all 4 of the most elite knights in the Empire. No plans to. But here we are. Lena sighed, and turned. Come on, let's get this over with. X. Hecarim stood at the front beside Roberdike, while Imina and Archie took the rear. Every one of them had activated their martial arts, more than they'd ever been able to use before. Archie touched her staff. A gift from the god of true light and strength and mercy. Then, all the world faded away as the champions of the Empire descended to the cheers of their army. 20,000 or more knights. Each one trained and capable of cutting down more than 10 regular conscripts of the kingdom. But none of Foresight was at all nervous. How much stronger have they become? That was all they wondered as they recalled the feel of dealing a final blow to impossible monster after impossible monster. The constant drills against Seabass, Cositus, and even, strangely enough, maids. Hecarim drew his twin blades when the 4 enemy champions came close, holding them out at waist height. In front of him stood a famous figure bearing 2 curved tower shields. Fitting EY, boy. Nizami NX sneered as he looked down at the dual wielder. The swordsman said nothing. I'm bigger, broader, and more experienced. How is he even going to get around these two shields? I'll batter him to pieces. It's rude to say nothing when someone addresses you, boy. Introduce yourself. Hecarim Termite. Sword of the King. Leader of Foresight. And the men who will kill you today. Hecarim replied. Termite. So you're a bug. Fine, I'll squash you like one. I am Nizami Enek of the Four Knights. Archie felt the eyes of the blonde woman on her. Lena's rock bruise. Archie. Lena's nodded, then paused for a moment, and reached for a cloth to dab the pus on her face. You're cursed. Lena snarled. You're facing me, child. That makes you the cursed one. Roberdike took out his sword and leveled it at the slender blonde knight. He noticed the black armor worn by the four knights. It was surely enchanted at great expense, yet he felt no anxiety. For whatever they have, it wouldn't even be comparable to the divine armaments granted by the gods that walk the world. Count Nimble Arc Daelanok. Roberdike Galtron. Servant of the greatest of gods. Defeating you shall show their glory. A swift end to you shall show their mercy. Roberdike proclaimed, but drew no answer from the nimble knight. Guess I'm doing this too. Bazywood Peshmal, but I'm commonly just called Lightning Bolt. Imina. No surname. Just a nobody who got more than she deserved. She answered. Lena's then held out her pus-stained cloth. When this hits the ground, we begin. A round of nods accepted the offer, and her fingers released it. Hecarim was the first to reach his target. Nizami brought the shield to a close in front of him just in time. The sides of the curved tower shields clashed together, forming a wall, with which he used to crush the swordsman as he charged forward to bowl him over. But nothing happened. He should have felt his jaw breaking under his booth. Heard his strangled screams, or the breaking of his neck. The dual wielder should have fallen. That's what should have happened. But no matter how he pushed, the swordsman simple took a single step back and became immovable. Hey, weren't expecting this one, were you, bug guy? The other sword fell and clanged against the shield. His blades crossed over both tower shields, and he began to push. Nizami's mouth parted in disbelief. No. He took a step back. Then another. Another. And another. Don't take me lightly, boy. Nizami bellowed and spun on his heel, bringing Hecarim forward due to his momentum, and the shield smashed full to the dual wielder's face. Hecarim flew backward through the air, but far from being disabled, he flipped backwards and landed on his feet. The Imperial Knight charged once more, and Hecarim met it with his own charge and leapt over the towering shield, slashing both blades as he flipped. Blood sprayed in the air and Nizami howled as pain lanced through him. My ears. You cut off my ears. I did. And more. Hecarim said, and a moment later, Nizami understood what he meant when the weight of his shield grew heavier in his hands. Am I cursed? They're cursed swords. The knight felt danger for the first time. Then before he could think of what to do next, he felt a lancing pain of the sword through his mouth and piercing the back of his throat. He saw the neutral face of the dual wielder as blood gurgled from his pierced throat, and felt another thrust through his armor that should have been enchanted against piercing weapons a moment later. His eyes widened. The shields wouldn't move, except falling to the ground. But when he expected his own body to follow suit, it didn't. He was held aloft by the sword of the men who killed him. And until the darkness enveloped him, he never felt the ground. Roberdike charged at his own opponent without fear as Nimble proved to live up to his name, backing away steadily with light, swift footwork that kept the larger, bulkier Roberdike chasing. He thinks he can tire me out. In another life, he'd be right. Nimble felt confident. But after 3 minutes, he began to realize something. Roberdike's expression wasn't changing when he expected him to be losing his mind. A trap, he's got endurance. He's trying to tire me out. Nimble continued to dance out of reach, but Roberdike seemed utterly unperturbed. Then he saw, from the corner of his eyes, Nizami impaled. No. Only then did the Templar's face change to a knowing smile. Nimble changed strategy and began to use his greater height and longer reach to target the Templar. But when he thrusted, his enchanted long slim sword was greeted by a mild tap, and then nothing, sliding over the smooth armor. Then, a piercing pain came upon his forearm as the Templar's sword pierced it. Then, he yanked Nimble like a fish on a hook. Try dancing away now if you can. Blood stained the ground as a massive fist smashed into Nimble's face. Then, with blurry vision in addition to the concussion, he saw the Templar raising his sword, and pierced down. The sword tore through his armor as if it were linen, and pinned him to the ground with a look of disbelief in his dead eyes. Bazywood charged the archer, avoiding the arrow the archer shot, eating up ground as she began to fall back steadily on her heels. He dodged another, and yet, when he expected her to panic, she showed no fear. His sword came out to the front, thrusting forward where he expected to impale the slender elven woman at the belly, nearly cutting her in half. But he felt air. He looked down and saw her bent backward, before whipping her legs up to kick him on the chin. And before he could recover, he felt a striking pain on his legs and felt his knees buckle down, slamming his body to the ground. He whipped his head forward, and saw the woman lifting up a leg high into the sky, and slammed down. The armor crunched, and pain lanced through his right shoulder that was so overwhelming that he dropped his sword. Then, she knocked another arrow to her bow, and released it. The arrow pierced through his helm and through his skull, and he fell backwards. Imina approached the dead men, and looked at the pair of dead eyes with a bit of pity. It was never a fair fight. We had the help of the gods. You fought alone. May you have better luck in the next life. Lena shot forward only a sliver faster than nimble towards Archie. Why would a mage not be protected by her party? Why isn't she even protecting herself? She brandished her sword, and was stopped by her staff. And when she expected her to buckle under the strength beneath her swing, she was as immovable as a mountain. I should be weak against someone like you. But, you're no match for me. Lena's felt anger run through her body. We'll see. Her sword began to flash out faster and faster, and yet Archie seemed to be deflecting it with her staff like it was just a child's efforts, not one of the 4 Imperial Knights. Lena's began to grow more and more angry. Sweat ran down her face, along with the thick, yellow pus that ran down her skin that reminded her forevermore of the self-loathing it gave. I have to win. Win or I will never be whole. I have to. She wailed in her head and sensed the infuriating pity from the caster, who only grew more sympathetic. She hadn't used a single spell. The whole world faded away. Time passed unknowingly to Lena's. And it was only when the small girl spoke that she was snapped out of it. Look at your comrades. Lena's would have ignored her words. But the sheer sadness and pity in her bright blue eyes compelled her to look. There, she saw Nazami, Nimble, Bazywood, all dead. Even if you hit me, your sword can't pierce my armor. Archie whispered, and Lena's looked at the girl who had bested her with some sort of trick that she prayed was magic and not physical superiority. Fall, and deliver your army to my master's hands. And I will ask for you to be healed. Lena's did not have the time to process what Archie had just said before a small hand suddenly closed around her throat and lifted her up, armor and all, with apparent ease. I'm going to hit you. Go limp. If you get up before the end is called, I will kill you. Die tainted and cursed if you want. Lena's was just starting to nod, when the woman's staff hit her and threw her into the air. She landed on her back, and went limp. Then, there was silence. Hecarim raised his sword, and a roar of triumph by Foresight erased the silence. Nazarick. 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 They roared, proud beneath the watching eyes of their gods. Shouts of disbelief came from the Empire's side until Lena's herself began to stir. She lifted up herself and trudged, broken and defeated, back to her own lines as she thought to herself. Deliver the army. How could she? They can't possibly think they can defeat the whole army, right? No. He has an army that can. It was a gamble. The biggest one of her life. And she had no choice. He glanced over her shoulder and watched the 4 champions return to the fort, and the king and winged angel stepped forward out of the gate of their fort. The fort can only hold a few hundred or so. The only thing she could think of was that the 12-winged angel could somehow destroy enough of the army. She rubbed her aching throat, and said with a hoarse voice to the first soldier to reach her. Get down. We need to order a general assault. Now. X. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 251, Chapter 248 Heaven's Wrath. Attack. Order the general assault now. Lena's coughed, limping, and walking solely with the help of a knight as she clutched her ribs that ached and definitely bruised from the staff of the absurdly strong magic caster, and looked at Loun Vermilion with distress. The dark-robed commander stood in the tent behind the large table where a large map of the Katsa Plains was set with various colored pieces of wood that signified allies and possible foes. By his side was General Garan, whose attention also focused towards one of the 4 knights, the only one who returned, and tried to ignore the chaos outside. What? What are you saying? What happened? It was a trap. A hidden time. They used some kind of magic item. They're all dead before I knew it. And I was injured. They thought I didn't see it. But I did. I saw some glass break. But we had a bargain. Loun quickly strode forward and crouched in front of the fallen female knight. They don't have the troops. They had to do this. Lena's coughed a few more times before groaning formed the strain. Are you really going to give up 20% of the empire before of 3 dead knights and a trick? That dash. Laun began to say, only for words to be stuck in his throat. His eyes trembled as do his hands. He looked up at the horrified general, his rough, ever so stern, expression now bore a trace of anxiousness and shock. Are you sure this is a trick? General Garan Dale Veritrum pressed, shivering at the notion of what the Imperial Knight had insinuated and what she was telling him to be done. I saw. Now do it, or we'll lose everything when the slain theocracy representatives begin the handoff. That fort may hide their forces, but it can only hit a few hundred. That's why they wanted a duel of champions. They have no army to match ours. They even had to use tricks. The general and secretary traded lost, hopeless looks. All right. General assault it is. General Garan said and rushed from the tent. Gods be with us. Lena said with a hoarse voice before letting a violent series of coughs spray spittle into the dirt. Yes. Gods be with us. Laun said with his head bowed in hushed reverence. His ears soon begin picking up the sound of marching armored soldiers and their clinking, clattering armor through the tent. Raymond watched the duel with interest, at first. The famous 4 Imperial Knights were favored to win, with good reason. He'd heard of their prowess as the most powerful knights of the Empire. But within mere moments, the unknown team from Nazarick in curious metallic-colored leather steadily took the 4 knights apart until only one was left, limping back to her lines. The dual wielder made shields useless. Nimble, chased down and forced to engage, only to be crushed later by the Templar cleric. The archer defeated the broadsword user at close range, squashing him like a bug. While the magic caster, unsupported, knocked the Lena's rock bruise to the ground. He let out a sigh. It was unfortunate. But heroes can be raised. If the Emperor couldn't afford it, the theocracy could. It may take months to prepare, but they'd get some new scriptures out of it. The most important part is that the fight ended without throwing away hundreds of thousands of human lives. Just then, Raymond's sense of relief was washed away when he heard the sound of countless metallic clanking and heavy footsteps as the Empire's knights began to march. Maybe it'll end quickly. I should have just sent the usual letter of neutrality and disappointment. Raymond shook his head. Momonga and Yuji stepped out of the gate of the fort. Their army, ready to be transported with but a message. Though, judging by all 4 returning, they wouldn't. They looked, and saw the marching knights approaching steadily. You broke our agreement. This is on your heads. Momonga's voice projected over the battlefield. His voice, powerful though laced with regret, echoed far and wide, and impossible to miss despite the thousands of heavy footsteps that rumbled like a distant thunderstorm. Very well. So be it. A heavy sigh escaped his skeletal jaws. Momonga clutched his hands before looking up and opened his arms like he was preparing a large embrace. Brilliant blue circles began to form over his head one after another, rising ever smaller into a single conical point. Then, more emerged vertical to the ground and began to circle his body, and one more began to grow beneath his feet. I'm going to kill so many. So many. His conscience tore at him, clawed at him, raged at him, enough to make him feel like vomiting. To summon the Dark Young was just too cruel. He had seen, himself, unleashing the spell, and it killed tens of thousands in a blink of an eye, and many more in the minutes to come. He seemed to be fine with it. But he wasn't. He didn't lose his humanity. No, perhaps he did when he chose to become the Overlord. But they returned it to him. He wasn't a heartless monster. But he had to stop them. It was cruel. But he had to stop them. It was far too cruel, but he had to stop them. They were people, just normal human people who hadn't done anything, but it was war. He had to stop them. He had to protect his precious friends and the children of his friends. The army of knights reached the base of the open plain and began to advance past the bodies of the ones that once symbolized the pinnacle of their order. Damn it all. He shouted with gut-wrenching pity. The blue circles glowed brighter. When just then, a hand on his shoulder snapped him out. Suzuki-san. Let's do it together. What? He turned to see the white, 12-winged angel in full shining armor standing by his side. And despite the mask covering his expressionless skeletal visage, Yuji could tell the shock and disbelief from his voice alone. Yuji-kun. What are you saying? As I said. Let's do it together. This. He gestured towards the incoming army. The sound of clinking and clanking of steel hitting steel and the thunderous rumble of footsteps becoming ever louder. No. You don't need to do this, Yuji-kun. Let me bear dash. Suzuki-san. I'll have to do this, sooner or later. If I want to protect us, then I can't be afraid to do what must be done. Also. Yuji removed his hand from his shoulder, and in it, a golden gun appeared. There was a look of recognition and simple acknowledgement. But in the next moment, Momonga recalled the story of how Yuji used this gun during his mission with Aika in Tatsuya's world. It's not like this will be my first time either. So, I'll be fine. Momonga didn't want him to do it. The boy, barely into adulthood. He who had grown into someone like a little brother to him. As the older one, he should be the one carrying the responsibility when it comes to doing such things. He should be the one to dirty his hands so his little brothers and sisters wouldn't have to. But let's do this together. Suzuki-san. Momonga lowered his arms, and the brilliant light of the super-tier magic circles dimmed down until it vanished. All right. But don't get too used to it. I know. He nodded, and flapped his brilliant white wings to take off into the skies. All 12 wings spread open in all its majesty and holiness. A white golden sun rose. Momonga raised his arms up, and magic circles manifested all around him. In unison, they released their spells. Pantheon. The army of armored knights stopped in their tracks and looked up into the skies as a light surpassing the brightness of the sun blinding all living things for a moment. As the light faded, gasps of awe and shock consumed the field as 12 cherubim gatekeepers descended from the heavens above in all their terrible glory. They were clad in shining white plate armor, armed with a shield in one hand and a lance of heavenly flame in the other. The shields were all covered in eyes that blinked in disunity, as if each eye was a living thing with a will of its own. They had bodies of giant men, with the head and mane of a mighty lion, and 4 wings of pure white feathers at an X shape on their backs. Each was as tall as a giant, and they roared as one, opening their arms and raising their lance of fire in imitation of their summoners. The roar of the heavenly lion shook the sky and earth and instilled fear into the hearts of fearless knights. Then, the great magic caster and the 12-winged angel pointed towards the army arrayed against them with their finger and sword. The lions obeyed and descended towards the army. Their wings beat with the force of gale winds and storms, toppling weaker men and whole ranks like dominoes given the flick of a finger. Burning lances of heavenly flames began to thrust out and pierced entire ranks like a skewer that quickly burned their victims into ash and dust. One swung their lance horizontally, and a wave of flames scorched the sinners, leaving nothing but ash on the ground that quickly mixed together and blown about by the beating of their wings. A rout. It was an utter, total rout. The cowardly men tried to run. But they died. The braver men tried to guard, raise their shields and shout in defiance of terror. But they died all the same. The one distinction between the cowards and the courageous was that the cowardly lived a little bit longer. The dead left no bodies on the ravaged plains, while the living ran, trampling over the people they called brothers in an effort to live just a bit longer. Please. Just surrender already. Are you foolish enough to not see your utter defeat? 20,000 knights became 15,000. Then soon, became 10,000. Do not kill the blonde woman in black armor. Yuji and Momonga both reminded their summons as they soon neared the camp, igniting fires to tents and furniture and people alike. Black plumes of smoke rose into the air. Just then, from the corner of their sight, they saw the Theocracy Cardinal racing towards them on horseback. Raymond jumped off the horse and immediately fell into one knee. Mighty King. Great Chief Angel of the Heavens. I beg of you. Stop the slaughter. You've won. You've clearly won. They have not surrendered yet. Momonga said, pointing to the burning camp. I believe their general and secretary are dead. There's nobody left to surrender. Please. The Baharuth Empire has always been important in defending humanity. You've won. Show mercy on the survivors, like any great victors would. I'm sure the Emperor will concede. You've shown your strength. Now show your largesse and noble mercy. Momonga let out a sigh of relief secretly. Both him and Yuji felt relief. Stop. Their voices carried over the open field, and the cherubim stopped mid-thrust. Beneath their burning lance, there were men laying on their backs, cringing, crying, crawling away, or frozen where they were. You are spared by the mercy of Ain's Olgaun. Go back to your emperor. Tell him what you saw today. And that I expect good terms to be offered to me within a fortnight. Otherwise, our angel shall visit his capital. He bellowed to them with the authority of a divine. Thank you, for your mercy. Raymond said in a hushed whisper. But his breath of relief was halted when the 12-winged angel descended from the skies and landed right before him. His wings spread wide, as if encompassing the skies and heavens, and his figure glowed with divine light. Cardinal Raymond. Return to your theocracy and tell them what you saw here today. Tell them that the ones you consider as humanity's defenders happily slaughtered humanity on land under my protection. As you were not aware, I shall overlook it once. Consider this a starting point. Whether we become allies or enemies would be more in your hands than in mine. Think carefully of which you desire. Raymond gave a quiet nod and a bow of reverence before he rose to his feet, mounted his horse, and returned to the other observers. They were gone within a few minutes. Then, Yuji looked towards the plains. The only thing left to do now was to grant the cursed girl their end of the bargain. Then maybe I give her to Aika and turn her into a succubus under Aika's command. She'll be a useful agent for abroad missions. Yuji mused, before returning back to the fort and teleporting back to Nazarick along with Momonga and Foresight. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 252, Chapter 249 Mission completed. 18,000 Nights. Jerkniv collapsed in his seat. It was the third time he had asked the question. But no matter how many times he heard the answer from the kneeling messenger, he still couldn't believe it. Yes, Your Majesty. All 4 Imperial Knights appear to have been killed. And the survivors making their way back all report the same thing. 12 winged angels with the head of a lion, a lance of flame, and shield covered in eyes. Each with an unprecedented level of power slew everything in their path. The reports were truly horrific. Many experiences, mental breakdowns, and have been deemed to be unfit to continue serving. The messenger bowed his head and continued. Sir Laun is among the dead as well. Jerkniv felt the strength left his body. Adorned in gold and jewels, sitting on a luxurious couch stuffed to near bursting with down within his room designed to accentuate comfort and the power of the throne, Jerkniv never felt so powerless. An emperor's greatest treasures are his best servants, and now, he had lost a major part of them in a single day. The 4 knights, dead. His general and secretary, slaughtered. 18,000 knights, decimated. Even Flutter was now missing. Each and every single realization felt like a hammer blow to his crumbling spirit. The emperor who bathed in the blood of traitors and the corrupt, now found himself bloodied by the impossible. What of the theocracy? They sent observers this year, did they not? What do they think of the atrocity that wiped out so many humans? Here is the report, my lord. He trembled as he delivered the bad news and flipped through documents with a nervous haste. Then, when he found what he sought, he licked his lips rapidly as sweat began to run down his face. The slain theocracy confirms. He read the missive that not only confirmed, but justified the decimation of 18,000 men. The vow. The breaking of that vow. The condemnation of Baharuth Empire's general for breaking it. The total defeat that followed. And, the private advice of Cardinal Raymond not to struggle onward. An actual good advice. Emperor Jerkniv flung himself on his back, his limbs draped down from the couch like death had taken him as he stared up at the high ceiling of his palace in a daze. What are the terms? He asked, dread apparent in his shaking voice. The messenger bowed his head even lower. Turn over the territory demanded, an apology for the raid on the home of the king, as well as the surrender of the dark elf slaves. All of them. Strange. I suppose it would hurt our labor force. But, after losing almost 20,000 knights, that's almost doing us a favor. Such a defeat would embolden rebellion. He felt the weight of the loss renewed once more upon uttering the sheer scale of the devastation and death with his own mouth. Tell me. What would you do? And my lord. I would make amends. Then form good relations as fast as possible. I am from the area he's asking for. There's a lot of open land. This may be why he wanted the slaves, to cultivate it into an actual city. But, it would take years to build cities and towns even with the kingdom of Riestais and Karn helping him. If you can make peace valuable, perhaps, there won't be such tragedy once more. Jerkniv covered his eyes with his arm and let out a sigh. That is good advice. I want to be alone for a little while. My lord. Just as the messenger was about to leave, Jerkniv spoke once more. Send me someone to take a message of surrender to the Nazarikian king in an hour. Yes, my lord. The messenger left in haste, and soon, the sound of heavy door opening and closing echoed through the room, before a deathly silence filled the space. Jerkniv tilted his head to the side, and the drawer by his bedside entered his vision. It was then that he recalled his late father's words. An advice that reminded him of an item passed down throughout the generations of emperors of Baharuth. A box to be opened during the empire's darkest times. He wondered, could this be the time? Yuji. Look. All the missions and special missions are completed. Aika showed her phone to Yuji excitedly. You're right. Becoming an adamantite ranked adventurer. Obtain 1 world item. Subjugating an evil organization. And finally, subjugation of at least 1 nation. The first 3 they've completed for quite some time. While the last one, although they completed it after the death of King Rampasa III and the ascension of the Golden Princess to the throne in addition to the establishment of the Kingdom of Karn, they still wanted to wait for the surrender of the Baharuth Empire as well to gain the extra points. And certainly, he saw the Baharuth Empire listed as subjugated right under Riestais and Karn. Missions. From Yuji's left, Albedo, who had been closing her eyes and leaning on his shoulder while hugging his arm, looked up towards him and the phone. Shaltir, who was sitting on the floor in between his legs, similarly looked up in confusion. Well, I guess it's time to tell you everything. Yuji and Aika told the two everything related to the group chat. From the missions it gave on occasions, the powers it granted, the different worlds they all came from, and their true identity. The look of shock never left the expression of the two guardians. Shaltir was immersed in his and Aika's story, about the different worlds, and how the supreme beings were capable of traversing through it. But Albedo soon realized what this meant. So, you'll be returning to your world, my love? Albedo squeezed the question through the lump in her throat. Her hand clutched Yuji's tighter. It was then that Shaltir finally realized the implication and clutched onto Yuji's pants tightly. Yes. But, with the missions complete, all of us will have access to this world. We can return whenever we wish. Yuji nodded and caressed Shaltir's smooth, cold cheek and tightened his hold on Albedo's hand. That's right, you girls don't have to worry. We'll come here often. Relief finally washed over them, but Albedo nor Shaltir had loosened their hold on Yuji. It was only natural. Albedo may not care as much about her creator, but having experienced abandonment, the deep-seated trauma and sadness that floor guardians and all members of Nazarick experience was something they wouldn't be able to get over it so easily. Don't worry. We won't be gone forever. After all, it's impossible for me to leave you girls. My love. Yuji-sama. Their shoulders slumped. As much as they didn't wish for Yuji, Aika, or the other supreme beings to leave, they knew it was inevitable. Except for Momonga, this was not their world, after all. I understand. But please, come visit us often. Of course. Yuji pulled the two into his embrace and placed a chaste, loving kiss onto their lips, and held them closely, wrapping his arms around both of their waist. Ah, Yuji, we'll also have to invite one person to the group chat. Yuji nodded at Aika's words and looked at the black-haired succubus. Mem, and I'll think Albedo would be a great addition to our group. Me. Her face bloomed into a wide smile. Yes. I'll be happy to join. Yuji smiled and kissed her forehead, and turned towards Shaltir. I'm sorry, Shaltir. We can only invite one person. But don't worry. I will give you a means to communicate with us, along with the rest of the floor guardians. Yes, Yuji-sama. Thank you very much. Shaltir wrapped her arms around him and nuzzled her face to his neck. Then, the four spent the rest of their day in each other's embrace and stretching it into the dawn of the next day, making love. The next day, Yuji and Aika convened with Momonga and Lelouch to discuss their return. Thus, we have secured the subservience of Riestai's, Karn, and Baharuth Empire as per this moment, according to your will. Demiurge spoke with pride, as if he was the one who had single-handedly conquered all three kingdoms. But far from it. The pride he felt stemmed from being a creation and servant to the supreme beings who had the wisdom to create such a masterful plan to let all three kingdoms fall into their hands in a single stroke. How lucky was he to be created by such supreme beings and be able to serve them? His words elicited odd gasp from his fellow guardians, aside from Albedo who had learned of it beforehand. And they too became awed at their master's greatness. Demiurge handed a letter, sealed with the wax of the Baharuth's emperor, and handed it to Albedo, who then handed it to Momonga who sat on the throne. Momonga cut open the letter and read it, before passing it to Yuji, Aika, and Lelouch. The letter contained the emperor's acquiescence of the lands demanded, apologize for the transgression done by one of their nobles who hired the workers that raided the home of the king of Nazarick, the death penalty given to said noble, the monetary recompensations, and the wish to start anew with a friendly relationship and trading with the kingdom of Nazarick. A letter that, while not explicitly declaring the throne's involvement in the raid and any wrongdoings, implicitly conveyed their subservience and complete surrender to Nazarick. Of course, it was only natural. Against something that could decimate an army of 20,000 knights, killing 18,000 knights, without an army and any losses, it was impossible not to surrender if they wanted to avoid total annihilation of their country. Even the theocracy, their supposed allies though they appeared only as observers, had expressed their unwillingness to be on the bad side of Nazarick and simply advised the Emperor of Baharuth to acquiesce to anything he demanded. With their military in shambles, and the economy suddenly taking a downturn all of a sudden, the Empire truly had no other choice but to surrender. Good work. Momonga nodded and praised the guardians before him, eliciting a wide smile from all of them. Your words are wasted on us. It is through the wisdom and might of the supreme beings that are beyond our meager understanding that everything could happen according to your will. Yuji smiled softly. And it is you, who had moved according to our will, that made it happen in reality. Thus, a word of gratitude is the least we can give you. If you have any wishes, let us know. It would be your reward. My lord. Serving you is the greatest reward we could ask for. We live to serve the supreme beings. Demiurge lowered his head further as he kneeled in a display of absolute loyalty. I know. I truly appreciate the loyalty you have all shown us. And such loyalty is deserving of a reward, isn't that right, Momonga? Momonga nodded. Indeed. Tell me your wish, my floor guardians. And if it is acceptable, then I shall grant it. You may take your time to consider your wish. If there is none, then we shall grant you a reward ourselves. An echoing clang of the golden staff of Ains Olgaun filled the great throne room, finalizing the decision of the Master of Nazarick. Undeserving as we are truly thankful for such generosity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All floor guardians, aside from Albedo, lowered their heads further down and expressed their gratitude in unison as happiness filled their heart. To serve such great masters was already a reward. But to receive a reward personally from the supreme beings for serving them. How could they not be happy? Then, moving on to our next agenda. How is progress with the Holy Kingdom? Albedo turned towards Momonga and began her report. Everything is going according to plan, my lord. Our agents have assimilated themselves within the ruling nobilities of the Northern and Southern Holy Kingdom. Through them, we've received plenty of information and influence within these ruling circles. And through various means of manipulation, seduction, and blackmail, we've festered even more corruption in the foundation of the nation. Momonga nodded. Good. Proceed as planned. How about the theocracy? This time, Demiurge raised his head and began his report. My lord. With the Black Scripture as our puppet thanks to Lord Lelouch's power, we've managed to gain a great deal of information as well as an insight to their national structure and relationship with various nations. Most notably would be information regarding their secret weapon, a human woman descendant of the current king of the Elven Kingdom and former ace of the Black Scripture. She is believed to be the strongest within the theocracy. I see. Continue to monitor her. If possible, ascertain her level, classes, and abilities. Yes, my lord. Soon, after a few more points of discussions, the meeting came to an end. But before the guardians were dismissed, Momonga announced to them one last thing. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 253, Chapter 250 Return from Overlord. It felt like snapping out of a daydream. In a flash of brilliant, blinding light, around was no longer the enormous gilded throne room of Nazarick, but instead a regular high school classroom and familiar faces. The last few ringing of the bells that signified the end of his school day resounded. Others have all begun to return their books and writing utensils back into their bags as soon as the teacher left the room. It was a normal scene. One he had experienced countless times before that it wouldn't have left any impression. But after his time in Suzuki's world, such normalcy gave him a sense of nostalgia. I'm home. It took quite a bit to comfort and ensure the floor guardians, especially Demiurge, that they were not abandoning them and that they would return to this world sooner or later. But even the words of the supreme beings were unable to ease their worries that had started to root themselves into their hearts since the moment they were abandoned by their creators. Fortunately, after giving them a means of communication via the messaging application Yuji had created and installed them into smartphones Momonga bought from the group chat shop with his points, they finally calmed down slightly and let them leave with a lighter sense of guilt. Hey Raku, Yuji, wanna go to the convenience store on our way home? Having made his way from his seat towards Raku and him, Sha's voice snapped Yuji out of his reminiscence. He wore his typical wide smile that was ever present on his bespectacled visage. Sorry, I have to go home and help out with some things. That's no fun. How about you, Yuji? Sorry, I have plans too. Which come to think of it, I should be going now. See you. Yuji quickly tidied his table, grabbed his bag, and stood up to leave. See you Sho, Raku, AI, Victoria. Wait. See you tomorrow. See you. Yes. See you later, Yuji. Yuji quickly made his way down the stairs, through the halls, and to the side of the school building, the meeting place he and Haruka had agreed on. It was fortunate that he didn't forget his promise to meet up with his beautiful senior and teach her basketball this afternoon after everything that had transpired during the mission. He looked around. Thankfully, she seemed to have not arrived yet. So, he took out his phone, using the chance to chat a bit with Aika and the rest of his girlfriends he had missed so dearly. But then, a notification from the group chat caught his attention. Congratulations for completing the mission. World Overlord. Missions. Become an Adamantite class adventurer. Obtain 1 world tier item. Subjugate the evil organization. Subjugate at least 1 nation. Special mission, 5,000 GCP, additional 5,000 GCP for each additional nation subjugated for each participant. For completing all 3 missions and subjugating the Kingdom of Riestais, the Kingdom of Karn, and the Baharuth Empire, you have been awarded 18,000 group chat points and a free 10+1x draw gacha ticket. The power you have received during this mission will also be permanently available to you when you return. Good work. Please await your next mission. Yuji froze for a moment when he finally saw the final calculations on the amount of GCP reward he gained from the mission. 18,000 group chat points. Although he had calculated it before, receiving such a massive amount of points still shocked him. He had 10,000 points initially, and used 3,000 points to buy the AI blueprint from the shop, which became AI, and bought a cleansing potion for Karen's mother for 1,000 points. Then, he gained 6,000 from completing the missions in Lelouch's world. Now, he received another 18,000 points, putting him at 31,000 points. He can now buy an SSR skill instantly, or is just a few thousand points away from being able to buy the more expensive SSR-ranked skills. I should start asking for suggestions from them tonight. His lips curled in anticipation. He couldn't wait to ask them and receive their suggestions. Ah, that's right. I haven't told the others we're back yet. He opened the group chat and typed away. Tsubakihara Yuuji, guys, we're back from the mission. Shiba Tatsuya, welcome back. C.C, welcome back. Chiba Erika, hey, welcome back. Are you guys fine? Satoru Suzuki, we've all fortunately returned safely and completed all the missions incredibly well. We even got 3x the reward for subjugating Riestais, Baharuth, and Karn. Satoru Suzuki, it's all thanks to Yuji-kun, Lelouch-kun, and Aika-kun. I almost didn't do anything but act along with their plans. Shiba Tatsuya, Karn. Isn't it a village? How would it count to the tally? Lelouch Lampi Rouge, things went a bit differently from the anime. During our mission, Karn rose up and rebelled against the kingdom and established a kingdom themselves. Then, they became a vassal state of Nazarick the moment we created our own kingdom. Chiba Erika, really? That's really unexpected. What caused it? Tsubakihara Yuuji, it seems like it's because we saved the Swords of Darkness, the little adventuring party, from getting killed by that crazy former member of the Black Scripture. They started the spark that would later be a full-blown rebellion when they killed some noble nobody who's making a mess in some other village. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, we didn't expect it to become this big. But thanks to them, Karn became a kingdom and we got another kingdom to the list. It also made subjugating Riestais much easier. C.C, I'm glad you've all returned safely. C.C, what about the new member? I'm curious to see who you've invited. Is it Albedo? How did she know? Yuji couldn't help but be shocked by C.C's message. Did Aika already contact her before this and tell her who they've invited? But Aika hasn't appeared in the group chat yet. Just as he was wondering, a new message came to the group chat. Love-struck succubus, greetings. I am Albedo, Floor Guardian Overseer of Nazarick. It is a tremendous honor to meet everyone, friends of the great supreme beings. Chiba Erika, ah, it's really her. Welcome. Shiba Tatsuya, welcome, Albedo. Kiryu Aika, welcome to the group chat, Albedo. We're so happy to have you. Kiryu Aika, you don't have to talk so politely here. We're all friends and comrades now. You don't need to treat us as supreme beings here. Suzuki Satoru, yes. Treat us as you would your fellow guardians, Albedo. As comrades and friends. You may also call me Satoru in the future. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that's right. You can relax here, Albedo. Also, if you wish, you can change your nickname in this group. I've texted you how privately. Albedo, thank you, Satoru-sama and my love. And thank you very much everyone for welcoming me. While it may take a bit of time to get used to everything, I will do my best to treat everyone as you wish. C.C, you can take it slow. I'm sure it's a lot for you to process. Albedo, I will. Thank you very much, CC. Albedo, there's something I'd like to ask you as well, if you don't mind. How do you know I am the one invited to this group? Do you, perhaps, have the ability of foresight? C.C, everyone who knows Yuji will know that he'll get another lover or two during his mission. And judging by his taste and your capabilities, it's not difficult to guess that you'll be the one invited. Reading C.C's message, Yuji didn't know if he should be sad that his own beloved would think of him in such a way, or if he should be happy that she understood him so well. It's worse that he couldn't deny her words. After all, every time he went on a mission, there'd always be a girl or two he'd fall in love with without fail. He didn't regret falling for them, but he should increase the attention he's paying to his lovers even more. It's the least he could do to repay them for accepting him for who he was, harem and all. Albedo, I see. Thank you very much for your praise. Are you, perhaps, his lover as well, C.C? C.C, yes, I am. Erika here is also his lover. And there are also several other girls in our worlds who's his lover as well. Albedo, I see. I'd love to meet them one day. Kiryu Aika, yes, that's a good idea. Let's all gather one day and talk about how bad this hentai harem protagonist wolf is. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Aika. Kiryu Aika, what is it? Darling, you know I'm right, but you're also super lucky to have understanding girls like us. If we're not, you'd have hell to pay right now. Shiba Tatsuya, I agree. Treat them well, Yuji. I don't even want to think what these girls could do if they're angry. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, even we won't be able to hold them back, not that we would. So you're on your own. Suzuki Satoru. Yuji-kun. Do be careful and take care of them dearly. Otherwise, I don't think even you can bear the consequences. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I know. I won't do such things. I'll take care of them dearly. Kiryu Aika, hee good. We'll look forward to your pampering. C.C, I'll look forward to it. Karen's been coming to my room often as well. She misses you. Chiba Erika, Mayumi-senpai's been asking about you a whole lot as well. You better come here soon. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I will. I'll come as soon as I have time. Tsubakihara Yuuji, anyway, shouldn't we start rolling for our gacha? Tsubakihara Yuuji, Albedo, you should receive a welcoming gift as well. You should open it soon. Albedo, yes, my love. Kiryu Aika, that's right. Let's go roll some gacha. I hope I get an SSR now. Yuji went to the gacha screen. Then, after saying a small prayer for luck, he pressed the button for the free 10+1 gacha roll. Shining objects began to appear one by one. Congratulations. You have received SR, Circlet of Divine Protection, R, Scroll of Teleportation, R, Fuji Kawaguchiko Hot Spring Resort, UC, Sculpting Proficiency, UC, Carpentering Proficiency, UC, Gaming Proficiency, C, $1 million prize money, C, 10% stocks in Pepsi, C, Luxurious Japanese Fruit Box, C, 120-inch 4K Laser TV, C, 100 hectares of farmland in Gifu. Ah. Gacha gods, I'm not expecting another SSR. But, isn't this too much? This time, the results were subpar. Perhaps even a bit disappointing when compared to his previous rolls. There were a bunch of common random items, sculpting, carpentering, and gaming proficiencies, a consumable rare magic item which teleports him and 6 of his friends to teleport instantly once, and an SR Circlet of Divine Protection, which effects he already has as part of his divine physique and the new powers he gained from the Overlord mission. Thankfully, his lucky trait from his divine physique allowed him one chance to re-roll the results of his gacha roll. So, without hesitation, he pressed the re-roll button and prayed for the best once more. Come on. Wait. Oh. It's not bad. Congratulations. You have received X. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 254, Chapter 251 Overlord Rewards. Congratulations. You have received SR, King's Treasury, SR, Shrine, R, 1x free mission support item up to our rank, selectable, R, Okinawa Luxurious Private Beach and Resort, R, Talisman of Greater Protection, UC, Cooking Proficiency, UC, Teaching Proficiency, UC, Mathematics Proficiency, UC, Singing Proficiency, C, Rolex Paul Newman Daytona, C, Bentley Mulliner Batter. As expected, I wouldn't be so lucky to get another SSR this time. But the rolls now are still amazing. The proficiencies and assets were all great, especially the hotel and resort. He could already begin to imagine how happy Yuna, Nina, Aika, and Mira would be when they go on a vacation to the private beach and resort. He could also invite his friends later on during summer vacation. But his attention was mostly focused on the 2 super rare ranked abilities. The King's Treasury. At first understanding, its function was similar to an inventory. Previously, he already had 2 inventories, the group chat inventory and the inventory he gained from the mission in Suzuki and Albedo's world. But now, he has gained a 3rd. A redundant reward he didn't know how to feel about. But upon closer inspections, the King's Treasury may be superior due to one feature, its ability to store living things. The group chat's inventory or the inventory from the Overlord mission may have nigh infinite storage and time-slowing feature, which would be the preferred storage place to store various items and consumables. But they couldn't store living beings, which was why Yuji had to either have his twin slimes, Alice and Arya, to turn into accessories so he could wear them without catching attention in his world or leave them in his home. With this, he could simply have them be inside of the King's Treasury and they can come in and out as they pleased. Another interesting feature of the King's Treasury is its ability to allow a more flexible and varied way of putting in and taking out his items. Simply put, he could launch things at high speeds from it and retrieve them afterwards, no matter the distance. If he put the myriad of swords and spears and weapons from his Overlord inventory to his King's Treasury, he could use it as a veritable artillery of magic weapons that he could control at will. Moreover, the king's treasury storage size was also proportionate to his magic, which was quite sizable. He wouldn't have to worry about its capacity. And this one's quite nasty. It'd be an SSR if it had several more features and traits to it. Shrine was an extremely powerful offensive ability which allowed him to unleash invisible slashes at will, may it be at range or through physical contact. The ability could be divided into 4 skills. Firstly, Dismantle. It's a slashing attack that could be launched at point blank or at range, and can be used against inanimate objects or living beings, magical or not, to a terrifying degree of effectiveness. Then there was Cleave, which adjusted its power depending on the target's toughness and magical resistance to cut them down with one attack. The more powerful his target's resistance was, the more magic he'd need to spend to cut them down. Moreover, there was one downside to this skill, in which he would need to make physical contact with the target to activate it. Thirdly was an ability that could only be used after he performed Dismantle and Cleave, Divine Flames. It allowed him to create and manipulate flames capable of turning anything into ash for long-range attacks by forming them into the shape of an arrow before launching it. I wonder what's hotter, this Divine Flames, or the Hellfire spell Momonga uses. The thought flashed across his mind for a moment. He was quite interested to see how strong this fire was. Though, it's unfortunate that it's limited by the conditions of its activation. Having to cast both Dismantle and Cleave as a prerequisite to activate it would limit its flexibility and uses. Especially since Cleave needed physical contact to activate. He may have an easier time if he paired it with Aria's Shikuchi, but it'd still limit him somewhat. Fortunately, the last one would mitigate all of these 3 skills' limitation. Domain Expansion, Malevolent Shrine. The final part of the shrine ability allowed him to create a massive domain enclosed by a barrier. Within this domain, anything without magic would be cut down by Dismantle, while anything with magic would be slashed by Cleave. He would also be able to use the Divine Flames here freely, even engulfing the entirety of his domain with it would be possible. And until the domain expansion ends, everything would be relentlessly slashed and burned until nothing remains. It was an extremely powerful ability. Especially in combination with his elemental sight. Though of course, Yuji could already see 2 glaring drawbacks for him. First would be its vulnerability to things outside the domain's range. It has a radius of 200 meters, which would be sufficient to trap his enemies within it most of the time. But if his enemies were outside of it, they could try to destroy his domain. Then, the only thing protecting it would be his own magic, which would drain him quickly. Secondly would be its equality in destruction. Everything within his domain would be affected by Dismantle, Cleave, and Divine Flames, including his allies. And with its massive range, there was a large chance his friends would also be within it when he activated the ability. Even though he knew his friends, with their own abilities and SSRs, would have a way to protect themselves, it was a point of concern for him. I'll leave this as a last resort and only use it when I'm alone. He'll experiment more with Shrine later on and try to fully understand the limits of this ability. For now, he'll move all the weapons he had in his Overlord inventory to the King's treasury. Kiryu Aika, guys, how is it? Are you guys done? Did you guys get something good? Kiryu Aika, I got some good things, but not too many that are interesting. There's one that I really like though. It's a super rare ability called Soul Knife. And I also got knife proficiency, which is perfect. Chiba Erika, Soul Knife. Does it damage the soul of your enemies directly? Kiryu Aika, it's a magic knife I can summon anytime that bypasses any magic or physical defenses and damages the soul directly. It also has a chance of inflicting instant death if they're weak enough. If they live, their soul will be damaged. Though, I don't know what effect that would bring. Chiba Erika, that's insane. Suzuki Satoru, Aika-kun. Be careful with that. Kiryu Aika, of course don't worry, Satoru-san. I won't use it on random people if they don't make trouble with me, that is. C.C, don't get caught. Kiryu Aika, leave it to me. Shiba Tatsuya, I'm worried. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, I didn't get anything special. Though, some of these I can give to Nunnally for protection and some gifts for the student council. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, what about you, Yuji? Chiba Erika, did you get another SSR? Knowing your luck, it might be possible. Tsubakihara Yuuji, no, unfortunately. But, I got 2 super rare ones that are interesting. They're called Shrine and King's Treasury. It's Suzuki Satoru, amazing. Yuji-kun, they're both incredible abilities. Chiba Erika, geez, give me some of your luck, why don't you? You didn't get any SSR, but the SRs you got are really good. C.C, his luck is really outrageous. Shiba Tatsuya, despite its limitations, the Shrine ability is still really powerful. Especially when you use it with Elemental Sight. Kiryu Aika, as expected of Darling. Tsubakihara Yuuji, thank you, I really got lucky as well this time. Tsubakihara Yuuji, what about you, Albedo? Have you opened your welcoming gift? Albedo, yes, I have. And I'm truly astounded by what I received. This SSR-1. It's really powerful. Chiba Erika, the SSRs are all really good. What did you get? Albedo, I received the Weaver of Dreams and Fate. SSR, Weaver of Dreams and Fate. Immunity to magical effects and all skills up to rank, SSR, that affects the mind. Divine Sense. Magic Enlightened, immense mana pool, immense magical strength, immense magical compatibility. Magic Resistance. Weaver of Dreams, allows the user to put their targets into a dream state where they will fall into an inescapable dream/nightmare, allows the user to enter dreams of other creatures at will. Creatures include those from other worlds or those with strong connections to the user, allows user to pull other creatures into a dream they created. Creatures include those from other worlds or those with strong connections to the user. User may choose to apply any benefits/harm experienced by the target in their dream/nightmare in reality. Chances of success vary depending on the strength level and abilities of target creatures. Dream of Reality creates a projection of the user's dreams, will, intent, or thoughts into reality. The created world is completely cut off from normal reality, projecting the user's internal landscape and sealing off the regular world, physical law, magical law, terrain, magical effects, and reality itself within the created world can be controlled at will by the user. Grants omniscience within the created world. Can be cast once per week. Weaver of Fate allows the users to see the golden strands of fate and manipulate those except for the ones that belong to owners of SSR ranked items/abilities. The user's fate will be immune to any manipulation by other powers. Fate Sticker allows the user to create soul-binding contracts. In return for an agreed price, the user will be granted the power to grant the wish of the contractee by manipulating the strands of fate or by other methods. Once fulfilled, the contractee must pay the price. If the price isn't paid, the user will immediately be aware of it and the contractee's location to enact punishment, which include the ability to destroy their string of fate and existence altogether. Luck grants the user the lucky trait, becoming one favored by the universes. One instance of luck per day to re-roll the results of a 10+1x drawing gacha. Instances of luck do not carry over to the next day. Kiryu Aika, wow. So OP. Chiba Erika, what the? This is insane. C.C. The ability to manipulate fate. Could this be the strongest SSR we've gotten? Shiba Tatsuya, it may be. Especially considering the dreams of reality ability. It simply allows her to create a world where she is the goddess of it. She'd be truly invincible. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, I'm glad she's our friend. And I pity those who'll cross her. Suzuki Satoru, this is truly amazing. Congratulations, Albedo. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm very happy for you, Albedo. Congratulations. Albedo, thank you, my love, and everyone. Kiryu Aika, what else did you get, Albedo? Albedo, I also received an SR called Queen of Thorns. It allows me to manipulate string-like objects at will. Albedo, I also received child-rearing proficiency and a black sexy reverse bunny girl outfit for our future, my love, please look forward to it. Kiryu Aika, that's great. Hehe, I also have some sexy outfits. Maybe we can use them at the same time to defeat hubby. Albedo, that's a great idea, Aika-sama C.C. and Erika-sama as well, let's do it together with our powers combined, we may be able to defeat him. C.C. I doubt it, but we can try. Chiba Erika, why you girls? What are you saying? This is the group chat. We should use DMs. Shiba Tatsuya. Suzuki Satoru. Lelouch Lampy Rouge. Tsubakihara Yuuji. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm sorry, everyone. Shiba Tatsuya, no, we're sorry for you. Tsubakihara Yuuji. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 255, Chapter 252 Basketball Date. Did you wait? Yuuji looked up from his phone to see Haruka standing before him with her hands behind, slightly leaning forward as she looked up to him to see his face. Her cheeks slightly reddening in contrast to her jade-white skin. Her glossy jet-black hair that curled at the end blew in the wind, carrying a waft of her flowery fragrance for Yuuji to smell. Sorry for being late. I was stopped by a second-year junior who tried to confess to me on the way here. She smiled sheepishly, but she kept her gaze at his face, watching his expression. It's fine, Haruka-senpai. I didn't wait long. Yuuji shook his head and smiled back at her. Haruka fell into a daze when she saw his smile. But she quickly snapped out of her daze and pouted her lips in annoyance. Why aren't you surprised? I just got confessed to, you know. Isn't your reaction a bit dull, Yuuji-kun? She expected him to be surprised, even a little bit. Or even better, she wanted to see him look jealous. But this handsome junior just smiled casually and thought little of it. There's nothing to be surprised about. After all, you're very beautiful, kind, and popular, senpai. It's not surprising that you were confessed to. Red immediately colored her face as Haruka quickly turned away in a fluster. You're so cheesy, Yuji-kun. How could you say something like that so easily? Well, I was just saying the truth. Alright. Don't tease your senior even more. What a bad junior. She slapped Yuji's shoulder as she tried to hide her redly blushing face with her other hand. Anyway, what were you doing while waiting? I saw you playing with your phone. Were you chatting with someone? Haruka asked, trying to divert the conversation elsewhere. And even though he enjoyed seeing how adorable a flustered Haruka was, he decided to be merciful and let her off. Yes, I was chatting with my friends. Oh. Childhood friends. Or are they friends from your previous school? Haruka asked, curious about Yuji from before she knew of him. After all, she only met him quite recently. So she was really interested to know more about him. No. We met quite recently, actually. But we get along really well and ended up making a group chat together. Yuji shook his head and placed his phone back into his pocket. Shall we go to the court now, senpai? Sure. Oh, but where do we get the ball from? Do you bring one? Yuji shook his head. Let's see if we can borrow one from the basketball club. Okay. The two head to the gymnasium building and soon meet the captain of the basketball club, Yanagi Kenjiro. Ah, Yuji-kun. It's been a while. Good afternoon, Yanagi-senpai. I'm sorry to bother you. No, not at all. What's up? I'd like to borrow a basketball, if possible. Just for today. Sure. Are you thinking of playing? If so, you can just use the court and play with the boys. Yuji shook his head. No, it's fine. We're planning on checking out the court in the park near our neighborhood. I see. Yanagi glanced behind Yuji and saw a beautiful girl, the famous third-year beauty that even he, who'd rarely care about girls and romance, knew of. The blush on her face and her shy demeanor as she stood behind Yuji was everything he needed to see to immediately understand the situation. All right. Here you go. The coach usually don't let us bring home basketballs since we should be resting at home and also since we might lose it. But I'll keep this a secret from him. Don't forget to return it by tomorrow. Yanagi handed a basketball to Yuji as he gave him the warning. Thank you very much, senpai. I'll return it by tomorrow morning. Good. Then, see you. If you ever want to play, just come here. I need someone that would put down those young kids a peg or two so they don't get careless in a real game. Ha, sure. I'll come by from time to time. I'll see you later, senpai. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yuji and Haruka bowed, and left the gymnasium, leaving the third-year captain as he stared at their receding backs. Hey, kids living the dream many of the freshmen could only daydream about. He shook his head, and returned to preparing for the afternoon practice. The court near Haruka's neighborhood was usually empty during weekdays. Although there were two high schools in close proximity to it, Bonyari and Sirin High School, both of which had their own basketball club, the basketball court was mostly always empty during weekdays since students in the club would normally use their own gymnasium. But this time, as Yuji and Haruka neared the court, they could hear the thumping sound of basketball hitting the ground and footsteps. Upon arriving, they finally saw the source of the sound. It was a young man, throwing some hoops and doing layups on one side of the basketball court. He was tall, slightly taller than Yuji, with short dark red and black hair on his head and a muscular build beneath the white and black tracksuit and long pants. He was completely focused, his attention spent solely on the ball and the hoop, that he only noticed Yuji and Haruka's presence when Yuji called out to him. Excuse me. Good afternoon. Ah. Good afternoon. The young man blinked a few times, a trace of surprise apparent in his eyes when he suddenly saw a pair of absolutely beautiful couple in front of him. A thought immediately crossed his mind. Were they artists? They're holding a basketball. Are they having a photo shoot for some basketball apparel magazines? I've never seen them before. Sorry to bother you. My friend and I are thinking of playing some basketball for a bit. We'll be on the other side of the court. I hope you don't mind. Ah, sure. That's fine. Thanks. He nodded and went to pick up the ball from under the hoop while Yuji and Haruka went to the other side of the court. Alright, then let's start with the lesson. Yes, Yuji-sensei. Haruka saluted before the two laughed at their own little antics. Let's start with a simple free throw. Stand on this line here. This is the free throw line. All you need to do is throw the ball to the hoop there. Yes. Yuji handed Haruka the ball and led her to the free throw line. Okay, let's try shooting the ball to the hoop. Do your best. Yes. Hiya. Chairing her shot, Haruka bent her knees and held the ball with both hands in front of her belly. Then, with a cute warcry, she threw the ball. It traveled through the air in a beautiful arc and landed a few meters left of the hoop. That's strange. I was clearly aiming at the hoop. Yes, that's strange. Yuji looked at Haruka, the hoop, then the ball that was nowhere near the basket in amazement. Let's try again. This time, maybe try aiming more to the right. Yes. Yuji went to pick up the ball and handed it to Haruka for another shot. This time as well, the ball didn't even hit the ring nor the backboard. But, it got closer. Ah, so close. Yes, you're getting closer. But, let's try changing your shooting form. The way you're shooting now makes it difficult to shoot accurately. Here, let me show you first. Yes. Haruka stepped aside and let Yuji take her place. This is a normal shooting form. See here, I'm holding the ball with my right hand from under it, while my left hand stabilizes the ball. Then, when you're about to shoot, you bend your knee and elbow down, then push up. Yuji took his shot, and the ball swished through the basketball, barely touching the net. Oh. That's amazing. Let me try. Haruka clapped and excitedly took her place again on the free throw line and took on the ball again. She tried to imitate Yuji, holding the ball with her right hand from under it and using her left hand to stabilize it. Then, she bent her knees and elbow, and shot with all her might. A loud clang echoed as the ball hit the front rim of the basket and bounced back towards them before Yuji caught it. That was so close. You almost got it. Let's try again. Yeah. Haruka tried a few more times. But each time, she only came close to making it in. She'd air ball, hit the backboard, or hit the rim again before it bounced back out. And with every try, her lips curled into a little adorable pout as her eyes glared menacingly at the basket. It was an adorable scene for Yuji. She looked like a frustrated little puppy or a hamster. But as much as he wanted to enjoy her cuteness, Yuji also wanted her to have fun. So, he decided to help her again a bit. Haruka-senpai, let me help you adjust your form a bit. Dash. Yuji approached her from behind, and held her hands, enveloping it with his larger ones. She could feel his broad, hard chest on her back, his head to her side, and the steady, warm breath by her ear. Her mind went into overdrive as she felt her face grew hotter and hotter. She couldn't even register the adjustments Yuji was doing to her grip on the ball, only the fact that he's touching her hand and finger so much. Also, the way he's reaching out from behind her made them look like he's embracing her from behind. No, isn't this what he's essentially doing? Why Yuji-kun? Yuji glanced towards Haruka to see her blushing redly. Her knees were bent, just like he told her. But they were slightly shaking nervously. Moreover, he could also feel her body trembling slightly in his embrace. He was aware of it from the very beginning. It was harder not to realize it when she was acting so cutely. But, he decided to keep teasing her, and try to see how much more adorable this senior of his would become. What's wrong, senpai? Yuji softly whispered to her red ears, making her shiver from his breath. Why, you're a bit close. Of course. I have to be. Otherwise, how could I fix your form and show you how to shoot? But. Yuji held her hands tighter and pressed his chest against her back. Look. Focus, Haruka-senpai. This is how you need to hold the ball. Now, all you need to do is aim at the basket and shoot. Haruka's legs and arms felt like jelly in Yuji's embrace. And his whispers only made her lose her strength even more. Come on, senpai. Here, I've aimed it for you. Now, all you need to do is shoot. GG's. I get it already. Ei. With all her might, Haruka threw the ball up, and to her surprise, the ball hit the inner rim and circled it a few times, before going into the basket. Ah. I did it. Yuji-kun, it went in. Haruka's eyes brightened in happiness, and in her excitement, she turned around and jumped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. I did it. Yes, you did it, Haruka-senpai. That was amazing. Yuji wrapped his arms around her waist and returned her embrace, and the feeling of his arm around her made her follow what her heart desired and tightened her own hug around Yuji. It was only until a few moments later that Haruka snapped out of her excitement and realized what she was doing. Ah. She quickly let go of Yuji and stepped away, her face blushing super redly. Initially, Yuji didn't want to let her go and simply keep hugging her, enjoying the warmth and softness of her body. But at the same time, he also wanted to see her flustered expression, so he let her go. Congratulations, senpai, you made your first basket. Haruka looked at Yuji, and saw him with a smirk, smiling teasingly at her. That was when she realized. He was doing all of that on purpose. He was teasing her all this time. Her lips immediately pouted as she glared at him with tears threatening to flow down the corner of her eyes. Though, her attempt to look menacing was ruined by her redly blushing cheeks, which only made her look adorable. Geez. Yuji-kun, you're such a bad junior. How could you tease your senpai like this? Why, you lecher. Ahahaha. I'm sorry, senpai. You were just so cute that I got a little bit carried away. But, it worked, didn't it? You made your first free throw. Haruka puffed her cheeks. This junior of hers was clearly still teasing her. But, didn't he call her cute? Was he telling the truth? Ugh. She hated to admit it, but it made her really happy. How about we try shooting some more, senpai? Yuji picked up the ball and handed it to her. And seeing him, Haruka couldn't help but melt from his smile. In the end, she couldn't stay mad at him for teasing her. Haruka nodded, and the two continued their basketball date, as the orange-red light of the afternoon sun basked over their figures. I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 256, Chapter 253 versus Kagami. Hey, Yuji-kun. Can you show me the super far shot you did in the game? Haruka asked Yuji as they sat on the bench at the side of the court to rest. She held in her hand a half-drank bottle of sports drink Yuji bought from the convenience store near the park. Why? I just want to see it again. It was super impressive, you know. I couldn't believe you kept scoring from that far. So I want to see it again. All right. With a helpless smile, Yuji stood up from his seat, taking the basketball with him, and made his way to the three-point land. With little effort, Yuji took his shot and the ball swished through the basket without touching anything but the net. Wow. Amazing. Yuji-kun, do it further. Yes, senpai. Yuji took a few steps back, and this time as well, the ball swished into the basketball. Farther. 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 Yuji complied with his senior's request, each time going further and further away from the basket, until he reached the middle line. But even then, his accuracy didn't drop one bit. Every single ball went through the basket without touching the rim nor the backboard. And every time it did, Haruka would clap louder and louder as her eyes sparkled in amazement until she ran up to Yuji in excitement. You're so amazing, Yuji-kun. I wouldn't have believed that happened if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Haha, thank you, senpai. Hey. Just then, a voice resounded from behind them, successfully gaining their attention as Yuji and Haruka turned to see the tall, red-black-haired young men from earlier before them. Yes. Yuji asked in response with a look of wonder and confusion that he shared with Haruka as they looked at the hesitant young men. My name is Kagami Taiga, from Siren High's basketball club. What about you? Were you from Taiga Middle School? What school are you from now? Yuji and Haruka looked at each other, before Yuji responded to the question. My name is Tsubakihara Yuuji. And no, I'm not from Taiku. I am from Bonyari High School. Bon-Yari. Kagami's eyes widened in shock. Bonyari High School. He had heard of the school before, obviously, since it was in this area. But, he never heard anything much about that school's basketball club. He had also never heard anything about a middle school or high school basketball player named Tsubakihara Yuuji. But the shooting skill he showed off earlier. To make a basket from beyond the third-point area without even letting the ball touch the net of the basket multiple times was not something just anyone could do. He must be someone with the talent and skill on par with the famous generation of miracles he heard a lot about from Kuriko and the others. A sense of excitement and competitiveness began to boil within his heart. He had only saw Yuji making impossibly far shots. But his instincts told him that Yuji must have skills beyond that. And he wanted to try it. He wanted to try playing against him. I see. Can we play a few rounds? 1-on-1. Anyone who got 5 points first wins. A grin of excitement appeared on his face as his eyes lit up with a blazing flame of competitiveness. Yuji was taken aback by the sudden invitation. He didn't really mind playing a few rounds with him, but he was currently with Haruka. Yuji turned towards his senior, and to his surprise, she was bursting with excitement. Oh. This is getting very interesting. Yuji-kun, how about you accept it? It's definitely going to be fun. All right. Yuji turned back towards Kagami and gave him a nod. Let's do it, Kagami. All right. Yuji stood behind the three-point line as he dribbled the basketball in his hand. In front of him, ready in a guarding stance with his legs spread apart and hands stretched out, Kagami watched his every move with absolute focus. He was taking this far more seriously than Yuji thought. Guess I should also treat this seriously. It was a matter of respect, not only between athletes, but simply between one individual to the other. He lowered his stance and began to focus, observing Kagami's movement to every minute movement possible with his enhanced senses without elemental sight. And the moment he did, Kagami felt an immense pressure fell upon him. What the? He could feel a cold sweat slowly drip down his forehead and his back as his body strained under the pressure. This guy's a monster. I need to focus. Kagami snapped himself out of his daze and took back control of his body. He observed Yuji's movement more closely. He was dribbling seemingly casually, but Kagami's instincts were shouting at him otherwise. In a flash, Yuji suddenly dashed to Kagami's left. His speed was so surprisingly fast that Kagami was caught off guard. So fast. Kagami grit his teeth and turned to chase. In a blur of speed, Yuji reached under the basket and jumped for a simple layup. When from the corner of his vision, he saw Kagami rushing towards him with a surprising speed and jumped higher than expected. Not so fast. Yuji was genuinely surprised and impressed by his speed and his jump power. Although he wasn't employing his fastest speed, none of the players in his school's basketball team and Kaijo except for Kai's could have reached him. But now, Kagami's hand was already obstructing his shot from the basket. A smile curled up from his lips, which didn't go unnoticed by Kagami in this moment of slowed time. Then, to his shock, Yuji took the ball back with one hand. What dash? The right of postponement. A memory of his senior in Siren, Kiyoshi Teppei, doing the exact same thing as Yuji, changed the course of the ball at the last second using his ability to palm and grip the ball with one hand flashed across his mind. But now, instead of passing, Yuji instead did a double clutch layup, by passing his block and putting the ball through the hoop cleanly. The two landed back on the ground, and soon after, the sound of the ball hitting the ground resounded in the silence that followed. You. Kagami stared at the men before him with widened eyes, stunned. On the other hand, Yuji seemed pleasantly surprised as he looked at Kagami with a smile. You were faster than I expected, and your jump is also very high. It's really impressive. Kagami kept staring at him in shocked silence as Yuji picked up the ball and passed it to him. Your turn on offense next. Kagami looked down at the ball he caught, and an even greater flame of excitement lit in his heart. You're on. The game resumed. Kagami charged to the best of his abilities, using every skill and capability he had honed since he was a child. He did a crossover, and at this speed, his defender would usually fall for his fake and let him pass through the other side. But Yuji stood before him, unfazed, as if he was simply switching his ball hands. TCH. I guess there's no other way. If faking him out didn't work, then he'd force his way through. Kagami charged once more, this time more aggressively towards Yuji, using his forward force to try and make Yuji move backwards or move aside from being pushed. Alright. In a blink of a moment, Kagami ran past Yuji, leaving him behind. But just as he was about to dash to the basket, he felt something amiss. Where's the ball? He waited for a moment, waiting for the ball to bounce back from the ground into his hand. But no matter how long he waited, it never came. No way. He looked back and saw Yuji holding the ball with one hand. Kagami immediately turned around, but before he could even go into a defensive stance, Yuji ran past him and made a simple floater to the basket. Kagami looked down to his hand, then to Yuji, before going back to his hand in disbelief. How could he be so fast? He didn't even notice it when he stole the ball from him. He's really fast, faster than even that blonde-haired guy from Keijo. His hands clenched into a fist, and a look of determination appeared on his face. One more time. They continued on, switching between offense and defense, for rounds after rounds. That was, until Kagami held himself by the knees, drenched from head to toe as his lungs struggled to catch his breath. In the end, he never managed to snag a point from Yuji. It'll be sundown soon, so how about we end it here? Yuji looked at Kagami with a bit of guilt. He simply continued playing with him before he kept asking for one more round with an expression that wouldn't accept anything but a yes. He didn't expect Kagami to push himself this far. And now, he was too tired to even respond to him. You guys. That was amazing. It was so intense. Here. Haruka ran over with a huge smile on her beautiful face basked in the golden glow of the afternoon sun. She held 2 bottles of sports she had just bought and gave one to Yuji and put the other on the ground near Kagami, who was still catching his breath. Thank you. Yuji took a sip of the energy drink before turning towards Kagami. Kagami, are you okay? I'm fine. Just, give me a sec. Yuji looked at him and sighed inwardly. Alright. Then, we'll be going first. Thanks for the games. See you next time. See you. Yeah. See ya. Yuji and Haruka left the court, bringing back the basketball with him, and left the exhausted Kagami. Sorry for the wait. We got a little too overboard. It's fine, I had fun watching. You were amazing. Thank you. I'll walk you home, senpai. Eh? Is that fine? Of course. It's getting dark, after all. And it's near, so there's no problem. Okay. Thank you. The orange-red glow of the afternoon sun colored everything around them in its color as they made their way through the neighborhood, masking the blush apparent on Haruka's jade-white skin. They walked side by side, close, but never breaching those last few centimeters between their shoulders. It was a distance Haruka had often dreamed of closing in. To feel his warmth directly, and to hold his hand as they chatted and laughed together. But, her heart wasn't ready. Not yet. Right now, this was enough. Just close enough for now. Having been trained by Aika and his girlfriends to be more perceptive of such things, Yuji obviously noticed her demeanor. And he did not push for it. Although in his heart, he did wish to become closer to this adorable senior of his, he'd wait for her to be ready. Ready for him to love her as much as he wanted. Before they knew it, they arrived in front of Haruka's house. Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun. Haruka turned and looked at him with a wide smile, trying to hide her bashfulness with cheerfulness. I had a lot of fun today as well, senpai. I really enjoy my time with you. Haruka blushed, and this time, not even the afternoon sun was able to hide it for her. Yuan. Then, I'll go inside now. Yuji-kun, you should go home quickly as well before it gets dark. See you tomorrow. Haruka rushed back into her home and slammed the door behind her, leaving Yuji alone in front, laughing softly at her cuteness. He stared at the door Haruka entered from for a moment, and left, making his way back to his home. But just then, his phone rang with an unknown phone number displayed on the screen. A brief look of confusion appeared on his face, wondering who it might be, before he picked it up. Hello. Ah, so this is the voice of the famous Tsubakihara Yuuji. I have to admit, you do sound very hot. A playful, beautiful voice of a girl resounded from the other side of the call. She was speaking in flawless Japanese, down to her tone and intonations. But Yuji could notice the slight accent in her voice. A familiar one. Who is this? Fufufu. In German. It's nice to meet you, Tsubakihara Yuuji. I am Victoria's bestest friend. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 257, Chapter 254. Two more. In German. Hee, I've heard a lot about you from Visha. You're so amazing, aren't you? Like a chirping bird, the beautiful, cheerful voice of Arya resounded from the other side of the call. From an average high school boy, only known for having beautiful twin sisters, to becoming the most handsome and popular male student in the entire school. Not to mention, having incredible athleticism, absurd learning speed, in addition to gaining immense wealth in such a short time from investments alone. What an amazing evolution. Did you get a system? You know, like those protagonists in light novels and anime. Or are you a reincarnated person from another world? Hey, tell me I'm Visha's best friend, you know. You can tell me anything. Yuji's eyes narrowed as he listened to her words. To know so much about him. He doubted that she came to know all of it from Victoria alone. I am shocked. I've heard from Victoria about her best friend having ears from hell. But it seems like she still underestimated your abilities, hadn't she, Arya Flugel? There was silence. Then, a bell-like giggle resounded once more. Hee, interesting. Visha's pretty dense, you know she wouldn't notice the subtle things I do, but I love that about her. It makes super cute, and we're best friends regardless. Her clear, melodic laughters resounded for a few moments before she continued. How interesting, Fufu. I was only slightly interested in you before because Visha talks about you a lot. But now. Seems like you're truly interesting. I can't wait to see you. I might even fall in love with you instantly. Ah, but don't misunderstand. I wouldn't fall in love with you just because of your face, okay? If that's the reason, then I would have confessed to you the moment Visha sent me a photo she took of you secretly. You just casually snitched on your best friend. Yes, and I'm looking forward to seeing her reaction when she found out her secret's out of the bag. Anyway, I don't just judge people by their face. Although you're handsome, what I'm interested is what's in that brain of yours. My scores are pretty average, though. Tsk, not book smart. But true intelligence. I don't care about what's on the surface. I only care about what's deep within. And you? You're just like me. Her voice deepened, and although slight, Yuji could sense the sharp coldness hidden beneath the sunny cheerfulness of her voice. But just as quickly, the chill in her voice disappeared, like ice under bright sunlight. You're a really sharp one, aren't you? Not as much as you. Fufu, of course not, you still got a long way to go. But you have the talent. Which is why. With a husky whisper, she said. Let's get along well, Yuji. I can't wait to see you and Visha. Haha. Yes, let's get along well, Area. X. Nightfall. After having dinner with his family he hadn't seen for months since the start of the Overlord mission, Yuji retreated to his room. The two slimes happily hitched a ride on his shoulder and head, before snuggling to his neck while he laid on his bed. Then, just as usual, Est appeared in her human form, dressed solely in nothing but a white shirt, which was Yuji's school uniform, and white stockings, and laid on top of his chest, in her rightful sleeping place. He stroked her beautiful, gleaming white hair as he looked up to the roof of his room, the conversation he had with Arya replaying in his mind. She was interesting. From what he heard from Victoria, this best friend of hers was supposed to still be in German. But from their conversation, it seemed like she'll somehow be coming to Bonyari to attend the same school as them. Mira and Victoria's mother, Ilya, must have pulled some strings to help her transfer so suddenly. Calling him directly was unexpected. But, it seemed like she did it to find out more about that boy Visha's been talking a lot about. Well, let's just see how this goes. At least, she seemed to genuinely care for Visha. He shook his head and gave the two slimes a kiss on their top, and closed his eyes. He could feel the two slimes moving, nuzzling closer to him, bringing a smile to his face. Then, he felt them moving about. Yuji slowly opened his eyes, and saw the two slimes glowing in faint light. Alice in prismatic light and Arya in black and sparkling white light. Est similarly opened her eyes, her lips turned into a frown as a sense of unease filled her and Yuji's heart. Alice, Arya. What's Rodash? Blinding light filled his vision and the entire room. Then in the next moment, a warm, soft, heaviness fell upon his sides as the light slowly dissipated. Est similarly felt the presence, the physical presence of two other by her sides and looked to her sides along with Yuji. To his right, a beautiful young girl with golden brown skin and jet black hair that shimmered under the moonlight lay beside him. Her visage bore no expression, yet a multitude of emotion, from happiness, longing, admiration, and love seemed to just fill the pair of golden eyes gazing up at him to the brim. In contrast, the young girl to his left had no reservations about expressing her immense happiness, admiration, and love as she gazed up at Yuji. She bore a striking resemblance to her twin sister, yet her appearance was a mesmerizing contrast. Instead of golden brown skin and jet black hair, her complexion was a flawless, almost translucent jade white, and her flowing white hair shimmered with prismatic hues at the tips, reflecting the colors of the rainbow. Yuji stared at the two girls, both dressed similarly to Est, in shocked silence. But deep in his heart, he felt the bond he had with his twin yin-yang slimes strengthened and reflected in their gazes. Alice. Arya. Master. Master. Alice wrapped her lithe, white arms around his neck, nuzzling her face to his neck. While Arya, more reserved, clutched Yuji's clothes tightly with her little hands and pressed her face against his broad chest. And as Yuji subconsciously wrapped his arms around their tiny waist, he felt their hold on him tightened, and the warmth in his heart grew warmer. You too. You evolved again. I think so. It seems like it's because we wanted to have human form so badly. So we can be of more use to you. And so we can hug you like this. Yuji could hardly believe what happened. The slimes had expressed human behaviors and displayed intelligence on par with young children. But even so, he didn't expect them to truly gain a human form. He looked down to Alice and Arya. The two magical slimes who had surpassed his expectations again and again. And couldn't help but smile. Just then, he felt another pair of lithe arms hug him around the chest, and he looked down to see Est gazing up at him, her face still without expression, but he noticed her lips pouting ever so slightly. She then looked towards Alice and Arya back and forth, and declared. Mo. I'm the eldest. The two looked at the human manifestation of the spirit sword sovereign, looked at each other, and back at EST, hee we know, Est-Wani-san. You can be on top, and we'll be on the sides. In that instant, an agreement Yuji couldn't understand, happened. Est nodded in satisfaction, and laid her head down to his chest, and the now human slime girls also nestled themselves to Yuji. Yuji looked at the three little girls who were on top of him, speechless. Before he knew it, he had two additional little girls on top of him, and now, his movement was completely sealed. He laid back down and looked up into the roof of his room once again, and sighed. What a day. He closed his eyes, and let the warmth brought about by the three girls on him slowly drift him off to a comfortable, restful sleep. After completing her mission, Aika returned to her world, right after her classes ended, and returned home after a brief chat with Murayama and Kates. Then on her way back, she chatted with the group and welcomed Albedo as their newest member, before opening her gacha. This time, she got quite lucky and got a super powerful SR item, Soul Knife, which gave her an offensive weapon that could bypass physical and magical defenses and inflict damage onto her enemy's soul directly. Although she lacked proficiency with melee weapons, she could still learn to use one as a last resort if an enemy ever managed to get too close. Aika mused as a white, ethereal dagger manifested in her hand. It had no weight, no tangible sensation, almost as if she were holding nothing at all. Even its appearance was vague and ghostly, nearly invisible. If she hadn't summoned it herself, she might not have realized it was there. Then, as she released her grip, the dagger vanished soundlessly, leaving no trace behind. This is awesome. A perfect secret weapon. With the ability to summon it at will, and how imperceptible it was, she could deliver a surprise attack that might instantly kill an unsuspecting enemy who got too close. It was the only exceptional item she had pulled from this batch of gacha, but she was more than satisfied. With it, she won't be defenseless at close range. Soon, Aika reached her home, and after having dinner with her family and taking a bath, she retreated to her room for the night. Since Yuji was having his little basketball date with Haruka, she spent the rest of the evening chatting with Erika, C.C., Albedo, Karen, and Mayumi. As she laid on the bed, the mental exhaustion she felt from the Overlord mission melted away. One by one, she recalled everything that happened during the mission. From the most recent, rewinding back until the moment she first arrived in the Dmorp world of Yggdrasil before they were transported to the new world. Oh right, I had a meeting with Sona-senpai and Tsubaki-senpai this morning. Aika recalled their conversation during the meeting. Her group had no interest in seizing control, sowing chaos, or getting entangled in the Devils and other supernatural factions' convoluted politics and wars. As long as they weren't provoked, they simply wished to live in peace. By stating this, Aika and the rest of the group chat members secured a convenient position, one that discouraged others from provoking them or dragging them into troublesome matters when they inevitably arrived in her world for a mission. She was certain of this after witnessing Sona and Tsubaki's reactions when she mentioned that, in terms of raw power, she was the weakest among her group. After all, not even the current Lucifer, Rias's brother, could easily mess with a group whose weakest member was on par with a middle-ranked ultimate-class devil. Though after returning from the Overlord mission, she was no longer at the level of a mere ultimate-class devil, and she was no longer the weakest amongst her group. She wasn't a specialist, such as Lelouch with his divination magic and C.C. with her holy magic, but rather a well-rounder in the group chat. She possessed a powerful healing and buffing magic from Mahuka, in addition to powerful magic capabilities. And now, with Great Sage, her Empress of Evil class, World Disaster, True Primordial Empress race, and various other powerful classes and races she received from the Overlord mission, she might be one of the most powerful fighters within the group chat. At least, she might be able to win against Tatsuya and Erika even with their SSR, given her SSR gives her resistance to Tatsuya's decomposition, and avoid Erika's Shura skills by kiting her. Suzuki-san might be tricky, given his ability to summon phantoms of all members of Ain's Gown. But, she might still win. Fighting against Lelouch would be annoying, since he excels in predicting his enemies' moves. While C.C. is literally immortal, even if they were to fight, they'll be getting nowhere. As for Albedo, Aika would have won before she got her SSR. But with how broken her, Weaver of Dreams and Fate, was, she might lose, especially if Albedo were to use her Dreams of Reality ability and lock her in an alternate reality where she's the omniscient and nigh-omnipotent goddess of the realm. Then, there's her hubby, who was simply too overpowered. Even before the Code Geass and Overlord mission, he's already extremely powerful. Now, with his Geass that he could use in conjunction with Elemental Sight, and all his abilities from Overlord, he's undoubtedly the strongest in the group chat. Well, power ranking in the group doesn't really matter. Aika shrugged. They're all close friends and comrades, power rankings didn't matter between them. Their powers were meant to clear the missions given to them, improve each other's lives, and protect each other while they traveled to various worlds together. But now, with their increasing strength, the missions also became increasingly more difficult. And the next mission, there's a good chance that it'll be in her world, since Yuji's world seemed to be the only normal one amongst them. With how powerful they were now, if the difficulty of the missions were truly adjusted with their strength, the mission in her world might be challenging. I hope it's just my overthinking. I don't want to deal with troublesome stuff when my friends are coming to visit. But just in case, Aika began going through the shop to browse for some items that might be useful. She also browsed through the SSRs to see if there's something that would fit Yuji or herself. Oh. This seems interesting. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 258, Chapter 255 Aspect of True Light. The next morning. Yuji slowly opened his eyes, a ray of warm sunlight that managed to slip past the curtains shining upon his visage. The brightness made him squint slightly, and as he tried to cover his eyes, he found himself unable to move. It was then that he recalled and felt the heaviness on his body, arms, and legs. He looked down and saw a head of prismatic white using his arm as a pillow, a head of platinum white head on his chest, and a head of gleaming black on his other arm. So it wasn't a dream, huh? To be honest, Yuji had thought of yesterday night's event as a dream or a delusion, brought upon his exhaustion from the mission. After all, he didn't expect his cute little twin slimes to suddenly evolve and gain a human form all of a sudden. Now, he had 3 little girls that would be running around the house and who'd want to be by his side at all times. Of course, it'd be fine if the twins would assume their necklace chain and jewel form while Est returned to her spiritual form. But it'd be much harder if they were to be in their human form outside their home. Moreover, the twins seemed to favor their human form, so they might prefer to stay in this form more. Maybe they can enter the king's treasury. Though, I'd need to fill it with things first so they can actually stay there. With its feature that allowed living beings to stay inside of it, the king's treasury would be the perfect place for the twins to stay in their human form while still be by Yuji's side at all times. But currently, the king's treasury was only filled with weapons and a few other items. He'd need to place some beds, mangas, TV, games, and other things they liked inside so they can actually stay inside it comfortably. Well, I can discuss this with them later. For now though. Yuji tried moving his arms and body to wake them up. It was a Tuesday, in other words, school day. He had to get up, wash up, and go have his breakfast before going to school with Yuna and Nina. But instead of waking up, all they did was hug him tighter and stayed asleep. Alice. Arya. Est. Wake up. It's morning. There was no response. Only the faint sound of their breathing. He looked down at the 3, thinking of ways to wake them up, even if a bit forceful. But all his determination crumbled the moment he saw how adorable they were. Their cute little cheeks squished against his chest, breathing softly as they slept ever so peacefully while nuzzling onto him. Angels. He couldn't bear to disturb their sleep. Just then, soft footsteps resounded from outside his door, and a knock came soon after. The door opened before he could say anything, and his lovely twin stepsisters, still adorned in pajamas though having washed up, entered. Yuko-in, it's morning. Wake up, eh? What's wrong? Yuji, are you awake, eh? Their eyes met, before Yuna and Nina's gaze slowly went down towards the figure of the 3 little girls sleeping on him. There was a lull of silence. Before Yuji began to speak. I'll explain. But can you wake them up first? Alice, Arya, and Est finally woke up, though not fully. They were all still hugging or leaning on Yuji and rubbing their eyes, but at least, they're all seated on the bed with him. So. She's Alice-chan. And the black-haired one is Arya-chan. The slimes. Yes. They evolved and gained a human form last night. Yuji nodded, his hands softly stroking the twins' head as they slowly came to it. Yuna blinked and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was still dreaming. While Nina massaged the bridge of her nose from below her glasses. I thought I've gotten used to the things you do. Ahahaha, don't be like that, Nina-ne. Look, aren't they cute? Yuji showed off Alice and Arya's sleepy face, still with their eyes closed and hugging Yuji tightly. And the older twin sisters felt their heartstrings tightened. Well, they're cute. But that's beside the point. Nina faked a cough and approached the bed to pick up Alice and will help them get ready. You go and get ready for school as well. Yuna also approached the bed in excitement and picked up Arya, holding her up with her arms and letting her wrap her arms around her neck and nuzzle to her neck. Breakfast is almost ready, so go and wash up, Yuko-in will take care of these cuties. Alright. Yuji quickly headed to the washroom, washing his face and brushing his teeth before returning to his room to change into his uniform. Once dressed, he made his way downstairs to the kitchen. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Mira setting the table for breakfast, while Aika sat nearby, sipping her coffee. Good morning, Mom, Aika-ne. Good morning, Yuji-kun. Good morning. Where's Yuna and Nina? They're helping Est, Alice, and Arya get ready. The 2 women looked at Yuji confused. But soon, all their questions were answered when they saw 2 new little girls going down the stairs along with Yuna, Nina, and Miroka-sama. Good morning. Yeah. Alice rushed down the stairs with stars in her eyes the moment she caught a glance of Mira, and jumped into Mira's embrace, burying her face in her generous bosom. Meanwhile, Arya slowly walked down the stairs, and bowed to the 2 women on the table. Good morning, Miroka-sama, Aika Onisama. Good morning. Mira and Aika both looked at Yuji, who was seated with Est already claiming her place on his lap. Their eyes filled with obvious questions. Ahahaha. Let me explain. After explaining everything to Mira and Aika about the twin slimes who had evolved, the family had their breakfast with more festivity than normal. Alice and Arya, who seemed to have awakened the maternal instincts within Aika and reawakened Myra's maternal need to pamper little girls, were being spoiled and fed by all the girls, while Yuji ate his breakfast quietly along with Est while watching them. Soon after he was done, a message came to his phone. Kiryu Aika, darling, good morning, miss me. Tsubakihara Yuuji, good morning, Aika. I miss you so much. Have you had breakfast? Kiryu Aika, I have. I'm now on my way to school. Kiryu Aika, I wanted to tell you something, so I contacted you the moment I think you're awake. Tsubakihara Yuuji, oh. What is it? Kiryu Aika, I found a super powerful SSR that's perfect for you. Didn't you say you have a lot of points? This'll be perfect. Kiryu Aika, here it is. SSR, Aspect of True Light, Akashic Record of Divine Spirits. One of many aspects of True Light. A legacy only available to the descendant of First Light. Requirement. Chosen as the descendant of First Light possesses the trait, Champion of First Light True Light. Master of the Akashic Records of Divine Spirits. This aspect of True Light grants the descendant of First Light the authority to access the Akashic Record of Divine Spirits, a realm that exists beyond the constraints of the world and time. With this power, the descendant can summon divine spirits and elementals from any era, past or future. Divine spirits and elementals are categorized into 5 distinct classifications. Heaven, spirits and elementals associated with gods, divinity, divine offspring, or incarnations of deities from legends. Earth, spirits known as legendary heroes of the land, recognized through mythology and regional folklore. Human, spirits of individuals acknowledged by humanity as great figures who contributed to civilization. These include deified heroes worshipped after death, as well as those who possess truly superhuman qualities in life. Star, spirits who belong to none of the previous categories but embody the hope of mankind and serve as symbols of overcoming adversity. This classification is reserved for those who marked significant turning points in human history and left behind an enduring legacy of hope. Beast, the counterpart to the all-powerful star, these entities represent the evils of men and embody the 7 sins of humanity. They are beings that encompass the entirety of mankind's darkness. Bond weaved by true light. All divine spirits summoned will be absolutely loyal to the descendant of First Light and will regard all members of the group chat, or those recognized as allies by the descendant, with friendliness. The descendant of First Light will provide the divine spirits with the necessary magic to sustain their existence and fulfill their duties. Mark of True Light. 10 marks of True Light will manifest on the body of the descendant of First Light, 2 just below the collarbone, 1 on each limb, and 4 on the back. These marks can be used to amplify the strength of divine spirits, heal them, and allow the descendant to grant them absolute commands. Each mark will only affect one divine spirit upon use. Once a mark is activated, it will reappear and become usable again after 7 days. Summon Divine Spirit. The descendant may specify which divine spirit to summon. The likelihood of summoning the exact chosen spirit depends on the descendant's knowledge and understanding of the divine spirit, as well as their compatibility. If no specific request is made, the summoned divine spirit will be the one most compatible with the descendant. Price, 30,000 GCP. Kiryu Aika, hey isn't this amazing? It's literally made for you. Kiryu Aika, with this, you can summon all the fantastical beauties. Tsubakihara Yuuji, this is. Everything seemed to slow down as the voices and laughter of his family around him slowly faded into silence when he began reading the description of the SSR. The aspect of True Light. It seemed to be an SSR exclusively made for the one chosen as the descendant of First Light, the race of the Yggdrasil character Yuji received as a support item for his mission in Overlord. This surely isn't a coincidence. The descendant of First Light race didn't exist within Yggdrasil, as Mamanga had confirmed previously. However, Yuji's character had it as a part of his race build. At first, he thought it was simply a way for the group chat to grant him incredible powers that would suit him and help him in this mission, just like his champion of First Light and True Light job class, as well as Aika and Lelouch's character builds. Their races and job classes were also special, in which they were extremely powerful and didn't exist in Yggdrasil. However, it seemed like there was more to it. Being chosen as the descendant of First Light and possessing the traits of Champion of First Light and True Light trait were all requirements to be allowed access to use the Akashic Records of Divine Spirits, which was an aspect of True Light. Without it, he wouldn't even be able to purchase it from the group chat. It was then that something seemed to click in his mind. Was this First Light a being? He wasn't sure if the First Light was just a powerful entity, a divine being, a concept, or some sort of will of the universe, powerful enough to be capable of summoning divine spirits of legends, myths, embodiment of concepts, entities of great power from the past, present, and even future. But it shouldn't be just some fictional thing the group chat used to name powerful items, skills, and traits. It must exist. The SSR seemed to be derived from this First Light. His race and job classes also seemed to stem from it. Moreover, the powers he had from having the job class Champion of First Light and True Light. It didn't felt like just a simple skill or ability that was just created to fit the world of Overlord and Yggdrasil. It had always been at the back of his mind, but the sensation was also faint that he almost forgot about it. He had felt a strange connection to something whenever he used these powers. Something from beyond the skies and stars. Like a dream, just beyond grasp. Something, intangible, faint, invisible, yet all-encompassing and present. And the most that he felt its presence was when he used his wish to heal Shaltir to make sure she was unaffected by the downfall of castle and country world item. There had always been an uncertainty in his mind, but now, he was sure. This first light must truly exist. And for some reason, he had been chosen as its descendant, allowing him to gain an aspect of the true light and access the Akashic records of divine spirits. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 259, Chapter 256 New Faces. Yuji walked to school alongside Yuna and Nina, while Alice and Arya, unwilling to be separated from him, transformed into their necklace forms and rested against his chest. As they made their way, Yuji shared his thoughts with Aika about the First Light and about his descendant of First Light race that he received from the group chat for the mission in Suzuki's world. Kiryu Aika, that's an interesting thought. Now that I think about it, you might be right. Kiryu Aika, but I don't think it's something to worry about. Even if it's real, I don't think it's a bad thing for us. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I hope it's not a bad thing. But I still want to know more about this descendant of First Light thing and what it entailed. Kiryu Aika, then, do you want to discuss it with the group? Tsubakihara Yuuji, let's do it. I want to hear what they think. Yuji and Aika then brought their conversation to the group chat, where everyone was in the midst of talking about the previous mission in the world of Overlord. He explained his thoughts, and showed them the aspect of true light, Akashic records of divine spirits, SSR. Then, there was a long pause without any new messages coming in. Before Yuji asked them about their thoughts. Tsubakihara Yuuji, so what do you guys think? Suzuki Satoru, now that you say it, it does make sense. These particular races and job classes Yuji-kun received are quite unique to say the least. Suzuki Satoru, normally, the races and job classes you get are just that and weren't derived from some sort of god or an entity. Like Fallen Angel, or Demon Prince, and the like. Suzuki Satoru, the job classes and races Lelouch and Aika received are like that. They're not descendants or champions of some deity or entity. So I thought it was just something the group chat chose that would fit Yuji. Shiba Tatsuya, I also assumed that it's named as such simply to justify the kind of powers and skills the group chat granted Yuji as part of its support for the mission. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, likewise. Given Aika and I received races and job classes that didn't exist in Yggdrasil, I assumed Yuji's was the same. Chiba Erika, I thought of it just as a name. But now that you say it like that, it might be true. C.C, I'm not familiar with games, so I'm not familiar with its naming conventions. But, I didn't think much of it either. Albedo, I, on the other hand, have always believed that there was truly a primordial being of omnipotence called the First Light, who had chosen Yuji-sama as its descendant and champion. Perhaps it is because I was created by the supreme beings in Yggdrasil. But it seemed that even in reality, it was true. Tsubakihara Yuuji, well. True or not, I'm just worried that I'll become something else. I'm not looking to become some omnipotent being or concept or anything. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, I don't think so. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Why? Lelouch Lampi Rouge, you were chosen as its champion, so this First Light entity might wish for you to become an outlet of its will. I don't think it'll turn you into things that'll serve the opposite of its wishes. Shiba Tatsuya, I agree. I don't think you need to worry about that. At the very least, you won't just cease to exist. Become a concept, or lose yourself. It chose you because you are who you are. It won't change you into something else. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that makes sense. Tsubakihara Yuuji, thank you. I feel a bit better, now. The weight that had been in his heart disappeared as Yuji let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he had been worried, wondering if, as he grew stronger and collected the aspects of true light, he would eventually become something different. But what Lelouch and Tatsuya had said made sense. This entity, it might have a purpose, something it wished to accomplish, yet lacked the ability to do so on its own. That's why it had chosen him, its champion and descendant, someone it believed would align with its will. But what exactly did it desire? If it was so powerful, what could possibly be beyond its reach? It better not be some kind of cosmic entity that threatens the universe. If that were the case, then he might have taken on more than he could handle. The thought even crossed his mind, should he stop? Should he abandon the path and refuse to collect the aspects of true light, no matter how unfathomably powerful they were? Just then, a new message appeared in the group chat. And Yuji's eyes widened in shock upon reading it. Kiryu Aika, guys. I thought of something. Could this First Light be the one who created the Multiverse Group Chat? Tsubakihara Yuuji, that might be true. Kiryu Aika, right. I mean, from the SSR's description, it gives the user the ability to summon beings of legends from various worlds and timelines. So it should be able to link our worlds together and allow travel between them. C.C, that makes sense. The missions might also be created by it. The idea made sense. If the SSR, aspect of true light, Akashic record of divine spirits, was truly one of the many aspects of the true light or first light, then it must possess the ability to connect worlds and enable interdimensional travel, the very foundation of the Multiverse Group Chat and its missions. But a question still lingered in Yuji's mind. Why? For what purpose did the First Light have to create this Multiverse Group Chat, connecting worlds, gathering people, and granting them immense power? Erika similarly expressed the same doubt she has in the group chat. Chiba Erika, but for what purpose? Why are they connecting worlds together and giving us missions? Albedo, I wonder as well. What is the Multiverse Group Chat meant to accomplish? Suzuki Satoru, at first, I thought its purpose was to help us avoid the tragedies that would have unfolded in our worlds, events that mirrored the history depicted in the anime of our world. But now, I'm not so sure anymore. Kiryu Aika, I think that's it. Satoru-san. Suzuki Satoru, Yuji's eyes widened as realization struck him. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I see. That makes sense. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I think this First Light wanted to influence the universe and change some of the tragic or catastrophic events that happen in our worlds. And because it somehow couldn't affect it directly, it created the Multiverse Group Chat to link individuals from different worlds, gave them power, and send them to these worlds through its missions to help change the world for the better. Shiba Tatsuya, then, it found Yuji and saw him fit to be its champion and descendant, and granted him these titles and traits through the support item he'd received for the mission in Suzuki-san and Albedo's world. Everything slowly seemed to click into place. Although Yuji was still unsure why he was the one chosen, their theory made sense. From the very first mission they received, most of the task they received was meant to have them eradicate the sources of conflict and save as many lives as they could. Even the mission to subjugate kingdoms that they received in Overlord was actually meant to prevent more suffering of the people, given how unstable and dangerous most of the kingdoms and countries in the New World were for the common people. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, Yuji, I think you should get this aspect of true light. Shiba Tatsuya, I agree. Considering its potential that would allow you to summon extremely powerful allies to aid in missions, it'll be a great asset for us, both for our own safety and means to clear missions. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that's true. C.C, everything they said about you not going to become some sort of otherworldly being and lose yourself made sense. And I also think this SSR would be a good asset. But it's all up to you. I mean, even the way you are now, you're not actually 100% human either. Tsubakihara Yuuji, CC. C.C, what? You know it's true. You're also half angel, half demon. Even if they were in different worlds, through text alone, Yuji could easily imagine C.C smirking teasingly at him. Chiba Erika, that's true. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Erika. Kiryu Aika, hee you know they're right, darling. And I agree. I want you to summon powerful beauties. I wonder if you can even summon gender-bend versions of legendary beings. Albedo, my love, although your true self may be human, but you've proven to be superior in every way, shape, and form. And I believe having this powerful magic in your arsenal would be beneficial for your safety and a great asset for your future endeavors. Yuji contemplated his decision for a few moments. And as he and his twin stepsisters neared the school, he made his decision. Tsubakihara Yuuji, all right. Thanks to your opinions and suggestions, I've made my decision. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm going to buy it. X. Arriving at school. As usual, Yuji accompanied Yuna and Nina to their class. Just as they arrived, they noticed a black-haired beauty with a white headband standing at the doorway, about to enter the classroom. Yutaha-chan, good morning. Good morning, Yutaha-san. The twins greeted her, and the girl, Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha, paused, turning to face Bonyari's famous twin beauties, whom she had come to befriend. Yutaha rarely socialized with others, never seeing much need for it. During breaks, she preferred to rest and catch up on sleep, often lost to the long nights spent working on her light novel. Yuna and Nina were the only exceptions. She found them easy to get along with, and they were also tolerant to her behavior and befriended her despite her initial rejection. In this entire school, these two were her only friends. So, while she'd ignore others, she responded to their greetings. Good morning, Yuna-san, Nina-san. Her gaze fell upon the two twin beauties and, inevitably, landed on Yuji as well. Even though she often ignored the idle chatter and rumors from her classmates and people in the school, it was literally impossible for her not to hear about the supremely famous first-year student who was known as the most handsome man in the entire school, a fact not even she could deny. In fact, ever since she saw him for the first time, his visage was the only thing she could imagine when she wrote about the male main character of her story, And now, seeing him once again, her heart inevitably thumped harder than normal, despite having seen him after school every day when he came to pick up his twin sisters. Her gaze lingered at his countenance, unknowingly trying to etch his visage into her mind, before entering the classroom. Her lingering gaze wasn't missed by Yuji, who became slightly confused at the brief stare she gave him. He didn't know why one of the top beauties of the school, Tsubakihara Yuuji, was staring at him like that. Then, I'll see you two later after school. See you later, Yukuin. I'll see you after school, Yuji. With a smile, Yuji bid his farewell to his lovely twin sisters and entered his class, which was right by theirs. He entered from the front door, which was closest to his sister's class. And the moment he entered, he was greeted by his classmates, and he responded in kind. A casual morning greeting. He also greeted Yotsuba, Kaitoge, Onodera, Ruri, Ai, Visha, and Raku as he made his way to his seat at the very back. Yuji placed his bag on his table and sat down. And the unusual silence and peacefulness caught his attention. "Where's Sho?" he asked Raku, Ai, and Visha who were sitting closest to him. "Not sure. He went to the toilet earlier and hasn't returned since." Raku shrugged. The beautiful German girl and swimming athlete also shook their heads. His absence explained the peaceful silence in their little section of the class. But just as he was about to enjoy it, the classroom door at the back slid open with a bang, grabbing everyone's attention. "Hey! Hot breaking news. This is massive. Yua. Maiko-kun. You scared me." Yotsuba cried out with hands on her chest to calm her heart. She was seated closest to the door and she was dozing off, having slept late last night. "I'm sorry, but this is super big news." "Geez. What's this big news about?" "We're going to get a new foreign female transfer student." The news shocked everyone in class, and before they could respond, she continued. "I overheard some things then I walked past the teacher's room on the way back from the washroom. I heard a beautiful voice of a girl from inside. She was speaking in fluent Japanese, but I noticed an accent. It was similar to Sarabriakov-san's accent." "Me?" Visha pointed at herself and tilted her head, surprised. Could she be from German as well? She wondered. It was then did Yuji realized something. No. It can't be. It shouldn't be this fast. Right. He muttered under his breath. And for the first time, he felt his heart tremble from being caught so off guard. A loud bang from the door snapped him out of his thoughts, drawing his gaze, along with everyone else's, to the front of the classroom. A familiar figure stepped inside, a mature, black-haired beauty clad in a long, white coat. With confident strides and a fierce aura, she made her way toward the teacher's desk at the front of the room. Hiratsuka Shizuka slammed her hand on the desk with a loud boom, and all sound vanished from the classroom. "Good morning. Get to your seats." Following her words, the sounds of rattling chairs and hurried footsteps filled the room as all the students quickly made their way back to their seats, before falling silent once more. Shizuka nodded and began her roll call. "All right. Now, I have an announcement to make." Their waning attention from the roll call immediately laser-focused on their homeroom teacher the moment she started her announcements. "We'll be having a new transfer student from overseas coming today. I know it's a bit sudden, but I hope you'll welcome her warmly all the same. You can enter now." The classroom door slid open once more, and a beautiful girl with sharp European features, a pair of beautiful light green eyes, and shoulder-length light brown hair appeared, making her way to the front of the class beside Shizuka. Her lips curled into a bright, cheerful smile that immediately captivated the hearts of many guys in class, and she waved her hand. "Everyone, it's nice to meet you. My name is Arya Flugel, and I come from Germany. I'm also Visha's childhood friend. I hope we get along." Arya waved and winked at Visha, who remained frozen in shock at her childhood friend's sudden appearance in her school. Then, her gaze shifted toward Yuji, her eyes narrowing as her smile curled into an enigmatic expression. Interesting, let's see how you fare, pretty boy. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 260, Chapter 257 Divine Spirit. Everyone, it's nice to meet you. My name is Arya Flugel, and I come from Germany. I'm also Visha's childhood friend. I hope we get along. Cheers of excited teenage boys and applause from the girls filled the classroom, welcoming their second beautiful foreign classmate. The cheers were especially loud with Shu and his cohorts of single, desperate friends that Shizuka had to slam her desk to silence the class. "All right, settle down, children. Arya, go ahead and take your seat there at the back." "Yes, sensei," she said before bowing towards her teacher. All eyes followed her as she gracefully made her way to the back of the class, admiration evident in their gazes. Her perfect model-like figure and elegant gait captivated everyone as she walked down the aisle between Yuji and Victoria. She secretly waved and flashed a smile at Visha, who, still caught off guard, absent-mindedly waved back in a daze. Then, her gaze shifted to Yuji, who now looked at her with a helpless smile, and in response, she grinned. Hee surprised, aren't you? I concede. This girl's really something. Arya had declared that she would see him soon, but even he hadn't expected it to be this soon, the very next day. Perhaps she had already been in Japan when she called him. Well then. Since that's over with, let's end homeroom now. You guys, don't get too excited and get ready for the next class. Rise. Bow. Thank you very much, sensei. As soon as Shizuka left the classroom, Visha shot up from her seat and rushed to Arya. Arya. I didn't know you'd be transferring here. When did you arrive in Japan? Why didn't you tell me? Ahahaha, calm down Visha. I was trying to surprise you. I just arrived in Japan yesterday, and I stayed at a hotel last night. She explained, winking at her as her lips curled into a cheeky smile. I got here thanks to Auntie's help. She even booked a hotel, but it's only for one night, so, can I stay at your place? Arya clasped her hands together, looking up at Visha with an exaggeratedly sad expression. Yet, beneath the act, her eyes held genuine pleading. She truly had nowhere else to stay. Seeing this, Visha let out a sigh and placed her hands on her hips. Ha. Of course, you can. But you and Mom really need to start telling me about these things beforehand. It wouldn't be a surprise if we did. It doesn't need to be. Hello. It's nice to meet you. Hello. Just then, Kaitoji and Yotsuba approached, greeting Arya with cheerful smiles. Ah, Kaitoji-chan, Yotsuba-chan. Please let me introduce her. This is Arya, my childhood friend from Germany. Hello, it's nice to meet you too. Please take care of me. It's nice to meet you. My name is Kasaki Kaitoji. Just call me Kaitoji. Please take care of me. My name is Nakano Yotsuba. Just call me Yotsuba too. I've been in Victoria-chan's care. Let's get along. Yes. Let's get along. The girls quickly became engrossed in their animated conversation while Yuji watched from the side. Just then, he felt a nudge at his side. Sho had suddenly appeared beside him. What a sight. What are you on? Yuji raised an eyebrow and looked at him weirdly. Oh, can't you see? Beautiful girls talking to each other with smiles on their faces. It's practically heaven. Sure. He glanced at Arya, who seemed to be genuinely enjoying the conversation, then at Visha, whose happiness was evident. A soft smile formed on his lips. Turning his gaze, he noticed AI sitting silently, observing the lively exchange with quiet intrigue. How about joining them? She snapped out of her daze and turned toward Yuji. You get along with Kaitoji, Yotsuba, and Visha. How about trying to join them? She pondered for a moment before rising from her chair and joining the group. Before long, she was smiling, effortlessly blending in with the girls. Yuji watched them, a gentle smile forming on his lips. It's certainly a nice sight. The grogginess of morning classes vanished the moment the bell signaled the start of lunch break with a loud ring. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Some students leaped from their seats, racing to the cafeteria before it became too crowded, while others casually pulled their lunches from their bags. Yuji slipped his textbook and notebook back into his bag. And just as he was pulling out the lunchbox Mira prepared this morning, Visha, Arya, and AI came to his table. Yuji, would you like to have lunch with us? Visha asked, her soft smile shining brighter than her golden, sunlit hair. Yes, that'd be nice. Let's go have lunch together. Raku, do you want to join us? AI turned towards Raku and extended the invitation. Oh, sure. Let's go. Me too. Let me join too. Sho suddenly appeared out of nowhere, raising his hand excitedly as he begged in a loud voice. Oh, of course. Visha replied with a helpless smile. Hey, can we join you guys too? Me too. Kaitoji and Yotsuba joined the group and were warmly welcomed by everyone. As they left the classroom, the group grew even larger when Kaitoji invited Ruri and Onodera to join them. Of course, Yuna and Nina were also included when they arrived at Yuji's class to have lunch with him. Introduced to Arya, the girls quickly hit it off, chatting amicably as they made their way to the cafeteria. What a sight, oh we're so lucky Raku. We're becoming the center of attention. Can't be helped. After all, most of the top beauties in our school are here now. The envious glares from the guys they passed made Raku uncomfortable, as he preferred a peaceful life. But as Sho had said, it couldn't be helped. After all, they weren't just walking with one or two, but nearly 10 of the most beautiful girls in the entire school. It was only natural that those surrounded by such beauties would become the target of envy, even if the group hadn't gathered because of them. Raku and Shi both knew that these girls had come together because of Yuji, as he had been the first one invited. Yuji was the one who should have been the object of envy. Even they couldn't help but feel a little envious of him. But they didn't mind it much. Meanwhile, the target of the entirety male population of the school's envy was looking at his phone, reading a message he just received. It was written in German. Area Flugel, wow, you've got quite a lot of girlfriends, Yuji. As expected of a playboy. Area Flugel, so. Which one is in your harem? Is it Kaitoge and Yotsuba? Or maybe AI too? I know Visha will enter your harem soon enough, but she's not in it now, haha, don't worry now that I'm here, I'll make it easier for you. Tsubakihara Yuuji, _ Area Flugel, B, D. Yuji shook his head, letting out a quiet sigh in his mind. It seemed his peaceful school days were about to be turned upside down now that Area was here. Lunch went as Yuji expected. Peaceful. At least, as peaceful as it could be with Area pushing her childhood best friend towards Yuji, both figuratively and literally. She would tease her by almost exposing her thoughts about Yuji in their text messages or subtly nudging her toward him, causing her to fall into his arms more than a few times. Everyone laughed at Visha's flustered reactions and panicked attempts to recover. But now and then, Kaitoge, Yotsuba, and AI couldn't help but glance at her with a hint of envy. While Yuna and Nina, noticing the situation, joined in the fun to tease Yuji and deliberately fought for his attention, making the already chaotic and enviable situation even more so. Still, everyone enjoyed their fun during lunch and finished the rest of their school day. Yuji returned home with Yuna and Nina after Visha and Area rejected his offer to help them move Aria's luggage from her hotel to Visha's home. She had only brought the necessities and planned on buying the rest of the things she'd like to have here in Japan. Upon returning home, the necklace around Yuji's neck glowed and transformed back into Alice and Aria in their human form the moment he closed the door. They jumped into his arms, clinging onto his neck. Alice nuzzled her face to his neck, while Aria laid hers on his chest while Yuji brought the twins up to his room after greeting Mira and Aika. After having dinner with the whole family and taking a bath, Yuji gave Yuna, Nina, and Mira a goodnight kiss and retreated to his room for the night, along with the twin slimes. Then, on his bed, he sent a message to the group chat. Tsubakihara Yuuji, everyone, I'd like to try using the Akashic records of divine spirits. But what kind of divine spirits do you think I should summon? There was a moment of silence, before soon enough, his friends began sending back replies. Kiryu Aika, darling, I vote for a super beautiful and sexy divine spirit. A MILF, preferably. And also maybe one who can help with missions in my world. Tsubakihara Yuuji. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, disregarding the first few parts of her words. I agree that we should consider someone who could help us with missions in her world. C.C. I can easily deal with the devils and take care of any healing we need with my SSR. So maybe you can summon a strong fighter. Shiba Tatsuya, I believe we are set in the offensive with Erika, Yuji, Albedo, and I as vanguards. Satoru-san, Lelouch, and Aika can support us at range with magic. While C.C. acts as our rear guard. Albedo, it'd be difficult to ascertain what kind of divine spirit would be suitable for the mission without knowing what kind of missions we'll be receiving. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that's true. But maybe we can predict it based on the events that happen in the anime. Kiryu Aika, HM. I think we'll be frying some chicken, fighting some crows and bats, and some sacred gear users. Albedo, in that case, it seems most of our missions will revolve around combat. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, in that case, it'd be best if we could secure a safe base of operations. One that will be impervious to divination and difficult to invade. Chiba Erika, so kind of like a magical fortress. But with all the flying and mythical beings we might be facing, we'll need a flying magical fortress. Tsubakihara Yuuji, should I use the free mission support item I got last time? I don't know if I can get something like a flying magical fortress, but there are some rare ranked items that might be useful. Kiryu Aika, wait a sec. I think I've seen something like that from the chat shop. Chiba Erika, What could it be? Suzuki Satoru, could she have found some sort of flying magical fortress? Shiba Tatsuya, even if she did, it might be quite expensive. And although it might be useful, I don't think we're in a dire need of it. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I guess we should continue discussing who I should be summoning later on. I'll be summoning it when we arrive in the other world when the mission starts. Lelouch Lamparagel agreed. Suzuki Satoru, I agree. Shiba Tatsuya, that's a good idea. Albedo, as you will, my love. Chiba Erika, sounds good. C.C, alright. Kiryu Aika, wait. I found it. Check this out. Yuji read the description of the item, and his eyes widened in surprise. This is. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 261, Chapter 258 Madam Flower. Kiryu Aika, wait. I found it. Check this out. SR, The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Aerial Garden of Vanity. Owned by the wise Queen of Assyria, a legendary figure said to be born from the Syrian mermaid goddess Terkito and a human man, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon is an enormous flying fortress capable of housing thousands of soldiers, assembled with systematically ordered floating masses, covered in floors of marble, stone balconies, many pillars, and every kind of plant life entangled and intertwined over the construct in a manner described as a unification of unsightly disorder and luxurious beauty. Though, rather than the description of a garden, or even a fortress, it is more aptly described as a floating weapon, manifested as an enormous fortress hanging in the air, in line with its name. Inscribed with countless magical runes of protection, deadly traps, especially extremely lethal poison she was known for, an immense power capable of leveling castles and cities, the Garden of Vanity exudes both breathtaking beauty and terrifying lethality in addition to a nigh impossible to conquer flying fortress. Cost, 28,000 GCP. This is. Yuji raised his eyebrows and read the item description more closely as he laid on the bed with the sword spirit and twin slimes. All three of them were in their human lowly forms. Alice and Arya were hugging his sides while Est rested on top of him, placing her head on his chest as she wrapped her arms around him. He was completely stuck, but thankfully, he was still able to move his hands to use his phone. Chiba Erika, there's actually a magical flying fortress. Satoru Suzuki, wow, this is amazing. I wonder how the scenery would be from up there. C.C, it seems amazing, but it's really expensive. 28,000 points is almost as expensive as an SSR. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, yes, this might be one of the most expensive SR-ranked items in the shop. Tsubakihara Yuuji, HM. This would have been perfect, had been cheaper. I also can't use my free support item ticket since it's above rare rank. In all truths, after reading the description of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Yuji became quite interested in it. After all, it's a flying fortress. Something that only existed in fantasy. And now that he was actually living a fantasy, he'd love to see it and be in one. Especially when it is described as being such a beautiful place. Moreover, with its features and firepower taken into consideration, it'd be more than suitable to be a base for their operations. After all, they wouldn't be able to take a giant sci-fi ship like Amaterasu to a fantasy world like Aika's. Though perhaps, if it's a world like Satoru's, which barely had any technology except for the power suits from Yggdrasil, they could use it. Shiba Tatsuya, the items sold in the shop had always been worth its price. But we're not clear on the extent of this fortress's features and capabilities. It'd be a gamble to buy it. Albedo, indeed. Since we are not in a dire need of it, I believe it'd be best to hold on from buying it. Kiryu Aika, no. I'm not saying to buy it. Read the item description. It's said to be created by the wise Queen of Assyria. Chiba Erika, yeah, so. C.C, Are you saying? Kiryu Aika, yes. We can have Yuji summon her, and maybe she'll be able to create the magical fortress with magic. We'll get it for free. Messages stopped coming into the group chat as Yuji and the rest of the members all reeled back from the realization. She was right. If the Akashic record of divine spirits could really summon these mythical spirits and make their legends a reality, then they might be able to get the Hanging Gardens by summoning the Queen of Assyria, its owner. Kiryu Aika, Hello. Did you guys got disconnected or something? Kiryu Aika, wait no, that's not possible. Where are you guys? Tsubakihara, no, I'm just really shocked. It sounded too good to be true. Shiba Tatsuya, I agree. We have no idea how Yuji's Akashic records work. We'll only know once we summon her. Suzuki Satoru, even if she could create the Hanging Gardens, I think she'll still be a strong ally to have. As a daughter of a goddess and an empress, she might have magical capabilities and offer us wisdom for future missions. Lelouch Lampy Rouge, according to the description, she is also knowledgeable regarding poisons. While we may not have use for it, having someone knowledgeable about it would help us prepare against it. Albedo, I agree with their opinions, my love. Even if she were unable to create the Hanging Gardens, I believe she would still be of use to us. Chiba Erika, well. I guess we have nothing to lose either. C.C, I'm fine either way. As long as we don't spend points, we'll only be gaining something. Tsubakihara Yuuji, alright. Then, I'll be learning more about her until we get to Aika's world for the mission. I'll see if there's information on the history and legend of the Queen of Assyria in my world. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Aika, can you send me information about her from your world as well? Kiryu Aika, sure, darling. I also found the anime version of her from an anime called Fate Apocrypha. I'll send it to you so you can use it as reference. Tsubakihara Yuuji, thank you. I'll check it out. Links and texts began appearing in the chat room between Yuji and Aika. And he spent the rest of the night reading about the history and legend of the mythical queen of Assyria, Samiramis. X. Mira sat behind the desk in her bedroom, basked in the light of the moon that entered through the window to her side. She was dressed in a dark red evening gown, the strings around her slim waist tied loosely, revealing much of her cleavage, with a slit that stretches down from her thighs, revealing her soft milky white thighs and long slender legs. It was an evening gown meant for comfort and seduction, rather than warmth. She swiped through the screen of her phone, from right to left, pausing for a few moments as she thoroughly took in the picture displayed. Fufu, they were so cute back then. Her lips curled into a warm smile as she looked with her crescent eyes an old picture of Yuna and Nina holding the hands of Yuji in between them. They were dressed in their elementary school uniform, posing in front of their school after graduating. Then, another was a picture of herself and Aika with the kids. She had been swiping through the galleries of pictures in her phone for a while, starting from when she first adopted her beloved baby boy. Then slowly going through the chapters of her life with her beloved little sister, her daughters, and Yuji. Then soon, she finally reached the moment when Yuji changed. I can still remember clearly how shocked I was. His change was drastic and abrupt. Although her baby boy was cute before, he changed into a completely different man overnight. Not even puberty would be able to explain it. He was handsome beyond words. So much that she was sure her baby boy would break countless hearts by simply existing. Moreover, he also suddenly became extremely skilled in investments and many other things. She had always thought of it as shocking and strange. However, since Yuji didn't seem keen on revealing the reason, she held back. And now, she knew why he held back, for the reason behind his change was even more unbelievable. A multiverse group chat which allowed him and his friends from other worlds to go through different worlds to complete missions and gain rewards. It was something that would only exist in fiction. And yet, when Yuji showed the magical items he brought back, showed his magical abilities, and showed her Alice and Arya, it was impossible to deny. Her shock quickly turned into worry. He seemed to be quite strong and confident in his abilities, but no matter how strong he was or if he had friends that could take care of him, she was still worried. But, it was impossible to stop him. She knew, just from one look into his beautiful eyes, that he'd never stop. She knew her baby boy well. He grew up so quickly. And so amazingly. He grew up to be the amazing man she always knew he would be. And now that he has become so amazing, so mature, and so loving, it's making it harder and harder for her to hold back. Her cheeks warmed as she stared dazedly at his picture. No, I need to be patient. It's not time. She shook her head, snapping herself out of her daze. From the start, she had decided to let her daughters be first, then, she would let her little sister be next. Only then would she finally give him her love as a woman. But maybe, I can give her a nudge in the right direction. She mused mischievously, swaying her legs forward and backwards. After all, Aika's always been slow at things like this. So as a good big sister, she should give her a nudge to the right direction so she could have her turn sooner. Fufufu, I need to start planning, I can't wait. She closed her eyes and pressed her lips softly to his picture, right on his lips, and placed her phone on her breasts, near her heart. For now, the few sweet moments she shared with Yuji would be enough. Though, she wouldn't know for how long it would be. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, her phone vibrated from an incoming call. Who's calling this time of night? She looked and saw a familiar name that brought a smile to her face as the caller, and quickly picked up. Hana-chan. I didn't expect for you to call me today, especially this late in the night. It has been a while, Mira. Excuse me for calling this late. Though, it's morning where I am. The familiar beautiful voice resounded from the other side of the call. A voice Mira hadn't heard from in a few weeks. It's fine so. What does the ever-so-busy Madame Flower need from me? Don't call me that. Fufufu, but it's cute. Mira couldn't help but giggle as she spoke with the best friend she had always been with since high school. It had always been a mystery to others how they could be best friends. After all, when looked from the outside, they couldn't be more different from each other. Mira was soft, gentle, kind, and friendly, always with a smile on her face as she greeted everyone warmly. While Hana had an intimidating presence that was further emphasized by her frankness and strict personality. But deep down, they were both extremely caring people, which was how they became best friends throughout high school. Unfortunately, with both of them getting married, having their own families, and building their careers, they rarely got the time to chat. Especially now that Hana had become a world-renowned business consultant who kept the world's finances in balance. Still, from time to time, they would still chat. Hana would always be the one to call her first, since it was easier for Mira to spare her time. And during these calls, they would chat just like they were still in high school. Mira would also remind her to take care of her health and call her husband and daughter once in a while, which thankfully, she seemed to have taken to heart since she would occasionally talk about them with her. But today's call was still something she didn't expect. They've had their call a few weeks ago, and normally, their next call wouldn't be so soon. It would normally be at least a month later. Anyway, there's something I'd like to ask. What is it? It is about your son. Yuji. What about him? I just had a video call with Kaito yesterday. And when I brought him up, she immediately turned into a flustered mess. I've never seen her face turn that red before. Mira couldn't help but froze at the words of her best friend. But quickly, she immediately connected the dots and giggled. Oh my really? Fufu, maybe she is interested in Yuji, he's my amazing baby boy, after all. Hana snorted softly. She was already more than used to the sun-complex tendencies of her best friend. She was also aware of her hidden desires. But, considering they weren't blood-related, although it was still a bit strange, she considered her best friend's happiness first and foremost. Well, no matter how amazing he is, I've always preferred if she were to marry your son instead. Instead of Issei's boy, she'd rather have her daughter be with Myra's son so their family would be even closer. She'd also be the mother of 2 more cute daughters, which was definitely an added benefit. She had always dreamed of going on a vacation with her daughter as well as Mira and her daughters. They also made that promise. So if everything goes well, they would end up together. Fufu, I'd love that. At that moment, an idea came to Mira. Also, if you wish to see your future son-in-law, let me send you pictures of him. You've sent me plenty. It's Ino dash. Nope, it's a new series, tell me what you think, okay, see you. Mira hung up and immediately sent Hana pictures of Yuji after his change. On the other side, Hana received the images, and opened it, if to only satisfy her best friend. She froze. Now I understand why she fell in love all over again. This is dangerous. She smiled helplessly and shook her head. If even she had her heart skip a beat upon seeing him, she couldn't imagine how her naive, innocent daughter would be facing him in person. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 262, Chapter 259 Wake-up Call. Yuji, Yuna, and Nina's morning walk to school went peacefully as usual. Sandwiched in between his beautiful step-twin sisters with his arms pressed against their soft, extra-large marshmallow chest, Yuji had long since accepted this as the norm, at least when they were still far out from school. When they neared their school, and students began to appear around them, only then would they let go of his arm, though they'd still be walking shoulder to shoulder with him, enough to be brushing hands. I'm so excited for the Hanami festival. It is still a week from now, Yuna. Geez, Nina-chan, you're no fun. It's the first Hanami festival in high school, you know. It's exciting. Let's go for a picnic with the whole family. I'm sure it'll be fun. Yuna suggested with a brilliant smile on her face and turned towards Yuji and Nina. That's a good idea. We can ask Mom and Auntie later on. Nina nodded in agreement. Her aloof expression belying her own excitement of the prospect. I agree. We can ask Mom and Auntie after school and find some private place so we can have Alice, Arya, and Est with us. Yes. We're so excited, Master. Our first Hanami. Hanami. I've read about it before. I'm interested, Master. Master, will you make us plenty of snacks? Yuji smiled softly at the twin slimes and spirit sword sovereign's voices in his mind. Having now gained the ability to converse with Yuji through words telepathically after their evolution, the twin slimes, especially Alice, often talk to him in his mind when they're in their necklace form. And because of her, the more quiet Est and Arya also began talking more. Of course. I'll make you girls your favorite strawberry cakes. The 3 cheered in his mind. But actually, my friend and I are also planning to celebrate Hanami too. Do you guys want to join? Yuji said, reminded of the promise he made with his friends before the Overlord mission. Yuji asked, and his twin sisters immediately turned to him with shock and excitement in their eyes. Are you serious, Yukun? Of course. There's still a few of us, but we plan on inviting more. We'll definitely go. Let's meet up and plan it together as soon as possible. Nina nodded a few times, agreeing with her twin sisters. Sure. We can set a time and place to meet up later. Maybe, we can do it in Auntie's cafe after school. Agreed. Soon, the 3 arrived at their school and immediately went to their classes. Upon arriving, Yuji quickly went to his seat and brought up the topic he discussed with his twin sisters this morning to Ai, Raku, Sho, Victoria, and Arya. Hey, about our plan for Hanami, do you guys want to discuss it this afternoon? Let's go. Let's definitely go. We should start planning as soon as possible. She responded in excitement. Sure, I'm free this afternoon. Raku nodded. The swimming club is having a rest day today, so I'm free. But where are we going to gather? Ai asked, tilting her head. I can ask my aunt to reserve a place for us in her cafe. Eh? But wouldn't Aunt Aika's cafe be busy? Rose Cafe is very popular. I'm afraid we'll bother her if we have so many people come over so suddenly. Victoria said with concern. Rose Cafe was extremely popular with girls of all ages because of its perfect atmosphere, amazing drinks, and an array of picturesque and delicious desserts. It's difficult to even buy their desserts if they come a bit late during the weekends, much less getting a seat. Ah, that's right. And it became even more popular once this guy started working there. AI said and pointed at Yuji accusingly. Oh, I definitely saw a lot of posts in social media about that fufu. I wonder when I can see you wearing that uniform again. Arya smiled mischievously, to which Yuji simply sighed helplessly. Well, I can try asking my aunt for a favor. And your wish might come sooner than you think. Oh, I can't wait. Arya smiled widely, and glanced at Victoria, who was now looking at Yuji in a daze with an obvious blush on her face. She was sure that her best friend was already imagining Yuji serving her with his devastatingly handsome smile while wearing Rose Cafe's uniform. Meanwhile, Yuji began doing a rough headcount on who will most likely join the event. Yotsuba might be bringing her sisters. Oh, I should also invite Haruka-senpai and Hibiki-senpai. That would bring it to around 15 people. That's quite a lot. I should call Auntie now to ask. He took out his phone and immediately called Aika. Hello, Aikane. I'm sorry to bother you. Why, Yuji? What's wrong? Sorry for bothering you. My friends and I wanted to discuss our plans to celebrate Hanami. Can I reserve seats for around 15 people in the cafe for this afternoon? 15. Well, I think that's fine. It's weekday, so it's a bit slower than on the weekends. I can get you a few tables. Great. Thank you, Aikane. Sure. By the way, Nei-san is also planning to celebrate Hanami together with you kids. We should plan it soon too. Sure, let's talk about it when we return home tonight. Alright, I'll tell Nei-san about it. Mem, good luck with your work, Aikane. I'll be going now. Wait. Aika shouted in a panic, stopping him from hanging up. When are you planning on coming here to help out? You know, I've been pestered daily by my customers, especially girls, about when you'll come. They'd even send emails and messages to my cafe for this. Take responsibility, you brat. Sorry. I'll come and help out this weekend. Ah, really? Then, that's good. Don't you dare forget about it, okay? Or I'll beat you up. Of course, I won't. I'll never forget about a promise to you. That's good. Alright, you go and study well. I still need to do my morning prep. I'll hang up. Bye. The line was immediately cut off, leaving Yuji grinning on the other end, amused by her antics. Although he couldn't see her, he could imagine how much she's blushing now. She's so cute. He then turned towards Visha and the others, who were awaiting the results of his call. My aunt has agreed. Great. Then, we'll go and invite the rest. Once again, it's fine, brother. I just wanted to ask for your advice. No, there's no need to send Grafionisima here. Ha. Yes, I told you she's not hostile at the moment. We're on friendly terms. Alright. I'll try to learn more about her group. Thank you, brother. Goodbye. Rias let out a heavy sigh and leaned back to her chair behind her desk in the clubroom. How did it go? Sona said with a hint of amusement and schadenfreude as she smirked at Rias. She was sitting on the couch in Rias's clubroom. Her vice president, Tsubaki, was sitting by her side. 2 porcelain teacups filled with steaming hot jasmine rested on the table before them, served by Rias's queen, Akino, who now sat on the opposite side of the table. Ha. At this point, I'm just glad he didn't make this too big of a deal. He almost sent Grafionisima here to investigate. Well, in my opinion, that would be the quickest way to gain more information on her. Perhaps, we could even locate their base and learn of the other members who were stronger than her. Yes, but if we act rashly, we might receive their enmity instead. Sona said, looking at the frowning Rias. She appeared to be in thought, and Sona could easily guess what she was deliberating now. Are you hoping she'd help you with your problem? Rias's eyebrows nodded, her teeth clenched tight as her eyes narrowed in both frustration and worry. Time was ticking, and it wouldn't be far off until it ran out. That's why she was growing more and more restless by the day. She had thought of doing a rating game against her fiancé to break this engagement off. But although she had grown her peerage over the years, she was still lacking a lot of members. She would be at a disadvantage against that man's full peerage. While she believed that her peerage wins in terms of individual strength, she didn't know if it'd be enough to overcome the disparity they had in numbers. Even with Issei, who was this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, she doubted he'd be able to do much, given how he just awakened to his power. But even so, she knew that the rating game would be her only way out of this arranged marriage. At first, I was hoping she'd join my peerage. But after feeling her aura, I knew I wouldn't be able to reincarnate her. The overflowing and powerful magic aura Aika displayed to her was still vivid in her mind. It was enough to overpower her and her entire peerage at once. Moreover, she could also move fast enough to beat her knight, Kiba, who should be unparalleled in speed. And if that still wasn't the extent of her full power, she would be on a whole different level. Now, I just hope she could at least help us train. Sona took a sip of her tea and nodded. That's a good idea. Well, you should have started training with your peerage long ago, but I guess this is a good start. Akino smiled helplessly at Sona's words and glanced at her now pouting king. As the one closest to Rias since she first joined her peerage, she was the most familiar with Rias's daily life. Rias had spent her years in Kuo indulging in her hobbies, doing only the bare minimum required of her duties as one of the 2 governors of the city. While Akino and the rest of her peerage dedicated themselves to training and improving their strength, she relied solely on the inherited powers of her bloodline without any effort to refine or enhance them. She barely studied battle strategies, the fundamental responsibility of a king, choosing instead to let her peerage handle stray devils without any tactical planning, intervening only when necessary by using her power of destruction. This would be a good wake-up call for her. Akino thought, and smiled inwardly. All right, I get it. I'll train my magic and learn some strategies. Rias huffed, crossing her arms underneath her breasts. She hated the thought that she would have to study and train, and decrease the time she'd be able to spend on her anime and mangas. But Sona was right. At this point, she needed to improve herself. Akino, will be coming up with a training plan for everyone. And as my queen, you'll also help me train with magic and strategy. Fufu, I understand, President. I'll prepare the strategy books for you. Akino giggled softly when a message notification on her phone rang. That said, you should still try to ask Aika to train you. With her prowess in magic, she should be of help. Sona said before standing up from her seat and walking towards the door with Tsubaki in tow. I'll try contacting her again. Ria said as Sona and Tsubaki exited the occult research club room and shut the door behind her. She would be very busy soon, with her plans to train and study strategy, as well as practicing cooperation between the members of her peerage. Rias couldn't help but pinch the bridge of her nose at the upcoming hardship ahead of her, when just then, she noticed Akino staring at her phone. Akino, what are you looking at so seriously? Rias. Kaneko just sent me a message. What is it? Is it about Aika? Akino nodded and slowly turned to her. She said she became more beautiful. Okay. And her aura was incomparable to how it felt previously. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 263, Chapter 260 Hanami Plans. On the way to Rose Cafe, Yuji couldn't help but look at the black-haired beauty walking in front of him with his sisters. He, along with his sisters, Yutaha, Shu, Raku, Visha, Aria, Ruri, Onodera, and Kaitoge, headed to the cafe right after class, while the rest would be joining them later. Ai was arriving with Haruka and Hibiki, while Yatsuba would be coming with her sisters. I didn't expect her to come too. He thought. His first impression of Yutaha was that of a lazy sleeping beauty. She didn't strike him as someone who enjoyed large gatherings, especially when surrounded by people she barely knew, aside from Yuna and Nina. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect I could meet with the sleeping beauty as well today as expected. You're my chick magnet. She whispered, putting his arm around Yuji's shoulder. Get away from me. Also, I'm not your chick magnet. But look at what you've done, my friend. There are only 3 boys amongst this field of flowers. You should be proud, MMPPHH. Yuji pushed him away by his face and turned towards Raku. Raku, take this friend of yours away from me. Ah. Aya. Raku snapped out of his daze and responded stutteringly to Yuji, making him raise an eyebrow. Then, when he followed the direction of Raku's gaze just now, he understood why Raku was acting like that immediately. He came close to him and whispered. Hey, it's been a while already. Why haven't you gotten closer to her? What are you talking about? Yuji looked at Raku with deadpan eyes, making him blush and averted his face. You know what I'm talking about. You should take this chance to get close to her. Talk about the upcoming Hanami festival. You can also drag Miyamoto-san into the conversation to make it easier on yourself. What? How can I do that? Also, Kaitoge is here. And there's a chance our family is watching. Raku said, shifting his gaze down as he scratched the back of his head. When you're in the cafe, you can just sit next to her or in front of her. Then, you can naturally make a conversation. It's fine. Raku thought for a moment, and soon, a light of determination lit up in his face. Why, you're right. All right, I'll try it. Do your best. Yuji smiled softly and gave him a few pats in the back for encouragement. Meanwhile, Yutaha was glancing back at him, and saw everything that happened between the two. Soon, they reached the beautiful entrance of the Western-style cafe, Rose. They pushed open the glass doors, and as they entered, they were welcomed by the smell of coffee beans, baked sweets, and the cozy atmosphere of a warmly lit cafe. And with such a large group, they would inevitably draw eyes from the customers. Ah, look. It's Yuji-kun. Ah, it's really him. I'm so lucky to be here today. I'm glad I came here right after class. Although there weren't as many customers as there would be during rush hours, there were still quite a few high school students, college students, and housewives. And naturally, all their eyes went to the most popular icon, mascot, of Rose Cafe. Oh wow, you're more popular than I expected, Yuji. Ahaha. Yuji laughed helpless at Aria's quip. Oh, you guys are here. Welcome. Just then, Aika, dressed in her uniform and apron, walked up to them with a blooming smile. Good afternoon. They all greeted back. Hello, Aikane, I'm sorry for bothering you so suddenly. Yuna said, clapping her hands in apology. It's fine, it's fine. Aika waved her hands, then smirked towards Yuji. I got him for the weekend to help out here, so it's fine. Oh, really? That's great, then maybe I'll come here on the weekend too. It's a rare chance to see him work here. We'll invite Mom as well. Yeah. Have Nae-san come here to supervise him too so he won't slack off. The three women in his family all laughed, ignoring the helpless Yuji, who was now receiving either amused or pitying glances from his friends. All right. You guys enjoy your time here. Everything you order will be deducted from this guy's pay, so order whatever you want. Aika said, pointing her thumb at him with a grin. Is it really okay, Yuji-kun? Visha asked, her eyes looking up at him with hesitation and pity. She's so kind. Unlike her best friend. Yuji thought, noticing Aria's mischievous smile. It's fine, I was planning on treating you guys anyway for today. Great. Thank you, Aunt Aika. Aria cheered and bowed at Aika. I'm the one treating you here. Yuji said with a sigh, which was ignored by Aria and Aika. Oh. You must be Aria. I heard of you from Ilya. Welcome. Thank you very much, please take care of me. Aikane, we'll go take our seats now. Also, there are still a few more of us who'll be coming soon. All right. Go to the second floor. Your table's at the upper right corner. You go take their orders later and bring them to me, okay? Yes. Thank you, Aikane. They quickly made their way upstairs and settled at their reserved table. Aika had arranged a long table for them by connecting 5 regular rectangular tables, positioning it right in front of a large window that overlooked the road. One side featured a row of cushioned chairs, while the other had a long, plush couch seamlessly attached to the wall, offering both comfort and ample seating space. Several menu books and coasters were already laid on the table, which was also decorated with a few vases of flowers and little unlit candles in a glass. It would easily be enough for a gathering of 15 or more people. Yuji sat on the chair, with Shu and Raku to his left, while the girls took their seats on the couch. Raku, fortunately, was able to sit right in front of Onodera, and they were now both blushing as they tried to not steal glances at each other. Yuji smiled secretly at them, and then he noticed Shu's smirk and an ever-so-slight smile on Ruri's normally stoic expression. Seems like it wasn't luck after all. He mused. Soon, Haruka, Hibiki, and Ai arrived. And Haruka quickly took the seat next to Yuji, followed by Hibiki and Ai. Then, Yatsuba and the rest of the quintuplets, Ichika, Nino, Miku, and Itsuki, also came, and each took their seats on the remaining spots. Alright, now that everyone's arrived, let's order our drinks and food. Then, we can enjoy our afternoon snacks while getting to know each other, since some of you may be meeting for the first time. Then, we can start our discussion. Yuji suggested, and everyone agreed, before they began browsing their menus and asking for his recommendations. After getting everyone's order, Yuji went down, gave it to Aika, and returned back to his friends. In less than 20 minutes, all the drinks, cakes, and freshly warmed pastries were all brought to their tables, and everyone began enjoying their light afternoon snacks. It's so good as expected of Rose. Haruka squealed, happily enjoying her strawberry shortcake with a delightful smile. It's very delicious. I don't really like sweets, but this is delicious. Meanwhile, Hibiki was shocked to find herself enjoying her matcha cake this much. Unlike most other matcha cakes she tasted before, this one didn't leave her with a disgustingly sweet aftertaste. She could taste the bitterness of the matcha tea, which was amplified, not overpowered, by the sweetness of the cream. Moreover, the cake itself was also very moist and easy to eat. I'm glad you like it, Tsubakihara-senpai. That's actually one of my favorites too. I often recommend it to our customers. Oh really? I didn't expect you to have a similar taste. Hibiki said, raising her eyebrows as she looked at Yuji. Ah, well. Since childhood, my home has always been filled with sweets, which my sisters and aunt enjoy. So I got tired of it. Thankfully, my mother has a similar taste with me, so usually, we would get something less sweet for ourselves. What a coincidence. I was the same in my home. My father and I were the only ones who didn't enjoy sweets as much, so we would normally get something less sweet for ourselves as well. I have the same problem with Haruka as well. Hibiki's lips curled into a smile as she glanced at Haruka. Geez, you guys just don't understand the greatness of sweets. Here, try this, Hibiki. I'm sure you'll like it. No thank you. It's too much cream for me. You. Then, Yuji. You try it. I'll pass as well, senpai. Thank you. Geez. You two are not fun. Fine, more for me. Haruka pouted, and resumed eating her strawberry shortcake with puffed cheeks as Yuji and Hibiki looked at each other and sighed. Soon, everyone began finishing their sweets and pastries. But before they began, Yuji introduced Haruka and Hibiki to the rest, while Yuna and Nina introduced Yutaha since they're in different classes from the rest. Similarly, Yotsuba also introduced her sisters, who up to this point, have only met Yuji. Now then, since we're all acquainted, let's start our discussion about our planned Hanami celebration before it gets too late. Yuji said, getting the attention of all of his friends. Firstly, let's decide on the time. I was thinking of doing it next Saturday morning. Is anyone unavailable during that time? Next Saturday. I don't have anything planned that day. Kaitoji said after thinking for a bit. Then soon, after a bit of thinking, no one was in opposition for the time. Great. Then it's decided. Next is about the venue. This one is a bit difficult. I agree. We'd need to reserve a spot as soon as possible if we wanted a nice place. There are a lot of popular parks and riverside spots that are nice, but it'll definitely be crowded. It'll be difficult to enjoy ourselves. Hibiki said, crossing her arms under her chest. We've never celebrated Hanami with a picnic before, so we don't know any spots that's not on the internet. So we won't be able to offer any suggestions. Yotsuba sighed as the rest of the Nakano sisters nodded in agreement. I've also never celebrated Hanami before. After all, what did I do going on a picnic alone? Yutaha said, leaning back to her chair and crossing her arms. No, why do you sound like you're proud of that? Yuji couldn't help but think. I'm sorry. My family's shop is always busy during these seasons, so we also never went out and go on a picnic before for Hanami. Onodera said regretfully. It's fine, Onodera-san. Yuji shook his head and comforted her, when suddenly, a realization came to him. Raku, what about you? Do you or your father know any good places we can reserve? Raku crossed his arms and thought hard. I think there is. We normally celebrate it in our house, but there's one time we celebrated it by a riverside near the mountains. It's not that well known since it's outside the city, but it's quite nice. I can ask my father about it and reserve it. Great. Then, we'll be counting on you for that. Update me as soon as possible. If it's full, we'll need time to find another place. All right. Raku nodded. Then the last thing will be about the food and drinks. I suggest each of us bring something and share it with everyone. You can bring food, drinks, snacks, or anything else for the picnic. Is that fine with everyone? Sounds good. Then, I'll have my chefs prepare some nice spring Japanese dishes for everyone. Kaitoji raised her hand in agreement. I'll also cook up something and bring it. Raku said. Yukuin. Let's cook too. Yuna suggested. Sure, we can cook together, and also bring some cakes and pastries from Rose too. Yuji nodded. Oh, that sounds fun. Visha, let's make some German dishes and bring it for everyone to try. Aria suggested. That's a good idea. Visha agreed. I'll bring some wagashi from our family's shop. Onodera said. What should we do, Hibiki? Haruka asked. I think those who are not going to cook can bring the desserts, snacks, and drinks. I agree. Since none of us can cook, I think us sisters will buy some snacks and drinks and bring it. Yotsuba raised her hand as her sisters nodded in agreement to her words. I'll bring some drinks too. Yutaha said. Me too. I'll also buy some snacks for us. Shu followed. Lastly, Ruri raised her hand and said, I'll buy the plastic plates, cutleries, and cups for us. Great. Then, let's talk about the things we're going to bring so we won't have people bringing the same thing. Their plans slowly began to take shape. And when night finally fell, they all made a concrete plan, and returned home to prepare for their Hanami gathering next weekend. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 264, Chapter 261 Aika's Courage. After a light dinner, Yuji, Yuna, and Nina retreated to Yuji's room to work on their homeworks together, leaving Mira and Aika in the living room to wind down for the night while watching TV. Mira and Aika made themselves comfortable on the couch as a couple of steaming cups of green tea rested upon the table before them, freshly brewed by Mira. With the addition of Est, as well as Alice and Arya who recently obtained a human form to their family, it has become quite rare for them to be left alone. Especially since Yuna and Nina would more often stay in the living room to relax instead of their rooms. Though judging from her daughter's expressions as they head to Yuji's room, she knew very well the reason behind it. Fufu, I'm sure they're having fun now. Mira mused to herself, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Normally, her daughters reserved their more intimate moments with Yuji for the weekends. But with him scheduled to work at Aika's cafe this coming weekend, it seemed they had shifted those private times to the weekdays instead. As long as it didn't interfere with their sleep or schoolwork, Mira saw no reason to stop them. If anything, she quietly supported their love, no matter how often they chose to express it. Which, speaking of, this might be an opportunity. Myra's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile as she turned toward her younger sister. Aika sat comfortably on the couch, dressed in a snug white tank top and a pair of hot pants. She pulled her legs up onto the cushions, crossing them casually as she hugged a fluffy pillow to her chest, her gaze fixed lazily on the TV screen. Speaking of, Yuji told me that he would be spending the weekend working in your cafe. Mira asked, and as soon as she did, Aika immediately blushed and looked at her with widened eyes, flustered. Why yes. He is. Since he asked me for a favor to reserve tables for a lot of people this afternoon so suddenly, I decided to have him help out this weekend. Aika explained quickly before continuing, a lot of customers have also been bothering me, asking me where he is every day. It's a hassle, so I decided to have him help out for the weekend. Mira chuckled at her little sister's cute attempt to hide her true intentions. Aika had always been like this since her childhood. She used to be very honest, but as she grew up, she became more and more of a tsundere, who'd often hide her true feelings under a tough, prickly exterior. It added to her charm, no doubt, but there are times where it'd serve to hinder her, just like now. And as her older sister, it was her job to prevent her from harming herself. Fufu, how much longer are you going to use that as your excuse to get closer to Yuji-kun, huh, Aika-chan? What? Who's trying to get close to him? Aika raised her voice in embarrassment, hugging her pillow even more tightly as her face turned crimson red. Mira simply shook her head and smiled. You can't hide anything from me, you know. I'm your big sister after all, and I know you love Yuji-kun so much, and not only as your step-nephew. What are you saying? Who says I love that brat? I am going upstairs. She threw her pillow down to the couch, stood up, and ran away towards the stairs. He loves you as well, you know. Mira said, stopping Aika in her tracks just before she disappeared up the stairs. You know that very well too, don't you? He's just waiting for you to accept him and come to him, just like Yuna and Nina. Her face blushed redly, her hand tightening around the railings of the stairs. What about you? She mumbled. What about you, Wani-chan? Mira smiled softly and chuckled. Well, as a nice big sister, shouldn't I let my dearest little sister have her turn first? Fufu, Mira said, lifting up her cup of tea before continuing, don't worry, I'll be right after you. I've been waiting for quite a while, after all. What dash? How shameless. I didn't know you're so shameless, Wani-chan. I've been this way since forever. Mira giggled as the rapid sound of footsteps echoed through the hallways, then a loud slam of a door resounded from the second floor. She took a sip of her cup of tea and let out a satisfied sigh. From Aika's reaction, she was sure she'll take action by the end of this weekend. Kaya. It's real. The manager fulfilled her promise. OMG, I'm so glad I came here on the first train before it gets too crowded. Yukuin, look here. Yuji, marry me. I want to have your baby. Ahaha. Yuji had expected such chaos to fall upon Aika's cafe, but he didn't expect it to be a war zone. Because of the constant pestering of Yuji's fans who were also loyal customers of her cafe, Aika leaked Yuji's plan to work for the weekend to them in an attempt to have them stop pestering her. She told them to keep it a secret, and they kept it. After all, telling everyone about his appearance would only serve to increase the number of customers coming, which would decrease their odds of actually getting a seat and be served by their bias, Gachikoyashi. But because they couldn't control their excitement, rumors began to spread far and wide. Speculations that soon turned into real news by word of mouth. Thus was the chaos born out of it. Fufu, he's working so hard. I thought I could have Yukuen serve me all day, but he's so busy. It couldn't be helped. It should be as expected, considering it's Yuji. Sitting on a more privately placed table at the corner of the first floor, Mira, Yuna, and Nina watched Yuji from a distance as he ran around constantly, serving and taking orders from the customers and fangirls who had come today especially to see him. And along with them on the table. He's handling those women pretty well as expected of a playboy. Arya couldn't help but giggle as she observed how one by one, women who were overflowing with excitement were tamed and satisfied by his smile and sweet tongue alone. Geez, Arya. That's rude. What are you saying in front of Aunt Mira? Visha scolded and bowed her head towards Mira. I'm sorry for her, Aunt Mira. Even though you were generous enough to invite us and treat us today. Fufu, it's fine, dear, he's been living with women all his life, so it's natural he can deal with some fangirls, Mira chuckled. Every single seat in the cafe, even on the second floor, was full. And there was still a long line of customers outside waiting to be seated. At this rate, they would be full until closing time. Well, since we've spent quite a bit of time, let's return and let the other customers sit, Mira suggested. Yes. They all cleaned up after themselves, wiping the table lightly with tissues from the table, and stood up to leave. Ah, Nei-san, you're leaving already. Aika, from behind the counter, raised her voice to get their attention when she saw them approaching her. She was still extremely busy with preparing coffees. Even at this moment, her hands were still busy pouring the textured milk to a cup of espresso. But with after countless cups of coffee, she could do it flawlessly while still conversing with others. Yes, we've had our fill of watching Yuji-kun, and since there's still a lot of customer, we shouldn't hog the table for too long. Ahahaha, I see. Thank you. Fufu then, we'll be going now, good luck and I expect to see progress by tonight, Mira said with a smile, and Aika immediately blushed, her hand shaking enough to almost drop her cup. Nei-san. Bye. Thank you very much for the food. The girls said in unison and bowed and left, following after Mira. Though, seeing how flustered Aika was, they couldn't help but wonder what Mira meant by her words. Mom, what do you mean by expecting progress tonight? Yuna tilted her head, confused. Fufu, it's just something that Aika has been delaying for a long time. Yuna and Nina exchanged confused glances, trying to decipher the true meaning behind their mother's vague response. Arya, equally curious, furrowed her brows in thought. However, having only recently become acquainted with the family, she didn't yet have enough context to piece together what Mira was implying. Visha, on the other hand, while intrigued, chose not to pry. It was, after all, a matter concerning the Tsubakihara family, and she respected their privacy. Well then, since it's only 2 o'clock, shall we look around the shopping district before having dinner together? Yes. Nightfall. A long, heavy sigh escaped Aika's lips as she walked her usual route home from her cafe. She expected this Saturday to be chaotic, but she didn't expect it to be so busy that she didn't have any time to rest except to eat. And all because of the man walking by her side, who didn't look like he shared her exhaustion. It's all because of him and his face. No, maybe it was because I had him work today. But my customers have been pestering me non-stop to bring him. So it's still his fault. Aika grumbled inwardly and glanced at Yuji with a glare. But as she looked at him, she recalled his dashing figure, going around her cafe and serving customers non-stop, all while keeping a perfect smile on his handsome face, treating each and every customer perfectly from opening until closing time. And by the end, he still helped her with closing before running off to the convenience store a few blocks away to buy her a sandwich before she knew it. Her heart felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. She could feel her face burning up at that moment. But how could she not? He was like her prince in shining armor. How could she not feel touched when he treated her so considerately? Ugh. This must be because Nei-san said some nonsense to me a few days ago. She could still hear her voice and recall her every word clearly, for it never really left her mind since she heard it. And as the weekend approached, her heart was thumping loudly. The only time she could think of anything else aside from her sister's words and Yuji's face was when she busied herself with her work. But is it true? Naturally, Aika knew that Yuji cared for her deeply. But was it only on a familial level? She didn't know. She was never sharp enough to understand these kinds of things like her older sister. And the fact never bothered her, until now. Arg. It's so annoying. Aika decided. She was never one to think hard and long. So she decided to just do it. She'll trust her older sister's words, and even if it's wrong, at least she would have tried first. Screw it. With a burst of courage, Aika slithered her arm around Yuji's and hugged his arms tightly, pressing her breasts against him as a result. Wadash. It came out of nowhere. Their walk back home had been accompanied by a comfortable silence. Yuji had had the thought of holding Aika's hand as they walked, but their relationship hadn't progressed up to that point yet. He was prepared to wait for her to be ready and simply try his best to close the gap between them. But all of a sudden, Aika broke the thin yet sturdy wall between them in a flash of a moment and hugged his arm. Aika shut up. I did it because I was a bit cold. Ann. Well. Aika yelled, looking down to her feet, though hindered by her chest, and squeezed his arm tighter. She held it tightly with all her strength unconsciously, her mind still struggling to form words and turn her feelings into sentences while keeping her embarrassments away. It was strong enough to cause a man with Yuji's figure to scream in pain, but Yuji stayed silent, patiently, with anticipation, waiting for the next words that would escape from her lips. I'll say it once. So listen carefully. Aika looked up to his face, his visage instantly dazing her. Of course. I'll listen to you carefully, Aika. Yuji smiled, while his heart thumped quickly, baited in anticipation. Perhaps, the next words that would come out of her lips would be the words he had been dreaming of for such a long time. Aika's lips trembled, her eyes shaking as she forced herself to squeeze out the next few words that would come from the depths of her rapidly beating heart. I love you. She shut her eyes closed tightly, unable to look at Yuji. She wanted to hear his answer, but at the same time, she felt like she wasn't ready. Her heart was about to pop out of her heart. Just then, like a warm spring breeze, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her, calming her heart. Then, a warm hand enveloped hers, holding it ever so gently, yet tightly at the same time, like trying to grasp a fragile yet precious treasure. She opened her eyes, and her gaze met Yuji as he smiled ever so lovingly, his cheeks blushing redly. I love you as well, Aika. His words rippled through the depths of her heart, as she finally came to a realization. Nei-san's right. She felt strength leaving her legs and body as she leaned to his chest. Then, she felt a strong arm holding her by the waist as Yuji placed his hand on her cheek. Aika. Yuji. Their eyes closed, and as if fated to meet, their lips met into a soft, chaste kiss under the moonlight. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 265, Chapter 262 Loving Aunt, R18. The door to Aika's room slammed closed as the wet, smacking sounds of a passionate, loving kiss filled her room. Yuji pushed his aunt's voluptuous body against her door, his chest pressing against her large, heavy chest as he held her cheek and the back of her head to prevent her from escaping. Strength had long since left Aika's legs, and she was solely held up by her arms around Yuji's neck and his tall, strong, muscular body holding her against her door. Mcho. Why Yuji? Mcho. Let me take a bath, first. It was an especially busy day today with Yuji's appearance in her cafe. She had been working non-stop since early morning, and she had been moving around the kitchen the whole day. She was definitely drenched in sweat. And she didn't want Yuji to be disgusted with her during their first time. Don't worry, Nei-san. Mcho. You smell amazing. I love it. Why you brat? NNMNHH. Mcho. His divine physique wouldn't allow any grime to collect on his body, and he also didn't mind her beloved aunt's womanly scent. However, he knew that it would bother her if she were to smell herself, so he had actually cast cleaning magic subtly on himself as well as Aika to erase the scent that might bring her out of their loving moments. Mcho. NNGHH. Why Yuji? Her sweet moans filled the room, interchanging with the wet, smacking sounds of their lips. Aika. His voice, desperate, loving, and needy tickled Aika's ears and sent ripples in her heart. Her womb tingled, and she could feel herself getting wetter in preparation to receive her beloved inside her. Aika's eyes glazed as she stared at Yuji, taking off his black shirt to reveal a godly sculpture of a man. Then, when he took off his pants, a gasp escaped her lips when she saw the outline of a massive dragon confined inside his undergarment. It's so big. She had never seen a man's thing in reality before, but she had seen her share of adult videos, and she knew that he was much larger than normal. Nei-san. His hot, sultry voice snapped her out of her daze as her eyes quickly dart back up from his crotch, only to see the gaze of a hungry predator, hungry and eager to eat her up. I want to see all of you, Aika. Hiya. Before she knew it, her pants had fallen to the ground, leaving her bottom covered solely by a piece of panties. Then, Yuji lifted up her shirt above her head, lifting her arms up in the process. And just before he took it off completely, he left it there. What are you doing? Hee, I just wanted to enjoy my Nei-san's body for a bit. Why you brat? Anan. With her hands above her head, unable to move, she couldn't prevent Yuji from nuzzling his face to his neck, breathing in a lungful of her scent, as his hands fondled her breasts and butt. Why Yuji? MNNH. You smell so good, Nei-san. I love it. And you're so soft too. I've been dreaming of this for so long. Yuji sunk his fingers into her soft breasts, her white flesh overflowing from between his fingers. Even though he was groping her through a bra, it was still a sensation that could only be described as heavenly. His other hand had also sunken in another heavenly pillow as he squeezed and massaged her, but that couldn't even fit in his hand. Mcho. Chu. Nga. Slowly, Yuji left trails of kisses down from her neck, her clavicle, her chest, and finally, her breasts. With one smooth and swift motion of his hand, he unhooked her bra, and her twin, heavy, soft mountains jiggled down as they were released from their confines. Ah. Yuji, an NMMMGHH. His lips peppered kisses all around her breasts and slowly closed in on her nipples. Then, his tongue circled around her light pink areola, taking care not to touch her protruding, hard, pink nipples, desperate for attention. Stop teasing me. Yuji. Aika's mule tickled his heart, and unable to restrain himself any longer either, he pressed his lips together against her nipple, and sucked. MNNNHHH. Her whole body convulsed as the highly anticipated stimulation finally came to reward her for her patience. A jolt of electrifying pleasure shot down her spine, down to her womb as more and more of her love juices drenched her overflowed panties even more and began to flow down her milky white thighs. Her hands, still tangled in her shirt, came down around Yuji's neck as she pulled his face closer, as if trying to bury his face and suffocate him in her breasts, yearning for more. Her tightened hold around him felt like a soft, gentle embrace as Yuji continued to suck and lick her nipples while massaging her other breast with his hand, then changing sides. At this point, Aika didn't even have the strength to keep herself up anymore, and began to slide down the door. MMMNNNNGGHH. But before she could slide down completely, she felt his knee pressing against her crotch from below, sending a wave of pleasure up her spine, directly into her brain. Pleasure. All there was in her mind was white and pleasure as her body shook wildly, convulsing at the sheer pleasure. Her love juices flowed uncontrollably, squirting through her panties and wetting her thighs and Yuji's knee, creating a puddle under their feet. Ha. Ah. Ha. Yuji. Yuji let go of her breasts and kissed her once again, before looking her in the eyes. Aikane. I want you. Her heart skipped a beat as she heard those words. She had dreamed of this moment for so long. Aika lowered her head and nodded shyly. Yua, NNGH. Suddenly, her legs left the ground as Yuji lifted her up in his arms by her butt cheeks, spreading it wide. Then, he placed her softly onto her bed, pulling her drenched panties off, and discarded his undergarments after. With a subtle casting of secret rendezvous, no noise or sound from within the room would exit it. It was a spell Yuji often cast secretly whenever he would make love to Yuna and Nina to prevent their uncontrollable moans from being heard throughout the entire house. Yuji crawled up to her, his draconic rod fully hardened and pointing up towards her as he loomed over her sexy, voluptuous body, his hands on either side of her. Aikane. I love you. He lowered himself for a kiss, and Aika slowly slithered her arms around his hard, muscular chest as their tongue entangled and lips pressed against each other. She moaned into his lips as her body shuddered when she felt his hard, hot rod pressing against the drenched entrance of her sacred flower. Do it. Yuji. I want it. His lips curled into a soft smile as the words escaped her lips, and he aimed his rod down towards her pussy. She shuddered once again, but the arms she wrapped around his neck tightened, pulling him closer to her as her chest pressed against his. Slowly, ever so gently, but with a force just enough to split open her tight, virgin pussy, Yuji entered. Aya. Why Yuji? It hurts. Aika shouted, her face twisting in pain. No matter how gentle he was being, the pain was only natural given his size. But Yuji kept pushing slowly and pressed his lips against her, letting his saliva flow down into her. MMMMNNGH. The effect of his divine essence was immediate, and Aika didn't shout in pain despite Yuji piercing through her proof of womanhood. And Yuji continued to slide down the depths of her blazing hot and tight pussy until his tip touched the entrance to her womb. Aikane. We're one now. Ha. Ha. You're so deep. Ha ha. A frail laughter escaped her lips in the midst of her labored breaths. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of being one with her beloved. Then, she opened them once again, the pain surprisingly fading quicker than she expected. Why, you can move now. I can take it. Then, I'll move slowly first. With practiced and measured thrusting, Yuji slowly savored every inch of her tight, wet pussy as Aika moaned into his ears. He cupped her breast with one hand, massaging them strongly, while his other hand held the back of her head as he nuzzled his face into her neck. Aika hugged him tightly, her hands clutching his back, and her legs wrapped around his waist, preventing him from escaping. Yuji could feel her nail digging into his back skin with enough force that would have opened a wound if not for his nigh impenetrable skin. But, for Yuji, it was just enough to make him feel itchy and raise his desire. As soon as she got used to the pace, Yuji increased the force of his thrust and speed. Ah. Why Yuji? More. More. Ikane. Yuji pushed through her wet, tight folds that seemed to suck him deeper and deeper, preventing him from escaping. Plap, plap, asterisk asterisk plap, asterisk asterisk plap, asterisk asterisk plap, asterisk. The sounds of wet flesh hitting each other accompanied by Ika's hot, throaty moans filled the room as Yuji no longer held back and thoroughly enjoyed his sexy aunt's virgin pussy. With every thrust, he learned more about her pussy, and soon, he found all of her weak spots and began teasing them, missing them just enough to make her desperate. Ah. Why Yuji? Please. I want to come. Ha. Ha. It's too soon, Nei-san. Why you brat, T there. It feels so good there. His beautiful, strong, independent aunt, admired and respected by all her staff and customers, women or men, now laid under him, squirming, begging for his dick to fuck her pussy harder. The woman he admired and loved since he was young was now holding onto him tightly with all her might, using her arms, legs, and pussy. Her determined, ever-smiling face had turned into that of a woman in heat with her eyes rolled back and tongue dangling out of her lips, that Yuji quickly sucked on and teased with his. Yuji. With every thrust, her wet, sloppy pussy squirted love juice onto his, drenching him and the bed below them. She had lost count the number of times she orgasmed. Every time Yuji hit her G-spot, her entire body would convulse and her pussy would squirt, creating a puddle underneath her ass. But, even as she cummed, Yuji would still relentlessly thrust into her, sparing her pussy no mercy. Ikane. I'm going to come. Ika couldn't respond with words anymore and could only let out moans as Yuji relentlessly pounded her pussy. But, the legs around his waist tightened as she hugged Yuji even more tightly. That was enough for Yuji to increase the force and speed of his thrust even more, this time, not hesitating to hit her G-spot with extreme precision with every single thrust. Plap, plap, asterisk asterisk 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 plap, asterisk. Nhai. Aya. Ak. Ha. Ha. Ah. Yuji held her tightly as he felt his cum building up. Then, with a final, single push, he thrusted right towards her cervix and burst directly into her. Ikane. Nga. Ah. Ah. Ahak. Sparks. Electricity. Then white. Ika's body bent and stiffened into an arch as Yuji filled her womb with his cum. Her eyes widened as stuttering moans escaped her open mouth. Her pussy shooting a jet stream of her love juice as Yuji filled her, overflowing her. A few moments later, she plopped back down to her bed after the most intense orgasm in her life. Her breasts raised and fall quickly as she gasped for a breath, her arms and legs still around Yuji. Ha. 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 You. Beast. Hee hee. How can I hold back? When you're so cute, Nei-san. Her eyes narrowed in embarrassment as she whispered softly, conceited brat. Her lips curled into a smile as her breathing slowly calmed down, reveling in the sensation of making love with her beloved. It was a peaceful silence. Ika loved hugging Yuji on top of her as his dick rested deep within her with her womb filled to the brim with his love. He wasn't heavy, but she knew that was only because he was holding himself up for her. But just when her consciousness slowly slipped away and sleep began to claim her, Yuji whispered into her ears. We're not done, Ikane. I still haven't had enough. Ah. Ika shuddered when she felt his dick harden once more and poked her cervix, as if telling her to pay attention to it. Why you brat? Hee hee, I won't let you sleep tonight, Ikane. Wah, stop, no, Aya. Yuji lifted her up and turned her around, facing her ass towards him, and began thrusting anew. Her voice, now coarse from her unending moans, filled the room once more along with the sound of wet flesh slapping each other, which would continue throughout the night. And when the sun rises the next day, Yuji would have to clean his cum and sweat off of Ika's entire body, and finally let Ika rest. He would go to the cafe alone and take charge, while Ika, angry and exhausted from Yuji's all-night pounding, rested at home, grumbling to her older sister's amusement. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 266, Chapter 263 Fiery Entrance. A week had passed, yet not one night had passed without a passionate intimacy and love-making since the day Yuji and Ika cemented their feelings for each other. Yuna and Nina, fueled by envy and horniness, overcame their shyness of doing it in front of their aunt, and joined their nightly rendezvous. Tonight, despite needing to wake up early and prepare the food they were going to bring for their Hanami celebration with their friends tomorrow, Yuna and Nina still jumped on Yuji, taking turns with Aika to have their fill of him. And after a few intense rounds, Yuna and Nina had fallen into deep sleep, their naked bodies sprawled on Yuji's bed, while Aika had her last round of sex. Ha. 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 I can't. Anymore. Her heavy, massive breast pressed against his chiseled chest after falling down onto Yuji. She had no strength left after being mercilessly played with and fucked by Yuji. Even though she and her nieces fought him 3-on-1, she couldn't believe they failed to even make him lose breath from exhaustion while they went on the verge of fainting multiple times before. Take a rest, Nei-san. Let's stop here for tonight. I still have to wake up early tomorrow to prepare for our outing. Yuji slowly placed her down by his side, stroking her hair as he cast cleaning magic onto her. She nodded dazedly, too drained to respond in any other way, before closing her eyes and nodding off. Yuji pulled up his blanket to cover all four of them on his bed. It was a crowded squeeze, but still manageable given they didn't mind being so close to each other. He laid down, finally closing his eyes as the peaceful silence and soft breathing of the three beautiful girls by his side serenade him to a comfortable sleep. Just then, his phone buzzed and rang with a notification, making him open his eyes and reach out to grab it. Then, when he finally read it, his mind became fully awake once more. So it finally came. Nearly 2 weeks had slipped by since Kaniko's last report concerning the strange, sudden transformation she observed once again in Aika. It had started subtly, so subtly that, under normal circumstances, Kaniko wouldn't have thought to mention it. But Rias had given her strict orders, report every change, no matter how small. And Kaniko, ever vigilant and attuned to the ebb and flow of spiritual energies, had sensed something different. Aika's aura had shifted. Not just in intensity, but in nature, both quantitatively and qualitatively. Where once her energy, though controlled, surged like a vibrant, rushing river, it had now settled into something far more composed. It was like a pristine, motionless lake beneath moonlight, still, serene, yet impossibly deep. Like a bottomless abyss, Kaniko couldn't even fathom its depth. And yet, there was something else. Something more elusive. Aika's aura hadn't just stabilized, it had changed. Morphed. Evolved. Kaniko couldn't quite place how or why, but there was an undeniable new undertone to it, something both unknown, and yet, familiar. A quiet power, cloaked in elegance. But the most striking change, one even Kaniko couldn't ignore, was in Aika's appearance. She hadn't thought it was possible, but Aika had grown even more beautiful. Before, she had the effortless charm of a radiant high school girl, bright, lively, and unforgettable in a crowd. She had the kind of beauty that drew glances and turned heads, a light-hearted allure that invited admiration. Now, that beauty had matured, intensified, transcended. There was a hypnotic quality to her presence, an aura of mystique that lured the eye and refused to let it go. Aika no longer merely attracted attention, she commanded it. People who once found themselves drawn to her would now find themselves ensnared, captivated not by innocence but by something deeper, darker, and infinitely more enthralling. Her allure had become an enchantment, a spell woven into every glance, every movement. It wasn't just beauty anymore. It was bewitchment. Needless to say, this change attracted Rias's attention and curiosity. However, with her own problems looming right above her head and unable to simply call for Aika and have her explain, there was nothing she could do. Thus, she decided to focus and enact her intensive training plan. Except for when Rias brought her whole peerage to the familiar forest to get Issei and Asia, the new members of her peerage, familiars, every day were spent with training and studying. During the day, even amidst the bustle of school life, Rias and Aquino devoted themselves fully to the refinement of their magical prowess. While others chatted between classes or focused on lessons, the two prodigies quietly focused inward, tracing the invisible rivers of mana that coursed through their veins. They stilled their bodies and sharpened their minds, striving to sense and control the minute fluctuations in their energy. It was an exercise in absolute discipline, one that demanded patience, clarity, and unwavering focus. This technique was something Grafia forced on her while she was training her during her childhood. Rias remembered vividly how much she once loathed this method. Back then, she had despised the stillness, the silence, the slow crawl of internal mastery, anathema to her naturally spirited nature. But now, circumstances have changed. The looming threats demanded a new level of precision and strength. And so, she endured the monotony, pushing herself past her old limits. When the sun began its descent and the golden afternoon light poured across the sky, theory gave way to action. Rias and Aquino unleashed their magic in controlled bursts, honing the raw elemental forces they commanded. The crimson vortexes of the power of destruction spiraled from Rias's hands, obliterating wooden targets with ruthless efficiency. Beside her, Aquino stood like a thunder goddess incarnate, arcs of lightning dancing along her body before erupting outward in brilliant, electric fury. Each spell cast was measured and sharpened, meant to increase not just destructive force, but control, accuracy, and energy conservation. Every movement, every breath, became part of their evolving dance with power. As the stars began to glitter overhead, they transitioned into mental warfare. The nights were reserved for strategy and intellect. The dim glow of candlelight flickered across stacks of old tomes and thick rulebooks on raiding games, brought by Rias from her family's library in the underworld. Diagrams, case studies, and simulations filled their nights. Sona, always the tactician, occasionally joined or offered pointed advice, testing their understanding and challenging their assumptions. It wasn't just about power anymore, it was about how to use it. Meanwhile, Issei and Kiba undertook a more physically grueling regimen. Every morning, they followed a rigorous training program carefully constructed by Rias and Aquino. Sweat-soaked and breathless, they pushed their bodies to the limit, running, lifting, enduring. Their sacred gears were also a focus, with Issei working to deepen his connection with the boosted gear, and Kiba refining the efficiency and fluidity of his sword birth. Kaneko, ever silent and disciplined, trained alongside them. Her regimen was brutal, focused entirely on hand-to-hand combat, explosive speed, and tireless endurance. Sparring sessions became daily battles, each one sharpening their instincts, reflexes, and teamwork. This intense training quickly became a vital part of their daily lives, so much so that Ria suspended all but the most essential devil duties, including contract work. This, she had declared, is more important than any deal we could make. Fortunately, the city itself presented opportunities for real combat. A peculiar issue with several oversized crows, fallen birds from the sky above skies, led to several skirmishes throughout town. It was during one of these encounters that Rias's peerage intervened to save a girl Issei had met and gained affection for. A petite, golden-haired nun with the innocence and naivety unfit for the cruel world of supernaturals. Asia Argento, a gentle-hearted former nun, excommunicated from the church for the sin of healing a devil with her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Her kindness had been her undoing. Yet, she continued to hold on to that pure kind heart, even if it had led her to an abandoned church in a small suburban town and into the jaws of danger that led to her death. The Fallens had managed to steal her sacred gear away, severing its connection with her soul, causing her death. However, Issei's plea and Rias's desperate need for promising peerage members changed her fate. She had died by the hands of a former angel, by the circumstances brought by her kindness and led her here, only to be saved and reborn as a devil by Rias's hand. Now, Asia stood among them as their new bishop, her aura faint, but resolute. She trained alongside them, learning to channel her mana and refine the miraculous power of her healing. Her kindness hadn't dulled, if anything, it shone brighter amidst the trials. She would repay her benefactor and new family and try her best to be of some help as they all desperately prepare for the storm to come. Something urgent, however, paused her training routine. When she would normally do target practice with her magic, a message from her sister-in-law last night informing her that she would be coming made her stay in the occult research club room and sit behind her desk, anxious. One of the other reasons why Rias was immersing herself in training was to avoid being drowned in her own anxiety instead. She had time, sure, but even that wouldn't be enough to close the gap between herself and the adversary she would be facing if she were to relax around. Graphia and Sona had made it painfully clear for her to see. The steaming cup of tea prepared by her best friend and queen before her stayed untouched. By her side, hugging a circular metal tray against her massive breasts, Aquino watched her king with a concerned silence. Just then, a devil's teleportation magic circle alight before them, and a drop-dead gorgeous beauty, dressed in a French-made outfit, with platinum silver hair and a decorum of a pinnacle maid appeared. "Good afternoon, Miss Rias, Miss Aquino." Graphia bowed as a servant would to the young mistress of the noble household she served. Though, both Rias and Aquino treated her like no mere servant. Instead, they treated her with the respect and cordiality of a respected family member. "Good afternoon, Graphia. I would say it is nice to see you. But if you're here for what I'm thinking, I'd rather not lie to my sister-in-law." The stoic, cold expression of the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation melted away slightly, revealing a look of concern and helplessness. "Unfortunately, it is what you feared, Miss Rias. I am here to inform you of the arrangements decided by your father. Further details can be discussed on a later date, once you return to the underworld for your marriage preparation." "There won't be a marriage." A loud thud emphasized the finality of her words as Ria slammed her fist on her desk in frustration. Graphia kept her silence along with Aquino as the room fell into a silence as heavy as the atmosphere. "I won't do it. Not with that kind of scumbag." Rias whispered under her breath, though every single word and the venom contained within it still reached the two other ladies near her. A sigh escaped her lips, reddened by her bite, before Rias looked up at her sister-in-law, almost in a pleading way. "Is there nothing my brother could do about it?" The current Lucifer, who held both the title of Satan and strongest devil within the current devil society, was once a Gremry before taking on the last name Lucifer upon ascending to his position. He was Rias's brother, a kind brother who'd also shower her with love to the point that it's overwhelming her. If there was someone who could get her out of this situation, it would be him. However, it wouldn't be wise for him to use his influence as Demon King to break off this arrangement. Graphia shook her head. Now that he has taken up the last name, Lucifer, and became one of the four great, Satan, he's not allowed to intervene with private matters between noble families, such as marriage arrangements, even if it was his former household. Graphia, having listened to her husband's complaints and comments unfit to be uttered by a Satan who ruled over the Devil's Society, knew how frustrated and upset he was that his precious, beautiful sister would have to marry such a scumbag of a philanderer. Despite his high station, he was helpless to do anything. No. It was because of his high station that he couldn't do anything. As a Satan, he was expected to deal with each and every noble family and all the devils under him equally. That is exactly why every Satan had to replace their family name and no longer be a part of their original household, so they would rule every family with equality. What about father? I've expressed my disagreement for this arranged marriage countless times to him. Graphia shook her head. And Lord Gremory had responded the same way as he always did. All he asks is for you to marry Lord Phoenix just in name and produce one heir. This alone would not only give them a powerful pureblood descendant with the blood of Gremory and Phoenix as the future heir of the Gremory household, but also bind the Phoenix and their tears with Gremory. From a political and business standpoint, it was a perfect arrangement with nothing but benefits for the Gremory. The House of Phoenix was extremely famous for their fire magic, their nigh-endless regeneration capabilities, and their Phoenix Tears, a special potion that could grant the Phoenix's regeneration capabilities to the ones who consumed it, capable of bringing one back to health from the verge of death. To be able to have an heir that could potentially inherit the Gremory's power of destruction and Phoenix's regeneration while also gaining Phoenix Tears was simply a dream come true. Unless Rias could achieve something worth greater than that or find someone who'd bring greater benefits to the Gremory household, it would be difficult to convince her father to break off this arrangement. Easy for him to say. He's not the one who'll have to deal with that scumbag. Rias's fist slammed the table once more, this time a bit softer, as if she had lost the strength to even argue against him. Akino's frown deepened as she watched her best friend slowly lose hope. Although she could, to the extent a regular orphan girl could, understand Lord Gremory's intentions and reasons, she simply couldn't agree with it. But, she was also helpless. After all, even if she was Rias's queen, she was simply a low-ranked devil. Her opinion wouldn't matter to the lord of the Gremory household, even though he had taken her in after the tragedy that left her orphaned and cared for her. Graphia was silent for a while, before she began once more in a softer tone. Regardless, it would be better to inform your peerage members sooner rather than later. And seeing as you've invited them to come, this would be a good opportunity to do so as well. With her keen perception, Graphia sensed their magical presence first before the sounds of their footsteps. Soon, the massive twin mahogany doors opened, revealing the rest of Rias's peerage. We are sorry for the wait. We've come as you've instructed, President. Kiba bowed his head to greet the three ladies in the room, which Issei, Asia, and Kaneko followed right after. The twin door closed behind them, and instead of a response, there was silence as Rias held her head in frustration. After acknowledging their arrival, Graphia turned towards Rias once again. Shall I inform them instead? A heavy sigh escaped her lips once again, no need, before Rias shook her head and stood up to address her peerage members. There is something I'd have to announce to you. The true reason behind the sudden intensive training sessions. In truth, I am Dash. Suddenly, a burst of flames and immense magical power burst forth from a crimson-red magic circle that manifested instantaneously at the center of the club room. Then from within it, a tall blond man, muscular, dressed in a collared shirt that displayed his chiseled and a vulgar smirk adorning his face appeared. Ah. The human world. It's as unbearably dreadful as I've imagined. Truly. I simply can't comprehend how you would prefer to stay in such a lowly place instead of our home, my dear. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 267, Chapter 264 Final Resort. Aika lay sprawled across her plush bed, her golden brown hair spilling messily over her pillows like silk threads in the morning light. The soft hum of her phone filled the room as she lazily kicked her legs in the air, the tips of her toes brushing against the faint breeze from the ceiling fan. She wore a loose, barely there tank top that clung lightly to her curves and a pair of snug hot pants that did little to hide the supple softness of her thighs and hips. Her outfit, casual and teasing, suited her perfectly, carefree, alluring, and utterly relaxed. Her phone screen glowed softly with the familiar interface of the custom chat app, one that Yuji himself had created specifically for his lovers who weren't part of the Multiverse Group Chat. An app crafted just for them to keep their bond alive no matter the distance. She tapped into the group chat titled, Yuji's Wives Club, a cheeky name she had suggested herself. The members had grown steadily over time. Mira, with her calm and mature elegance, Yuna, the ever-cheerful optimist, Nina, sharp-witted and calm, Sigusa Mayumi, as the seemingly mature yet actually innocent young noble lady, Karen, honest and striking, and of course, Shaltir, whose intense devotion to Yuji was matched only by her gothic flamboyance. Tsubakihara Aika had only joined a few days ago, but already felt completely at home among them. Their chat history was filled with a charming mix of daily life updates, affectionate teasing, and, unsurprisingly, Yuji-centered discussions. Pictures of him, often candid, sometimes stolen, flooded the feed. Mira, always discreet, often shared his daily life picture, while Aika's contributions leaned toward spontaneous snapshots. Yuji and Midyan, shirtless in the kitchen, were giving his usual deadpan expression when caught off guard that she took during their missions together. This gave the girls, who weren't with him during the missions in other worlds, a glimpse of his appearance and his activities. The chat was more than just idle fun, it was a sisterhood. A gathering of hearts that, though scattered across different worlds and circumstances, were united by one constant, their love for the same man. Aika smiled as she read the latest string of messages, Mira being excited and giddy from the fact that her turn to have Yuji inside her was imminent now that Aika had done it with him. Aika was similarly excited, while Albedo showed her support and encouragement. Shaltir expressed her envy and wonder when she could come visit her again. Karen and Erika shared but didn't express it explicitly. Mayumi, being the only one who never done it with Yuji, was the only one flustered and expressed her shyness to the topic, which was met with encouragement for her to woman up and have her turn. Reading the texts, Aika giggled, her cheeks warm, her heart light. She was part of something precious now. Something warm, chaotic, and beautiful. And it all centered around him. Just then, she noticed a burst of magic power. It was small, but clear, and it came from the direction of her school, specifically the old school building where the Occult Research Club room was. It was the second time it had happened today. The magic didn't feel like it belonged to Rias, Sona, or their peerage. And it was smaller than the previous one. Aika began to recall the series of events from the anime and try to match the timeline there to her own world. And she had a guess. The first one must be Graphia. And the second must be the fried chicken, huh? She was relieved that she had returned home and was no longer in school right now. Because, if she were and she somehow met the fried chicken who definitely acted inappropriately to her, she'd have to deal with the aftermath of killing the chicken. That Surzex, crafty as he was, might use the Phoenix's displeasure to have her take responsibility and pull her to their side, which she wasn't quite keen on doing. Well, if it really came to that, I guess I can just have C.C help me revive him. It might not cut her ties with the devils completely, but she'd be able to get away more easily. Either way, she was glad that she didn't have to deal with such troublesome matters. Though, now that the Phoenix fried chicken had appeared, Rias might ask for her help again tomorrow. I'm not that good at teaching. But maybe I can just lend her some magic items. She was now in possession of a myriad of magic items that she got from her mission in Suzuki's and Albedo's world. From low-level common magic items that were mostly trinkets, to high-level divine class items that would be equivalent or surpassing a Longina's sacred gear in this world. Moreover, most of her equipment was suitable for magic casters, which could help Rias, Akino, and even Asia tremendously, while the rest could be used by Kaneko, Kiba, or Issei. Well, let's just see tomorrow. She shrugged and returned to her conversation with her sisters. The next day. Right after the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day and start of the weekend, Akino appeared right in front of Aika's classroom as she had expected. The jet-black-haired, Yamato Nadeshiko beauty stood before Aika, her gentle, ever-present smile that normally exuded elegance, confidence, and allure, now reflected a helplessness and concern Aika could guess the reason for. Good afternoon, Aika-san. Good afternoon, Akino-senpai. The two beauties shared a stare for a moment. Akino could already see it, in Aika's eyes, that she was already aware of the circumstances and her reason for being here. But, Akino asked regardless. Can you come with me to the club room, Aika-san? There's something Rias would like to ask you. Unlike the first time she had asked this, it was a heartfelt request now. Aika could sense it from the tone of her voice. And while she may not want to be involved with the troublesome politics and problems of the underworld, she could not simply ignore the plight of her future sisters. Sure, lead the way, senpai, she agreed readily, surprising Akino for a moment, before she turned and immediately led her to the Occult Research Club room, afraid Aika would change her mind. Asia and Issei, who were also in the same class as Aika and had been told to come by the president previously, also followed suit. Soon, they arrived in front of the club room and Akino knocked on it. Press, Aika-san is here. Come in. A familiar dignified voice resounded from within, and Akino pushed open the massive twin mahogany doors without much effort, revealing to Aika the rest of the members of Rias's peerage within the room, Kiba and Kaneko. Rias stood up from her desk and greeted her with a warm smile. Welcome, Aika-san. Thank you for coming here on such short notice. It's fine, Rias-senpai. In fact, I've actually expected the invitation to come. Rias was surprised, but her shock appeared as quickly as it appeared and was replaced by an understanding. I see. Regardless, thank you. Rias gestured to one side of the couch, the opposite of the ones Kiba and Kaneko were sitting on. Please, have a seat. Aika nodded and took her seat. You two, make yourselves comfortable as well. Rias addressed Issei and Asia, who quickly entered as well. Asia took her seat beside Kaneko, filling the spot on the couch, while Issei stood behind her. Here you go. With practiced grace, Akino placed a steaming up of tea before Aika. Thank you, Akino-senpai. She took a sip with the elegance and grace even Rias didn't have as a true heiress of a high-ranking devil nobility, gaining Asia's admiration and Issei's days. So, what do you wish to talk about with me, Rias-senpai? Rias stayed silent for a moment, rehearsing once again how she had intended on wording her request. But facing Aika now and having thought over it again, Rias decided to just be truthful and honest. She explained the circumstances of her political marriage, her partner's revolting character, her brother's helplessness in this case, and her request. Please. I understand that I have asked this of you once, but I must ask once again. Will you please help us? I promise that I won't let you be entangled by our politics. I will also urge my brother, the Satan Lucifer, to help me do so. So please, help us train. After seeing her in person, Rias realized just how far her initial impression had missed the mark. Aika was unfathomable. There was an air about her now, an overwhelming sense of presence that seemed to warp the very atmosphere around her. It wasn't just her appearance, though that had certainly transformed into something almost ethereal. It was her aura. Once vibrant and flowing like a lively river, it now felt like a silent ocean, vast, deep, and impossibly still. No tremors of uncertainty, no ripples of instability. It was frightening in its calmness, as if she'd reached a state beyond volatility, beyond reach. Rias had only met her a few weeks prior. And yet, the woman before her now was almost unrecognizable, both in power and demeanor. If she hadn't seen Aika's face with her own eyes, she would have never connected this serene, captivating being with the flirtatious, easygoing girl she had first encountered. Perhaps she truly was on par with Graphia now. The strongest queen in all of the underworld, the silver-haired queen of annihilation herself. The idea would have sounded absurd not long ago. But now, Rias couldn't help but believe it. And that frightened her. Aika wasn't just a peer anymore. She was Rias's last resort. Rias clenched her fists as the weight of the upcoming raiding game bore down on her shoulders. The training she and her peerage had undergone was intense, painful, even. They had made progress, pushed past limits, and grown stronger. But no amount of progress in a few days could close the gaping abyss between herself and him, the abominable phoenix. Riser. She could feel the pressure of his name even now, like smoldering fire licking at her pride. She might be able to crush his peerage with strategy and precision. But him. His sheer magical output, his overwhelming aura, that damned regenerative ability born from his accursed bloodline. She didn't know if she could win. Not in a straight-up confrontation. But that was the point of the game. She needed to face the king head-on and defeat him. If it came down to it, if her entire strategy collapsed, if her peerage fell, and she had to stand face-to-face against Riser alone. And she didn't have the confidence. Perhaps if she could learn from Aika, gain insights on how to control her magic better, or gain a newfound understanding of how to use her magic, she could gain some hope of defeating him. Rias stared at Aika with a genuine plea, the regular perverted high school girl who had suddenly turned into an ethereal beauty with unfathomable power and even more mysterious secret, her last hope. The brief moment of silence as Aika considered her words felt much longer to Rias, as well as the members of her peerage. Finally, the silence was broken, not by words, but a sigh. Rias-senpai, I understand your circumstances. As a friend, I would, of course, like to help you. And as a woman who had found her true love and could not even begin to imagine a world without him, I understand your wish to find true love yourself without being bound by your noble duties and family's wishes. Aika spoke, her voice low, solemn, laced with a gravity that silenced the room. Even Issei, ever the boisterous member of the infamous perverted trio and someone who had once joked and laughed with Aika over shared lewd fantasies and shameless innuendos, found himself frozen in place. That familiar, cheeky sparkle in her eye was gone. In its place was a glint of cold clarity, measured, composed, and resolute. It wasn't just her tone that unsettled him. It was the way she carried herself. The way her words didn't need to be loud to command attention. The weight behind them was enough to make his heart skip a beat. And in that moment, he realized something unsettlingly clear. This wasn't the Aika he had known. Not the brash, flirty, outrageous girl who joked about panties and bad test scores. This was someone else. No. Maybe that wasn't quite right. This wasn't someone else entirely. This was the real Aika. Stripped of all pretense. No longer veiled behind layers of sarcasm and playful provocation. The strength in her presence, undeniable. the serenity in her aura, terrifyingly calm. It was like standing before a still lake on a windless night, knowing something ancient and powerful lurked just beneath the surface. Issei swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. Even the pervert in him, who would usually stare at how tight her uniform was around her chest or how that one button was holding onto for dear life, was silent. There was nothing funny about this moment. The Aika before him wasn't someone he could joke with anymore. She was someone he had to respect. Maybe even fear. But most of all, someone he had to trust, because if she was truly on their side, if she truly considered herself Rias's, and their friend as she had said, then maybe, just maybe, they still had a chance. However, I cannot help you train. Her words dropped like a hammer, shattering the fragile little hope Rias held in her heart. Why? For the first time since Aika met her, she heard her voice crack and tremble. She must have misunderstood her words for refusing to help her, so Aika quickly reiterated her sentence. No. Maybe it's more accurate to say that I'm not good at teaching you, even if I wanted to. What do you mean? Rias calmed down at her words, relief washing over the despair she felt for that brief moment, before inquiring Aika's reasons further. Well, I never actually learn how to use my powers. They just come naturally to me. Aika shrugged, not even trying to show off. Simply telling them the truth. So I can't really teach you how to become stronger. Aika's power to heal by reverting a person's state to how they were up to a maximum of 24 hours and her expanded magic calculation area were all something she received from the group chat. And the magic she learned from Mahuka, which was based on magic programming, wouldn't be applicable for this world's magic system. While her magic from Overlord. They were simply spells from a skill tree in Yggdrasil she received from the system. She knew how to use it, but she wouldn't be able to teach others how to use it. Perhaps if it was Yuji, who has teaching proficiency, Suzuki, with his intimate knowledge of the magic systems in Yggdrasil, or Lelouch, who could provide a deeper insight to arcane magic with his intelligence, they might be able to teach them. But she didn't even know where to start. Her words could be easily mistaken as arrogance. That she was simply saying she couldn't, while in reality, she simply didn't want to since they had no potential, or other reasons born from her pride or disdain for those weaker than her. But Rias, nor any of her peerage members, thought that way. They could see the genuine helplessness on her face, and the sincerity in her voice. But, I have some magic items I could lend that might be able to dash. A sharp sound of a digital bell pierced through the room, halting her mid-sentence. She wouldn't normally stop for just a message notification. But this one was distinct. A familiar sound she had only heard twice before since she became a member of the Multiverse Group Chat. What's wrong? Rias looked at her in confusion, as well as Akino, Issei, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba, who were wondering just what made her stop mid-sentence and change the entire air around her. Aika sat quietly, her slender fingers gently holding her phone as the screen's soft glow reflected in her eyes. She stared at it for a long moment, unmoving, her expression unreadable, calm, pensive, almost melancholic. Whatever she was reading, it held her in place, caught in some private world none of them could enter. A world only she could see. The air around her felt still, thick with something unspoken. That same solemn presence from earlier returned, like a mist that chilled the room. It wrapped around her like a veil, subtle yet unmistakable. Even the usual ambient noises, the soft hum of the air conditioning, the muffled voices beyond the door, seemed to fade beneath its weight. And then, it vanished. Like smoke blown away by a passing breeze. Her shoulders relaxed. The corners of her lips curled up. That familiar sparkle returned to her eyes. The heavy air dissolved in an instant, replaced by a lightness as Aika tilted her head and let out a small, teasing giggle. She tapped a reply into her phone with renewed energy, legs swinging playfully off the edge of her seat like a carefree schoolgirl lost in a fun chat. The shift was so sudden it was disorienting, like watching a storm cloud instantly turn into a summer sky. She was bright again. Playful. Irresistibly charming. The Aika they all knew. Then finally, she tore her gaze away from her phone and regarded every single person in the room before finally landing her eyes on Rias. Fufu, I may not be able to help you train, but I just found someone who could. Who is it? Rias raised from her seat, her hand slamming onto her desk with a fervent excitement that caused a hopeful smile to finally appear on her face for the first time today. And Aika responded with the brightest smile and a playful wink. My hubby hee. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 268, Chapter 265 Arrival in DXD. World, High School DXD. Missions. Assist Rias and her peerage in the upcoming raiding game. Defeat at least 10 Stray Devils, additional 100 GCP for each additional Stray Devil defeated. Defeat a high class or above Devil, additional 500 GCP for each unique Devil defeated. Defeat a Sacred Gear user, additional 500 GCP for each unique Sacred Gear user defeated. Defeat the Fallen Angel Kokabeel. Assure the success of the Three Factions Peace Conference. Kill a leader of the Old Satan faction within Chaos Brigade, additional 5,000 GCP for killing all 3 leaders. Kill Rise of Imlevon Lucifer, special mission, 5,000 GCP. Number of participants, all current members. Supporting items. Identity and background history, starting asset, equivalent to 60% of the owner's current wealth. Failure conditions. Rias and her peerage losses in the upcoming raiding game. No stray devils defeated. No high class or above devil defeated. No Sacred Gear user defeated. Three Factions Peace Conference ends in failure. Failure to kill at least one of the Old Satan faction's leaders within Keiho's brigade. Failure to kill Rise of Imlevon Lucifer. Rewards upon completion. All supporting items will be permanently available to participants upon successful completion of the quest. Point 10+1 pull ticket from the Gacha Group Chat, points equal to 1000x the number of missions completed. Penalties upon failure. All supporting items will be removed from participants upon failure to complete the missions. Group Chat points equal to 1000x the number of missions failed will be deducted from participants. If points owned are less than points deducted, the points owned will be 0. The long-since expected mission in Aika's world finally arrived, and the group chat instantly became filled with messages and conversations. Kiryu Aika, ah. It's finally here. Chiba Erika, wow, the next mission really turns out to be in Aika's world, huh? C.C. It also says that all current members would be participating. That should be a first, right? Shiba Tatsuya, yes, and it seems there's a good reason for it. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, the number and difficulty of the missions seem to have risen quite a bit. Suzuki Satoru, and this time, we didn't get any supporting items aside from identities and initial money. Tsubakihara Yuuji, that is a bit concerning. Just from a glance, I can already see some of the more troublesome ones. Albedo, are the targets of our missions truly an adversary for even you, my love? Tsubakihara Yuuji, well. They are slippery. So we'll have to devise a good plan to complete it. Chiba Erika, guess we'll have to prepare quite a lot, huh? Shiba Tatsuya, Aika, the first mission is to assist Rias and her peerage in her upcoming raiding game. I assume this was the one against the Phoenix's peerage. Kiryu Aika, yep. That's the one. Shiba Tatsuya, have they settled on the date? Suzuki Satoru, if I remember correctly, they should be having a training camp a week before the raiding game starts, right? When will they start their training camp? Kiryu Aika, tomorrow. C.C. Lelouch Lampi Rouge, what? Chiba Erika, huh? Shiba Tatsuya. Albedo. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Aika. Kiryu Aika, they just set the date for the raiding game. It'll be in a week. So you guys should come here now. The moment Aika confirmed the period of time they're currently in, they all scrambled into motion. Magic items that might be useful were gathered, supplies checked, and everyone, especially those who hadn't gone on missions to other worlds, prepared themselves mentally. Amidst the shock, Yuji quickly centered himself, eyes sharp as he accessed his inventory with a thought. With a flick of his hand, a glowing interface materialized before him, and from it, he selected one of his most recently acquired gacha rewards, a free mission support item, R rank. Not the most powerful reward in his arsenal, but still valuable. R rank items had their limitations. They weren't game changers like SR ranked items that were equivalent to powerful relics, legendary weapons, or amazing spells. Most were supplementary, assets, one-time use magic items, or high-tier consumables. But even something modest could become a linchpin with the right planning. And Yuji, fortunately, had prepared a plan. The item glowed faintly in his hand as he activated it, already envisioning how it could be used, not for immediate power, but to establish presence. He didn't just want to arrive in Aika's world as a powerful outsider. He wanted roots. Influence. A subtle but unshakable foundation that would allow their group to maneuver socially, politically, economically, beyond just force. If everything went as he envisioned, this foothold would become their hub for information, leverage, and connection that would put him in a favorable position even against gods and devil kings that existed in her world. With his preparations complete and a simple, travel-ready outfit adorning his form, a sleek black jacket over a fitted dark shirt and pants made from reinforced yet comfortable material, Yuji stood still for a moment, his gaze drifting to the side. There, nestled beneath soft sheets and bathed in the gentle glow of morning light, lay his beloved, his sleeping beauties. Their peaceful expressions, the rise and fall of their breaths, the way the strands of hair framed their serene faces. It all tugged at his heart. He knew they would be frozen in time during his mission. No time would pass for them. But for him, it could be weeks. Months. Maybe longer. Even a moment away from them felt like an eternity. He stepped forward silently, as if afraid even the softest footfall might wake them. A bittersweet smile curled on his lips. "I'll be back before you know it," he whispered, voice gentle with affection. One by one, he leaned in to place a kiss on their foreheads, lingering just long enough to savor their warmth. A silent promise passed from lips to skin. When he finally stepped back, his heart felt heavy but steady. There was something he had to do. For them. For her. He opened the Multiverse Chat interface with a thought and typed a single message into the group. "Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm ready." Soon after, almost instantly, an otherworldly light bloomed around him, pure, brilliant, and all-encompassing. His vision was swallowed by it, and with it came the familiar sensation of weightlessness. Gravity gave way, and the ground beneath his feet melted into air, into energy, into a dreamlike current that carried him forward. And then he was gone. Transported into another world. Into her world. And the mission began. X. Light. That was all there was to it. Then, as if woken up from a dream, Yuji opened his eyes to see sliding open panels revealing a private garden view, a miniature koi pond, moss-covered stones, and the delicate rustle of bamboo in the breeze. The sound of a nearby water feature, gentle and rhythmic, offered a serene backdrop, as if the room itself breathed in calm and exhaled serenity. Below his feet, the tatami mats, fresh and golden green, stretched flawlessly across the floor, exuding a clean, earthy aroma that soothes the senses. Each mat was perfectly aligned, their woven textures catching the soft morning light filtering through delicate shoji screens, translucent and ethereal, framed in rich, dark wood. The sunlight, painting a gentle pattern on the floor. At the center of the room rested a large futon, plush and inviting, enough for two people, layered with sumptuous silken bedding in hues of ivory and deep indigo, embroidered with subtle sakura motifs. A lacquered wooden headboard, minimal yet graceful, framed the bed with a single, blooming ikebana arrangement placed beside it on a low hinoki wood table, emanating the faintest scent of fresh pine. Above, a coffered ceiling of cedar wood glowed warmly under the golden light of an intricately crafted paper lantern chandelier, suspended like a glowing moon. Along one wall, an alcove, tokonoma, houses a hanging scroll depicting a tranquil mountain scene with a sun at its peak, paired with a small, hand-carved incense holder wafting a curl of sandalwood smoke through the air. Wow. He had expected opulence. Given the sheer scale of his assets, wealth vast enough to make him the richest man alive in his own world, it was only natural. Especially since the group chat support item had manifested a localized fortune, equal to 60% of that wealth, to serve as his foundation in Aika's world. A home fashioned by that kind of power could only be magnificent. But more than its luxury, the serenity was what took his breath away. The moment he stepped through the veil of multiversal light, he found himself not in a palace of golden thrones or arcane towers, but in a tranquil retreat nestled among ancient trees and blooming sakura. The estate stretched like a hidden jewel across the curve of a peaceful lake, its still waters reflecting the soft hues of early morning. Mist drifted gently across its surface, catching the light like silken threads spun by spirits. The architecture was traditional yet timeless, refined wooden walkways, slope-tiled roofs, and paper-paneled doors that slid open to reveal spacious interiors bathed in natural light. Every detail whispered of craftsmanship and subtle grace. There were gardens shaped by loving hands, koi ponds where brilliant fish gilded beneath lily pads, and winding stone paths that led deeper into the forested estate. It wasn't just a home. It was a sanctuary. Yuji stood still for a long moment, frozen in awed silence. Dunk. Ugh. The gentle clack of the bamboo fountain echoed through the garden, sharp and rhythmic, the sound of serenity. The hollow tube filled slowly, then tipped with a soft splash, striking the stone below with a muted thud before rising again. A constant, meditative cycle. But it wasn't the sound that snapped Yuji out of his quiet awe. It was pain. A piercing, searing lance of agony that tore through his mind without warning, like a lightning bolt splitting open the sky. It struck deep, raw, and violent. Yuji staggered, the still world around him blurring at the edges. The tranquil beauty of his surroundings warped under the pressure of what was being forced into him. Memories. Flooding into his consciousness with the unstoppable force of a dam bursting open. Years, over a decade's worth, of fabricated experiences, intricate details, emotions, relationships, routines, everything that built the persona of Yuji in this world. Even with his formidable mental defenses, innate traits and skills meant to protect him from illusion, mind control, and psychic manipulation, the sheer volume and velocity of the information made him grit his teeth as flickers of a false past painted vivid scenes behind his eyes. Childhood memories in this world. School days. Laughter. Friendships that never existed in truth. Business negotiations. Victories. Encounters with his friends from the group chat. His lovers. Then, as abruptly as it had come, the pain ceased, like a storm vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only calm skies in its wake. Yuji exhaled sharply, the breath he hadn't realized he was holding leaving him all at once. He blinked slowly. And when he opened his eyes, it was as if the memories had always been there. Not alien or forced, but familiar. Like scenes from a favorite film he hadn't watched in years, but could still recall in perfect clarity. The sound of the bamboo fountain striking stone echoed once more, grounding him in the present. Then, a scream pierced through serene background sounds of nature. Ah! Yuji immediately dashed towards the source of the scream. It was a familiar scream. It was Erika. His elemental sight expanded through the entire premise, capturing each and every single minute details and position of the rocks, leaf, sand, drops of water, and his friends. Tremendous amount of information captured and analyzed in a fraction of an instant. But it was only information. Unlike when the fabricated memories were stuffed into his brain and even less, the strain was negligible. Yuji rushed to the room where he heard Aika from. The sound of numerous footsteps against smooth, polished wood resounding from all around him. Erika. Ugh. Yuji. Kneeling on the tatami mat of her room, Erika clutched her head with trembling fingers. Her usually composed expression was marred by a visible grimace, her brows furrowed as though trying to hold back a wave of pain. Cold sweat traced glistening lines down her forehead and temples, dampening the soft strands of hair clinging to her face. She looked up, eyes slightly unfocused but drawn instantly to him, to Yuji, as if his presence alone anchored her. Her lips parted slightly as she took a breath, then slowly shook her head to clear the fog settling over her thoughts. Legs quivering beneath her, she tried to rise. Before she could collapse again, Yuji stepped forward in one fluid motion. Without a word, he waved a hand, and a soft shimmer of golden light glinted in the air beside him. From the endless vault of his golden treasury, a cold bottle of water appeared, condensation already beating on its surface. He gently took her arm in his steady hands, his grip firm yet reassuring, and helped her to her feet. Erika leaned slightly against him, her balance unsure, but she steadied as she felt his presence, solid, dependable. Here, he said softly, pressing the cool bottle into her palm. Drink. Slowly. She took it with a nod, grateful, and brought it to her lips. The water was clean, crisp, its coolness chasing away the heat lingering from the sudden influx of memories they had both just endured. Yuji watched her with a calm intensity, silently assessing her condition, and then let his gaze drift for a moment to the estate around them. So tranquil, so deceptively peaceful, while the two of them had just weathered a storm of forced recollection that would have broken lesser minds. He returned his eyes to Erika. You felt it too, he murmured. Erika lowered the bottle, her breath steadying. Yes. It was like a flood. I remember everything now. This world, the life that was prepared for us. The sound of hastened footsteps echoed down the wooden corridor, rapid and full of urgency. Each step grew louder, closer, until they came to an abrupt stop just outside the room. Tatsuya, Suzuki, Albedo, CC, and Lelouch stood in the doorway, their expressions etched with worry. But that concern melted almost instantly into relief as their eyes found Yuji and Erika upright and unharmed. Tatsuya's gaze lingered briefly on Yuji before shifting to Erika, his calculating eyes scanning her posture. Suzuki gave a small sigh, placing a hand on his chest, while Lelouch adjusted his collar as if smoothing out tension, letting out a soft, almost silent, sigh of relief. The three of them had felt this before, the tearing influx of memories and identity synchronization that came with world-jumping missions. For them, it had been jarring, yes, but not overwhelming. Albedo stood with her hands clasped elegantly in front of her, her golden eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts, a small crease forming between her brows. She observed quietly, taking mental note of Erika's condition, and ready to help her sister if the need ever rose. Beside her, CC stepped forward, the faintest breeze fluttering her long green hair, her amber eyes focused and warm. Despite the cold and immortal aura she typically wore like armor, there was a gentleness to her now. Are you okay? She asked softly, her voice like silk wrapped in sunlight. She extended her hand, and golden light bloomed from her palm, shimmering like morning dew kissed by the sun. The light surrounded Erika's body in a soft halo, sparkling, soothing, warm. Erika blinked, and the tension seemed to bleed from her limbs. Her shoulders lowered, her breathing steadied, and the faint tremble in her fingers stilled. The last traces of shock and weariness vanished like mist beneath a rising sun. Thank you, Erika whispered, glancing between them. I didn't expect it to hit that hard. Yuji smiled faintly, his hand still gently supporting her back. No one ever does. He turned towards his friends, then shifted his gaze up to the reddish-red afternoon sky, noting the estimated time of day. Let's gather and begin discussing our plans for this mission. I'll go and pick up Aika from her school. Yuji lifted off the tatami floor and began to float. His figure disappeared into thin air, light bending around him as space disobeyed reality in respect to his will. A burst of wind blew as Yuji took off into the orange-red skies of a whole new world. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 269, Chapter 266 Linked Horizons. The moment Yuji ascended into the sky, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, he sent a message to Aika. His fingers moved swiftly over the sleek interface of his custom device, each word infused with quiet anticipation. Above the suburban sprawl of Kuo, the view was breathtaking. The sky burned with the orange and crimson glow of twilight. Below him, rooftops dotted the landscape like a miniature cityscape model, neatly arranged, modest, and familiar. And then, amidst the humble townscape, it appeared. Kuo Academy stood tall and proud near the heart of the city, a European-styled marvel that looked almost regal in the fading light. Its expansive courtyard and neatly maintained sports fields surrounding it. But even that grand building paled in comparison to what Yuji and his companions now called home. From his altitude, Yuji cast his gaze toward the distant woodland that blanketed the hills beyond Kuo. Hidden beneath a veil of ancient enchantments and spatial distortions, their estate remained unseen to mundane eyes. But to him, its presence pulsed like a living, breathing fortress. The estate was vast, immense to the point of opulence. Their courtyard alone rivaled the entirety of Kuo Academy's grounds, with flowing streams, ornamental bridges, and exotic flora arranged in natural harmony. The main building was a fusion of polished stone, enchanted wood, and glowing sigils, the epitome of modern minimalism and ancient architectural elegance. Flanking it were several auxiliary structures, an immense warehouse constructed to house magical artifacts, training halls reinforced to withstand divine-level duels, and tranquil pavilions nestled amidst cherry blossom groves for relaxation and contemplation. If not for the thick forests and layered magical wards, each stronger than the last, shrouding their estate in protective mystery, the entire population of Kuo would be able to see the celestial manor nestled in the mountains like a hidden kingdom. Yuji hovered silently for a moment, looking between the glowing school in the distance and the shimmering mirage of their home, before pressing send. Tsubakihara Yuuji, we've all arrived here. I'm on my way to pick you up. Are you still in school? Kiryu Aika, ah. Really? That's great. Kiryu Aika, but don't come to school. I'll send you the location. Let's meet there instead. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Why though? Kiryu Aika, it's not time yet. Everyone's gone now. No one's going to see your debut. Tsubakihara Yuuji, what in the world are you on about? Kiryu Aika, my boyfriend's debut must be perfect. I want to show you off to everyone at once and enjoy the look on all their faces. Kiryu Aika, so be a good boy and pick me up in this alleyway. And maybe, I'll let you sneak and squeeze of these boobs and ass you love and miss so dearly. Tsubakihara Yuuji, all right. With a quiet sigh, Yuji shook his head at his girlfriend's antics, and shot forward like a streak of twilight across the sky, the air rippling in his wake. It wasn't long before he found Aika. Her presence appeared like a distant flame in the dark, suppressed to the barest whisper, a masterful veil cloaking the monstrous sea of power within. Most would never sense it. Even experienced combatants would mistake it for a casual ripple of mana. Even holding back this much, she must still feel like a pressure cooker to those with keen senses. He briefly turned his attention to the academy below, his gaze sharpening. From his elevated vantage, Kuo Academy resembled a hive of magical activity, subtle, quiet, controlled. But to Yuji, it was like watching flickering candle flames in the presence of a sun. One by one, he identified each of the active auras, most of them clustered in the main building and the old school building, with two particularly large concentrations, Rias Gremory and Sona Shitori, the heirs of noble houses. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to what he expected from devils of noble lineage and peerage leaders in a supposed hotspot of supernatural activity, their magical signatures were surprisingly weak. Not just by his standards, but even by the standards of other worlds. Archie, the reserved level 45 spellcaster from Foresight, had more raw magical density in a relaxed state than these two combined at full attention. The rest of the peerages? Pale sparks dancing on wet paper. Even a half-awake Archie could defeat Rias and Sona. Not to mention Foresight. They'd sweep the floor with both peerages in an instant. He shook his head. Not with malice, just quiet surprise. If this was what they'd be starting with, clearing the first mission on the list might have been a more difficult task than he first anticipated. Yuji quickly arrived at Aika's location. And as soon as her figure came to sight, he saw her looking up to him, a beautiful wide smile adorning her face. He dispelled his invisibility as he landed before her, and the moment his feet landed on the ground, Aika pounced on him into a big, tight hug. Yuji. I missed you so much my hubby. Aika. I missed you too. So much. Their lips met, pressed against each other in a long-awaited and overdue loving, passionate kiss. It had only been a few weeks since they returned from Suzuki's world. Yet, each day apart felt like years. And now, they both returned to each other's embrace, like a tired bird finally returning to its nest. They separated from the kiss and Yuji couldn't help but admire her appearance in her school uniform. As what one would expect from an anime with fan service as one of its main appeal, the uniform of the school that served as its main setting seemed to have been made specifically to emphasize the girl's womanly figure. A white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings that hugged their figure tightly. A black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, both of which purposefully meant to avoid their chest area and accentuate it. And finally, an extremely short magenta skirt with a white underskirt beneath it. Even on a girl with an average figure, these combinations of outfits would accentuate their figure and make them appear more feminine and sexy. And now, the girl before him, who was a figure that was anything but average, was wearing it. Her enormous chest, which was only barely contained by the valiant efforts of her shirt buttons, was further accentuated by the black shoulder cape and corset. While her mini-skirt could only barely cover her lower half, giving him a good look of her thick, milky white thighs, yet at the same time, teasing him of the heavenly sight below it. The sight alone was enough to arouse him 10 times over, and his inherent vitality from his divine physique only made it worse. And now, Aika was also looking at him with eyes filled with lust and desire. The scent and pheromones of the primordial succubus, capable of turning even gods into mindless beasts driven by desire, wafted into his nose. And finally, her alluring voice, pleading for him to ravage her. "Hubby, fuck me, I need my hubby's cock deep inside me, it's been so long. I need your thick, delicious, baby batter inside my womb." Her whisper of plea almost shattered his self-restraint. She cracked it, and Yuji pulled her into his embrace, nuzzling his nose to her neck, as his hand squeezed her breast and butt, eliciting a satisfied moan from her. Confined in his pants, his cock was painfully hard. Any more and it could very well rip the zippers apart from its sheer size and force. But at the last second, Yuji held back. "Aika. I want to fuck you now. I want to fuck you so badly. But, our friends are waiting. So, let's go to them first, okay?" Shiver traveled down her spine as his voice and breath tickled her ear. A bit of love juice squirted out of her pussy when he did as a moan escaped her lips. She was desperate for his love. For his hard, massive cock to ravage her greedy, soaking wet pussy and fill her hungry womb with his cum. But his words denying her from her hubby's cock brought a smile to her face instead. I'll wait. She felt treasured. Her hubby didn't simply want to fuck her and use her to relieve himself. He wanted to savor their time together, love her properly, and fuck her long and hard, which he wouldn't be able to do since their friends were waiting for them. "Thank you." A sigh of relief, and perhaps a bit of disappointment, escaped his lips. And before he separated himself from her, he whispered into her ears once more. "I promise I'll fuck you the moment night falls. Don't expect to get any sleep tonight." "Hee, that's a promise." He nodded and kissed her lips. "Are you ready?" "Let's meet everyone." Yuji held her hands, then, with but a thought, they began to float and their figures disappeared from sight. And they made their way back to their home. The largest room within the estate, the conference room exuded a serene elegance, steeped in tradition and quiet strength. At its heart stood a long, lustrous mahogany table, polished to a deep sheen that reflected the soft lighting above. Lining its sides were plush, rectangular cushions upholstered in fine fabric, inviting guests to sit in comfort while still preserving a formal dignity. Dominating one end of the room was a recessed, square alcove, its center adorned with a striking piece of handmade calligraphy. Bold strokes formed the words, "Linked Horizons," etched in powerful, sweeping black ink across thick parchment. The artwork was encased in a finely carved wooden frame, protected beneath a gleaming sheet of glass. Beneath the calligraphy, resting on a narrow wooden shelf, were 2 elegant porcelain vases brimming with fresh white lilies, their delicate fragrance mingling with the soothing aroma of incense drifting from a jade vessel. Thin trails of silvery smoke curled lazily upward, vanishing into the still air like ghosts of thought. Flanking the alcove on either side stood majestic bonsai trees, their ancient, twisted trunks and meticulously pruned leaves standing tall within massive jade planters. Each tree was a work of art, embodying patience, discipline, and quiet power. At the opposite end of the room, a tranquil stone fountain served as a calming centerpiece. Water trickled gently down its multi-tiered surface, the sound creating a soft, melodic backdrop that filled the room with peace. Matching bonsai trees in jade vases stood sentinel beside the fountain, completing the room's harmony of nature, artistry, and purpose. For the first time since arriving in this world, the group had fully assembled, some meeting familiar faces, others exchanging introductions with curious eyes and cautious smiles. On one side of a grand, ornately carved table that stretched across the luxurious hall, the girls wasted no time diving into lively conversation. Laughter, teasing remarks, and excited voices filled the space as they quickly bonded, their contrasting personalities blending into a surprisingly harmonious chorus. Across from them, the guys sat in relative silence, sipping the fragrant tea Yuji had carefully brewed. The subtle aroma of jasmine and spices lingered in the air, a comforting backdrop as each man silently reflected on the surreal memories that had been implanted in them, fabricated pasts meant to anchor their roles in this unfamiliar world. Amid the calm, Suzuki quietly made a move. Taking no chances, he dispatched several of his phantoms, Momonga, Perorancino, Nishiki Enrai, and Blue Planet, to scout the estate's perimeter. At Lelouch's strategic recommendation, they also had the mages weave layers of magical barriers throughout the dense forest surrounding the estate, their ethereal forms flickering through the shadows like sentinels cloaked in twilight. Once the final sip of tea had been taken and the gentle hum of conversation softened into anticipation, the group shifted focus. A solemn air replaced the earlier chatter. Yuji leaned forward, his tone calm yet resolute. "All right, first things first, let's go over the backgrounds we've received from the group chat," he said, glancing around the table. "We may think we're all aligned, but it's best we confirm the details. Just in case." With that, he began recounting his assigned history, his voice steady as he breathed life into the fictional narrative that now defined his place in this strange, new reality. "In this world, I'm the owner of the Linked Horizons conglomerate, though no one, except for us in this room, knew that fact. It's one of the most influential and secretive financial groups behind the world's underground and supernatural economy. On the surface, it's a tech and financial behemoth with a lot of hold on various other massive companies. But behind the scenes, it deals with artifacts, magic engineering, and other supernatural assets." He looked around at his friends. "Officially, we've maintained distance from supernatural politics. But unofficially, the conglomerates had dealings with devils, fallen angels, heaven, yokais, and various other pantheons and factions in the past." He let the weight of that statement settle for a moment before continuing. "I used my free mission support ticket before coming here and did actually made Linked Horizons, but I didn't expect it to grow that big." He used his reward to make a one-time purchase, an R-ranked item that allowed him to establish his own company. The item would evaluate the new business at anywhere between 10% to 80% of his total wealth in Aika's world. His goal wasn't just to make money, it was to build a company that could operate in both the human and supernatural spheres, ensuring they wouldn't be completely defenseless in the realm of politics. He named it Linked Horizons. He originally expected the company's valuation to reflect 80% of his wealth in the worlds he had already visited, which alone would have made it a massive powerhouse in Japan. But to his surprise, the system calculated 80% of his total wealth, including the assets he had amassed in this world, resulting in a valuation that multiplied many times over. Linked Horizons didn't just become a national juggernaut, it exploded into a global conglomerate with powerful ties to every major supernatural faction in existence. Lelouch crossed his arms. "Your idea is sound. I agree that it'd be easier for us if we have deep roots and influence in the supernatural world. But this is not just impressive. It's dangerous. Most factions would want us on their sides. The only reason why they haven't tried pulling us to their side is because we never made ourselves known. And I suggest we keep it that way and use it only as a last resort." Albedo's eyes gleamed with pride, her lips curling into a smile. "As expected of Yuji-sama. Then, we already hold financial dominance in both worlds." Tatsuya's expression remained stoic, but even he looked faintly impressed. With this much capital and supernatural reach, clearing the missions would be much easier. "Exactly," Yuji said, taking out his supercomputer and had his AI assistant, pull up a translucent screen filled with data from Linked Horizons that had already appeared in his data banks. It's already spread across multiple sectors: technology, pharmaceuticals, defense, magic artifact research, and even entertainment. But more importantly, he flicked the screen, revealing a separate encrypted tab. "We have long-standing ties to every supernatural faction in Japan. The devils of the underworld, heaven, the fallen angels, European pantheons, yokai factions, even some independent rogue sorcerer clans. We're on their radar as a neutral but ridiculously resourceful force." CC tilted her head with a small smirk. "I'm guessing our neutrality won't last." "I guess not," Yuji said with a smile and sigh. "I'd love to keep it, but with our mission and the events that would come, we'll inadvertently be on one side and make some other side our enemies. But it buys us time and leverage. When the supernatural politics heat up, which they will, we won't be outsiders begging for relevance. We'll be the wild card that everyone either fears or tries to court." They all nodded as they absorbed the information. "Then, who's next?" Suzuki raised his hands. Mine is short. Everything Yuji-kun said matches the background I receive. I am recorded as Yuji's advisor, and I've been with him since he's young." Lelouch followed. "I'm Linked Horizons' strategic advisor and the legal brain behind your expansion. My ties to the supernatural world here were established early on, but I remained behind the scenes. Some groups in the underworld believe I'm nothing more than a rumor. An advantage," Albedo said softly, "one we can use. As one of the greatest minds of Nazarick and one with the greatest management skill as expected of the Guardian Overseer, Albedo was already calculating how to use these advantages to help Yuji clear the missions. I serve Yuji-sama as his proxy to the respective executives of Linked Horizons. Though, of course, only a few of the ones who held the highest authority had ever met me in short, secret, private meetings." Albedo glanced toward CC. "My existence in this world is shrouded to others. Some think I'm a foreign noblewoman from Europe. Others say I'm a cursed immortal being kept hidden. Just like my real life, I'm an unknown who travels the world without direction. That is, until I met Yuji. I have no ties to this world's factions. Just to you, Yuji. Tatsuya glanced around. I was a survivor of a magical experiment that sought to create powerful human mages. I escaped the facility and came across Yuji, who helped me. We have been friends ever since. Erika stretched slightly, clearly still recovering from the memory shock. I was born to a family of ancient sword masters from the yokai faction who had died off because they're unable to contain the Shura that is the source of their powers. My family also died because of it, but I was the only exception. Honestly, this is such a tragic backstory to justify my Shura SSR. She sighed. And finally me. Aika cheered. Hee I don't get the backstory from the group chat, but the backstory I've made up is that I'm part of a super powerful group of people and Yuji's girlfriend. They all nodded, having heard of Aika's true identity that she told to Rias, Sona, and their peerage. Now then. We have several things we need to do. I still have to summon Samiramis and see if we can build the Garden of Babylon to serve as our moving fortress in the sky. Then, we also have to get ready to formally reveal ourselves to the outside world since most of us were already enrolled in Kuo Academy by the group chat. But before that, let's discuss the missions we'll have to complete and come up with some rough plans we can use to move forward. Yuji looked around at his companions, his dear friends, the ones he trusted the most, and they began their discussions. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 270, Chapter 267 The True Primordial Oni. The warm hues of the afternoon sun slowly faded, painting the sky in streaks of orange and crimson before surrendering to the velvet embrace of night. Stars began to pierce through the darkening canopy above, their twinkling light reflected in the polished surfaces of the estate's grand windows as serenity settled over the forest-shrouded haven. After hours of discussion and meticulous strategy, the group had finally reached a pause in their planning. Despite their brilliance and overwhelming capabilities, no definitive course of action had been set. Each mission was too dependent on timing, on the alignment of events that were not entirely within their control. Sure, with their might and influence, they could have orchestrated those scenarios, bent the world to their will with minimal effort. But that path was paved with casualties, innocents caught in the crossfire, chaos unleashed where none needed to exist. And so, they chose patience. If this world mirrored the path of the anime's timeline, then the opportunities would come. And when they did, they would strike, precisely, and without hesitation. Amid their deliberations, another matter had been settled. After the conclusion of Rias's raiding game, Yuji would summon Samiramis, the Queen of Assyria, their poised and deadly ally. Aika had already made a promise earlier that afternoon to aid Rias and her peerage in their training, and tomorrow marked the beginning of that endeavor. Following that pivotal event, with time on their side, they would proceed with establishing Samiramis's dominion, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. A sanctuary, flying fortress, and throne of their own making, to loom above the world. Their conversation lingered well into the night, well past dinner time. So, they decided to have their first meal together in this world. But just as Yuji, Aika, and Albedo stood from the long, wooden table, ready to prepare dinner for their comrades, a shift came. Subtle, yet undeniable. A prickling sensation at the nape of the neck. A sliver of discomfort at the back of their mind. A ripple in the natural flow of energy around Kuo. A malicious aura, faint, restrained, but unmistakable, crept into the edge of their perception. The air itself seemed to pause. Did you feel that? Aika's voice, usually playful and lilting, now carried a cold sharpness. Yuji's eyes narrowed, his eyes shimmering with quiet intensity. Yes. Something just stirred. A stray. The nature of the aura was that of a devil, but it didn't belong to any of the devils they knew that were supposed to be in this town. Within a second, the cheerful atmosphere evaporated. The once cozy estate was now bathed in the weight of anticipation. CC frowned and glanced at Lelouch, who immediately used his divination magic to get answers. Erika stood up and walked out towards Yuji and the others and looked up, her eyes turning crimson into that of Ashura as she tried to sense the source of the malicious aura. Tatsuya stood up with practiced precision, grabbing his custom CAD, while Suzuki was already giving silent orders to his deployed phantoms. It's in the eastern quadrant of Kuo, Lelouch reported after receiving his answer from his divination magic. An abandoned warehouse zone at the edge of the town. It's sparse, but there are still a few people living near it. Yuji fell into thought, when Albedo stepped towards him. Shall I dispose of it, Yuji-sama? Ah, I want to do it. Erika volunteered, earning her looks of shock from her friends. I've never been able to use my SSR in my world, so I want to try it out and get used to it. After all, I'm going to be using it a lot from now on for the missions in this world, so might as well, right? Erika grinned, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked around at her friends. I don't mind. Judging from its magical signature, it's quite weak. There's no need for all of us to go. Tatsuya nodded and holstered his silver horn back. I'll cast telepathic bond between all of us so you can keep in touch. Lelouch waved his hands, and all of their minds were connected. Sure. Just be safe. C.C waved her hand as well as it glowed with golden light and cast Death Ward on Erika, before relaxing back on her seat, hugging her massive Cheese-Kun plushie. I'll have my phantom surround the area so no innocents would enter it. You can rest easy. Suzuki nodded with a reassuring smile. Then, Albedo and I will get started on dinner, hubby. You should go and accompany Erika. Aika winked at her beloved as she linked her arms with Albedo. It's fine. I can do it alone. No, I'll come as well. Yuji interrupted Erika mid-sentence, making her look at him in shock. And before Erika could even think that he was doubting her strength, he explained himself. Rias and Sona might have sensed it as well, and one of them would definitely go there to take care of the stray. It'll most likely be Rias and her peerage. They would definitely take this chance to train. Yuji hypothesized, if they come, I'll take care of the talking and make sure they don't disturb you. A look of understanding finally appeared on her face, and Erika nodded with a smile. All right. With a wild, toothy grin, Erika unleashed a surge of pure, primordial magic. A violent burst of dark energy erupted from her form like a detonated star, swallowing the room in a vortex of jet-black flames. The air twisted and hulled around her, shrieking under the weight of power so ancient and unrelenting it made even the seasoned warriors flinch. For a moment, her figure vanished within the cyclone of darkness. Then, silence. The flames dimmed, not extinguished, but restrained, coiling around her like loyal serpents. From within the swirling shadows, her figure emerged anew. No longer the girl clad in a casual hoodie and tank top. Two curved, crimson-red horns now protruded from either side of her forehead, just above her temples, each one glowing faintly, veins of fiery power pulsing beneath the surface. Her once orange hair had deepened into a blood-red hue, longer now, cascading down her back like a river of molten rubies. Her skin had turned a hauntingly pale shade, the color of moonlight reflected on bone. Her eyes, once soft and amber, were now piercing crimson beacons, glowing with a malevolent radiance that seemed to pierce the very soul. Her fangs were slightly bared, elongated and razor-sharp, matching the claws that now tipped her fingers. Her new attire exuded both elegance and danger, a white and crimson kimono that clung to her body, leaving much of her skin exposed in deliberate, provocative confidence. The long red hakama flowed around her legs, the front open in a way that revealed her toned form. She looked like a deity from a forgotten myth, terrifyingly beautiful and utterly unstoppable. At her hip rested a blade unlike any other, a long, black and crimson katana, wrapped in a coiling aura of flickering dark flames. It pulsed with hunger, as if eager to taste blood. This was Shura, the true primordial Oni. An incarnation of ancient wrath and boundless might, cloaked in raw, unfiltered power. And Erika stood at its center, not consumed by it, but commanding it with absolute sovereignty. The wooden floor, enchanted by magic, cracked for a moment under the sheer might of her aura, before repairing itself. And if not for the multiple magical barriers of concealment around them, her aura would have been like a sun in the middle of the night. She looked at them, at her comrades, then turned towards Yuji with that same grin, her voice both teasing and deadly. Let's go. Her form dissipated into darkness, falling into the shadow, and rushed towards the location of the stray. Yuji also changed his appearance, adorning the usual outfit of his Devil Prince persona with the added mask of the Black Knights to conceal his face, and flew invisibly to follow Erika. They arrived at the abandoned warehouse in mere moments, cutting through the stillness of the night like shadows chasing the wind. Erika arrived first. Her form melted seamlessly into the darkness, traversing the thick folds of night faster than even Yuji's top-flight speed. Her connection to the primordial shadows allowed her to slip through the tiniest cracks in reality, bypassing the locked steel doors without even a whisper. Inside, the warehouse yawned like a decaying beast. The cavernous interior was bathed in an eerie half-light, moonlight filtered through shattered glass panes and jagged holes in the rusting roof. The dim glow barely reached the far corners of the vast, empty space, casting long, contorted shadows over the skeletal remains of scaffolding, broken machinery, and heaps of forgotten scrap. And then, from the floor itself, Erika emerged. She rose soundlessly from the shadows like a phantom, her glowing crimson Oni eyes slicing through the gloom like blades. They shimmered with a deadly brilliance, twin rubies set in the pale sculpture of her otherworldly face. Immediately, the thick, metallic tang of blood hit her nose. Her enhanced senses flared. The scent wasn't just strong, it was fresh. And it didn't come from the rusted nails or corroded steel beams scattered across the derelict interior. No, this was something alive, something vile. With the unholy perception of the Shura, darkness was no obstacle. Where others would see vague outlines, Erika saw everything. Blood. Stains upon stains, old, dried, blackened blotches that crusted over concrete like scabs. Painted streaks on beams and walls where hands had once flailed in vain. And over that, newer splashes, fresh, glistening trails of crimson that formed chaotic rivers through cracked tiles. Her gaze moved to the center of the warehouse. There, amidst the squalor, the broken scaffolds, the torn tarps and soiled bags, lay a scene of nightmarish carnage. Fresh blood pooled in a thick, wet basin of gore. Limbs. Bones. Half-torn faces. The remains of the forgotten, men and women whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. A tangled heap of flesh and agony, mixed with the meager remnants of their lives, torn tents, dented cans, ripped clothing, and half-eaten scraps of salvaged food. And at the very center of the massacre, crouched like a grotesque spider, was the source of it all. A tall, unnaturally lanky figure hunched in gleeful madness. Its skin was ghostly white, save for the streaks of crimson that painted it like war paint, blood that clearly didn't belong to it. Its long limbs twisted and curled around its gaunt frame, its knees bent so far they rose past its head in an unnatural, bone-snapping posture. It giggled. A soft, deranged, bone-chilling sound that echoed through the warehouse like the laughter of a child in a graveyard. Its face was stretched in inhuman delight, eyes narrowed into wicked crescent moons, glinting with unholy joy. Its mouth, maw, was torn open in a hideous grin that split its face from its elongated ear to ear, exposing a forest of jagged, yellowed fangs. Flesh had ripped at the corners, muscles torn, as though the smile itself had burst forth like a parasite. In its elongated fingers, it held a limp, blood-slicked intestine, plucked casually from the disemboweled corpse of a frail, elderly man lying broken beside it. The creature's tongue darted out to taste it, savoring the taste like a connoisseur would fine wine. A nightmare given form. Seeing such a monster for the first time, Erika froze in place. The blood and gore did not shock her, for she had experienced her fair share of carnage and war. But her enemies back then were human. This was something else. Something that couldn't be farther from human. Calm down, Erika. A soft, calming whisper entered her mind, and she instinctively looked up. Suspended silently in the night sky, Yuji hovered above the warehouse like a shadow given form, the moonlight casting a silver sheen across his calm, unreadable expression. But that calm was a mask, one forged through willpower and necessity, pressed over a storm of disgust and cold fury simmering beneath his skin. His eyes, sharp as blades, fixed on the creature crouched in the center of the blood-drenched warehouse. It didn't sneak in, it appeared. A sudden, violent emergence, and within moments, it slaughtered them all. The creature's chaotic aura pulsed like a diseased heart, spilling into the world without restraint. It made no attempt to conceal itself, no signs of control or sentience guiding its magic. It simply was, a mindless engine of hunger and death. And that told Yuji everything he needed to know. This thing hadn't been hiding. It hadn't slipped under their radar. They had felt its arrival the moment it tore through the veil between worlds, like a scream in a quiet room. But by the time they reached the scene, the massacre had already been committed. Blood, suffering, and silence now filled the space where frightened, forgotten lives once clung to warmth. His fingers curled slightly at his side. He exhaled slowly, letting the anger settle into cold focus. This isn't how I imagined the night would go. Erika sighed inwardly, a subtle breath escaping her lips as the crimson glow in her eyes flickered ever so slightly. Disappointment, heavy and undeniable, settled in her chest. She had hoped for a challenge, something worthy of testing the power thrumming beneath her skin in this true form of hers. A cunning devil, perhaps. One with pride, tactics, and at least a sliver of resistance that could make her blood sing with excitement. Instead, she walked into a grotesque tableau of carnage and madness. Her heels clicked softly against the stained concrete as she took a slow step forward, the sound sharp against the muffled silence of the warehouse. Jet-black flames curled around her katana, casting eerie shadows along the torn steel and broken scaffolding. A beast. She muttered under her breath, eyes narrowing with faint disdain. Not even sentient. No elegance, no restraint. Just hunger. The thing at the center of the carnage didn't respond. It couldn't. Its world was made of screams and meat. She rolled her shoulders, loosening her stance. The long crimson hakama flowed like liquid fire as she shifted her weight. Well then, she murmured, voice low and silken with cold resolve, guess I'll just have to make the best of it. The darkness around her thickened, and the air shimmered with raw, violent energy. She drew her blade, and a crimson-black blade wreathed in the eternal cursed flames of hells that burns even souls to ashes was drawn for the first time into reality. The cursed sword of absolute severance, Murasame. The mindless beast finally noticed her presence, its eyes, a pair of vacuous holes, dripping with black tar-like liquid, widened into saucers. It shot up into its full height, more than 4 meters high, stretched its long, thin, razor-like claws, and roared with an echoing shriek, shaking the air and ground. How noisy! Just come at me, bastard! The monster lunged and the Shura danced in the darkness wreathed in the cursed flames of hell. Like a bolt of lightning shattering the stillness of a clear night sky, a sudden eruption of demonic energy surged across Kuo, its malevolent weight sending shockwaves through the air. Rias Gremory froze mid-sentence, crimson eyes widening as an oppressive, sinister aura washed over her like a tide of dread. Across the room, Akino's expression turned grim, her hand tightening around her teacup until it cracked slightly. This presence. Rias breathed, her voice laced with alarm. The two noblewomen stood abruptly from their seats, the tactical documents they had been reviewing scattered across the table. Even as seasoned devils, this was no ordinary disturbance, it was powerful, ancient, and horrifyingly primal. Akino, gather everyone immediately. I'll contact Sona. Understood. With a burst of violet magic, Akino vanished from the room, soaring across the night skies like a thunderbolt. She quickly located Kaneko, Kiba, and Issei, who were cooling down after their late-night training session. The moment they saw her expression, they understood. Within minutes, the group returned to the Occult Research Club room, tense and alert. Meanwhile, Rias pressed her phone to her ear, calling her fellow heiress. Sona. Did you feel that? She asked, barely keeping the urgency from cracking her voice. I did, Sona's calm voice replied, but even she couldn't hide the tight edge beneath it. A stray devil, no, something worse. We're on our way. I'll bring my peerage. Good. We'll meet you at the scene. Let's put an end to this before anyone else gets hurt. Just as Rias ended the call, Akino reappeared with the rest of her peerage. The heavy tension in the room made the air feel like it could snap. President. Akino said. Rias turned, her eyes hard with resolve. You all felt it. That was no ordinary presence. It's a powerful stray devil, or something even more dangerous. I've already contacted Sona. She and her peerage will meet us there. Stay sharp, and remember our training. We can't afford mistakes tonight. Yes, they answered in unison, determination burning in their eyes. In that moment, the gears of fate turned just a little faster, pulling them closer toward a night none of them would forget. The room pulsed with energy as Rias gathered her peerage at the center, her eyes narrowed with resolve. With a sweep of her arm, she summoned a teleportation circle, its brilliant crimson light casting dramatic shadows across the walls, bathing everything in a glow that seemed to pulse with urgency. Hold on tight, she murmured. The magic swelled, the symbols of the Gremory crest swirling beneath their feet. The light intensified, then, in a heartbeat, they vanished. A moment later, a blazing red magic circle ignited against the cracked cement of an abandoned district at the edge of Kuo town. The spell sigil shimmered like blood under moonlight. 6 figures materialized within its core, Rias, Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, Issei, and Asia. The moment they arrived, the weight of the malevolent magic slammed into them like a solid wall. You! Asia cried out, staggering as her knees buckled. Asia! Issei gasped, clutching his chest. What? What is this pressure? The air was thick, oppressively thick. It clung to their skin like hot tar, choking and heavy, as if trying to drown them in miasma. The source of the aura was somewhere ahead, but even this close, it already twisted the world around them into a nauseating haze of spiritual pressure. Just then, another spell circle flared to life beside them, cool and glacial, etched in elegant blue. With a flash, Sona Shitori and her entire peerage emerged. But even the more disciplined student council members found themselves shaken. Ku. Saji gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. This pressure, what is happening? This isn't normal, Tsubaki murmured, her hands trembling slightly. Meguri and Nimura both looked pale, visibly struggling against the aura that threatened to smother their focus. Ha. President. Sona, composed but serious, turned to her team. Calm yourselves. Focus your mana and circulate it inward. Don't let the foreign magic seep into your core. Breathe, regulate your flow. Her voice, calm and unwavering, helped ground her peerage. With a final glance to ensure they could stand on their own, she turned to Rias. Rias, she said curtly. Rias met her gaze and gave a firm nod. Let's move. Without another word, both peerages sprinted toward the source of the dark power, the night around them tense with expectation. Each step brought them closer to a confrontation unlike any they had faced before. The clashing sounds of steel, the crunch of shattered concrete, and monstrous, inhuman roars echoed through the night like a funeral dirge. The gathered devils no longer needed to rely on the thick, oppressive aura to lead them, sound alone drew them forward like a war drum. Before long, they stood before an old, rust-covered warehouse, its large steel doors shut but clearly disturbed. Broken chains lay strewn across the ground like discarded snakes, a heavy lock snapped in half beside them. A common sight for a shelter claimed by the homeless, but the violent sounds within betrayed something far more sinister. Rias and Sona exchanged glances, unspoken but clear. Everyone readied themselves for combat. Issei, Rias called out. Saji, Sona added firmly. Both young men swallowed hard, their bodies tense, but they nodded in sync and stepped forward. With shaky hands, they gripped the door handles and slowly slid them open. The doors creaked with a protesting groan as moonlight spilled into the shadowed interior, and so did the sight of chaos. A grotesque figure thrashed inside. The creature towered above the scattered wreckage, a pale, gangly monstrosity of twisted sinew and cracked bones. Its skin was white as chalk, smeared and splattered in crimson gore that wasn't its own. Eyes like pitch-black voids bulged wide, and its mouth stretched with jagged fangs into a scream of rage, pain, and, to their shock, unmistakable fear. But it wasn't alone. Black flames flickered along thin, almost imperceptible cuts that crisscrossed its entire body. From those wounds, eerie characters, ink-like runes of an ancient, unrecognizable script, spread outward like tattoos from a nightmare, withering its flesh and eating away at its vitality. The wounds came without warning. In a blink, more appeared on its legs. Then its arm. Then its face. The devil howled and lashed out wildly, claws slashing at air, swinging into shadow, only for one arm to suddenly recoil with a crack, as if it struck something solid. What the hell was that? Issei yelped, wide-eyed. I can't see anything. Saji muttered through gritted teeth, straining to pierce the dark. Sona's voice was tight with astonishment. This is not normal. Kiba, Rias turned sharply, what do your eyes tell you? Can you see what's happening? Her knight, usually confident, shook his head. I can't, President. It's too fast, like shadows themselves are moving. But I thought I saw a sword. Just for a moment. When the devil's arm was thrown back. A sword. Rias echoed, disbelieving. I can't be sure. I just saw a glint, and then nothing. Darkness. All they could do was watch. And in eerie silence, the monstrosity began to fall. No defiant scream. No final howl. Only the soft crackle of black flames and the sickening sound of rotting flesh as the creature crumbled, piece by piece, into ash. Its limbs gave out. Its face collapsed. Its body blackened and disintegrated into silence. Then, as the smoke thinned, they saw her. A woman, no, something beyond human. Of average height, clad in an elegant yet revealing kimono and hakama, her blood-red hair drifting in the wake of her presence. Twin horns curled from her forehead, and at her side rested a katana, long, ominous, and engulfed in the same black flames that had consumed the devil. She stood there, a statue of demonic grace. And then, she turned. Her eyes, crimson, radiant, otherworldly, swept toward them. And in that moment, every member of both peerages felt it. A chill that bypassed the mind and struck the soul. A primal, bone-deep fear they hadn't known they could feel. The eyes of a predator. Of something ancient, wrathful, and utterly unbound. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 271, Chapter 268 Nightcrawl. The crimson glow of her eyes swept across them like a predator appraising prey. And in that instant, the air itself turned cold. Sweat trickled down their foreheads. Breaths hitched. A suffocating stillness fell over the devils of Kuo. It wasn't just fear, it was something deeper. Something primal. Their very souls recoiled. Tsubaki moved first. With the instinct born from years of discipline, she summoned her sacred gear, Mirror Alice, its polished, reflective surface shimmering to life as she stepped in front of Sona protectively. At the same time, Momo and Rhea, Sona's bishop pair, began chanting in unison, their hands weaving a defensive magic circle around their king. Akino reacted just as swiftly, lightning crackling as she formed a protective seal with a circle of her own. Kiba stepped forward without hesitation, his sacred gear sword birth already forging a gleaming blade into existence. Kaneko joined him, her stance wide, ready to strike. But then it happened. Crack. A flash of unseen magic surged through the air, silent, but devastating. Tsubaki's mirror Alice shattered like fragile glass under a divine hammer. The magic circles conjured by Akino, Momo, and Rhea disintegrated in an instant, snuffed out as though they'd never existed. What? Kia. Ah. Eh. Gasps and startled cries filled the air as the defenders stumbled backward, clutching their arms or blinking in disbelief. All eyes turned toward the center of their formation, where power should have held strong, only absence remained. My sword. Kiba whispered. He looked down at the weapon in his hands. Once brimming with mana, radiating edge and power, it was now just a hunk of dull steel. Lifeless. Empty. A heavy silence followed. Slowly, ever so carefully, they all turned their gazes back towards the crimson-eyed demon before them. Every instinct screamed at them to run, to teleport away, to do anything to avoid meeting that gaze again. But then something unexpected happened. The woman's eyes widened, not in fury, nor hunger, but in confusion. For a heartbeat, her expression cracked the demonic calm. Her brows furrowed slightly, lips parting just enough to betray a sliver of surprise. She looked down, noticing the shattered fragments of Tsubaki's sacred gear, the vanishing spells, and the steel blade now lying lifeless at Kiba's feet. She turned her head to the side. And it was only then, that they realized they weren't alone. Another presence. A quiet one, but overwhelming all the same. He had been there the whole time. A tall man clad in a modern, immaculate double-breasted jet-black suit, every stitch of it flawless. Golden cufflinks glinted subtly under the fractured moonlight leaking in through the warehouse roof. And most striking of all, his face was obscured behind a dark purple mask or visor. He stood by the crimson-eyed woman, close, yet not imposing. Slightly ahead of her, his stance quiet yet unmistakably protective. The air around him felt off. Not in the way devils did. Not in the way gods did. Something deeper. Stranger. The very laws of magic around him bent, as though the world itself held its breath. The moment his presence registered in their minds, the puzzle pieces clicked into place. He was the reason their magic failed. Not her. She had looked just as surprised. The woman's eyes darted between the devils and the men at her side, lips pressing into a thin line as if uncertain how to proceed. Meanwhile, none of the devils could speak. Even Rias and Sona, heiresses trained from childhood to face all manner of supernatural danger, found their mouths dry, their voices caught in their throats. Who are you? What are you doing here? Rias was the first to speak. Her lips parted, trying to summon the commanding tone befitting the next heiress of the Gremory clan, but what emerged was far from resolute. Her questions, shaky, fragile, laced with barely contained fear, fell from her mouth like a cracked bell tolling in a graveyard. Behind her, the air quivered with desperate energy. Sona and her peerage, along with Rias's own, tried in vain to summon their magic, to call forth their sacred gears, to form even a flicker of a protective barrier, but the effort was like trying to breathe underwater. Each attempt ended in silence. The familiar warmth of their magical essence was gone, as if it had been robbed, stripped from their very souls. Issei stared at his trembling hands, the telltale crimson of his boosted gear never appearing. Kiba's breath hitched as his summoned sword crumbled like rusted iron. Tsubaki's mirror, her pride and protection, had shattered into glass dust. For the first time in their supernatural lives, born as creatures of magic and might, they felt naked, not in flesh, but in essence. Then, the men moved. It wasn't a threatening motion. He didn't raise a weapon or cast a spell. He merely shifted, 1 foot half a step forward, a slight tilt of his head, and his eyes, obscured behind a featureless mask, swept across them like a scythe across a field of wheat. They felt it. Each of them. The weight of his gaze, not physically heavy, but existentially. As if something far beyond their understanding was watching them, not as enemies, not even as threats, but as passing shadows in a far greater narrative. And then he spoke. A voice that was deep and smooth, dangerously enchanting. A voice that could make royalty kneel and demons fell into dazed awe. We will meet soon enough. Gate. A soundless rupture tore through the air behind him, a swirling, spiraling void of darkness that churned like a black storm, eating away at the space around it. A portal. No spell circle, no chant, no effort. Just the casual will of a being whose existence bent reality. The men turned toward it, and the woman, the one with the crimson eyes like dying stars and a blade of black fire, followed closely, her gaze lingering on them a second longer, a glimmer of curiosity, or was it pity, flickering within her irises. Just before stepping fully into the rift, the man raised his gloved hand and made a casual, almost polite gesture. And the world changed. Every trace of violence, blood splatter on the walls, torn limbs, shattered bones, and grotesque remnants of the stray devil's rampage, vanished. The air, once thick with copper and rot, became sterile. The concrete floor was swept clean, as if death had never occurred. All that remained were the jet-black flames still devouring the stray's crumbling corpse, its bones hissing as they blackened, until even ash dared not remain. Then, the portal closed, no explosion, no crack of thunder, just a whisper, as if reality itself sighed in relief. And silence took hold. Rias, Sona, and the others stood frozen, staring not at the fire, but at nothing, trying to comprehend the void left behind by power so absolute, so untouchable, that it defied their every truth. They were devils, beings born from power. And now, for the first time, they had witnessed something that made even devils feel small. The swirling darkness of the gate spell coalesced into a shimmering, obsidian vortex at the heart of their home's courtyard. As Yuji and Erika stepped through, the chaotic remnants of the battle they left behind melted away, replaced by the tranquil embrace of their secluded haven. The night air was cool and gentle, brushing against their skin like a lover's sigh. The rhythmic chirping of night insects sang in harmony with the quiet babble of a koi pond nearby. In the distance, the soft, wooden clack of a shurshurodoshi, the traditional bamboo fountain, echoed intermittently, grounding the atmosphere in serenity. Erika's form shimmered with a faint glow as she returned to her human shape. Her divine regalia, the white and crimson battle kimono and hakama, still smoldering faintly with the residue of black flames, faded away, replaced by the casual tank top, light jacket, and hot pants she had worn before their mission. Yuji's sleek black double-breasted suit similarly dissolved into something more relaxed, an unbuttoned black-collared shirt and tailored dark pants, comfortable yet refined. With a tired breath, they made their way through the house toward the conference room, where familiar auras awaited them like distant hearths of warmth. "Welcome back." Lelouch greeted them first, voice smooth and calm, laced with a quiet curiosity. He sat cross-legged at the low table with his usual composure, though he had traded his formal attire for something more laid-back, fitted dark slacks and a deep blue knit sweater. Beside him, Suzuki leaned against a large cushion, dressed in an open-button shirt and loose gray lounge pants, looking equally relaxed. Cece sat on Erika's side of the table, her long mint hair unbound and flowing over her shoulders like silk. She wore the white pajama set Yuji had once picked out for her, patterned with subtle green florals that matched her hair. She looked comfortable, almost sleepy, but the twinkle in her eye said she had been waiting for them. From the kitchen, the muffled sounds of cooking and the fragrant aroma of something savory drifted in. Aika and Albedo were preparing dinner, their voices occasionally breaking into playful laughter and teasing banter that echoed faintly down the hall. Erika flopped down beside Cece with a low groan, rubbing the back of her neck. Her crimson eyes rolled skyward in annoyance. "Ugh, don't even ask." Yuji sighed heavily and settled beside Lelouch, letting the weight of the evening fall from his shoulders as he leaned back slightly. "It was terrible," he muttered, voice low and dry with exasperation. Their friends exchanged glances, subtle interest sparking in their eyes. "What happened?" Suzuki asked, raising an eyebrow. Lelouch leaned forward slightly, his analytical gaze sharpening. "Was the stray no ordinary devil?" Yuji chuckled humorlessly. "Well, it's evil. Terribly so." As the two sank into their cushions, the warm glow of the paper lanterns above cast long, flickering shadows on the walls. Slowly, they began recounting everything, the scene they came to, Erika's methodical dissection of the stray devil, the unnatural magic-laced wounds, and the standoff with the Gremory and Citrierises. The room quieted as the tale unfolded, and even the distant laughter from the kitchen dimmed, as though the house itself leaned in to listen. The silence persisted for a few moments, even after they finished recounting their tale. "That was indeed terrible." Lelouch couldn't help but sigh, "but I wonder. Such a powerful stray devil never appeared in the anime." Yuji shook his head. "I don't understand either. Perhaps just like our worlds, there are differences in this world compared to the anime. We can't simply rely on our knowledge of the anime alone." "Agreed." Tatsuya nodded, "We must keep our vigilance. Now we'll be working hard soon, but how about we relax for today?" Just then, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from the hallway, accompanied by the low rumble of wheels rolling across polished wooden floors. Aika and Albedo emerged from the corridor, pushing a lacquered wooden trolley stacked high with a mouthwatering array of dishes. The warm, savory aroma wafted into the room before they even arrived, carrying with it the promise of comfort and satisfaction after a long, draining evening. "Dinner's ready." Aika chimed with a cheerful grin, her apron tied neatly over a casual blouse and shorts. Her golden hair was slightly tousled, a few strands sticking to her forehead from the heat of the kitchen. Albedo, ever graceful, wore a calm and elegant smile as she began to plate the dishes with precision, dressed in a sleek black chef's coat that contrasted her alabaster skin and long raven hair. A little bit of East, and a little bit of West. I thought it fitting, considering the variety of palates in this household. With practiced ease, they arranged the food along the low table. Steaming bowls of miso soup with tofu and seaweed, grilled fish with daikon garnish, carriage fried chicken with lemon wedges, fluffy tamagoyaki, and steaming white rice nestled beside gleaming silver trays of seared steak with herb butter, creamy mashed potatoes, fresh garden salad with vinaigrette, and slices of garlic bread still hot from the oven. Colorful sushi rolls adorned one platter, while another was stacked with rich, savory omiris topped with demi-glace. Small ceramic bowls filled with pickled vegetables, sauces, and garnishes added an extra layer of flavor and aesthetic charm. Whoa! Erika's eyes lit up as she leaned forward, her earlier fatigue giving way to pure delight. "Okay, now I feel a little better." Yuji chuckled, a loving, proud smile adorning his face. "You two really outdid yourselves this time." Aika puffed out her chest proudly. "We always do." Albedo gave a soft laugh, kneeling beside Yuji and gently nudging a bowl of rice toward him. "Eat well. You'll need your strength soon." A curious choice of word, but Yuji was enraptured by her loving smile and chose to kiss her lips instead of dissecting her words. The atmosphere warmed instantly, the tension from earlier melting into the quiet clink of dishes and the soothing smell of a well-prepared meal. The room, once thick with talk of demons and uncertain future, now glowed with the simple joy of shared food and familiar company. After dinner, the lively buzz of conversation slowly dwindled as the group decided to part ways for the night, dividing into boys and girls as they made their way towards the grand bathhouse that stood a short distance from the main residence. The building, constructed in the timeless elegance of traditional Japanese architecture, appeared modest from the outside. Sloping tiled roofs, wooden lattice doors, and paper lanterns swaying gently in the night breeze created a serene, almost nostalgic atmosphere. Yet once they stepped through the wide entrance, the true scale of the structure revealed itself. Natural hot spring water flowed into a colossal outdoor bath at the heart of the complex, its surface rippling and shimmering under the starlit sky. Smooth, time-worn rocks dotted the crystal-clear waters, some forming islands to sit and relax upon. Around the open-air bath, the buildings encircled the waters like protective arms, their dark wood and soft lantern light blending seamlessly with the tranquil night. No roofs covered the outdoor area, an intentional design choice to preserve the breathtaking view of the endless sky above. Instead, an intricate web of magical barriers enveloped the bathhouse, shimmering wards that shielded them from the elements, masked their presence, and repelled even the most curious of eyes. More subtly, an invisible, thin magical barrier stretched across the hot spring, precisely bisecting the waters into two halves, one for the boys, one for the girls. It was undetectable to the eye, but firm and unyielding to those who touched it. A short distance away, tucked among taller, whispering bamboo groves and natural rock formations, lay a more secluded bath, the mixed spring. Designed for their family to share in more private, relaxed moments together, it was currently empty, its steaming waters reflecting the moonlight like molten silver. Inside the surrounding buildings, a labyrinth of luxurious baths, steam rooms, saunas, and relaxation lounges awaited exploration, each crafted with painstaking attention to comfort and beauty. But tonight, wearied from the day's intense events, none of them had the energy to explore further. Instead, they settled into the natural spring, allowing the warm, mineral-rich waters to ease the tension from their bodies. Laughter, soft chatter, and the occasional splash echoed gently into the night as they enjoyed simple, pleasant conversations under the canopy of stars. Eventually, one by one, they rose from the waters, dried off, and donned comfortable yukata prepared for them. With spirits soothed and bodies relaxed, they made their way back into the main house, slipping quietly into their respective rooms, the soft thud of sliding doors and the whisper of tatami mats marking the close of a long, eventful day. Yuji's clothes shifted with a faint shimmer of magic, his formal black ensemble replaced by the comfortable, well-worn casuals he usually wore at home, a simple, soft black shirt and dark lounge pants. The magic lantern that hung from the ceiling bathed the room in a soft, warm orange glow, casting gentle, flickering shadows across the traditional wooden floors and paper sliding doors. With a lazy, fluid wave of his hand, Yuji willed the light to dim, and the room surrendered to a cozy, velvety darkness. He slipped into his futon, though calling it that barely did it justice. It was a sprawling, king-sized bed layered with thick, cloud-like mattresses and the finest silken sheets, cocooning him in comfort the moment he settled down. A deep, contented sigh escaped his lips as his body sank into the embrace of the futon. The stresses of the night, the battle, the encounter with the heiresses, the oppressive tension, slowly unwound from his muscles, replaced by a blissful, floating relaxation. He closed his eyes, letting the heavy blanket of sleep slowly pull him downward, ready to drift into the sea of dreams for the first time in this new world. But just before he could surrender completely to slumber, a familiar warmth brushed against his senses, a presence he'd already come to know well. Soft footsteps barely disturbed the air as someone approached his door. There was no need to guess, he knew instantly. It was Aika. And with her presence came a memory, a promise, made when he first welcomed her into his life here. A promise to take her, to claim her body with love as fierce and overwhelming as the feelings she carried for him. The corners of Yuji's lips curled slightly into a faint, knowing smile as he remained lying there, waiting. The quiet slide of the door, the whisper of bare feet across the floor. Fufu, I'm here hubby, it's a reverse night crawl. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 272, Chapter 269 Night of Passion, R18. Hubby, I've come to get a piece of my dear hubby. Aika's playful, syrupy voice danced through the darkened room like a spell, sweet and irresistible. She crawled slowly on all fours across the polished wooden floor, the loose folds of her pale pink yukata slipping wider with each movement. Beneath the thin fabric, her bare skin glowed faintly in the soft moonlight filtering through the paper screens, and her full, supple breasts swayed with each deliberate, teasing crawl, like twin pendulums designed to entrance him. Yuji opened his eyes, a slow, amused smile blooming on his lips. Aika. He called her name, his voice low and affectionate. Without hesitation, Aika slipped into the warmth of his futon, nestling herself atop him with a soft sigh of satisfaction. Her body molded against his naturally, the heat of her skin seeping into him like a living flame. Hubby chew. She purred like a pampered kitten, nuzzling his chest before lifting her face to plant a sweet, lingering kiss on his lips. The first touch of her lips was featherlight, playful, but it didn't stay that way for long. Soft wet sounds echoed faintly in the stillness as their playful pecks deepened, melting into something far more intimate. Their mouths opened for one another, breaths mingling, and soon their tongues entwined, a slow, sensual dance filled with the raw need to taste and claim. Their kiss grew wetter, deeper, more desperate with each passing second, the world beyond the futon slipping away until only the feel of each other remained. Aika's hands roamed up Yuji's chest, exploring, teasing, as her body and massive breasts pressed closer, molding herself more firmly against him. Her hair spilled over them like a silky curtain, trapping them in their own little world of heat and breath and the rapid pounding of hearts. Yuji's hands moved on their own, sliding up along her sides, feeling the silky skin exposed by her loosened yukata. His hands savored her every curve, sinking into her soft, fleshy body. Her massive breasts, slim waist, and shapely, bouncy ass. Everything was his and his alone. He drank in the sight of her, the way her flushed face glowed faintly in the low light, her golden eyes shimmering with affection and barely contained desire. Breaking their deep kiss with a breathless gasp, Aika gazed down at him, strands of hair framing her face in a wild, enchanting mess. "Hubby," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement, "I've waited so long. Please, make me yours." Her words, so honest and full of yearning, stirred something primal within Yuji. He sat up slowly, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her even closer, their bodies now firmly pressed together. The loose yukata slipped further down her shoulders, pulling at her elbows, revealing more of her bare, radiant skin, the gentle curve of her shoulders, the soft valley of her mountainous breasts, the rapid, adorable rise and fall of her chest. "You're already mine," Yuji murmured against her ear, his warm breath making her shiver as love juices squirted from her little pussy. MMH. Yuji could feel her orgasm lightly. Her incredibly sensitive body was just to his liking. Perhaps because their hearts and body were extremely compatible, but Aika had always been quick to come from his touch. And tonight, to celebrate their reunion, he planned on taking it slow and let her stay on the teetering edge of pleasure as long as possible, before fucking her. Without rushing, he planted a kiss on her collarbone, savoring the way Aika trembled in his arms. His lips traveled slowly downward, each kiss a tender brand, staking his claim upon her body and heart. Aika whimpered sweetly, tilting her head back to offer him more of herself, her hands clutching the fabric of his shirt tightly. The air between them grew thicker, charged with an electric tension as Yuji gently guided her back down onto the futon, hovering above her, their gazes locked. In that quiet, sacred moment, it wasn't just passion that connected them, it was devotion, trust, and love so deep it made their hearts ache. Carefully, Yuji began to undo the last knot of her yukata, bearing her completely to him under the soft, orange-red light of the lantern he had turned on. No matter how many times he had seen her body and made love to it, it was literally impossible for him to get tired of it. He planted a kiss on her lips, her cheeks, and her jaw. Then, he traveled down slowly to her collarbone and chest, leaving a light hickey marking the path he traveled. He kissed her breasts, marking both of her heavenly pillows with his mark. MMNNH hubby. She mewed in desperation, moving her body around as much as she could, as Yuji purposefully kissed around her areola but never her nipples that had hardened, yearning for attention. Yuji smiled slyly and ignored her plea, continuing down to her underboobs then to her soft yet firm stomach, not forgetting to tease her by licking her cute belly button. MNNGGH. Her body trembled from the ticklish feeling of his lick. But even more than that, the sensation of being touched in an unexpectedly sensitive place made her womb tremble in pleasure. Yuji inwardly delighted in her cute squirms and hushed moans and continued down to her most sacred place. He spread open her legs, his hand sinking into her fleshy milky white thighs and approached it slowly. The source of her erotic, womanly pheromones that he had been seducing him all this time was now within his sights. A neatly shaved camel toe slit. A drenched, tight little pussy that seemed more like that of a virgin's rather than one that had taken hours-long pounding from his massive dick numerous times before. "You're so beautiful, Aika. As always." "Hee I'm glad you like it, hubby ah." He breathed in a lungful of her fragrance, eliciting a moan to escape her luscious lips, red from her biting. The last string holding himself back snapped, and Yuji dove into her sacred place with a passionate kiss. Nga. Her moans echoed sweetly as Yuji lovingly, hungrily kissed and savored her pussy, lapping up every drop of her juices. A constant flow of her fragrant juice continued to reward him for his efforts as he used his tongue to taste her delicious love juice and teased her red, throbbing clit. He was kissing her pussy as passionately as he would her lips and mouth, letting his tongue wander and taste every nook and cranny of his beloved. But just as he felt her shiver, he stopped, separating his lips from her drenched pussy and loomed over her once more. Ha. Ha. Geez. Hubby, you're such a tease. Aika puffed her cheeks and looked at him with eyes filled with desperation, frustration, lust, and love. Are you close? Yuji asked teasingly, his hand beginning to massage her breast softly while he rubbed her cheek with the other in a loving manner, softly removing some of her hair that had stuck to her face because of her sweat and drool. Of course. I've been waiting for you for so long I can't wait anymore. I'm going crazy. Yuji smiled, and in an instant, his shirt and pants disappeared, revealing his godly physique and a majestic, throbbing, massive dick meant to break women with unimaginable pleasure. Ah. Aika's eyes naturally gravitated to her beloved's dick as her mouth fell open, drool slowly flowing down the corners of her lips, before she gulped a mouthful of saliva and licked her lips. Tell me, Aika. What do you want? His eyes narrowed teasingly as he pressed his tongue onto her lips. And Aika opened them before licking his thumb, sucking it desperately to get a taste of her beloved. Hubby, I want my hubby's big, amazing dick. I want it to fuck me, make me crazy, and fill my hungry, desperate womb with its delicious thick baby milk. Please feed my womb. It hasn't been fed properly for a few weeks since you left. What a greedy girl. Yuji smiled softly before aiming the tip of his dick to her entrance, and lowered himself towards her for a whisper. I've missed my lovely little succubus too. With a powerful thrust, Yuji buried his entire length deep into her pussy. NNNNNGHHH. Her whole body tensed and convulsed intensely as unstoppable jets of pussy juice squirted out of her pussy. Aika's mind turned white the moment her cervix and womb gave Yuji's dick an intense, passionate, welcome home kiss. Her eyes rolled back into her skull as her mouth opened in a silent scream with her tongue lolling out of it. Her arms and legs around Yuji tightened, pulling him as close as she could with her massive breasts in the way, as she savored the entire weight of his body and love on her. A few moments pass as they both relish in their loving, passionate reunion. And with a silent consensus, Yuji began to pull his dick out of her tight, clingy pussy, up to the tip, before thrusting back in. But this time, he did it ever so slowly, savoring each and every creamy fold of her pussy, before finally giving her cervix an more gentle, yet still loving and passionate, kiss. MMNNHH hubby, I love this. Aika, you're so tight. It feels so good. His husky moan right into her ear sent shivers down her spine, her pussy tightened along the entirety of his length. Then, ever so gently, savoring each and every moment, Yuji began to thrust in and out of her with each thrust punctuated with a strong, firm kiss onto her cervix. A hubby kiss me. Yuji's thrust remained slow, deliberate, each movement drawing soft, breathy moans from Aika's lips, moans that he eagerly swallowed with each tender kiss. Their bodies moved in perfect harmony, a slow dance under the dim glow of the magic lanterns, the futon creaking softly beneath them. Every inch of her welcomed him, clung to him, as if she never wanted to be apart again. Aika. Yuji whispered against her lips, his voice thick with emotion. MMN. Hubby. She mewed back, her voice trembling, her arms winding around his neck to pull him even closer, desperate to feel him everywhere, inside her, around her, within her heart. The world outside faded to nothing. There was only the heat of their entwined bodies, the soft sounds of their breaths mingling, the whispered confessions slipping between kisses. I love you, he murmured against her ear, his voice breaking slightly from the overwhelming tenderness he felt. Aika's golden eyes, shimmering with unshed tears of happiness, locked onto his. I love you too, more than anything. Her legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him deeper into her, as if trying to become one. Their movements remained slow, unhurried, savoring every sensation, every heartbeat, every fleeting brush of skin against skin. Pleasure simmered low and deep between them, not a raging fire but a steady, glowing warmth that filled every corner of their beings. The way Aika's fingers combed through Yuji's hair, the way Yuji pressed his forehead to hers between kisses, everything was gentle, reverent, as if they were handling something precious. And they were. Each other. As their bodies trembled and they approached the peak together, their whispered promises and soft cries filled the air, sealing the bond of their love even deeper, a connection no force in any world could ever sever. MNNH. Yuji, I'm coming. Me too. I'm going to come. Aika wrapped her legs around Yuji tighter, giving him no chance of escaping. Her womb had been waiting for too long to be filled up with her beloved's seed. She'd never let go of him. Inside. Give it to me inside. Everything. Aika. When the final waves of bliss washed over them, it wasn't violent or overwhelming. It was pure, fulfilling, like two halves finally completing a whole. Yuji cradled Aika close, still inside her, their hearts beating in perfect sync. He brushed strands of hair from her damp forehead and kissed her tenderly, again and again, as she smiled blissfully in his arms. Then, soon after, Yuji felt it, his length, still inside her, beginning to harden once more, stretching and filling Aika's already sensitive, slick walls. MMH hubby, you're getting hard again, she purred, her voice trembling with lingering pleasure. Yuji pushed himself up slightly, looking down at the breathtaking sight beneath him, Aika, flushed and glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, her golden eyes half-lidded with adoration and bliss. A tender, mischievous smile curved his lips. Of course. Did you really think once would be enough? Aika giggled, her cheeks a deep rosy hue as her eyes crinkled into a crescent moon of happiness. Hee I knew it wouldn't be, but, since it's a special night, I've arranged something even more special. Yuji raised a brow, confused, his mind too enraptured by her to notice anything else at first. But as her words settled in, his finely honed senses expanded beyond Aika, and he realized it, several familiar, comforting presences approaching, like stars gravitating toward a sun. The quiet sound of footsteps brushing against tatami mats echoed softly. Then, with a delicate shhhhkk, the sliding door to his room opened. Yuji turned his head, and what he saw left him momentarily breathless. Bathed in the gentle silver glow of the moonlight, 3 visions of ethereal beauty stood at the threshold. Albedo, regal and radiant, her violet eyes shimmering with devotion, wearing a deep purple negligee of fine silk that barely concealed her voluptuous figure. C.C., serene yet sensual, a ghost of a smile playing at her lips, her emerald hair cascading freely over a barely there pale green lace nightgown that teased more than it hid. And Erika, her cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of a soft white translucent slip, so sheer it left little to the imagination, but her hesitant gaze full of pure, innocent love. They stood there, breathtaking, alluring, each one exuding a magnetic tenderness that pulled at his very soul. Their eyes met Yuji's, and all were filled with the same thing, love, yearning, and a silent plea to be embraced. Fufu, Aika giggled sweetly, reaching up to cup Yuji's cheek, bringing his gaze back to her. I sent them a message, so we could all have fun together tonight. Yuji could only chuckle softly, shaking his head in affectionate disbelief, even as his heart swelled. His women, his beloved family, had come to make this night unforgettable. And he would give them everything. The door slid shut softly behind the 3 as they entered, the magic lanterns casting a soft, golden glow over the room, wrapping everything in a cocoon of warmth and intimacy. Yuji knew then, without a shred of doubt, his first night in this world would be a sleepless one. And little did he realize, deep within the crystalline necklaces around his neck, the twin slimes, and Est quietly stirred awake within his consciousness, their tiny, quivering forms radiating excitement and anticipation, sensing the tidal wave of love and passion about to envelop them all. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 273, Chapter 270 Start of Training, R18. Their eyes sparkled, not with lust alone, but with affection, vulnerability, and deep yearning. Aika sat up beside Yuji and beamed. I thought it would be nice if we could all spend this special night together. Yuji looked at each of them, his heart pounding not only from desire, but from the overwhelming affection he felt from them and for them. And before any words escaped his lips, they all approached him with hurried steps, bated in anticipation and excitement. My love, please allow me to serve you first by cleaning your majestic penis and precious jewels with my naughty mouth. Her loose night lingerie fluttered as she knelt down in between his legs. Her massive breasts filled up the rest of the space between her knees and his cock, softly cushioning his balls on her heavenly pillows. Her golden eyes with slit irises sparkled as she beheld the tall, thick, majestic rod that belonged to the sole master of her heart, body, and soul, still wet from his lovemaking with Aika. The thick scent of cum, juices, and sex invaded her nostrils immediately and into her brain. For a succubus, it was the equivalent of inhaling a heavy dose of aphrodisiac and injecting it straight into her fertile womb. Then, without further ado, thank you very much for the meal. Albedo opened her mouth wide, her long, drenched tongue lolling out of her lips, and slowly took Yuji's cock into her mouth. It didn't take long for his cock to hit the back of her mouth after only getting a third of it in. But Albedo gave no signs of stopping, and continued burying his cock into her throat until she finally pressed her lips against its base. Her slippery tongue lapped up his balls, tasting every nook and cranny of her beloved. She kept his cock deep into her throat for a few moments, showing no signs of discomfort. A succubus of her caliber did not have any gag reflexes that would ruin her experience with her beloved's cock. Even if it did exist, she still wouldn't let it affect her duty in giving pleasure to her beloved. Then slowly, she lifted up her head as she continued to suck his length, her cheeks collapsing inwards for her intense suction. Meanwhile, her tongue continued to lick and lap up his entire length, accomplishing her duties and promised to clean him up. Her eyes rolled up in ecstasy as she savored the taste of her beloved's cock and cum. And as she reached the top, her lips continued to cling onto his head, kissing it ever so passionately as she gulped down the perverted mix of his cum, her sister's juices, and her own saliva. A muffled moan resounded as Albedo cummed for the first time of the night, solely from the taste of her beloved's cock. The moment she got a taste of it, of her beloved's taste, his cum, his seed, her hunger intensified. And all semblance of grace, elegance, and poise she took pride in shattered upon tasting the cum equivalent to that of an elixir. Albedo sucked on his dick with renewed vigor, burying his cock deep into her throat and pleasuring him with her tongue with an intensity and passion of a sex demon hungry for her love. The sounds of wet slurping and muffled moans filled the room, and as Albedo took care of his cock, the rest didn't stay still and let her have all the fun. C. had calmly walked towards Yuji, her face ever so calm, but with the ghost of a smile and a faint blush painting her cheeks. She stood above Yuji, his head in between her legs, giving him a look at her hairless, slightly pink, wet pussy. Her smile grew with a hint of mischievousness, and she lowered herself onto him, pressing her drenched, needy, lower lips against his. Their eyes locked onto each other. And with a loving smile, Yuji immediately began giving her cute little pussy a passionate kiss. MMMH. C.C bit her fingers as she tried to hold her moans back, letting out only a cute, muffled whimper. As if controlled by an invisible force, her body moved not to her conscious will, but to her true desires deep in her heart. Her hips began to move, gyrating around as Yuji pleasured her with his mouth. Meanwhile, Erika and Aika weren't idle as well. While his cock was being deep-throated by Albedo and his mouth was busy pleasuring C.C, Erika shyly hugged him from the side, pressing her body against him. And as she did, Yuji wrapped his left arm around her, pulling her closer, as she began to lick his chest and pepper him with soft, loving kisses. With his other hand, Aika had pulled it toward her and placed it on her breasts, letting him enjoy her fun bags. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent as she pleasured herself, biting her lips. And the sense of happiness only grew more in her heart as she watched her sisters envelop her beloved with their devotion and deep love. The room was filled with not just the noise of passion, but with the soft sounds of breath, the whisper of skin against skin, and the occasional murmur of affection. It was a sacred moment, an intimate joining of souls rather than just bodies. And this was just a start to their long, sleepless night. Silence stretched long after the dark void vanished, leaving behind only the soft crackling of jet-black flames that consumed the last remnants of the stray devil. The air, once charged with suffocating magical tension, now felt oppressively empty. Yet none of them moved. Rhea stood frozen, her lips parted slightly as if to speak again, but no words came. Her crimson hair, tousled from the earlier chaos, swayed faintly in the warehouse's still air. Her fingers, clenched at her sides, trembled not from fear, at least, not entirely, but from a mixture of shock, confusion, and something far more humbling. Sona's glasses caught a faint reflection of the dying embers, but her eyes were distant, calculating. Her usually sharp mind was working overtime, racing through every detail, every movement, every word. And yet, nothing added up. Nothing made sense. Not even the absurdity of being completely powerless in front of those two could be rationalized. What just happened? My magic. I couldn't use it. Akino murmured, gazing at her hands in disbelief. Now, sparks of lightning danced effortlessly around her fingers. But earlier, when those two were present, not even a flicker of magic had obeyed her. It was as if the very concept of magic had been erased from existence in their presence. I couldn't use my sacred gear either. Saji muttered through clenched teeth, fists shaking. Just what the hell was that? For the first time since becoming Sona's pawn, since merging with the soul of Vritra, he had been rendered utterly helpless. The crushing weight of that powerlessness gnawed at him. A flash of green light suddenly cut through the darkened ruins, and a crimson draconic gauntlet appeared on Issei's arm. The boosted gear. Rias whispered. Oi. Draig. Issei barked. Where were you? I couldn't summon you at all. The voice that answered was deep, ancient, and heavy with authority. I went nowhere. Something suppressed your ability to summon me, suppressed even the manifestation of sacred gears. That man, or perhaps the woman, possesses an authority that overrides fundamental magical laws. Gasps rippled through the group. Even for seasoned devils and sacred gear users, this was nearly incomprehensible. Suppressing a Longinus-class gear like the boosted gear. That was bordering on divine interference. And that stray devil. Tsubaki added, her voice quiet but sharp. It wasn't weak. It had ascended to the peak of high rank, yet that woman toyed with it. Like a cat batting a bug. Where the stray devil once stood, there was nothing, no ash, no scorch marks. Just cold silence. I've never sensed that kind of pressure before, Kiba said grimly. Not even from Surzek-sama. It wasn't just strength. It felt like authority. Like the world bent around them. Rias finally spoke, her voice distant. He said, we would meet again. His words echoed in her mind. His eyes, intelligent, ancient, almost cruel in their clarity, still burned into her thoughts. He looked at us like we were children holding matches near a forest fire. Kaneko, soft but steady, added, the woman, she felt strong. Like a mountain. But warm. Protective. Like she was watching over us. I didn't feel hatred. I agree, Tomo Megiri said, placing a hand over her heart. I was scared, but not because they meant us harm. Sona adjusted her glasses and nodded. Regardless of how they felt, their power is undeniable. I'll contact Serafal-sama. We need to investigate this further. Please do, Ria said, grateful. I'll focus on preparing for the raiding game. There was a quiet moment between the two, an unspoken bond of mutual trust, and respect born from shared powerlessness. Well, Akino finally said with a teasing smirk, trying to lighten the mood, at least he was ridiculously handsome. Dangerous, but in a way that makes your heart race. Rias didn't reply. Her eyes, however, gleamed with a strange mixture of caution and intrigue. He was unlike anyone she had ever met. So was she. They weren't enemies, not yet. But they weren't allies either. Little did she know that the promise made by the mysterious man would come much sooner than she expected. It was the start of what would be a very long weekend. A weekend that marked the beginning of an even more grueling and focused training regimen for Rias Gremory and her peerage. Their encounter with Yuji and Erika had rattled them, shaken their confidence, broken their assumptions, and left them with a haunting sense of their own limits. But there was no time to dwell on it. The date for Rias's upcoming raiding game against Riser Phoenix and his peerage had been finalized, an official battle that would determine her freedom to choose her own path, and the right to reject the engagement forced upon her. With the stakes so high, there was no room for hesitation. Rias had immediately enlisted Sona's help, and through the power and efficiency of the Citri family, they secured formal pardons for all her peerage members from school duties. Classes, social activities, and everything else not essential to their preparation were placed on hold. For now, there was only the battlefield, and what lay beyond it. Their training began before they even arrived at the training grounds. Long before they saw the mansion nestled in the dense, mist-shrouded mountains outside Kuo, the grueling regime had already started. The journey itself was part of the trial, a test of endurance, strength, and mental fortitude. Each member of Rias's peerage carried a heavy load, their backpacks weighed down with a week's worth of supplies and equipment. The path they hiked was no gentle forest trail, it twisted and climbed up steep inclines, slick with moss and roots, demanding both balance and stamina. For Rias, Akino, Kiba, and especially Kaneko, it was challenging but manageable. Their bodies were accustomed to rigorous physical exertion. But for Issei and Asia, the newest devils among them, it was something else entirely. Their bodies, despite some basic conditioning, were still adjusting to their new existence. Issei's shirt clung to him, soaked in sweat, and Asia's face was pale as she pushed one foot in front of the other, her legs trembling. Yet neither of them voiced a single complaint. They grit their teeth. They endured. Because the memory of that night, of utter helplessness, still burned fresh in their minds. When they finally reached the mansion, its traditional design framed by trees and mist, there was no celebration. No cheers. Just the sound of heavy breathing and boots on wood as they filed in and were given only the briefest reprieve to claim their rooms and drop their gear. Then, training resumed. No grand speeches. No gentle warm-ups. They were immediately thrust into coordinated sparring drills, magical control exercises, and endurance tests that pushed their bodies and minds to the brink. Akino stood alone in the clearing behind the mansion, summoning bolts of lightning again and again, forcing herself to find precision even while drenched in sweat. Kiba sparred with multiple wooden dummies enchanted to simulate high-speed movement, his swords flashing like silver meteors. Kaneko practiced kata after kata under a waterfall near the estate, the cold water pounding her small frame, sharpening her focus. And Rias, overseeing it all, trained harder than any of them because she refused to let her team shoulder the burden alone. Yet in the quiet moments between training, her mind wandered. Back to the eyes of the men who rendered her entire peerage helpless with a glance. Back to the serene yet terrifying presence of the Oni woman who held enough power to erase a high-rank stray devil like swatting a fly. Who were they? Why did they feel so far removed from this world? And why did I feel? She stopped herself. Now wasn't the time to get distracted. But her heart beat just a little faster whenever she remembered that voice, that gaze. He said we'd meet again. And deep down, she hoped they would. Because next time, she wanted to stand tall, not as someone needing protection, but as someone worthy of standing beside beings like them. She never thought that this meeting would come so soon. The familiar, dark, whirling void they saw the night before within the dark interior of the abandoned warehouse appeared before her. Immediately, its appearance alerted and gathered all of Rias's peerage members to the courtyard of the mansion. And as they all stood in stunned silence, a figure stepped out from within the whirling void. A familiar figure. "Good morning, everyone. As promised, we've come to help you with your training." From behind her, the mysterious masked figure that has haunted them since they met him appeared. And to their shock, the man removed his mask to reveal the true face of the mysterious figure. "Wait. You are Dash. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you." Chapter 274, Chapter 271 Encouragement. Rias's breath caught in her throat. Her words faltered as she laid eyes on the man's face, on his face. Handsome beyond reason, with sharp yet refined features, and eyes that gleamed like the starry night sky. There was a quiet, unshakable confidence in his expression, and in that moment, it was as if the very air bent to his presence. He was the authority they had felt that night, undeniable, overwhelming. "You're the one from the warehouse," Kiba muttered, his hand unconsciously drifting toward the hilt of his sword. "Relax," the man said calmly with a smile, his tone smooth and laced with amusement. "I told you we'd meet again. And I don't go back on my word." He stepped forward with ease, his posture relaxed but carrying an undercurrent of terrifying power, like a blade concealed beneath velvet. And then Erika appeared beside him, smiling warmly at Rias and her group. It was the first time she'd appear before them in her human form, but they recognized her all the same. Her aura was as fierce and overwhelming as it was the night they met, though now, it seemed gentler, tempered. Why are you here? Rias finally asked, her voice quiet but firm. Her crimson eyes, filled with a mix of caution and curiosity, were locked onto the man's face. The man gave a small, respectful bow, his expression calm and composed. My name is Tsubakihara Yuuji, he said smoothly. Aika's boyfriend, and I'm here to fulfill the promise she made to you. He glanced at Aika with a helpless, slightly amused smile, as if recalling a sudden memory that left him no room for protest. Just this morning, after sharing a peaceful breakfast with Aika, Albedo, Erika, CC, Suzuki, Tatsuya, and Lelouch, right after a rather eventful dip in the mixed outdoor hot springs Yuji had with his lovers, Aika had casually informed him of the promise she made to Rias. Apparently, Aika had agreed in his stead to train Rias and her peerage once the mission was underway. Of course, he had no memory of agreeing to anything of the sort. But by then, it was too late to refuse. Despite the abruptness, Yuji recognized the opportunity. It would be the perfect chance to accomplish their first mission and build relations with the supernatural world of this dimension. With Lelouch's help, he quickly tracked Rias's location and opened a gate to their mountain estate. Naturally, Erika and Aika came along. Rias and her peerage observed Yuji and Erika with a mix of wariness and curiosity. Even with Aika's presence, and the clear affection she shared with them, last night's overwhelming display of power had left its mark. The memory of magic being utterly suppressed, of strength beyond their comprehension, still lingered in their minds. But then they saw his smile. It was warm. Genuine. The kind of smile only someone deeply in love could give, especially when he looked at Aika. The tenderness in his eyes, the gentleness in his posture, it didn't match the terrifying figure from the warehouse. That contrast shattered their initial impressions. He wasn't just an enigmatic powerhouse shrouded in mystery. He was someone real. Someone human. And for Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia, that humanity made their hearts skip a beat. A flush crept into their cheeks before they even realized it. Curiosity quickly replaced suspicion. Interest bloomed where tension once stood. Even the boys, Issei, Kiba, and Saji, felt the shift. Sensing no hostility or malice, they, too, cautiously lowered their guard. Rias, regaining her composure, turned her attention to the Oni woman beside him. And you, she asked, her voice more confident this time. Erika grinned, placing a hand on her hip. I'm Chiba Erika. I wasn't originally part of the deal, but after seeing you guys last night, well, I got interested. Her grin widened playfully. Besides, you've got your big raiding game coming up, right? You want to protect Rias's freedom, don't you? Issei stepped forward, still trying to make sense of everything. So, you're not here to fight us. Yuji gave a soft chuckle, the warmth in his voice now tinged with something sharper, firmer. Of course not. We have no reason to. He paused, then added, but I won't go easy on you either. If you want to grow, I'll have to be strict. A sudden chill swept through the group. Just when they had begun to see him as gentle, maybe even kind, his words pulled them back to the terrifying aura they had felt in that abandoned warehouse. The warmth in his gaze didn't disappear, it simply settled into something far more daunting, conviction. I've heard the situation from Aika, he said, his voice unwavering. You've got less than a week to prepare. And your opponent isn't just any devil. Riser Phoenix, scion of a noble house with regeneration that borders on immortality, and a full, battle-hardened peerage. Yuji's eyes scanned over each of them. Come. Measured. I haven't even seen you in a real battle yet, but I can tell. As you are now, it's impossible. You'll lose. His words hit harder than any spell or strike. It was like being plunged into a cold, dark sea, with no hope of surfacing. The memories of sleepless nights, hours of grueling training, aching muscles, and bruised pride, flashed through their minds. It all felt worthless. As if everything they had endured amounted to nothing in the face of someone who could so easily see through them. Rias's crimson eyes burned with frustration as her fists tightened at her sides. Akino turned away, lightning crackling faintly in her palm but fizzling out. Kiba grit his teeth, his knuckles white from how tightly he gripped his sword. Asia lowered her head, her long lashes hiding the pain in her eyes. And Kaneko. She stared at her small white hands. These were hands that could crush stone, that had trained in martial arts far beyond a normal human's. But they still felt too small, too weak to protect the ones she cared for. Her golden eyes lifted and fixed on Yuji's face. He didn't wear scorn. He didn't smile in amusement. He didn't look down on them. He simply stated the truth. And that honesty hurt more than cruelty ever could. You don't know that. Issei's voice rang out, sharp and loud, desperate. He stepped forward, fists clenched, staring down the black-haired men who had displayed overwhelming pressure enough to paralyze them effortlessly. But Issei's anger drowned out his instincts. His pride, his will, refused to bow. And the thought of Rias, the woman he came to admire, Akino, the gentle and kind senior who likes to tease, Kaneko, the aloof yet kind girl, Asia, the cute bundle of kindness and innocence, and Kiba, the reliable and kind friend, becoming playthings of the vulgar scion of the Phoenix household, pushed his body forward to stand before someone he knew could end him easily. Yet Yuji remained calm. He didn't even flinch. Oh. Yuji's dark eyes narrowed. Not cruelly. But like someone assessing broken weapons on a battlefield. But I do. His gaze moved slowly, deliberately, settling on each of them as he spoke. A red dragon emperor who just hatched. A speck of magic, no control, and not even a hint of strategy to use your gear. His eyes moved to Kiba. A swordsman who relies on speed he hasn't refined. And countless blades, yet none you can truly call your own. To Kaneko. A little girl who swings her fists without purpose. No technique. No intent. Just, hoping it's enough. To Asia. A healer. Kind-hearted, yes. But one who can only heal surface wounds, and only by touch. In a real battle, that makes you a liability. And then to Rias. A king, whose name carries weight, but whose power is still asleep. You hide behind your heritage, but it won't save you. Finally, he looked at Akino, and gave a subtle nod. The only one of you with actual potential, with the control and presence of mind to act decisively, is her. Silence. No one moved. No one could. And you still think, he said, voice quiet but cutting, that this team can defeat a full, high-ranking peerage with plenty of experience in raiding games. The silence was thick, heavy with humiliation, anger, and doubt. Each of them stood frozen in place, trapped in the gravity of Yuji's words. No one dared to speak, but the fire in their eyes hadn't gone out. Not yet. Yuji closed his eyes briefly, then let out a quiet breath. But that doesn't mean it has to stay that way. The sudden shift in tone snapped everyone's attention back to him. He took a step forward, his gaze resolute, no longer sharp, but solid. Anchored. Behind him, the two beautiful girls stared at the man they called the love of their lives, reminded once more why they fell for him in the first place. You're weak now. That much is true. But weakness is only permanent if you choose to let it be. He looked at Issei first, the boy whose pride refused to yield even in the face of overwhelming strength. You've got power sleeping inside you, Red Dragon Emperor. But you treat it like a toy, not a weapon. If you want to protect your friends, then stop playing the hero and become one. Use what you have in that brain to think. And if you can, train harder than anyone else to compensate for it. To Kiba. You've suffered loss. I see it in your stance, in the hesitation when you move. That pain. Use it. Sharpen it. Turn it into something that can't be broken. Then Kaneko. Your fists are strong. But strength without purpose is wasted potential. Fight not because you can, but because you must. Find your purpose. He gave Asia a softer look, gentler, like speaking to someone cradling glass. You've got the most important job of all. To keep them standing. But that also means learning to stand firm yourself. No more shrinking. No more fear. Finally, his gaze landed on Rias. And you're the king. It's not about power. It's about resolve. If you can't carry the weight of your team, then you'll all fall. So stand up. Not as the Gremory heiress, but as Rias. Lead them. Be their guiding hand. And to do that, you must be in front of them, and lead by example. A brief silence passed again, but this time, it was different. Not oppressive. Not paralyzing. Hope was flickering back into their eyes. Yuji turned and gestured toward the wide, open courtyard below him. I'm giving you one shot. Right here, right now. He walked forward, towards them. If you want to prove me wrong, if you want to show me that you're more than what I just said, then step forward and fight. Show me that you have will to become something more than what you are right now. He crossed his arms, his voice steady and firm. This is your first trial. Show me your will. Or walk away. A tense silence loomed over the training grounds. And as he watched Rias and her peerage all standing in silence, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The things I do to complete a mission. I'm sure Ika's going to spread this to the others and laugh at my speech. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 275, Chapter 272 Yuji vs. Rias's Peerage. A tense silence loomed over the training grounds. Yuji stood in the center of the courtyard, his black shirt fluttering faintly in the mountain breeze. He smiled, exuding a calm, almost regal pressure. Not hostile, but suffocating in its weight. A gentle smile with the kind of pressure that promised regret if not taken seriously. Ria stepped forward, her voice resolute despite the uncertainty in her chest. Very well. We will show you our resolve. The rest of her peerage nodded solemnly, and took their stances. Rias and Akino readied their hands to be able to cast magic at moment's notice. Kiba summoned a sword with his sacred gear, Sword Birth. Issei summoned the boosted gear and went into a boxing form, while Kaneko took her fighting stance. Asia stepped back behind Issei, not in fear, but rather knowing her place and role in the group. Yuji noted their lack of formation, but let it pass for now and simply nodded. Then come. Show me your resolve and your limits. Boost. The mechanical voice of the boosted gear echoed as crimson light surged over Issei's arm. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, determined to be the first to act. His role was clear: draw attention, tank the blow if needed. Let's go. Yuji didn't move. His gaze calmly tracked Issei, waiting. Kiba shot in from the side, attempting to flank. His sword shimmered with demonic energy as he executed a high-speed feint, faster than the eye could track. At the same time, Akino's voice rang out from above, lightning dancing in her hands as she began chanting. Tsubakihara let this one Isan show you pain thunder, fall, and tear the skies asunder, Reiku no Kago. 3 attacks, perfectly timed. A pincer assault with power, speed, and magic. Yuji observed all of it calmly. And didn't move. When suddenly, he vanished. To their eyes, it was like reality skipped a frame. Good commitment, Yuji said. Terrible stance. What good's a feint if it's not a threat? Boom. In a blink, Issei was sent flying back, crashing through a tree. Kiba's blade stopped mid-swing, halted by a finger. Too slow, Yuji muttered before slamming a knee into Kiba's gut and flipping him over. Too weak. A pillar of divine thunder descended like a guillotine. But Yuji stepped sideways, only once, and let the bolt miss by an inch. Before she could react, she felt a light tap on her back. You're good with spells. But your spacing is awful. Akino let out a sharp cry as an unseen force yanked her downward, slamming her hard against the ground. The impact left her dazed, pain radiating through her body. Above them, Yuji hovered effortlessly in midair, his gaze cold and detached as he looked down at the fallen core members of Rias's peerage, defeated and immobilized in mere moments. Then his eyes met Rias's. Fury and frustration burned within her crimson stare, but beyond that, nothing. No strategy. No backup plan. No effort to regroup. Only raw, unfiltered rage driving her to strike back at the one who had brought down her precious companions, yet without any real means to do so. Well, maybe this is as expected from a shonen anime emphasizing on fan service. The power of friendship triumphs all, after all. Asia ran to Issei, a pale healing light glowing faintly. Her hands trembled as she placed them on his chest. Please, hold on, Issei. But her healing was too slow, too weak for combat damage. Yuji's voice echoed across the field. He's not dying. Not yet. But if you don't learn to focus under pressure, Asia, someone will die next time. Her lip quivered, but she bit down on it and focused. Her healing sped up slightly. Only slightly, but it mattered. Asia, behind you. Kiba shouted amidst the pain as he struggled to stand back up. Yuji was walking slowly toward her. Issei forced himself to rise, pain flaring through his ribs. Don't you dare. But Yuji stopped just short of the girl, and knelt down instead. Relax. I won't harm your healer. He looked at Asia, his tone suddenly gentle. But out there, someone will. You need to be faster. He tapped her forehead, and a surge of pressure forced her back, falling into Issei's embrace. Then he stood back up, and turned towards the white-haired kitten. Kaneko stood alone, fists raised. Her petite frame trembled slightly, but her eyes were sharp. She dashed forward, weaving through the chaos. Her fist struck Yuji's side in a blur of white. Clang. It felt like hitting steel. You've got strength, Yuji said, flicking her back with a finger. But you're afraid of your full power. Kaneko was thrown across the field, rolling to a stop, blood at the corner of her mouth. Rias shouted, Kaneko. But the little Nikomata stood again. Wiped the blood. Raised her fists. I'm not afraid. She charged once more. This time, her blows moved faster, heavier. She wasn't holding back. Yuji raised an eyebrow, impressed. That's better. He petted her head softly, making the small white-haired girl widen her eyes in surprise, before a tremendous weight suddenly pushed her to the ground. Ria stood tall now, eyes glowing with crimson resolve. She summoned a massive sphere of destruction magic overhead. This time, she poured in everything, channeling her emotion, her pride, her will. Using this chance while he was distracted by Kaneko, she'll hit him. Disappear. She threw a massive ball of pure destruction. A concept made reality. A magic whose sole purpose was to destroy and erase everything. But in the end, it was still magic. Gram demolition. With elemental sight analyzing the structure and concept behind her magic, dismantling it was as simple as waving a hand. It's certainly a powerful magic, he admitted. But you're too slow, too wasteful, and too predictable. As he lowered his arm, his focus seemingly directed towards Rias, Akino, from behind him, was already charging another spell, lightning crackling around her figure. From the ground, though her body ached and was caked with dust and dirt, she won't give up that easily. Reiku. Akino's bolt struck the ground at his feet, exploding with divine and demonic energy. Dust clouded the area. Bruised, breathless, the group pulled themselves together. Issei stood. Boost. Kiba limped to his side, blood trailing down his arm. Akino flew up again, lightning wilder now. Rias wiped blood from her lips. Kaneko forced her trembling body up. Asia stood behind them all, her soft hands glowing, whispering prayers. And for the first time, they formed a line. Not scattered. Not panicking. Together. As the smoke cleared, Yuji stepped out. Impeccable. Unaffected. They rushed him again. Issei charged up a double-boosted punch, Kiba right behind him. Rias and Akino unleashed a combined spell, destruction and lightning entwined. Kaneko flanked from the opposite side, leaping off a nearby rock for momentum. Yuji's eyes gleamed, not in malice, but in recognition. This time, he blocked Issei's punch with his forearm, barely moving, while Kiba unleashed his follow-up strike, grazing his sleeve. Kaneko launched a kick, only for it to meet with Yuji's raised leg. Rias and Akino's spell detonated. Boom. Smoke and light swallowed the training field. Silence. Then, footsteps. Yuji emerged, his hair fluttering in the wind. His expression. Genuinely pleased. That was good. He nodded in satisfaction. All of them panted in exhaustion. Though it has only been a few moments, they've poured all of their strength into each blow, only to be repelled and crushed, over and over. But nothing worked. He was unaffected. As if he was swatting flies around as he walked around leisurely. No. I can still do it. I'm not done yet. The thought was shared by all of them. And one last time, they made their final strike. Kiba charged with a new sword, faster than ever, blade thrumming with power. Issei charged in from the front once again, boost, only stacked once, but still didn't stop him. Kaneko dashed from the left, ready to unleash her remaining energy into this one punch. Akino and Rias also charged their magic for one last time, filling it up with the last remaining mana they have. With this, I'll show him our resolve. Yuji smiled, and his eyes shined with the light of Geas. The air cracked like glass as Yuji's single clap echoed across the training grounds. Rias and Akino's spells fizzled out mid-cast, the intricate magic circles in their palms disintegrating like ash in the wind. Kiba's newly formed blade shattered in his grip before it could meet its mark, the fragments scattering across the ground like stardust. Issei's boosted gear let out a distorted whir, then the crimson gauntlet vanished completely, leaving only his bare, trembling fist behind. Kaneko's momentum halted mid-step. Her body refused to move, frozen by an unseen force, fists clenched with all her remaining strength. The entire courtyard stood still, every heartbeat, every breath, every drop of sweat in the air, held in quiet reverence to a power far beyond them. Yuji had not moved an inch. He had not touched them. And yet they stood there, paralyzed, not by fear, but by sheer, unrelenting pressure. Not just magical. Existential. They were looking up at a peak they couldn't even comprehend, much less scale. Yuji slowly lowered his arms. His gaze swept across them, one by one. Rias, panting, a trickle of blood running down her cheek, eyes wide in disbelief. Akino, frustration written in her clenched teeth. Kiba, silent, eyes narrowed, calculating, trying to understand what had just happened. Kaneko, still fighting her own body to move again, to prove she wasn't useless. Issei, his body trembling, not just from exhaustion, but the sheer, crushing weight of inadequacy. Yuji finally spoke. You fought well. His voice was soft. But you've now felt it. The wall. The difference in power that cannot be bridged with a short burst of effort alone. He approached them slowly, calm and deliberate. The invisible pressure released its grip, and all five of them collapsed to their knees, gasping, catching breath, clenching fists. Still, no one cried. They were beyond tears now. Yuji stopped a few paces away. But that wall is not absolute. they looked up. You've taken the first step by realizing it exists. Now comes the climb. He raised a finger. You have a few days left before the raiding game. His gaze locked onto Rias. You've still got a long way to go. Your strategy is a mess. Your magic, disastrous. And your stamina is non-existent. As for the others. He looked around the exhausted bunch on the ground. Well, there's a lot of room for improvement. And now, it's time for that improvement. He turned his back. Rest up. 10 minutes from now, we'll start your real training. Aika, Erika, come with me for a bit. Let's discuss how to best train them. Yes. All right. And with that, he walked off into the mansion followed by Aika and Erika, leaving behind a group of defeated, yet fiercely burning warriors. No one spoke. No one needed to. They had lost, utterly, but in that loss, they felt something stir. Resolve. A desire to grow, not for pride. But for each other. Rias and Aquino slowly lifted their eyes, their gaze drawn to the broad, imposing back of the men who had just imparted a lesson they would never forget. In that quiet moment, a wave of admiration washed over them, mingled with a deeper, more complex emotion they couldn't yet name. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 276, Chapter 273 Pushing the Limits. Your stance is wrong. And why are you so weak? Do you think speed is all you need? Are you trying to poke your enemies to death? Again. Yes. He groaned. He rose from the ground, battered and caked in dirt, his once golden hair now dulled and matted. Each breath came heavy, and beads of sweat dripped from his chin, hitting the dust-strewn earth littered with shattered swords. Still, he stood. Despite the tremble in his limbs, he took his stance again and raised a newly forged demonic sword, pointing it at Erika. She stood calmly, her orange-red hair fluttering in the breeze, as she held a short baton. The weaponized integrated CAD had an active sequence that could turn it into a lethal weapon, especially with Erika's level of swordsmanship and power as the true Primordial Oni. But she did not use it. After all, she was only helping the boy before him train, not kill him. This was the least deadly weapon she had on hand. She could have used a simple tree branch. But stripping away all of Kiba's dignity in front of his comrades wouldn't help him grow. Crushing his pride might have extinguished the very fire they were trying to stoke. Still, she appreciated one thing about him. No matter how many times she floored him, no matter how broken his body became, he always stood back up. His legs were shaking. His breathing ragged. But his eyes, those clear, determined eyes, still burned with purpose. Heh. Yuji's pep talk must have worked better than expected. Erika smiled faintly to herself. Yuji had always known how to inspire others. It was part of what made him such a great leader, and one of the many reasons she loved him. Kiba moved again, sword at the ready. But this time, it was different. His charge wasn't wild. It was measured. Deliberate. Slower, yes, but grounded. His stance was firmer, his grip tighter. When he struck, he did so with the full weight of his body. Clang. Like striking steel, Kiba's entire body trembled as his magical demonic sword struck Erika's CAD. She hadn't moved her feet. She hadn't even raised her arm fully. Only her wrist had turned, and still, she absorbed the strike with ease. Yet, there was improvement. She could feel it. A subtle change in pressure. A refinement of form. He was learning. With a flick of her wrist, she released a small pulse of force that blasted Kiba backward. He hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop a few meters away. That was better, Erika said, her voice cool but not unkind. Focus on your stance, your technique, and your strength. Speed will come after you've mastered the basics. Yes. Kiba murmured, and plopped down onto the ground on his back, his sword crumbling into black shards like all the ones before it. Erika then looked around to the rest of the group. As Yuji had planned, today was about pushing them to their limits, ripping open their weaknesses, exposing their most fragile flaws. With such limited time, it was the only realistic starting point. So, Yuji had Erika push Kiba to the brink. As a fellow swordsman, she could dissect his technique and point him in the right direction. Aika would be in charge of Aquino and Asia. Although she couldn't teach, she was perfectly capable of pushing both of them to the limits and identifying their shortcomings, as well as exploiting them. And for Kaneko and Issei, well, Yuji had sent in the big guns, Alice and Arya. The Yin-Yang slimes, in their human forms, possessed not only Yuji's monstrous skills but unique talents of their own. Alice, with her clairvoyance, and Arya, with her lightning-fast movement via Shikuchi, were more than enough to thrash Kaneko and Issei into shape. Erika snorted lightly as she watched the chaos. Oh, they're having fun, huh? Erika watched as Alice and Arya had their fun, sparring against people outside of the group chat. Alice, radiant with her glowing white and rainbow-hued hair, smiled sweetly as she danced around Kaniko's every move. Every punch the Nikomata threw missed by inches, each dodge perfectly timed, each counter precise. Kaniko looked increasingly frustrated, while Alice beamed as if playing a game of tag. Arya, by contrast, was methodical and relentless. She wielded nothing more than a wooden branch, but with her inherited swordsmanship, it may as well have been a divine blade. She was beating Issei, plain and simple. Boost, after boost, it didn't matter. Without skill, without control, he couldn't even graze her. Boom. Suddenly, Erika felt the air shift. The temperature dropped drastically. And when she turned to look, she saw a massive ice glacier jutting out of the ground, like a giant claw of ice, ripping apart the earth. Nearby, Akino and Asia panted heavily on the ground, their bodies shivering in cold despite how drenched they were in sweat. Akino-senpai, Aika called cheerfully, walking over with her ever-teasing grin, you can't just charge your magic forever. That's suicide unless you're setting up an ambush. She then turned toward Asia, who clutched her chest, breath-heaving. Asia-chan, you really need to pay more attention to your positioning. As a healer, that's everything. You've got to stay close enough to heal your allies, but far enough to stay out of the line of fire. Why yes. Asia managed. Erika sighed and rubbed her temple. Everything Aika said was technically correct, but without guidance, expecting Akino and Asia to figure it all out alone was asking too much. On the other hand, she looked upward, where a crimson-haired devil hovered in the sky, her teeth clenched in frustration. Dozens of golden portals surrounded her, each one launching fist-sized chunks of stone like high-velocity bullets. Her wings beat furiously as she weaved through the air, dodging with desperate agility while unleashing orbs of destruction in return. Yet, most of her attacks missed their mark. Only a handful managed to strike the incoming projectiles directly, many simply grazed them, while others flew past harmlessly. Across from her, a short distance away, Yuji stood with his arms folded, silently watching. His gaze was sharp, unblinking, like a hawk scrutinizing its prey. Focus, he barked. Track your target and aim. Don't just throw your magic around recklessly. The power of destruction consumes more mana than most spells, use it efficiently. Coup. Rias gritted her teeth, sweat trailing down her brow. Yuji had already noticed one of her most glaring weaknesses, something that had been evident even in the anime. Rias Gremory leaned too heavily on the power she inherited from her mother and her prestigious bloodline. The Bale clan's power of destruction was among the most potent demonic magics, renowned for its sheer annihilative force. It could erase matter, deflect or nullify powerful attacks, and, at its zenith, even obliterate consciousness and souls. A truly terrifying ability. But none of that mattered if it couldn't hit its target. Despite its immense potential, Rias's control over it was lacking. She hadn't refined it through rigorous training. Her accuracy was poor. Her demonic energy reserves weren't optimized. Her physical endurance, even worse. All of this made her a classic glass cannon, formidable in power, but fragile in a prolonged fight. To make matters worse, she was often overwhelmed by emotion during combat, losing focus, burning through her mana inefficiently, and falling into tunnel vision. Dangerous traits for any mage, but fatal flaws for a leader. That's why, for this training, Yuji wasn't holding back. He intended to force her to observe, to think, and to conserve. To sharpen her instincts, hone her precision, and control her chaotic power. Ria soared through the air, her crimson hair a blur against the afternoon sky, wings trembling from overuse. More golden portals opened around her like blooming deadly flowers, each launching another barrage of stone bullets that streaked through the air with frightening speed and force. Boom. 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 One grazed her shoulder, forcing her to spin midair to avoid the next. Another clipped her wing, and she faltered, barely recovering in time to regain flight. She clenched her fists, frustration boiling beneath her skin. Damn it. Why won't they stop? She hurled another sphere of destruction, but it veered too far left, missing its mark entirely. The recoil from the unstable sphere even threw her back slightly. Yuji's voice rang out again, firm and cold like a commandment from on high. Control your emotions. Don't let it consume you. Desperation clouds your judgment. Don't let it blind you. Keep your heart burning, but your mind, cool. Rias gritted her teeth, growling under her breath. Her pride as a Gremory, as a leader, screamed in protest. She swung her hand, launching a wave of destruction in an arc towards the hail of stones. But out of 10, only 2 were grazed by her magic and crumbled away. The barrage hit her body, and her shout resounded in the sky. Her body was nearing its limits. Her mana was thinning. Her breaths were shallow. Ugh, she cried, falling to one knee midair before catching herself with a hard flap of her wings. Sweat dripped from her brow, magic sparking erratically in her hands. I can't. I won't lose like this, not in front of everyone. Her mind spun. The chaos in her heart was feeding her power, making it surge wildly and uncontrollably. Then she heard Yuji's voice again, this time quieter, but not less commanding. Breathe. Her eyes widened. A wave of warmth enveloped her body, easing the burning exhaustion and aching pain. Take a breath. Calm your mind. Focus on your magic. You're not just a demon with a bomb, you are a Gremory. So act like one. His voice, calm, unwavering, struck something deep within her. It reminded her of that moment when she and her peerage stood against him. They were overwhelmed, crushed without malice. He hadn't been cruel. He hadn't even been serious. He was calm. Detached, but attentive. Back then, she thought that composure came from sheer, unmatched power. From knowing no one on the field could touch him. But now, floating in the sky, barely holding herself up as his words echoed in her ears, she understood. It wasn't arrogance. It was focus. He had watched them. Every movement. Every breath. Every flicker of hesitation in their eyes. He didn't merely overpower them. He read them, like a scholar studying the strokes of a scroll, and countered them with surgical precision. The only thing he held back was the strength of his blows. Something clicked inside her. A quiet thrum stirred in her chest, not of rage or desperation, but clarity. Memories long buried surfaced. Graphia, wielding her magic with precision rather than force. Her mother's warm hands teaching her the intricacies of magical threads. Her father's lectures about power, responsibility, and discipline. Her brother's back, always a few steps ahead, always calm, always watching. They hadn't been powerful merely because of their lineage or magic. They had understood their power. They had mastered it. And now, she wanted to do the same. Rias inhaled deeply, then exhaled, long and slow. The roaring noise of magic, the crackling wind, and the ache of fatigue melted away. Her mind cleared. Her wings steadied. Her mana gathered, not in a surge of panic, but a gentle spiral at her core. The portals still floated around her, their golden glow reflecting in her crimson eyes. She raised her hand. Just one this time. The power gathered, slower, steadier, not blazing like before but pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. It was smaller than any other orb she conjured. She narrowed her eyes, tracked the movement of one incoming stone, then let the orb fly. Boom. A direct hit. The stone exploded into fragments midair. Another orb. Another hit. This time, Rias didn't grin. She didn't scream. She simply adjusted her flight, shifted her stance, and continued casting as she danced in the air. Controlled. Efficient. Deadly. Some stones still managed to hit her from her blind spot, but it didn't rile her up as much. At least, she wasn't yelling. Though Yuji could still notice her clenched teeth. But this time, it was not out of frustration, but rather the determination to improve. Yuji watched silently, arms still folded. But a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Good. She's finally learning. The air crackled as the last portal faded from the sky, golden ripples dissipating like dust in the wind. Rias hovered in silence, her chest rising and falling with steady breaths. Her body still ached, her mana was low, but her mind was clear. For the first time, she wasn't overwhelmed by the weight of her power. She held it, shaped it, and controlled it. Yuji lowered his arms. You've done well. Now, shall we see how much you've actually improved? Rias's eyes sharpened and nodded. Yes. There was no hesitation in her voice. Not arrogance either, just conviction. A desire not to win, but to prove she had grown. Even if she still lost, she would do it standing tall. Yuji didn't respond with words. Instead, he stepped forward, slow, calm, deliberate. The moment his foot touched the air, the space around them warped slightly. The sky behind him seemed to dim, not from magic, but from sheer presence. Rias shuddered. Her instincts screamed that this man standing before her wasn't just powerful, he was absolute. But she didn't back down. She raised both hands, her crimson aura flaring up, not wildly like before, but in a stable spiral, gathering at her core. She compressed it, forming a concentrated orb no larger than her palm. Controlled. Refined. Yuji raised one hand, index and middle fingers extended together. No flash, no chant, just a subtle pulse of energy. A test. The air split, and a blade of compressed wind flew at her. Rias didn't flinch. With a twist of her wrist, she spun to the side and launched her orb of destruction directly into its path. It collided, and for a moment, the air screamed as both forces clashed. Boom. Winds blew from the sheer pressure. But Rias had remained in place, raising an arm up to her face to guard her from the wind as her wings braced, her magic stabilizing her. She wasn't blown back. She was still standing. Yuji nodded once. Better. Then, he vanished. He appeared directly above her, hand already cocked back. Rias barely managed to react, conjuring a magic barrier just in time. Crack. His strike met her shield. The barrier shattered into pieces, but she held firm. Her barrier had taken the brunt of the force. She gritted her teeth. I'm not the same girl from before. No, Yuji said calmly, and smiled. You've improved. In the next instant, Rias released a surge of magic beneath her, launching herself upward and twisting midair. She conjured multiple small orbs and spread them around her like a minefield. With a snap, they all converged on Yuji from different angles. A trap. But Yuji weaved through them with fluid grace, his body moving like a shadow through moonlight. Still, one of the orbs grazed his sleeve, just barely. Rias caught her breath. I touched him. It wasn't a victory. But it was proof. She could grow. She was growing. She gathered one last orb, twice as dense as the others, and fired it directly at him. Yuji didn't move. He let the orb come. When it was inches from his chest, he raised one finger. Flick. The orb shattered harmlessly, its destructive force dispersed and nullified like a drop of water on a vast ocean. Rias panted and fell from the sky. Her power was spent. She had nothing left. But she smiled. She wasn't crushed. She wasn't broken. She had lasted longer, pushed farther, and even made him move. Yuji flew in and caught her in midair, in a princess carry. She looked up, her eyes widened in surprise. You've done well, he said quietly, rest. Her eyes began to close, and the last thing she saw before darkness claimed her was his enchanting smile. Thank you, she whispered. For the first time in a long while. Rias Gremory felt proud of herself. And as Yuji watched her eyes flutter shut, a soft, contented smile gracing her lips, he found himself genuinely glad he had let that one orb strike him. To her, it would feel like a true accomplishment, proof that her effort had borne fruit, that her power had reached him, even if only once. In her eyes, she had touched the untouchable. And that single moment would become her spark, fueling her to push even harder, to strive further, to grow stronger. But it wasn't just for her. He had done it for the others, too. Because in that instant, as he glanced down to the ground below, he saw them, Akino, Asia, Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko, each of them staring up at Rias in his arms, their expressions frozen in awe and disbelief. Not at him, but at her. At what she had just achieved. And with that, the seeds of determination had been planted in every one of their hearts. They had seen the pressure Yuji exerted. They had felt the weight of his overwhelming presence. For Rias to not only endure it, but stand tall until the very end, it was unimaginable. Kiba clenched his fists at his sides, his knuckles pale. Kaneko's golden eyes trembled. The gap between her and Rias had always been wide, but now, she realized just how deep the chasm had become. Yet, instead of despair, a flicker of something else ignited in her chest. Akino placed a hand over her heart. So that's the kind of man he is. Her lips curved into a small smile, eyes filled with warmth, and something deeper, more personal. Even Issei, who often relied on instinct over introspection, felt it. Awe. Determination. A burning urge to push forward. And Asia, sweet, timid Asia, clutched the edge of her dress as a new thought bloomed within her. If President can grow stronger, maybe I can too. Yuji slowly descended to the ground, still carrying Rias in his arms. He landed lightly, like a whisper in the wind. Not a single person dared speak. She'll be fine, he said, breaking the silence. She's just exhausted. Let her rest. Akino stepped forward, eyes glued to Rias. You held back, didn't you? Yuji looked her way. Of course. But I gave her just enough to push past her limits. He laid Rias gently on a prepared cushion. The moment his hands released her, the rest of the peerage moved, gathering around their leader like gravity itself had pulled them in. She touched you, Kiba said softly. She actually landed a hit. Yuji smirked faintly. That was her reward. That one graze will be a spark for her. And a challenge for all of you. His eyes swept across the group, and a chill ran down their spines, not from fear, but from anticipation. Rest for today. I'll handle dinner. Go wash up and wait in the dining room. Yuji turned to Akino, his voice calm yet commanding. Aika, Erika, and I would like to stay here for a while. Do you have any spare rooms available? Of course, Akino replied with a soft smile. There are still plenty of rooms. Feel free to pick whichever you like. He gave her a nod of appreciation, a gentle smile tugging at his lips, before turning and walking back toward Aika and Erika. Together, the three disappeared into the mansion to choose their rooms. As she watched them leave, Akino's smile lingered. Her eyes narrowed slightly in playful intrigue as they followed Yuji's figure. She knew her focus needed to remain on training, on strengthening herself for the upcoming raiding game against Riser. But a part of her couldn't help but feel excited, not just about the training, but about the time she'd get to spend with him, to learn more about the men who had already begun to shift their world. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 277, Chapter 274 Linked Horizons. Estelle Spencer. A woman born into a world of struggle, yet graced with brilliance, beauty, and a magnetic charm that set her apart from the crowd. Though her parents were often absent, their love was never in question. She grew up a conscientious child, shaped by hardship but fueled by unshakable optimism. From a young age, she dreamed of a better life, not just for herself, but for her entire family. A life where they didn't have to wonder where the next meal would come from, or whether the lights would stay on another week. And through relentless determination, that dream began to take form. Her intelligence earned her a full scholarship to Harvard, where she pursued a dual major in finance and management, an ambitious path few dared to tread. Her charisma drew people in. Professors praised her. Classmates admired her. She made friends effortlessly and built a strong network that made even the most competitive academic environment seem manageable. But her beauty, it became her undoing. It caught the attention of a powerful heir to a major conglomerate, a man infamous behind closed doors for his depravity. His family's influence ensured that no scandal ever reached the surface. Every atrocity he committed was buried beneath legal teams, falsified records, and hush money. She saw the truth with her own eyes the night she accepted an invitation to one of his celebrity-studded parties. It was a gilded cage of sin. In a mansion bathed in luxury and decadence, she witnessed acts so vile, so casually depraved, they left her breathless, not in awe, but in horror. She walked away, disgusted. She rejected him without hesitation. But that rejection shattered his fragile ego, and he retaliated with the full weight of his power. In a single night, everything Estelle had worked for was stolen. Her scholarship revoked. Her reputation destroyed. Friends distanced themselves out of fear. Her future, once so bright, collapsed into darkness. She vowed vengeance, but with nothing left, no allies, no voice, no resources, it was a hollow promise. Then came the final blow. Her father, who had spent his life pushing his body to the brink just to keep food on the table, died from exhaustion. Her mother, already fragile, followed shortly after, consumed by grief and despair. Estelle had nothing left. No family. No future. No hope. She cursed her fate. She cursed the gods, the system, the world itself. And in the bleakest moments of her despair, she realized something chilling: her story was not unique. There were countless others, bright young men and women, entire families, crushed under the boots of the powerful for no greater sin than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. A single misstep. A single rejection. That's all it took. And so, her hatred expanded. It wasn't just the men who ruined her she loathed, it was the world that allowed it to happen. She longed for power. Not fame. Not riches. Just the strength to fight back, to make those who trampled others pay for what they'd done. But power was a luxury she didn't have. And in its absence, there was nothing she could do. By her late 30s, Estelle had faded into the shadows, just another forgotten soul in the gutters of the city. Every waking hour, the thought of ending it all whispered louder in her mind. Until one night, she finally gave in. She wandered to a quiet bridge, the moon hanging above like a silent witness. The cold wind bit at her skin as she looked down at the black water below. It felt peaceful. Final. No mess, no spectacle. Just disappear. But just as she took a step forward, a voice, smooth and hauntingly melodic, pierced the silence. If you're going to throw your life away, why not give it to me instead? Startled, Estelle turned. Standing behind her was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, almost unearthly. Her golden eyes shimmered with a light that seemed to glow from within, like stars trapped in a sea of amber. It was this moment that changed her life once more and brought her here. She knelt on one knee at the heart of a vast, opulent office perched high atop one of the tallest towers in the city. Floor-to-ceiling glass walls wrapped around her, revealing a sea of glittering city lights, brighter, more alive than the stars hanging in the night sky above. This was her domain. The office of the CEO of Linked Horizon. The woman she met on that fateful night had offered her a choice. To end it all and become just another nameless body floating lifeless downriver by morning, or to give her life to the goddess before her. Estelle chose the latter. But she hadn't handed over her life blindly. A businesswoman to her core, she had made one request, one condition. Help me kill that man and destroy his empire. Whether it was out of pity, amusement, or something else entirely, the woman, albedo, accepted. And Estelle was reborn. She was granted a second chance, and she wasted none of it. She burned herself into the ground, working tirelessly, building her fortune, forging new alliances, and eliminating all who dared obstruct her path. She rose from the ashes of her former life, sharper, stronger, and more ruthless than ever. And with Albedo's unseen hand guiding her, she exacted her revenge. She gave her parents peace, and buried the pain of the past. Now, nothing held her back. And so, she offered Albedo everything. Her loyalty. Her body. Her life. Her soul. And this time, she was not just reborn metaphorically. She was transformed, literally, ushered into an entirely new world. A world of magic. Of devils, angels, and fallen. A world where gods ruled and devils walked among mortals. A world that lived in secret, overlapping the mundane. And she became a part of it the moment Albedo revealed her true form, and she accepted the seed of lust to be remade as a succubus. With her new identity came a purpose far greater than she would have imagined. She soon realized that all the success she had achieved, all the empires she had built in the human world, was merely a tutorial. A prologue to her true mission. Linked Horizon, though little known by the general public, was whispered of in the uppermost circles of power. In the shadows of global finance and influence, it was the conglomerate, an invisible hand guiding the world. But what even fewer knew was that Linked Horizon was just as dominant in the supernatural realm. It held ties with ancient pantheons. Brokered deals with devils, gods, and powerful beings. It was a silent empire with threads woven through every dimension of power, human and divine. Yet despite its reach, no one knew the identity of the one who created it. No face. No name. Just myths and guesses whispered by those who dared to wonder. That was, until now. Lady Albedo and the Unseen Council, whose presence Estelle had only heard of through mentions or referrals from Albedo, had glimpsed the future. They had deemed it necessary for the world to see a representative. A voice. A face. A force to carry out the will of the one above the clouds. That was why Albedo chose Estelle. To be groomed. Forged. Tested. To one day become the figurehead of Linked Horizon when she was truly worthy. Now, as a succubus born anew, with a body stronger and more enduring, equipped with enchanted artifacts of immense power, Estelle worked without rest to fulfill her purpose. But Albedo's guidance had grown scarce over the years. What were once frequent communications had dwindled to yearly messages. Sometimes even less. And then, just yesterday, a message arrived. It was brief. Only a single line. I will appear. She had spent the night preparing herself, body, mind, and soul. She had reviewed everything she had accomplished and questioned whether she had done enough. And now, with the moment upon her, Estelle knelt at the center of her office, bathed in moonlight and the glow of 1,000 city lights, her heart pounding in quiet anticipation. She waited for her goddess to appear. And from a silent whirling darkness that manifested out of thin air before her, she appeared as promised. Rise. Estelle raised her head from the single word of command she had uttered. Not out of compulsion, but out of genuine loyalty and devotion directed to the goddess who had given her everything she wished for, revenge and a life worth living. Her eyes gazed upon her, and awe filled her heart anew. A pure white dress adorned her curvaceous body. White silky gloves covered her slender hands, and a golden spiderweb necklace covered her shoulders and bountiful chest. Her lustrous jet black hair cascaded down her back like silk woven from the very threads that made up the starry night sky. She had the face of a goddess, but the golden irises and vertically slit pupils of a devil. Two thick horns protruding crookedly on either side of her temples, and on her waist are a pair of black feathered wings. Her eyes glowed in the dimly lit room, looking down upon the kneeling golden-haired woman. She had the bearing of a ruler, an empress, dwarfing any other rulers she had met in her life. And upon witnessing her figure once more, her respect, admiration, and loyalty only deepened. Welcome, my lady. It is an honor to be graced by your presence once more. Estelle. It has been a while. Too long without your presence, my lady. Albedo stared at the woman kneeling before her. She had never actually met the woman before. But, memories given to her by the group chat to establish her place in this world gave her all the information she needed to act and be. She was one of the very few in this world with potential and worth to become a servant of the greatest supreme being and her beloved husband. It seemed that herself, in this fabricated turn-real memory made the decision she would have if it was her. Smart. Loyal. Devoted. Controllable. And a passable appearance. A perfect figurehead to show the world while she and her dear husband stay in the shadows, holding the true strings. I've come to inform you of something. My lady, your wish is my command. Estelle closed her eyes in deference, like a worshipper ready to receive the oracle from her god. He has come. Her eyes opened, and she raised her head towards Albedo. My lady. You mean? Albedo nodded. You may have the chance to meet him and be of use to him directly. Do not disappoint him. Never, my lady. I shall grind myself to dust to fulfill all of his wishes. Good. Albedo turned around and the same whirling darkness appeared once more. And before she stepped inside, she gave Estelle one last glance. I shall be more present here soon. Ready reports on the major line of business you have. Especially with the forces of the supernatural. I obey. And with that, Albedo stepped into the whirling darkness and disappeared, leaving Estelle alone but with a renewed purpose and anticipation. Dinner. Yuji prepared a sumptuous, nutrient-rich feast that not only delighted the senses with its taste but also worked wonders on the body for Rias and her peerage. Every bite was packed with restorative properties, rejuvenating their stamina, replenishing their energy, and subtly enhancing their physical vitality. It wasn't just a meal, it was fuel for both the body and the soul. As they ate, Aika could see how amazed they were and how ravenous they turned, and couldn't help but smirk proudly. This isn't even Yuji's best, you know, she said with a teasing glint in her eyes. He's holding back because the ingredients here aren't good enough. Akino let out a soft sigh of bliss, setting down her chopsticks with a dazed look. I'm ruined, she said dramatically. There's no way I'll ever enjoy normal food again after this. Rias, Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba all nodded in unison, while Issei was already clinging in between conscious and not from being too full. Erika nodded solemnly, clearly sharing her sentiment. Same here, she said. Yuji's cooking has completely spoiled my taste buds. Everything else just tastes dull now. Thank you, Yuji-kun, for everything. Rias turned to the men who had not only helped her, but also guided her dear peerage members and opened their eyes to new possibilities. Though she still had much to learn and many challenges ahead, her heart was filled with sincere gratitude for all he had done for her that day. You're welcome, Yuji replied with a calm smile. But if anyone deserves the thanks, it's Aika. This was all her idea from the start. Rias's gaze shifted to Aika, and her expression softened further. Of course. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Aika gave a playful wink, her tone light and teasing. Naturally I really appreciated that you didn't try to pressure or manipulate me into helping you. That would have been a huge turn-off. And besides, I hated the idea of you being forced into a marriage with someone you don't even love, so I thought, why not lend a hand? A quiet sigh of relief escaped Rias's lips. She had been right to trust her instincts, to respect Aika's boundaries even in her moment of desperation. It hadn't felt right to coerce someone, especially a friend, no matter how much she needed help. Thank you, she said once more, this time with more emotion in her voice. Aika grinned mischievously. But don't think today was the end of it, all right? This was just the warm-up. Yuji's going to push you all even harder starting tomorrow. Rias straightened up, determination gleaming in her eyes. Of course. We'll give it everything we've got. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 278, Chapter 275 Priestess of Lightning. Rias awakened the next morning with her body fully rejuvenated, her spirit calm yet sharpened with newfound resolve. The intense experiences from the day before, Yuji's guidance, the revelations, and the battles, had sparked a clarity within her. She felt enlightened, her mind no longer clouded by doubt or pride. Today marked a new phase in her growth, hands-on combat training with Aika. Though Aika wasn't a seasoned instructor in the traditional sense, her battle instincts and adaptability were unparalleled. The training would be unconventional, raw, direct, and aggressive. They would spar deep in the mountains, far from civilization, where ancient trees and jagged cliffs formed a natural coliseum. Magical and physical barriers surrounded the area, obscuring their presence and containing the overwhelming magical force they would unleash. The area was also reinforced with arcane dampeners to prevent catastrophic destruction from stray attacks. Meanwhile, back at the estate, a sprawling mansion that had been repurposed into their personal training grounds, Erika was already hard at work drilling Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko. The three were predominantly physical fighters, so Erika tailored their regimen to push their bodies and refine their instincts. Grueling obstacle courses, high-impact sparring, and precision-based melee drills made up the bulk of their training. But Erika had one more element planned. Today, she would also be overseeing Asia's training. To help her develop greater healing endurance and spell efficiency, Erika subjected the trio to relentless cycles of physical punishment, forcing them to fight until exhaustion and injury, only for Asia to heal them and repeat the process. It was brutal, but effective. By day's end, both the fighters and Asia would have grown significantly, body, mind, and soul. Elsewhere on the estate, within a serene courtyard surrounded by sakura trees, Yuji stood across from Akino, who looked both eager and uncertain. Today was her turn. Yuji's lesson was focused entirely on lightning magic, her specialty. But more than just flinging bolts of power, he intended to show her what made lightning one of the most lethal magical affinities when mastered. Lightning is powerful, Yuji said calmly, hands behind his back. Perhaps the most offensively potent form of elemental magic. Akino tilted her head. Eh? Isn't the Baal clan's power of destruction more powerful? In terms of raw destructive capability, yes. But it comes with a price. He raised a hand and conjured a flickering orb of lightning that danced between his fingers. The power of destruction consumes a tremendous amount of mana, requires deliberate aiming, and its casting and travel speed leaves much to be desired. You've seen it yourself, Rias must take time to charge and aim. And against fast-moving enemies, that's a fatal flaw. Akino nodded slowly, recalling how opponents had managed to dodge Rias's spells during past battles. Lightning, however. Yuji's voice became firmer, is nearly instantaneous. It's difficult to dodge, hits hard, and can be summoned from the sky itself. You can strike enemies mid-air, suppress them with barrages, and even manipulate its currents. He stepped forward, eyes gleaming. At its peak, you can channel lightning through your own body, enhancing your speed, reaction time, and even physical strength. You become a living weapon of nature. Akino's eyes widened slightly. The idea of wielding lightning not just as a weapon, but as an extension of her own body. It thrilled her. Now, Yuji said, voice low but commanding, show me your strongest. Let's see what the Priestess of Thunder is truly capable of. Akino took a slow breath, the faint scent of morning dew and sakura blossoms swirling around her. Her violet eyes locked onto Yuji's as she raised her hand up into the sky. Clouds gathered above, shrouding the once clear sky in darkness. Thunder rumbled in the distance, deep and ominous, as arcs of lightning danced within the roiling mass. The atmosphere crackled with tension and anticipation. Ha! Akino's voice rang out like a war cry. From the heavens, a colossal bolt of lightning descended with divine fury, slamming into the earth with a deafening roar. The ground split open where it struck, charred black and steaming. The raw power left a scar on the land, a testament to her strength. The air shimmered with residual energy. Yuji stepped forward, a soft smile playing on his lips. He tilted his head slightly, observing the impact with calm interest. Well done, he praised, crouching to examine the scorched earth. But I can't help but feel you're still holding back. Akino's lips quivered, but her eyes flickered, betraying an emotion she quickly tried to hide. Yuji noticed, of course. Nothing escaped his gaze. Oh. I thought I was just being considerate, she said lightly, her tone teasing but brittle. There's no room for kindness in battle, he said, standing up straight again. You hesitate, especially when your heart's unsettled. That kind of hesitation will cost lives. His words weren't harsh, but they cut deep, honest and piercing. Akino flinched slightly, not from fear, but from the way he saw through the mask she wore so easily. Still, his gaze wasn't judgmental. It was gentle. Concerned. And that unnerved her even more. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Her teeth gritted as she turned away, the weight of her own thoughts bearing down on her. Don't worry, Yuji said softly. She looked up, startled. His expression remained calm, his voice reassuring. There's still time. You can work through it, at your own pace. But, what if I can't? What if it's too late, she murmured. Your friends are getting stronger. Strong enough to protect themselves. And if something beyond your power does come, there are others who will protect you. His eyes met hers, steady and unwavering. Akino stared at him, heart thudding. Despite their short acquaintance, and their less than perfect first meeting, there was something about him. His presence felt grounding. Safe. Warm. Her lips curved upward, her usual playful expression returning, albeit softer this time. Era, are you saying you'll protect me, Yuji-kun, she purred. He chuckled, shaking his head. Well, we're acquainted now. And of course I'll help Aika's friend. Fufu Aika-chan is such a lucky girl to have such an understanding and impressive boyfriend. I'm the lucky one, Yuji said simply. That quiet sincerity struck something deep in Akino. She gazed at him, at his genuine smile, and felt a strange, unfamiliar flutter in her chest. A feeling she hadn't expected. A subtle ache. Jealousy. She shook it off. Yuji's tone shifted. Now then. Let's continue. He took a step back and faced her fully, the air around him shimmering faintly with power. Something's holding you back. So imagine I'm that very thing, and unleash everything you have. Don't stop until you're drained of magic. Akino blinked. Eh? Are you serious, Yuji-kun? I know you're strong, but if I go all out. He raised a hand, revealing a glowing vial of deep azure. I'll be fine. And I have plenty of mana potions to spare. Just focus on letting it all out, your anger, frustration, sorrow, regret, everything. I'll take it all. The vial vanished as quickly as it appeared, and he gave her a firm nod. Come at me. Akino stood frozen, eyes wide. Her breath caught. Tears threatened at the corners of her eyes, but instead of falling, they were burned away by a fierce smile. Her heart raced, but not from fear. Excitement. Relief. Maybe something more. I won't hold back, Yuji-kun, she said, lightning dancing across her arms as power surged within her. I wonder how it feels, to punish such a handsome young man like you. Yuji chuckled, preparing for her assault. Let's find out. And then, the storm began again, wilder than before. Lightning fell and the reverberating thunder soon followed, echoing hundreds of meters. Then fire. Water. Ice. Akino kept casting spells upon spells at Yuji. Every single one unleashed with everything she had. Yuji stayed unaffected. And when she fell to the ground, exhausted, Yuji approached her and fed her a mana potion, replenishing her magic. Then, they would start over. Every casting of a spell, Akino didn't only fill it with magic, but all her anger, her frustration, her sadness, her regret, and her pain. With every blaze, she recalled the fire that burnt her childhood home and the blazing anger she felt for her father. With every water spell, she recalled the rain that drenched her as she stared at the burnt remains of her home, washing away the warmth of her mother's embrace and warm meals she would never get to taste again. With every ice spell, she recalled the bone-piercing coldness of that rain that followed her to this day, and the chilling intent to hurt her father just as much as he had hurt her by abandoning her and her mother. And with every flash of lightning, she saw the moment her mother died, killed by her own family, and how she embraced her cold body amidst the blazing flame, hoping to warm it up so she would wake up and embrace her as she had countless times before. Time seemed lost to her as painful memories flashed across her mind. And before long, Akino lost consciousness. Her body limped, like a puppet with its strings cut, and fell, only for Yuji to catch her before she hit the ground. He looked at her tear-stained face, pale, pitiful. Her appearance broke his heart, because he knew what had pained her this much. And he was also one at fault for forcing her to relive those horrible moments. Although it's necessary for her to grow, it'd definitely still be difficult for her, no matter how strong she appeared to be. He knew that Akino, deep down, was a very delicate girl who had been hurt greatly in the past, and simply masking her wounds behind an ever-smiling mask and flirtatious personality. Then, a thought inevitably crossed his mind. He recalled a spell. A clerical spell from Yggdrasil. A spell of the 10th tier, so powerful that it could bring back those who suffered untimely death. Not even a body would need to be present. The name alone would carry them from the afterlife to the world of living once again. And he knew the name of Akino's mother. Perhaps. When she's prepared. X. Fufu Ria-senpai, how was yesterday? Did you have fun with Yuji? Aika's lips curled into a mischievous grin as she eyed the crimson-haired Gremry heiress, who instantly felt her heart skip a beat and her face flush with heat. They stood on the magically reinforced training ground, an area Yuji and the others had prepared, complete with enchanted barriers for their sparring. On the surface, Aika's question sounded like casual small talk. But her tone and sly smile suggested otherwise. Rias couldn't help but recall Yuji's gentle, encouraging words, his comforting smile, and the moment he caught her in a princess carry after she collapsed from exhaustion midair. Though she fainted soon after, his smile, the last thing she saw before darkness claimed her, was now etched into her memory. Just thinking about it made her heart flutter all over again. It was enlightening. He helped me a lot and gave me a new perspective on how I should use my power, Rias replied, deliberately skipping over the second half of Aika's teasing question. Yeah. That's it. That's no fun, Aika pouted, her lips forming an exaggerated frown. But Rias could see through her act, Aika was clearly enjoying this. That girl loved teasing others, especially when it came to romance. And judging by the glint in her eyes, Aika had already seen right through Rias's feelings for Yuji. And no. What am I thinking? I don't feel that way about him, right? It's just respect, isn't it? As the beloved daughter of one of the most powerful noble houses in the underworld, Rias had always been raised to be straightforward. She never hid her likes or dislikes. She was someone who would take the initiative, act on her desires, and lead, especially in matters of the heart. She imagined that in any relationship, she would be the one to take charge, showering her partner with love and protecting him. If her partner were to have a harem, as was not uncommon in their world, she would naturally be the first wife, the one to manage it all, like her mother before her. That was how she envisioned it. But now, everything felt different. Her heart raced beyond her control, her emotions ran wild whenever she thought of him. It felt like the reins had slipped from her fingers, and instead of leading, she was being swept along, dragged into an unfamiliar whirlwind of feelings. Unease. Confusion. And yet, a thrilling sense of anticipation. She didn't know how to deal with these emotions. Not at all. Placing a trembling hand over her chest, Rias tried to calm the frantic beating of her heart. Meanwhile, Aika watched her silently, her grin widening in amusement and glee. As expected of her hubby. Just one day with Rias, and she was already acting like a love-struck maiden. And now, with Yuji spending time with Akino. He was probably melting her heart too, whether he meant to or not. That was just who Yuji was. Stupidly handsome, yes, but more importantly, impossibly kind and loving. A man who made it easy for anyone to fall for him. He probably thought his appeal was just his looks. But Aika and the rest of his lovers knew the truth. What made them fall in love wasn't his face, or even his undeniable power, or his incredible prowess in bed, it was how he treated them. Despite having a harem, he gave each of them his full love, his complete trust. His whole heart. He would do anything for them, face hell, topple nations, whatever it took to protect their happiness. And that wasn't just a belief. He had proven it. In Tatsuya's world, Lelouch's world, Suzuki's world, he had fought wars, slaughtered armies, subjugated empires. All for them. How could anyone not fall in love with a man like that? A man who would give them the entire world if they so desired. And now. Rias had started to see that side of him. Fufu, well, I still have plenty of time to figure out how you really feel, Aika giggled. But for now, show me the results of your training. Aika released a bit of her aura, and Rias immediately snapped into attention and flared her magic. And, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 279, Chapter 276 Lessons on Strategy. Aga. Finally, some time to relax. Issei's groan echoed through the cozy living room of the mountain mansion they were using as their training base. After a massive dinner and a long, hot bath, he had changed into a comfortable t-shirt and a pair of shorts, now sprawled out lazily across the plush couch. Today's training was no joke, but man, we're definitely getting stronger, he muttered, stretching his limbs as if trying to shake off the lingering aches. Sitting nearby on a single-seater sofa was Kiba, dressed casually in a t-shirt and long pants. He glanced down at his hand, sensing the power coursing through it, stronger and sharper than ever. Not only had his physical strength improved, but his mastery over his sacred gear, sword birth, had grown dramatically. Every sparring match with Erika and Arya pushed him beyond his limits. Though he had yet to win even once, and was regularly left bruised and battered, the pressure and desperation to overcome them had unlocked new depths of power within him. His swordsmanship had evolved as well. Gone were the days of relying solely on speed and finesse. He had learned how to imbue every strike he delivered with the weight of his own body and strength. Yes. I'm healing way faster now too. And my magic. I can feel it getting stronger. Asia chimed in, pumping her small fists in front of her in excitement. The long sleeves of her pajamas fluttering. Kaneko murmured softly, nodding in agreement. She was in the middle of finishing off a sakura cookie from the tray on the table, her cheeks adorably puffed out like a chipmunk. And the moment no cookie was present in her hands, she reached for a chocolate one next from the pile on the plate that rested on the table before them. To accompany their snacks, Yuji had thoughtfully brewed them jasmine tea, its calming scent filling the room and relaxing both body and mind after a grueling day of training. This gesture painted him in a new light for the members of Rias's peerage. At first, Yuji's presence had been intimidating. His overwhelming power, mysterious background, and striking appearance made him seem distant and unapproachable. But now, they saw the other side of him. He was kind. Considerate. Attentive in ways that mattered. Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba had all come to deeply admire and respect him, not just for his strength, but for the way he guided and cared for them. Even Issei, though still a bit jealous of Yuji's good looks and the attention he received from both Aika and Erika, couldn't help but acknowledge him. Issei raised his arm, wincing slightly from the soreness in his muscles, and stared at the back of his hand. Like the others, he could feel how far he'd come since their training began. His body was tougher, his endurance greater. He'd even learned some hand-to-hand combat from the relentless beatdowns delivered by Erika and the fierce, tan-skinned Arya. And this foundational growth. It would only multiply with the power of his boosted gear. He had also started dabbling in magic, joining Asia in her meditations to grow his meager magical reserves. He wasn't there yet, but something inside told him he was close, just a little more, and he'd hit a breakthrough. No. He would reach it. Tomorrow, for sure. The rating game was drawing closer. There was no time left to slack off. Lowering his arm back down, Issei stared at the ceiling, his eyes distant, focused on something beyond it. Speaking of which. Where are the president, Akino-senpai, Yuji-san, Aika-san, and Erika-san? Asia asked, placing a thoughtful finger to her lips as she glanced around. The president and Akino-senpai are currently in the study. Yuji-san seemed to be teaching them strategies and tactics to be used for raiding games. Kiba answered, pointing up to the second floor. Aika-san and Erika-san said they'll be gone for a bit. I don't know where they went. Kaneko added before stuffing herself with the most delicious cookies she had ever tasted. Oh, I see. Ria-senpai and Akino-senpai are working hard. I need to work hard too. Asia stood up and made her way back to her room to meditate, using the chance to further improve her control over her magic and sacred gear. Issei watched Asia's receding back as she left with a bit of a jog in silence for a moment, before pushing himself up to his feet and rubbing the back of his head. I'll be heading back to my room now to rest. Good night, everyone. Good night, Issei-kun. Don't stay up too late and get plenty of rest. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. Kiba nodded with a knowing smile. Yes, yes. He waved at Kiba and Kaneko, and left for his room. I hope he gets some rest. Kiba muttered, a helpless smile adorning his face as he watched the stairs leading up to the second floor where Asia and Issei disappeared. I bet he'll fall asleep before he knew it after just a bit of meditating. Kaneko quipped, snorting softly from her nose. Ha ha ha, that might actually happen. But he's trying his best. That alone would bring about some results and improvement. At this point, any slight improvement we make will make a difference. Kiba's smile slowly disappeared as his expression turned into one of melancholy. And at his words, Kaneko also began to munch slower, her stoic face now reflecting a thoughtful expression. Well, I'll be retreating to my room as well. See you tomorrow, Kaneko-chan. Good night. Kiba raised to his feet and picked up all of the glass cups aside from the pot of tea and Kaneko's cup to place in the kitchen sink before going back to his room to meditate for a bit before going to sleep and rest in preparation for another day of intense training. Meanwhile, in the study enchanted with soundproofing, anti-divinity barriers, and anti-teleportation magic, Yuji took out his MGCX supercomputer before projecting a glowing, three-dimensional tactical projection of the raiding game field rendered by AI at Yuji's request, the Ko Academy. The field of battle for the raiding game hasn't been announced. To Rias and Akino, this was simply one of the many fields they would be using to learn strategy and prepare them for any kind of situation when the time comes. Though Yuji, knowing the future, intended to focus the strategy they'd be using with Ko Academy as their battlefield. Ria sat with her legs neatly folded to one side on a low cushion, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulder, eyes focused and serious. Beside her, Akino sat upright, composed as ever, but with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Yuji tapped on a button, and figures of Rias and Riser's peerage appeared. All right, Yuji began, his tone firm but calm. You already know that this won't be a fair fight in terms of endurance. Riser's regeneration thanks to his phoenix lineage makes him absurdly difficult to finish off. But that doesn't mean you're at a disadvantage. He flicked his fingers, and Riser's figure came to attention, his shit-eating grin irking the two ladies looking at it. Riser's greatest strength is also his greatest weakness, his arrogance, Yuji began, his tone calm yet calculating. He fights like someone convinced of his own invincibility. Too prideful to rely on strategy, and too reckless to realize his flaws. He'll likely try to overwhelm you with sheer numbers. That's exactly what we'll exploit. Akino's eyes narrowed, and a wicked smile curved her lips. So we turn his pride against him. Exactly. Yuji nodded approvingly. But before we get into that, you need to understand his formation. He rotated the battlefield projection with a flick of his wrist, tapping several of Riser's pieces to highlight them. Riser's peerage consists of 15 members. Aside from himself, they're all female, typical for a noble who treats his peerage like a personal harem. Rias winced slightly at the comment but nodded without protest. Let's assume his base is in the new school building, Yuji continued, gesturing with a wave. And yours will be here, in the old school building. With AI's help, the projected pieces shifted smoothly into position on the battlefield, each icon representing a member of their respective teams. Now, tell me, what do you think he'll do? Rias rested her chin on her hand, brows furrowed as she studied the map. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. He'll rush us. Use his numbers to launch a full frontal assault and try to crush us with brute force. Yuji nodded. And if that's his plan, what would you do? We move first, Ria said decisively. Divide into several groups, isolate his peerage, and defeat them separately. Since Riser will likely separate from his peerage to show off, I'll go with Asia to face him directly. My power of destruction counters his regeneration well. Yuji turned to Akino. Do you agree? Akino tapped a finger to her lips, deep in thought. I'd prefer we eliminate his peerage first. If we focus our entire force on one group at a time, we could overwhelm them. Once they're out of the way, we can all attack Riser together. Even his regeneration won't keep up. Yuji smiled softly. All right, let's evaluate your strategies. We'll begin with Rias's. He moved the icons on the map, Kaneko and Issei paired together, Kiba and Akino positioned alone, while Rias and Asia stayed at the rear. This plan hinges on each group winning their battle. If Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Issei can defeat Riser's peerage, it works. Rias frowned, her voice firm. They can. I believe in them. They're stronger than his peerage. Yuji nodded in agreement. And I believe in them too. But if something unexpected happens, an ambush, a phoenix tear changing the outcome, it won't be so simple. You might win, but at a cost. Injuries could make you vulnerable for the final confrontation, or worse, you could lose. Rias went silent, her confident facade faltering. The weight of Yuji's words sank in. Her unwavering faith in her peerage wasn't wrong, but it had blinded her from seeing the flaws in her plan. She wasn't devising a strategy based on certainty. She was gambling on belief. A solid strategy, Yuji said gently, is one where victory is assured by logic, not just by faith. I understand. Turning to Akino, Yuji continued, your strategy is also valid. Focusing all your power on one group at a time ensures control, if executed quickly. The problem is speed. If you don't eliminate each group fast enough, the others will regroup, and Riser could arrive with reinforcements. Then you're back to square one, facing a dangerous enemy with support. Akino's gaze dropped, her expression thoughtful. She understood the risk. Riser alone was already formidable, adding even a few of his peerage to the mix would tip the battle in his favor. Then, what do you think he would do, Yuji-kun? Rias asked, voice steady but curious. Yuji smiled and reset the battlefield once more. He moved Riser's icons across the map, some in the courtyard, others inside the gym, and several more concealed among the treeline near the old school building. I believe Riser will use his numbers to surround your base. He'll attack from all sides, picking off your team one by one. It's not just about defeating you physically, he'll try to break your morale and force you to surrender. Rias clenched her jaw in frustration, while Akino's eyes flashed with anger. So if I were you, Yuji continued, tapping several points around the old school building, I'd lay traps. Small symbols appeared at each marked location. Explosives. Snares. Ambush points. We'll use the tactics of the outnumbered, guerrilla warfare. Strike hard, strike fast, and disappear. Make them bleed for every inch they take. Yuji's voice grew more focused, resonating through the room like a commander addressing a war council. This won't be a war of brute strength. It'll be one of attrition, precision, and fear. You have fewer pieces, but that only means every move must count. He turned to the girls, his gaze sharp. Let's break it down. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 280, Chapter 277 Queen of Assyria. Icicles. Phantasmal Force. And finally. Dragon Lightning. Coup. Ah. A pair of heavy thuds echoed across the training grounds as Rias and Akino crashed hard onto the ground, the impact kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. When it finally cleared, the two were struggling to lift themselves up, their elegant uniforms torn and stained with dirt. 3 spells. That was all it had taken for Aika to utterly dismantle them. And to make it worse, one of them, Phantasmal Force, wasn't even an attack, but a cunning illusion that made Akino accidentally target Rias instead of Aika. In mere minutes, 2 of Kuo Academy's most powerful devils were left battered, breathless, and completely defeated. All right. Not bad at all. You lasted longer than our last match. Aika chimed playfully, her voice laced with cheerful mockery. Rias and Akino wanted to protest, anything to preserve a shred of their pride, but they couldn't deny the truth behind Aika's words. And right now, even talking felt like a luxury. They were too focused on catching their breath. Here you go, senpai, some drinks. Take a little break. Thank you. Thank you, Aika-san. The 2 noble beauties of Kuo, famed for their poise and elegance, drank their water greedily as their bodies were drenched in sweat up to their underwear, not caring in the slightest about appearances. Their thirst and fatigue outweighed any concern for decorum. Their wounds could be healed, but Aika deliberately chose not to use her healing ability. The pain they felt now was valuable. It would help them build a tolerance for real combat situations. The soreness in their muscles. That was a sign of growth, their bodies tearing down and rebuilding stronger. If she used her healing skill, which was more akin to reverting their physical state to how it was 24 hours earlier, she would undo all the physical gains they had made through the intense training. It would render everything meaningless. So, instead, she let them recover naturally, only using her abilities to restore their stamina and magic reserves. The pain, however, would stay. As for the injuries, they would be materials for Asia to train her magic with. As the water settled in their stomachs and their breathing eased, the 2 finally managed to rest. Rias turned her gaze across the field and saw Erika and the twins sparring with Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko. Asia stood nearby, watching attentively, ready to jump in with her healing magic once the sparring got too rough. It was then Rias noticed something, or rather, someone was missing. Where's Yuji-kun? She asked, frowning slightly. I don't think I've seen him since this morning. Ah. Yuji's out on some errands today, Aika replied with a carefree smile. So Erika, Arya, Alice, and I will be leading your training for now, but don't worry, he'll be back by tonight. I see. Rias and Aquino felt disappointment filled their hearts, but her reassurance of his return made them feel a bit better. Fufu, they're so cute. Seeing their relieved expression, Aika could hardly hide a grin. Let's nudge them to the right direction a bit more. X. Standing in the middle of a vast, open field nestled within the hidden and expansive estate granted by the Multiverse Group Chat, Yuji closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. The air was still, humming faintly with arcane energy as the rest of the group chat members gathered behind him, silently observing. After a strategic discussion with the others, Yuji had chosen to accelerate one of his more ambitious plans, summoning the Queen of Assyria. He intended to complete this before Rias's raiding game commenced. The consensus was clear, her presence could prove beneficial for completing their missions in this world and future missions in other worlds. More than just a powerful ally, the Queen of Assyria potentially possessed the authority to summon the fabled Hanging Gardens of Babylon, a legendary flying fortress. If that proved true, they could adopt it as a mobile base of operations, anchoring their strategies and future missions around it. A short distance behind Yuji, Suzuki, Tatsuya, Lelouch, CC, and Albedo stood silently, each poised to intervene should anything go awry. Though the likelihood of conflict was negligible, they weren't taking chances. The reason for their confidence lay in Yuji's unique ability, aspect of true light, Akashic record of divine spirits, particularly the sub-ability, bond woven by true light, which ensured unwavering loyalty from any spirit or being summoned through it. Still, caution prevailed. Suzuki had assumed his overlord form, radiating a menacing aura, and wielded the world item, Downfall of Castle and Country. Tatsuya stood firm with both of his Taurus silver cads at the ready. Lelouch, donning his fallen Seraph form, was clad in full divine class equipment, a gleaming embodiment of angelic destruction. Beside him, CC had adorned her circlet of divine protection and casted layers of divine barriers around the area. While Albedo had adorned herself in her full armor, wielding the world item, Janunga Gap in her hands. No words were exchanged. Only the gentle rustle of the wind accompanied Yuji's deepening focus. He extended his magic into the infinite, luminous depths of the Akashic records, calling upon the ancient threads that tethered him, the descendant of the first light, to the spiritual domain that transcended time. It was like reaching into a boundless night sky scattered with stars, each one a spirit or elemental from the past, present, or future. Amid this stellar tapestry, Yuji's will guided him to a specific presence. He summoned every tale, every depiction, every fragment of knowledge he had learned about the legendary monarch. And with unwavering intent, he channeled all of it into a solemn chant. Heed my call, thou who walked amidst flame and empire. O sovereign enshrined in gold and poison, blessed by the breath of the gods. By the first light that birthed all and the record that remembers all, I call upon thee. Thy body shall be under my dominion, and my fate shall be with thy blade. Abide by the summons, O you who weave schemes from the shadows of empire. Queen of Assyria, enthroned upon the hanging gardens. Let thy venom perfume the stars. And may thy beauty, like nightfall, drown kings in silence. Descend, O wise Assyrian queen. Samiramis. As Yuji's final words echoed through the air, the skies above the field darkened, not with clouds, but with a deep violet veil that shimmered like velvet embroidered with starlight, and a single bright star. The very fabric of reality rippled. A vast magic circle erupted beneath his feet, glowing with golden Assyrian runes and elegant spirals of celestial script from the Akashic records. The ground hummed with power as winds surged outward, ruffling cloaks and silken hair. Then, with a sound like a heartbeat of the world itself, a pillar of light burst skyward, radiant, majestic, and terrible. From its center, a throne descended, suspended by invisible chains of light. It was forged from obsidian and gold, studded with lapis lazuli and flowing with ethereal mist. The air grew rich with the scent of myrrh, saffron, and roses. Seated upon the throne, legs crossed and gaze imperious, was a woman whose very presence bent the atmosphere to her will. Her long raven hair cascaded down her back like silk shadows, adorned with golden circlets and jeweled combs. Golden eyes glowed beneath her ornate golden headdress, eyes that had once commanded legions and nations. Her ears elongated like elves, a proof of her immortal, demigod blood. Her robes were a flowing ensemble of black and gold. Behind her, the air shimmered, and from the mist emerged the outline of a colossal floating fortress, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, vast and divine. Its countless terraces bloomed with enchanted flora and cascading streams of liquid light. It hovered in reverence, like a divine beast awaiting command. The woman, Samiramis, the Queen of Assyria, rested her cheek against her knuckles as she regarded Yuji with a smile both intrigued and amused. So, you are the one who dares summon me. Descendant of the first light. Are you prepared to wield a queen? Her voice was velvet soaked in poison and perfume, languid yet laced with overwhelming charisma. Queen of Assyria. Samiramis. Yuji spoke with a faint smile, his entire being exuding the confidence and regality that didn't lose to a true monarch of legends like the queen before him. And it stirred something deep within the Assyrian queen. She rose from her throne without a sound, her robes flowing like liquid shadow, jeweled sleeves catching the fading glow of the magic circle. The throne disappeared into a mist as she made her way towards Yuji. Every step she took toward Yuji exuded confidence not born of arrogance, but earned through millennia of blood, empire, and transcendence. She stopped mere steps away from him. "My summoner," she purred, voice low like a whisper wrapped in incense smoke. "Or perhaps I should call you my master. You who reached through the Akashic Sea to take hold of me. Bold. Perhaps even worthy." She glanced towards C.C., Albedo, and the others, who stood a few distance away from him. And I see you've assembled quite the powerful figures, child of the first light." Samiramis circled him slowly, fingers gliding through the air as if tasting his aura. The gesture slightly irking Albedo, who was being held back by CC. "I feel it, the thread that binds me to you. Bond weaved by true light, was it?" she mused. "How divine. How curious. A chain more elegant than any forged by steel." Her gaze shifted, playful now, even teasing. "So tell me, my master, do you desire a queen, or a weapon?" Yuji met her eyes, calm and resolute. "I seek a partner. A queen who will walk beside me, not behind me." A flicker passed through her eyes. Surprise. Then, amusement. "A dangerous answer," she murmured. "Men who speak thus often find themselves beneath the heel of the queen they desire." She stepped closer. Very close. Her finger gently touched his chest, directly over his heart. Her scent wafted into his nose, alluring, ever so enticing. Her smile, even more so. But such things that would have enticed even the most pious men were ineffective to Yuji, who had been drowned in the pheromones of a level 100 succubus and the woman who was the archdemoness of lust and true primordial demoness. "But I shall humor you, master. You summoned Samiramis, Empress of Poison and Mistress of the Hanging Gardens. I shall judge for myself whether you are worthy of my throne." She stepped back. "Now, then. You've summoned a queen. Surely you have more to offer me than stares and silence. Where is my wine? Where is my palace? Or shall I summon my own hanging gardens to loom above this estate?" With a wave of her hand, the air behind her shimmered, and in an instant, the massive outline of the hanging gardens of Babylon descended from the sky, casting a long shadow over the courtyard and a major part of the estate. Its ethereal glow lit up the sky like a second moon, its terraces lush with greenery and flowing rivers of divine magic. CC looked up to the sky before looking back towards Samiramis. "She's dramatic." Albedo stared at the Queen of Assyria with a disapproving frown. "She needs to learn to respect a supreme being." Lelouch shook his head. "Perhaps it comes with the crown." Tatsuya looked up into the sky. "So she could summon it. That makes things easier. But we still need to assess its capabilities soon." Suzuki also stared at the massive hanging gardens of Babylon in awe. "Wow. That's amazing. Even in Yggdrasil, I've never seen anything like that." Yuji, ever calm, took a step forward. "Samiramis. Welcome to our ranks. There's much to discuss. But for now, would you take us on a tour of your fortress?" She raised an elegant brow. Very well, my master, I shall offer you my intellect, my fortress. And perhaps, if you prove yourself, my favor." She smiled again, her eyes narrowed into a crescent as she pressed her lips with her finger. She snapped her fingers, and a magic circle appeared beneath all of their feet. It alight with a brilliant golden light, and in a flash, they disappeared. "Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you." Chapter 281, Chapter 278 Throne of Myths. Before stepping beyond the boundaries of the massive, concealed residence granted by the Multiverse Group Chat, Yuji, Lelouch, Satoru, and Samiramis stood at the edge of the courtyard, eyes lifted toward the skybound titan, the hanging gardens of Babylon. Their task was precise, to cloak the colossal flying fortress in layers of enchantments and magical barriers, ensuring it could traverse the skies of this world without being seen, sensed, or interfered with. Both physical and magical perception had to be rendered moot. Fortunately, the process was made significantly easier thanks to the magical artifacts and knowledge drawn from Yggdrasil. Satoru summoned the phantoms of several guild members of Ain's Old Gown, legendary spellcasters and artificers who once built great wonders in the game's world. Their skill in crafting high-tier concealment wards and magical enchantments proved invaluable. Lelouch contributed by optimizing the tactical placement of sigil cores across the garden's underbelly, while Samiramis herself, mistress of the fortress, imbued the structural veins of the flying citadel with her own magic. As the weaver of poisons and illusions, her influence allowed the very presence of the hanging gardens to shimmer, blend, and dissolve into the sky like a mirage. And finally, Yuji. he poured an immense surge of the Descendant of the First Light's magical power, limitless in potential, into the spell latticework, jump-starting the enchantments before they could begin drawing upon the ley lines of this world and self-sustain. By sunset, the task was complete. A radiant pulse passed across the surface of the Hanging Gardens, then vanished entirely, along with the fortress itself. It had disappeared. No spell could detect it. No eye could trace its outline. The sky above remained unbroken, even as an empire drifted through it. In addition to the mana he spent to use the Akashic records, the strain left Yuji winded, but with the rate of mana regeneration, he'd recover by next morning. A small price to pay. After briefly confirming everything was in order with the others, he opened a shimmering gate and stepped in. He reappeared just outside Rias Gremry's mansion, where her peerage was still locked in rigorous training under Aika and Erika's supervision. Meanwhile, back within the veiled fortress that now floated high above the clouds, Lelouch, Satoru, and Tatsuya remained inside. The three had begun methodically exploring its endless halls, deciphering the secrets of its construction, magical flow, and battlefield utility. While Samiramis, Albedo, and C.C had vanished into a room for a more private conversation related to Yuji. As soon as he arrived, Aika and Erika turned toward him with warm, welcoming smiles. In the next instant, two small figures, Alice and Arya, the adorable yin-yang slimes in their little girl forms, came rushing forward with bright eyes and excited grins. "Master, welcome back." "Master." Yuji's expression softened. With gentle hands full of affection, he patted their heads, his touch comforting and warm. "I'm back. You both did well today. Thank you." Anything for Master." He took their tiny, delicate hands in his own, their fingers warm and soft against his palm, and together they walked toward the training field, where the rest of the group lay sprawled across the ground, sweaty, dirted, and utterly exhausted. Yuji's gaze fell on Issei first, who was gasping for breath and covered in bruises and scratches. He looked like he had just survived a war. Issei, did you go fight off a horde of fallen?" "You look absolutely wrecked," Yuji teased, smirking as he looked down at the battered young man. "Shut up. I wouldn't look like this, even after fighting a horde of fallen." Issei groaned in between ragged breaths. Honestly, he would have preferred facing Rener's group over and over again rather than going up against the deceptively innocent-looking black-haired little girl. At least with them, he had a fighting chance. But this training. This wasn't training, this was hell in disguise. No matter how much he boosted himself, he couldn't even touch her. She would vanish the instant his fist neared her, only to reappear behind him and land a humiliating kick square on his backside. Yuji's grin widened before he turned to Asia, who was kneeling dutifully beside Issei, her hands glowing with soft healing magic as she tended to his wounds. "You've come a long way, Asia. You're healing faster now, more efficiently. But don't forget, you'll need to learn how to heal from a distance and manage multiple injuries at once. Keep practicing, all right?" "Yes. I'll do my best," she replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling with determination. Yuji offered her a warm smile, proud of how far she'd come, before moving on to Kiba, who lay nearby in a heap, panting amidst dozens of shattered magical swords scattered around him. "You look just as bad. Are you holding up okay?" "Barely, hanging on." The blonde knight gasped, giving a weary smile. His sacred gear, the sword birth, had clearly been pushed to its limits. "But Chiba-san's training, it's been incredibly helpful." Yuji nodded in approval. "You did well. The quality of your swords has definitely improved. Keep refining your technique." "Thank you." Kiba murmured, but the smile that crossed his tired face shone with pride at the praise. Then Yuji's gaze shifted to a familiar silver-haired figure lying not far off. "Kaneko," he called gently. The petite girl stirred and slowly opened her golden eyes. Her small chest rose and fell with shallow breaths as she struggled to stay upright. She was soaked in sweat, her gym clothes stained with dirt and dust, and her pale hair clung to her forehead. "You've worked hard," Yuji said softly. "I can tell you're growing stronger. But right now, you're focusing too much on your physical strength. You need to learn to channel the energy and magic within you, use it to enhance your body." Kaneko stared at him in silence, her heart skipping a beat. Did he know? Could he have uncovered the secret of her bloodline, something she had only ever confided in Rias? But after a moment, she calmed herself. No. He must have meant her demonic power. That had to be it. She replied quietly, nodding her head in understanding. "Good. I'll be baking macarons tonight," he added with a smile. "You can look forward to it." Her golden eyes immediately lit up, brighter than before. She gave a small, eager nod, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Yuji chuckled and left the three to rest. He made his way toward Aika and Erika, who now stood beside two more collapsed figures, Rias and Akino. Hubby, you're finally here. Aika squealed with joy as she launched herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around his torso. Despite having Alice and Arya still holding onto his hands, Yuji leaned down and placed a loving kiss on top of Aika's head. She let out a soft mew of happiness, nuzzling into his chest like a cat curling into its favorite spot. How did it go? Erika asked, her tone calm and composed as she crossed her arms beneath her generous chest. It went well. I used up a bit of magic, but I'll recover soon. The others are there now. Erika's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Yuji's magical reserves were well known to be near inexhaustible. With all his SSRs and the abilities granted to him by the Multiverse Group Chat, running out of magic was something almost unheard of. So if he said he used a bit, it meant the summoning, and whatever happened afterward, had taken a truly extraordinary toll. Are you sure you're all right? She asked, worry lacing her voice. I'm fine, he reassured her with a soft smile, before shifting his gaze to Rias and Akino. Good work today, Rias-san. Akino-san. The two girls instinctively straightened their backs, fighting to maintain their elegance despite their utterly worn-out appearances. Their hair was a mess, their clothes torn and stained, and their bodies slick with sweat and dirt. But even so, they wanted to look composed in front of him, the man they were beginning to feel something for. Thank you, Yuji-kun. Rias replied awkwardly, trying to smooth her crimson hair into some semblance of order. Akino, meanwhile, wiped some dirt from her face and forced a small, composed smile. Yuji didn't bat an eye at their disheveled state. If anything, he admired it. Their appearance wasn't a flaw, it was proof. Proof of their commitment, their resolve, their strength. To him, they looked beautiful. I'll prepare dinner, he said gently. Go ahead and wash up. Once you've rested, we'll continue with lessons in magical theory and strategy. All right, the two girls responded in unison. With a final nod, Yuji turned and headed back toward the mansion, Aika and Erika walking beside him, and the two slime girls holding his hands. As his figure slowly disappeared into the distance, Rias and Akino remained behind, their eyes fixed on his back. The physical exhaustion from their training had dulled, but in its place, a different kind of thumping filled their chests. Nightfall. The moon hung high in the velvet sky, draping the world below in silver and shadow. As silence settled over the Gremory estate, Rias and her peerage finally surrendered to exhaustion, their bodies and minds pushed to their limits by the day's grueling training. At the stroke of midnight, Yuji, Aika, and Erika slipped away into the stillness, moving like shadows between worlds. Their destination was not the safety of their hidden residence, but the mythical throne that now floated unseen above the earth, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. A message was sent. Moments later, the air before them rippled like water disturbed by a single drop, and from that ripple bloomed a portal wreathed in shifting darkness, a gate. Without hesitation, they stepped through. The world shifted. They emerged into a vast and towering chamber, a breathtaking fusion of luxurious vanity and natural wonder. Above them stretched a high, spherical dome of flawless glass. Through it, the star-swept heavens shimmered in full glory, uninterrupted and eternal. Clawed spires of obsidian and gold curled upward around the dome's edge like talons cradling a cosmic jewel, as though the very fortress itself sought to grasp the night sky. The floor beneath their feet was smooth white marble, veined with gold, and patterned in swirling, ancient Assyrian motifs. Elegant vines of flowering flora crept up the pillars, breathing life into stone and steel, an eerie harmony of nature and grandeur. At the heart of the chamber lay a circular reflecting pond, still as glass. It encircled a grand, raised platform like a moat surrounding a sacred island. Upon this island, at the top of a long flight of stairs, stood a majestic throne, ornately carved and draped in deep crimson and violet silks, fit only for a sovereign. At the base of the stairs, they could see Albedo, Lelouch, and Tatsuya conversing with the Queen of Assyria. While Satoru and C.C., off slightly to the side, enjoyed the strange, yet somehow calming, mix of luxury and lush nature. As Yuji, Aika, and Erika stepped into the chamber, their presence was immediately noticed. They all turned. You've returned, she said, her voice like silk laced with poison and perfume. A smile touched her lips, elegant, calculating, and pleased. Aika and Erika stepped forward slowly, the heels of their shoes tapping softly against the marble floor, their eyes scanning the chamber with open wonder. The grandeur of the Hanging Gardens exceeded even their expectations, and the blend of architectural majesty with wild, flourishing nature made it feel less like a fortress and more like a temple raised for gods. But their attention quickly shifted, drawn, as if by gravity, to the unfamiliar woman who stood in the midst of their friends. The Queen of Assyria. Samiramis stood poised like a painting given life. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded down her back in waves, and her golden ornaments shimmered under the chamber's ambient lighting. She was still, yet not inert, like a coiled serpent basking in the sun, relaxed yet perpetually ready to strike. A pleasant, if faintly curious smile tugged at her lips as she watched them approach. Erika's breath caught subtly in her throat as she took in the woman's appearance. Her mind, honed by both martial experience and social awareness, instinctively analyzed her. Words came to her without effort. Seductive. Cunning. Sharp. Regal. Cruel. Merciless. Each trait echoed in her mind like echoes in a hall of mirrors. Yes, this was undoubtedly the woman who once ruled from the shadows of an ancient empire, who dabbled in poisons and plotted coups from perfumed palaces. A queen and a weapon both. Meanwhile, Aika studied her with a more nuanced gaze. She wasn't blinded by Samiramis's stunning appearance or by the practiced elegance of her every movement. Instead, Aika watched how she looked at Yuji. Her golden eyes were calculating, yes, but in their depths was something more. Not love, no, Aika would have recognized that in a heartbeat, especially when aimed at him. But there was a warmth, however subtle, buried beneath the layers of imperial pride and icy poise. It was a flicker of interest, a trace of respect, and a budding sense of belonging. Even if the queen herself hadn't yet realized it. So, even a heroic spirit isn't immune to my hubby, huh? Aika thought with a soft smile. She had read about the bond formed through Yuji's Akashic record, bond weaved by true light, a sacred link that inspired unwavering loyalty. But this interest. This wasn't simply compulsion. It was organic. Authentic. A delightful development. Perhaps, Aika mused, it wouldn't be long before the proud queen would not only stand beside Yuji as a loyal retainer, but beside them, as another cherished sister in their growing family. Samiramis regarded the two girls standing by his sides. She had heard of them from her conversations with Albedo and Cece. She offered them a smile, a gesture of utmost acknowledgement and respect the queen could give. And it was only because they were the wives of her master. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 282, Chapter 279 Resolve and Determination. Welcome to the celestial fortress untouched by mortal hands. My garden of vanity, the hanging gardens of Babylon. Aika's eyes sparkled as she looked around, absorbing every detail. She could instantly sense the familiar aura of her beloved, his magic, subtle yet all-encompassing, woven into the very air. It protected this place, veiled it in secrecy. Aside from their home, this was undoubtedly the most secure sanctuary in the world. Without warning, her majestic, crimson-black wings unfurled behind her, terrifying and awe-inspiring in equal measure. The full form of the true primordial demoness soared into the air, circling the colossal halls with pure wonder. Wow. This is even prettier than I expected. Yuji and the others remained grounded, quietly smiling as they watched Aika float and twirl with childlike glee. But Samiramis did not smile. She stood motionless, her eyes wide with something she had not felt in an eternity, raw, unfiltered fear. The instant Aika had revealed her wings, a ripple of arcane energy had pulsed through the air. Samiramis had felt it deep within her very soul. It wasn't just power. It was primordial. A fear that could not be reasoned with. Not taught or understood. It was ancient, etched into the bones of every living creature since the dawn of existence. Her gaze flickered from Aika to Yuji, then to Erika, Albedo, Cece, and the others. None of them looked disturbed. Not even slightly. Samiramis's thoughts raced. A descendant of the first light, and upon closer inspection, perhaps something even greater, stood before her. And his companions were beings of immense power, each one cloaked in strength that eclipsed kings and gods. Samiramis. Yuji's voice broke through her daze. Instinctively, she turned toward him, her practiced elegance quickly snapping back into place. Yes, master. Her voice purred with that same silken tone, and her smile, perfect, regal, graced her lips. Yet to the discerning eye, something had changed. Her smile wasn't as steady as before. There was the slightest flicker, a crack in her mask. A tremor in her heart still echoed behind her poised demeanor. She cursed herself for the lapse. For revealing even a glimpse of uncertainty. And yet, she saw it in his eyes. Yuji had noticed. He didn't mock it. Didn't exploit it. Instead, he offered her a gentle smile. Your palace is truly extraordinary. Would you show us around before we retire for the night? No arrogance. No superiority. Just earnest admiration, genuine respect, and a spark of childlike wonder that shimmered in his dark, enchanting eyes. Samiramis felt her heart skip a beat. A flutter of something light and foreign stirred within her. I did not expect the descendant of the first light to be so endearing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her smile blossoming into something warm, touched with amusement. Of course, my master, I would be honored to show you the splendor of my garden. With a graceful turn, she raised one hand. The enormous double doors of polished marble groaned open with an echoing rumble, revealing the glowing heart of her mythical domain. And so, with Yuji and his companions close behind, Samiramis led them deeper into the legendary hanging gardens of Babylon, a palace of vanity, magic, and ancient pride, now reborn under the shadow of a new master. X. The air in the OCR room was heavy with anticipation. A quiet tension hung in the atmosphere, the kind that settled before a storm. The days of training passed quickly, and before long, the awaited and dreaded day came at last. Team Gremory gathered within the Occult Research Club room, their preparations complete, their minds steeling for the battle to come. On the couch, Issei sat cross-legged, eyes closed in focused meditation, something he wouldn't have even thought of doing just a few days prior. But not now. With Yuji's guidance and advice, and the importance to truly understand himself, his power, and what he was fighting for through self-reflection had truly been drilled into himself. He was no longer as easily influenced by his emotions during a heated battle, and learned how to keep his head cool while his heart burned hot. He had also learned to communicate more with Drain, the Welsh Red Dragon Emperor sealed within his boosted gear. Learn about his sacred gear, and truly understand the potential he could uncover. By his side, Asia clutched her twilight healing ring close to her chest. Her lips moved in silent mantras from her training. Words of advice from Yuji, Aika, and Erika. Her resolve. All while refining her control over mana and her connection to the sacred power of healing within her. Kiba sat on the other side of the couch, calm and composed. A demonic sword rested across his lap as he gently wiped its blade with a soft cloth. It was a ritual, nothing more. His sacred gear could conjure blades far stronger. But this act, simple and methodical, steadied his mind and spirit. It reminded him of where he came from, and why he fought. Beside Kiba, Kaneko munched on snacks, sitting quietly with a bag of small, chocolate chip cookies in her lap. They weren't magical, but they didn't need to be. Yuji had baked them himself, and somehow, the sweetness calmed her far more than any spell ever could. Each bite lifted her mood and filled her with a strange, warm determination. Ria sat behind her desk, surrounded by open notebooks and scribbled pages. A teacup steamed gently beside her, forgotten in the sea of black ink and meticulous notes. Each notebook was filled with knowledge, strategies, philosophies, insights, all gathered from her many lessons with Yuji and Aika. She flipped through a familiar volume, eyes tracing her scattered notes, diagrams, and advice. His teachings had reshaped how she thought, how she commanded. She now realized how lacking she was in commanding her peerage. But now, she'll show him as well as everyone how much she has improved. Akino stood silently at her side, cradling a tray with another pot of tea. A gentle smile curled her lips as she watched Rias, her king, her childhood friend, finally begin to grow into herself. Then, her gaze drifted down to the notebooks. Those late-night training sessions with Yuji flashed across her mind. The calmness in his voice. His patience. His words of encouragement. His trust in her ability. Those late-night talks. The way he never judged. The way he listened. Every word he spoke carried the weight of understanding. Every silence between them felt intentional, never empty, never cold. He had never once prodded her about the secrets she held deep within, but she could tell, he knew. He knew that she held a darkness within her. He understood her. The darkness. The pain. And he waited, not with expectation, but with unwavering patience, for her to share it when she was ready. That quiet understanding, it wrapped around her like a warm breeze on a cold day. Now, having just not seen him for a day, she realized how deeply she'd come to crave it. I need to focus, Akino told herself, shaking her head lightly. I can see him again after this. Maybe through Aika. Or maybe fate would find another way. He promised they'd meet again soon. And against all logic, against all reason, she believed him. She clung to that promise like a lifeline. Rias. Her voice gently broke the silence. And Issei, Asia, Kiba, Kaneko, they all snapped out of their own quiet focus and turned towards the crimson-haired heiress of Gremory. Rias exhaled slowly and placed the notebook down, her fingers lingering on the cover for a moment, as if doing so would give her the strength she needed, before rising to her feet. Yes. It's time. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Rias said, her voice clear and firm. The door opened, revealing Sona Shitori and Tsubaki Shinra. The two student council leaders entered with composed expressions, their presence signaling the final call. And upon seeing them, Sona and Tsubaki stopped in silent surprise. What in the world? How did they change so much in a few days? There was a difference of heaven and earth between them now and how they were 10 days ago, just before they left for their intensive training. In terms of magic power, Rias had always been more naturally gifted than her in terms of pure magical reserve. While she was more skilled in using her talents and magic properly to achieve even greater results than Rias and also using her intelligence to dominate the battlefield. But now, Sona could immediately tell. They were no longer true. She could feel it, Rias's magic had improved by leap and bounds. She no longer felt like she was standing before a peer, but an ultimate ranked devil. And she wasn't the only one who changed. Sona and Tsubaki can feel it in every single member of Rias's peerage. They've grown so much, almost to the point of being unrecognizable. Moreover, none of them looked nervous or anxious. Each and every one of them had a solemn look of determination. This was also the first time she had ever seen Rias not in an anxious or panicked state, but with determined resolve when confronting what she dreaded most. Just what in the world happened? Sona. Rias's voice snapped her out of her shocked daze, and Sona quickly composed herself, adjusting her spectacle. It seems your training has paid off, Sona said softly, a small, knowing smile curving her lips. A wave of relief quietly washed over her heart. She had watched Rias struggle beneath the weight of that cruel, inescapable obligation, an arranged marriage that threatened to crush her dreams, her autonomy, her very soul. Her best friend had spent so long teetering on the edge, furious yet helpless, raging within a gilded cage that wouldn't break no matter how hard she fought. Sona had feared, more than once, that she might give in. That she might resign herself to the fate others had chosen for her. But now, she saw it. That flicker in Rias's eyes, fierce, unwavering, and resolute. The girl who once clawed at her shackles in desperation now stood tall, ready to shatter them entirely. Rias met Sona's smile and then glanced down at her hand, clenched in resolve, before her gaze drifted over the sea of notebooks covering her desk. It has, she murmured. It really has. She could feel it in every part of herself, the growth, the strength, the clarity. And it wasn't just her own will that had brought her here. She owed it to Aika and Erika, whose training and insight had refined her edge. But most of all, to him. Yuji. He was the one who had guided her, who never doubted her worth, who stood beside her not as a superior, but as someone who believed in her potential. She didn't just want to win. She wanted to make him proud. She wanted to see the warmth in his eyes when she told him of their victory. She wanted to repay him, not through words, but by proving she was strong enough to stand on her own. To show him that his time, his patience, and his faith were not in vain. I will never marry that scum. The thought was no longer just a rebellion. It was a vow. The fire in her heart burned hotter than ever, consuming every trace of hesitation. This was her fight. And she was going to win it, her life, her future, and her right to marry the one she loves. Good luck. Rias nodded gratefully at Sona's words. Thank you. A crimson glow flared to life at the center of the room. Intricate runes danced across the floor as a teleportation magic circle, marked unmistakably with the Gremory family crest, materialized with a low hum of power. The signal was clear. It was time. Rias took a slow breath, her fingers curling ever so slightly as she stared into the radiant red light. This was the moment she had prepared for. The battle that would decide her freedom, her future. No more hesitation. No more fear. With unshakable resolve burning in her chest, she turned toward her peerage. Let's go. Her voice was calm, yet carried the weight of everything they had endured to get here. The others responded without a word, each one rising, each one ready. Together, they stepped into the circle, their forms bathed in the rich scarlet glow. And in a flash of light, the room was empty. The Gremory team had vanished, transported to the battlefield where their destiny awaited. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 283, Small Notice. Hey guys. As for those who message me, know that I have read your messages and your concerns are greatly appreciated. But for some reason, I was unable to reply to your message, so I chose to address it here. Best regards. Verglax. Chapter 284, Chapter 280 Gremory vs. Phoenix. Yuji sat comfortably on a wide, lush velvet couch, the kind that almost seemed to pull you in with its embrace. On his left, Albedo clung tightly to his arm, her soft golden eyes half-lidded in contentment as she rested her head on his shoulder. The gentle warmth of her body, the subtle weight of her curves pressing against him, comforting, intimate, was something he had grown used to. Though he'd never say it aloud, there was a quiet satisfaction in the way she molded herself to his side with possessive affection. To his right, Cece mirrored the gesture in her own way, more reserved, yet no less intimate. She leaned her head on his opposite shoulder, her arm gently curled around his, and her fingers, slender and cool to the touch, interlaced with his in a silent gesture that spoke volumes. She didn't hold him tightly. There was no need to. Her grip was firm, steady, a quiet reminder that she was there, present, and claimed her space beside him in a way only she could. A slight smile curled on her lips as her golden eyes fixed ahead on the projection with quiet amusement. On either side of the affectionate pair sat Aika and Erika, dressed down in matching tank tops and short hot pants that spoke of comfort and familiarity rather than seduction. They lounged relaxedly, legs curled up on the couch cushions, casual in posture and spirit. Having spent nearly every day training Rias and her peerage alongside Yuji, they've had their share of lovey-dovey time with him. Tonight, they gave Cece and Albedo their moment, sharing a quiet understanding between them. Across from them, on another couch draped in royal crimson silk, Samiramis lounged with Lelouch, Tatsuya, and Satoru, her legs elegantly crossed and a cup of dark tea in hand. At the center of the gathering, a marble table stretched between them all. Upon it, cups of freshly brewed tea and aromatic coffee steamed gently beside a finely arranged cheese board and a platter of artisan crackers. The warm scent of herbs and spices filled the air, grounding them in the moment. Floating a meter above the table, like a portal to another world, was a shimmering astral projection, an ethereal screen born from layered enchantments. It showed the battlefield of the underworld with perfect clarity, as if a divine eye gazed upon the raiding game between Rias Gremory's peerage and Riser Phoenix's peerage, which was just about to start. Yuji raised an eyebrow as he studied the projection. I'm still amazed you managed to get an arcane eye into the underworld and keep it running. Did you use a divine ranked item? He wasn't exaggerating. Even tier 10 and super tier magic, immense as they were, had limitations. Magic was still bound by laws, strange as that irony might be. Spells that bent reality were, in turn, shackled by the boundaries of realms. Most forms of surveillance magic couldn't cross such thresholds. The arcane eye, for instance, could only function while being in the same realm as the caster. Lelouch smiled faintly, as if pleased to have been asked. It's not an arcane eye, he corrected smoothly. It's something I call astral eye, a hybrid spell. I combined the mechanics of scrying with a 9th-tier spell of my own design, astral projection. Built specifically for this kind of interdimensional surveillance. Yuji's brows lifted slightly, impressed. Of course, it can still be detected or blocked by high-tier anti-divination wards, Lelouch admitted, waving his hand, but as you can see. He gestured to the vivid image suspended in the air, where Rias's team stood ready for battle beneath a crimson sky. So far, no interruptions. So, sit back and enjoy the show. Yuji leaned back slightly, a small smile tugging at his lips as he picked up his cup of coffee. His eyes landed on the projection that showed Rias and each and every member of her peerage. His gaze fell on Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia one by one. All of them, he noticed, shared a slight nervousness and unmistakable determination that eclipsed it. Then, his gaze lingered on Akino and Rias. At the end of the 10 days of training, he still couldn't help Akino with her trauma and hatred towards her paternal bloodline, and help her wield her holy lightning. But, he'd like to believe that the nights he had spent with her conversing, listening, had helped vent her buried emotions and alleviate her burdens a bit. While for Rias, he hoped she could overcome this long-coming obstacle and finally be free. Then let's see if all their hard work paid off. X. The rating game had begun. A brilliant flash of light engulfed Rias and her peerage, and the next moment, they found themselves standing within the familiar confines of the Occult Research Club room. The dark mahogany furniture, the gentle scent of old books, and the comforting stillness of the space they had known so intimately, it was as if they had never left. But the comfort was short-lived, replaced by brief confusion and guarded caution. A shimmering magical circle floated midair, and from it, Graphia Lucifuge's composed voice rang out like a bell. Attention to both peerages, this rating game will take place within a constructed replica of Ko Academy, set inside a separate dimensional battlefield. Rias Gremory's peerage will be stationed within the old school building, while Riser Phoenix's peerage will begin from the new school building. The peerage glanced at one another as murmurs of recognition rippled through the room. The field was one they knew intimately. Victory will be awarded to the team that incapacitates all opposing members or forces the king of the other side to surrender. Any member incapacitated will be immediately teleported to the underworld for healing and recovery. As usual, pawns will gain the ability to promote upon reaching enemy territory. Both peerages will now have 10 minutes to prepare and strategize. You may not leave your base until the countdown has expired. As the projection faded, a heavy but meaningful silence settled over the group. And in that silence, Rias realized the truth. This must be his doing. Her crimson eyes softened, and she smiled almost helplessly, picturing the composed face of her older brother. Sirs X Lucifer. For the battlefield to be Ko Academy, the one place she knew better than anyone, it was far too convenient to be coincidence. The rules were absolute, but within the limits of his authority, the Lucifer himself must have nudged fate in her favor. A silent show of support for his beloved little sister. Thank you, Oni-sama. The weight on her shoulders lightened. She wasn't alone. She had her team, her training, her conviction, and subtle support from her family, even in the background. More importantly, she had prepared for this. In their nightly strategy sessions with Yuji, Ko Academy had been a recurring battlefield. She had, at first, thought it was merely for familiarity's sake, to ease them into more advanced tactics. Now she wasn't so sure. Rias's gaze flicked to the window, then to the map laid out on the desk. Every hallway, classroom, and rooftop, she could see it all in her mind's eye. It seems we're lucky. She crossed her arms beneath her ample chest, a quiet confidence blooming on her lips. Yufufu, I agree, Akino giggled beside her, eyes narrowed in subtle delight. Maybe someone's prayer for our victory manifested this way. But her voice carried more meaning than her words suggested. She too had reached the same conclusion, not only about Surzex, but about Yuji. She remembered how he had often chosen Kuo for their mock simulations. She had thought he was being thoughtful, grounding them in something familiar. But what if Yuji knew? The timing. The consistency. The subtle nudges in how he taught them where to plant their traps and what traps to use, how to use classroom terrain, how to trap enemies in the gym or lead them into ambushes in the courtyard, how to fight in the open fields, or pointing out important vantage points. Could it be that Yuji knew this would be the field? Rias met Akino's eyes. A silent understanding passed between them, but Rias shook her head with a small smile. Now wasn't the time for speculation. Let's not get distracted. We only have 10 minutes. I'll be explaining our strategy now. The others quickly assembled before her, Issei, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba, all standing straight, their expressions serious. Yes, President. Their voices echoed in unison. Rias took a breath. The flames of her determination burned steady and strong. This was her battlefield. And she would win. X. Shuelon, Mira, Isle, Nell, head to the gymnasium. Lure them out, Riser commanded coolly, his back to them, eyes locked on the glowing projection of Ko Academy's map. Yes, came the unified reply as the Rook and 3-pawn girls swiftly exited the student council room, their footsteps fading as they dashed to carry out his orders. Riser remained still, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the map. So far, there had been no visible movement from Rias's peerage. That could only mean one of two things: either they were bunkering down, waiting to pick off his forces one by one like cornered prey, or they were preparing a trap. A flanking maneuver, perhaps, sneaking through the new school building in a desperate bid to ambush his team from the side. But he dismissed the latter theory just as quickly. With their reduced numbers and lack of experience, Rias and her team wouldn't risk something so bold. No, turtling and waiting was the most likely scenario. Conservative. Defensive. Predictable. There was still time before they made their move, so he would control the center field and force their hand. A single rook and 3 pawns might not be strong enough to eliminate Rias's pieces outright, but they didn't need to. Their mission was to draw the enemy out. The real blows would come later. Carlamine, Cirrus, Marion, Burant, Shuria, Lee, and I, he continued, not missing a beat. Move into position. Follow the plan precisely. Understood, came the sharp responses, as the 2 knights and remaining pawns departed, their wings igniting and casting brief shadows as they launched into the sky. Soon, only Riser, his queen, and the 2 bishops remained in the room. Despite having deployed the majority of his forces, Riser was unshaken. His trump card was still beside him, his queen, Yubaluna, the most powerful piece in his peerage. With her and his bishops for support, and with himself, the immortal phoenix, at the center, there was no need for concern. Riser might play the part of a flamboyant, arrogant noble, full of pride and indulgence, but beneath the facade was the mind of a seasoned veteran. He was the king of a peerage that had participated in, and won, numerous raiding games. While some of his victories were orchestrated through political maneuvering and behind-the-scenes deals, others were earned on the battlefield. The same could be said for his losses. But experience? That, no one could deny him. Through countless games, Riser had honed his instincts, learning when to push, when to hold back, and when to strike. He understood tactics. He knew how to exploit weakness, how to use terrain, timing, and pressure to unmake an enemy's plan. Rias's peerage, by comparison, was inexperienced and undermanned. In his eyes, it was only a matter of time. Minutes ticked by. By now, Shuelon and the others should have reached the gymnasium and begun their diversion. Riser's eyes remained on the map, calm and calculating. But just as the silence began to stretch too long, boom. A tremor shook the floor beneath his feet, and a surge of power erupted across the map. 4 icons blinked, then vanished. He narrowed his eyes. Shuelon. Mira. Isle. Nell. Gone. Riser stood upright, his expression darkening. His brows twitched. What? That was supposed to be the rook and pawn. His fingers clenched at his sides as the realization hit. And along with it, the shame that came from falling for such a thing. So it was a trap. X. Akino Haimjima, Rias Gremory's queen, stood in midair under the tall ceiling of the gymnasium with a smile on her lips and thunder reaving her fingertips. Era took you long enough. Below her, 4 girls from Riser's peerage stood in shocked fear. Ku. Why is she here? Why was their queen here? Of all the places. They expected some other pieces, perhaps her pawn or rook, to come to this place, but not the strongest piece in her peerage. And now, they were in the frying pan. Fufu, now then, let's have some fun, shall we? A piercing lightning shot forth from her fingers, slamming and burning into the wooden floors in between the four girls. Mira, Isle, Nell. We need to close the distance. Use your wings. They knew they wouldn't stand a chance against the Priestess of Thunder at range. No matter what, they had to close the distance, all while avoiding her lightnings, and strike her somehow. I need to buy time. Riser-sama should notice the battle and send reinforcement. I must hold out until then. Although lacking in speed to catch up to Akino, as the rook of Riser's peerage, Shiwalon was confident with her stamina. She flew as quickly as she could, trying to close the distance while avoiding lightning when she could and enduring those she couldn't. The four darted around the air of the gymnasium in well-practiced formation. But Akino danced in between them, keeping her distance with leisurely grace, while casting small bolts of lightning towards them. Not enough to completely incapacitate them, but just enough to make them feel numb. A little tease. Her eyes narrowed as her lips curled into a mischievous grin, enjoying their reactions. But soon, they grew tired. And then her smile faded. It seems like you've reached your limits. Well then, it seems like playtime is over. Akino raised her hands above, and thunderclouds gathered above the ceiling of the gymnasium. And in the next instant, boom! A pillar of divine lightning slammed into the gymnasium, engulfing her attackers in raw voltage and demonic power. The four screamed before they were knocked out and teleported from the field. Within the new school building, Riser's expression twisted into a grimace. How dare she? Riser shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. It wasn't the fact that his peerage members were incapacitated by such a devastating attack. No. It was the fact that he had fallen into the trap of someone he thought lowly of. He wasted no time. Yubaluna, Carlamine, Maihi, go. Take out their queen. Also, look out for their other pieces. Yes. The three flew fast and low, weaving through the air toward the ruined structure. Their eyes scanned through the surroundings, looking for signs of the Priestess of Thunder, who just leveled an entire building with her lightning, and the possible presence of the other pieces. But just as they neared the entrance. Dragon shot. A beam of crimson-red energy surged through the air and slammed into Carlamine with unrelenting force. Her scream echoed as she was thrown back, crashing through a tree before her body vanished in motes of light. One down. Issei landed on the ground, his crimson gauntlet gleaming. Smoke trailed from his knuckles. Kaneko landed beside him, composed as ever, fists clenched. Yo. Issei smirked at the shocked Phoenix Queen and Bishop. That was a 10x boosted dragon shot. Thanks to Akino-senpai stalling, I had time to power up. You little. Yubaluna growled. Fire formed in her palm, and with a yell she hurled a massive explosion spell at them. Boom. The blast tore into the ground, but Issei and Kaneko had already split in opposite directions. Kaneko's eyes narrowed. I'll keep the queen busy. You take the bishop. You got it. Good luck, Kaneko-chan. Issei nodded, already on the move. Boost. The voice of Draig roared again as Issei charged toward Maihi, who was standing protectively near Yubaluna, preparing support spells. Meanwhile, Kaneko launched herself skyward, her small form agile and fast, fists glowing with demonic energy. Below. Maihi saw Issei coming and turned pale. He's fast. The bishop began casting a barrage of fireballs and defensive spells, trying to keep distance, but Issei swerved around each one, dashing in zigzags. These are easier to dodge than Aika's icicles, he laughed. Take this. Dragon shot. The blast ripped toward her, she leapt aside just in time, but the explosion slammed into the ground, kicking up a thick wall of dust and smoke. Maihi coughed violently and tried to clear the air with a spell, squinting through the haze. Too late. Issei emerged from the smoke with his fist already cocked back and slammed it into her stomach. Wham! She flew back, bouncing across the field before grinding to a halt. She staggered to her feet, trembling. Why you brute? She fired a flame burst, but Issei tanked it. Boost. Heh. 'Tis but a scratch, he declared boldly. He was already moving again. Ducking under her second spell, he surged forward and... Bam. The second punch sent her into the wall of the school building, cratering it. Riser Phoenix's bishop, Maihi, retired. Phew. That was close. Issei wiped his brow. Then his eyes shot up toward the sky. Explosions rocked the air above. Kaneko. Boost. The voice of the Red Dragon Emperor echoed. Then, with wings flaring from his back, Issei launched into the sky. Hang in there, Kaneko-chan. I'm coming. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 285, Chapter 281 Strategy. A dilapidated, old school building stood beyond the edge of the tree lines. The air still with tension, as if the world had fallen into an eerie silence. Not a whisper of wind, or a rustle of a single leaf. Just stillness, like the world itself was holding its breath. No. They were the ones holding their breath. There were still rustling leaves, crunch of dead twigs and dried leaves beneath their hushed steps. Carlamine and Cirrus, the two knights of Riser's peerage, and the rest of his pawns, Ni, Li, Marion, Burant, and Shuria, were simply too focused on listening and looking for enemies hiding for a potential ambush to hear the background noises of the made-up nature within the battlefield of this raiding game. They moved silently. Their footsteps light, breathing hushed, and every sense honed to detect the faintest unnatural disturbance. The scent of leaves, soil, and old wood hung thick in the air. Their goal was clear. Infiltrate, promote the pawns, and eliminate Rias's remaining pieces, if possible. If not, escape and regroup with their queen, bishop. They've received information that Rias's queen, rook, and sole pawn had been sighted near the gymnasium, a clear sign that the bait had been taken. However, the results were shocking, to say the least. The Priestess of Thunder had eliminated Shualan, Isle, Nell, and Mira. Carlamine, Riser's other rook, had also been defeated somehow. Now, their queen, Yubaluna, and bishop, Maihi, seemed to be in an engagement with Rias's queen, rook, and pawn. Meaning, Rias's remaining forces, her knight and bishop, must be inside. If it were only this much, they believed, if all 5 pawns were promoted, they would be able to handle it. Even if their king were to join the fight. This was the true strike team. Riser had made all his other pieces, even his queen, as bait and distraction to lure in Rias's pieces, and placed their trust on them to become the hidden blade that pierces her heart from the shadows. They must succeed, no matter what. A chill wind brushed against their bare skin, much of which was revealed to the elements due to their revealing armor and outfit that Riser had chosen for them. But, they traversed through the trees' lines in complete silence all the same. The silence was uncomfortable. The very stillness felt, somehow, unnatural. Like the calm before a lightning strike. The knight at the front, Carlamine, raised her hand to halt the group. Her emerald green eyes scanned their surroundings. She narrowed her gaze. Something felt off. A soft buzz. Then the tension snapped. Buzz. Several crimson-red magic circles sprang to life, too quick to see, too loud to ignore. Cirrus was hoisted violently off the ground, and snared in a glowing crimson snare, her Zweihander clattering uselessly to the ground. Ambush, someone cried, but too late. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted from hidden magic circles beneath their feet, shaking the walls and scattering debris. 2 pawns, Ni and Li, were instantly engulfed in a flash of heat and force, their auras vanishing as they were eliminated. Smoke filled the forest, thick and choking. And then. Sword birth. The chilling voice rang out like a death sentence. The ground beneath them burst as dozens of demonic swords surged upward like the fangs of a steel beast. Carlamine barely managed to backflip away, but her trailing pawn, Burant, wasn't as fortunate, impaled through the chest before she could scream. Another sword pierced the side of a second pawn, Marion, sending her crashing into the tree trunk, aura fading. It's the knight, Kiba Yuto, he's here. Cirrus barked, her voice strained with panic. And then, without warning, her voice disappeared, cleaved by a sword too fast to see. Her fading body fell limp, dissolving into motes of light. From the mist stepped a single figure. Calm, composed, and deadly. Kiba Yuto. The Knight of Rias Gremory. His twin demonic swords shimmered with an ominous black glow, the smoke parting around him like a curtain obeying its master. His expression was unreadable, neither angry nor arrogant. Just focused. Lethal. As expected of the president and Akino-san, he said coldly, "You walked right into their hands. Bastard." Carlamine surged forward, fury overtaking strategy. Her aura flared, and the last surviving pawn, Shuria, followed, attempting a pincer maneuver. Kiba responded instantly. He met the knight head-on, blades clashing in a storm of sparks. Despite her strength, she was losing ground fast. Kiba moved with fluid grace, his every strike clean, controlled. His right sword held hers at bay, his left free to counter the pawn. Shuria lunged at his side. He parried without even looking. The force sent her tumbling back, where more blades erupted from beneath her feet like a timed signal. One pierced through her ankle, stopping her short. The next, through her chest. She didn't even have time to scream before her body vanished in a burst of light. The knight hesitated, fear now overtaking her rage. That was her last mistake. Kiba pushed her back with a single strike, tossed one of his blades aside, and dashed forward, blindingly fast. In a blink of an eye, he passed her. Her eyes widened. A moment of silence. Then her armor split down the middle, shattering like glass. Her aura flickered out. Kiba exhaled softly and turned his gaze back to the old school building. Now then, he said, voice as calm as ever. Let's begin escorting the president. X. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, the sky was alight with fire. Explosions burst through the air like blooming sunflowers of destruction, echoing across the school grounds with thunderous booms. Yubaluna hovered midair, her elegant form illuminated by flickers of magical light. Her hands pulsed with fiery energy as she launched spell after spell into the sky, desperate to land a direct hit on the darting blur that was her opponent. But Kaneko Tuju was relentless. Small, fast, and terrifyingly silent, the petite rook zipped through the air with a grace that defied her role. Her white hair streamed behind her like a comet's tail, her eyes cold and locked on her target. She's so small. Yubaluna gritted her teeth, frustration mounting with every missed attack. And how is a rook this fast? Kaneko's compact form made her a difficult target to hit even under normal circumstances. But combined with her supernatural agility, the girl was an aerial nightmare. Yubaluna had tried multiple area of effect blasts to compensate, scorching the air with rings of flame and arcane explosions, but each time, the damage barely singed Kaneko's durable form. Still, she couldn't relax. The moment her focus shifted for even a second, Kaneko would close the distance, and Yubaluna knew that if Kaneko got close, she wouldn't last long. She cast another explosive barrage, trying to keep the girl at bay, when the announcement echoed across the battlefield. Bishop of Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Yubaluna's breath caught in her throat. And then 5 remaining pawns and both knights have been eliminated. Her heart dropped. The coordinated assault had failed. All the backup she'd been counting on, gone. Her eyes flicked toward the distant edge of the battlefield. She had to fall back. Maybe regroup with TCH. Rage bubbled in her chest. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from fury. With a scream, she gathered power into her palms and hurled a maximum output fire spell at Kaneko. The explosion lit up the sky. A flaming shockwave ripped through the air, engulfing Kaneko entirely. Dust and heat radiated out as fragments of magical fire rained down like meteor sparks. Yubaluna hovered, panting, eyes wide with manic hope. And then she saw it, Kaneko's small figure, stumbling out of the smoke. Burn marks marred her skin, and she clutched her side, clearly in pain. Yubaluna laughed triumphantly. But then, a soft, green light glowed around Kaneko's body. The wounds began to close. The burns vanished. Her eyes focused again with chilling clarity. No. Yubaluna whispered. Then she saw her, Asia Argento, crouched amidst the rubble of the half-destroyed gymnasium, her hands raised in prayer, healing aura still glowing faintly from her fingertips. The bishop wasn't with Rias. She was here. Hiding. Supporting. Yubaluna moved to cast a spell at Asia, furious. But Kaneko punched her. Hard. Pain exploded in her face, and she spiraled through the air. Before she could recover. Boost. Issei Hayato appeared above her, a flash of red and green streaking through the sky. He slammed his fist into her midsection, driving the air from her lungs. And then. Dress break. Her clothes exploded off her in a flurry of shredded fabric, revealing her naked body in all its voluptuous, sensual glory that almost made Issei bleed from his nose for a moment, and a hidden crimson glass vial tucked within the folds of her outfit. It fell, spinning through the air. No. Yubaluna reached out to grab it, but Kaneko's follow-up punch caught her square in the back, launching her downward like a missile. She crashed into the broken gym floor with a thunderous slam. Senpai. The vial. Kaneko shouted. Ah, right. Issei dove, wind roaring past his ears. He snagged the vial mid-air and tucked it against his chest. He didn't know what it was, but he could tell from Yubaluna's panic that it was important. Yubaluna groaned and began to rise, body scorched and trembling. She barely managed to lift her hand, fire gathering at her fingertips. Crack, boom. A jagged bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, exploding against her with divine fury. Her scream echoed across the courtyard as her body convulsed from the surge. Era Yufufa sneak attack is bad, you know. Akino descended from the clouds, her hand glowing with the aftershock of her magic. She landed beside Asia, her expression adorned with a sadistic smile. Excellent work, both of you, Ria said, walking into view, flanked by Kiba. You played your roles perfectly. The moment of calm barely lasted a heartbeat. Suddenly, the entire courtyard lit up in a deep orange hue. A massive fireball, 10 times larger than anything before, came hurtling down from the sky. Dodge. The team scattered as the explosion struck, sending flames roaring through the field. From within the inferno, a shadow emerged. Good. Good. You've done well to enrage me for the last time, Rias. You and your lowly slaves. I'll make you beg once I'm done with you. His wings spread, his golden eyes blazing with fury. Flames coiled around his body like a living aura. Riser Phoenix had arrived. And he was pissed. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 286, Chapter 282 From the Ashes. Flames devoured the broken stone beneath her feet, the courtyard glowing a furious orange beneath the night sky. Smoke curled upward like serpents, blotting out the stars. What once was a proud academy battlefield now resembled the aftermath of a war zone. Yet even as the heat clawed at her skin, Rias Gremory stood firm. Her crimson hair danced in the scorching wind, her gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the fire. Riser Phoenix. He walked through the inferno like a demon god, wings outstretched, each feather ablaze. Fire clung to his frame like a royal cloak forged in wrath. His golden eyes, once smug, now incandescent, glared straight at her. You little insects. You dare humiliate me. His voice cracked like a whip through the smoke. Aristocratic. Outraged. Entitled. Rias exhaled slowly, controlling her heartbeat, burying the tremor of adrenaline that begged to rise. You've already lost too much, Riser. She kept her voice even. Come. But her heart pounded with the cold edge sharpened by weeks of preparation. This was the moment, the culmination of the trials she and her peerage had endured. He didn't see it. He still thinks we're weak. Riser roared, flames erupting around him as he surged forward, a spear of fire forming in his grip. The ground sizzled beneath each step, cracking beneath the intensity of his power. But he wasn't fast enough. Yudo Kiba moved before he could think. His body reacted with precision honed through endless training. Twin demonic swords shimmered into existence, crossing in a defensive arc as he intercepted Riser mid-charge. Flame met steel. Sparks flew. Heat surged. He slid back from the impact, his boots carving scorched furrows through the stone, but he didn't falter. I won't let him touch her. Never again. Now. Rias's voice rang out like a commandment, and her peerage responded like a living organism. Issei Hayato's body surged forward, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor glowing. Boost. The voice in his gauntlet echoed his cry, flooding him with strength. He felt power surge through his limbs like liquid fire. He hit Riser from the side, drawing his wrath away from Rias. He's tough, but we're tougher. Is this all you? Riser growled. Bam. A small fist hammered into his stomach. Kaneko Tuju appeared in silence, her small hand buried inside his gut. Her punch sent Riser skidding across the courtyard, a shallow trench carved in his wake. That's for acting like you're untouchable. You annoying brat. Crimson annihilation. Power surged through her palm. The spheres appeared like planets of destruction, orbiting her with ominous crimson light. She launched them. Dozens. Riser countered, flames bursting forth like a solar flare. Some spheres were destroyed mid-flight, but the others curved, snaking in with terrifying precision. Wah, aargh. The screams pierced through the night. Rias stepped forward. Your regeneration won't save you anymore. She spoke slowly, deliberately, recalling the advice she received from him. You were right. I didn't need to match his fire, I only had to break its foundation. Her thoughts turned inward. She could almost feel Yuji's presence behind her. His quiet confidence. His relentless pressure. His lessons that pushed her past her limits. He didn't just make us stronger, he made us whole. Your power of destruction is not just energy, Rias. It's the embodiment of finality. Refine it. Focus it. Use it not as a hammer, but as an eraser. Form up. We go in waves. Akino Haimjima smiled faintly. This is the moment she had been waiting for. Black clouds swirled overhead at her call. Lightning slithered through the sky like dragons seeking prey. Let divine judgment be done. Kiba dashed in again, blades carving low. Every swing precise. Every strike deliberate. Kaneko hurled debris, disrupting Riser's balance. And his eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect this coordination to come from children's. In desperation, he unleashed a fiery shockwave, roaring. You think this changes anything? I am Riser Phoenix. And I. Her voice split the air like thunder. Her power rose like a blazing sun, her aura burning into a crown. Am Rias Gremory. And this is my family. With a snap, blades of destruction circled her and shot forward, homing in on Riser like divine instruments of retribution. Each blade struck true. Each cut dismantled more than flesh, it severed his healing, his pride, his illusion of invincibility. Dragon shot. Issei unleashed everything in one blast, point blank. It struck Riser dead center. The force sent him flying, flames sputtering from his form. He landed in a heap, coughing blood, armor cracked, expression dazed. He tried to rise. But the final strike came from above. Lightning crashed down, divine and unforgiving, swallowing Riser in a pillar of white-hot light. When the storm cleared, silence fell. Rhea stepped forward. Her power receded, but her presence felt larger than ever. She looked down, not with malice, but calm clarity. You underestimated me. You underestimated us. Riser groaned, barely conscious. How? She turned to her team. Kiba stood firm. Issei panted, eyes still burning with resolve. Kaneko was bruised, but proud. Akino's hands still sparked with divinity. Asia had already begun healing the wounded. This is what we've built. She smiled. We're not just a peerage anymore. We're a team. A family. And I'll never lose them to anyone. Riser's golden eyes dimmed. His flames flickered out. His wings crumbled into ash. The battlefield was still. Then, a voice echoed from the sky. Riser Phoenix is unable to continue. Victory, Rias Gremory's team. The battlefield was quiet, eerily so. A moment ago, it had been chaos, fire, and fury. Now, there was only the slow, labored breathing of victors. Rias Gremory let her shoulders sag as the tension drained from her limbs. Her heartbeat slowed, no longer driven by adrenaline, but by quiet relief. Her boots stepped over cracked tiles and scorched earth as she approached the center of the ruined courtyard. Her team slowly gathered around her. Kiba, panting, wiped blood from his brow. His armor was scratched, but his expression was light. Issei fell back onto the ground, arms wide, laughing breathlessly. We actually did it. Haha. We really beat that flaming turkey. Kaneko crossed her arms, huffing softly. Took you long enough. But the ghost of a smile tugged at her lips. Akino, ever graceful even amidst the ash, walked over to Rias and brushed a strand of hair from her friend's cheek. You were magnificent, Rias. Asia knelt beside Issei, healing a burn on his arm, her hands glowing softly. Everyone, thank goodness you're safe. Rias looked at each of them, her friends, her family. No longer just pieces in a noble peerage, but comrades who had grown, suffered, and fought as one. This is what it means to defy fate. She clenched her fist gently, holding in the tears building behind her eyes. Yes. We won. Together. Thank you Aika-san, Erika-san, and Yuji-kun. X. In the lofty observation chamber overlooking the battlefield, silence hung heavy in the air. The tension, once wound-tight like a drawn bowstring, had finally snapped, leaving only the hushed stillness of hard-won triumph. Surzex Lucifer, the crimson-haired Devil King and sovereign of the underworld, stood at the edge of the viewing platform. His usually composed expression softened as he gazed upon the magical display showing the final moments of the battle below. And then, he smiled. Not the polished smile of a diplomat. Not the measured grin of a ruler. But the gentle, unguarded smile of a brother, filled with pride, warmth, and something almost paternal. She's grown. His voice was quiet, yet it carried a profound depth of emotion. Beside him, Graphia Lucifuge, ever the embodiment of poise and elegance, raised a gloved hand to her lips. Her silvery eyes shimmered, not with formality, but with quiet emotion she rarely allowed to surface. She has surpassed all expectations, my lord. Not just tactically, but spiritually. This wasn't simply a victory, it was an awakening. Surzex gave a slow, thoughtful nod. The Crimson Princess has become a queen in her own right. From this day forward, no one will refer to her merely as my little sister. He turned his gaze back toward the battlefield, where Rias now stood surrounded by her peerage. Amid the smoke and ruin, she shone, radiant with newfound dignity, unwavering resolve, and the unmistakable presence of a leader. But then, a subtle shift passed over Surzek's features. His smile dimmed slightly, replaced by quiet contemplation. Graphia, ever attentive, noticed the flicker in her husband's expression. What is it? He didn't answer immediately. A breath passed, a sigh, soft but heavy with meaning. I don't want to diminish Rias-chan's efforts. Or her peerages. They fought brilliantly. But. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, the weight of his thoughts surfacing. Don't you think their growth has been too rapid? It's only been 10 days. Graphia fell silent, the truth of his words sinking in. She, too, had noticed. From the moment Rias's team had annihilated Riser's rook and 3 pawns in the gymnasium, something had felt off. Not in a negative way, but in a way that raised questions. The rating game now played through her mind with clinical precision. Their strategy was not simply clever, it was refined. Far beyond what one would expect from a peerage playing their first official match. Their individual strength had increased exponentially, an unnatural leap from what it had been barely a week prior. And their coordination. That level of synchronized combat wasn't something that could be achieved through ordinary training, certainly not in just 10 days. Someone guided them. Graphia's eyes remained fixed on the image of Rias and her team. I will inquire about their training regimen. Surzex gave another nod, but this time, a renewed smile tugged at his lips. Good. But that can wait. His gaze softened once more as he looked down upon his sister, free, victorious, and finally unshackled from the chains of expectation. For now, let's celebrate her triumph. And her freedom. X. The astral projection shimmered, casting soft light across the chamber as it displayed the Gremory team, basking in the afterglow of their hard-earned victory. A profound silence followed, not empty, but heavy with meaning. Then. That was clean. They executed the plan quite well. Suzuki Satoru broke the silence, his skeletal visage betraying a glint of nostalgia in his tone. Their teamwork, while still raw in parts, had resonated with something deep within him. It brought back memories of his days in Yggdrasil, of coordinated raids and near-impossible clears with his old guildmates. The kind of satisfaction that didn't come from loot or rewards, but from perfect execution, shared trust, and a plan coming to life. It's not just about winning, it's about winning together, he thought with faint pride. Tatsuya and Lelouch offered quiet smiles, choosing not to speak. There were certainly areas where Rias's plan could be improved, tactical oversights, minor inefficiencies, but now was not the time for critique. This moment was hers, and theirs, and it deserved celebration, not analysis. Samiramis, ever the calculating empress, also remained silent. Her interest lay not in the victor, but in the game itself, the rating game, this peculiar, peerage system the devils had developed. Her mind was already working, dissecting its political, strategic, and arcane implications. They've come a long way to reach this point, said Erika, her voice tinged with pride. Her gaze lingered on the image of Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko, her self-proclaimed pupils. She had pushed them hard, pushed them beyond what they thought they could handle. But now, watching them fight and win as a team, it was worth it. Meanwhile, Cece watched silently, her golden eyes fixed on Asia as the girl gently healed her injured friends. There was something serene, almost divine, about the way Asia moved, pure-hearted and gentle in a world filled with violence. Fufu Ria-senpai and Akino-senpai's magic has gotten so strong too, Aika teased, elbowing Yuji playfully. Aren't you proud, hubby? Albedo, ever graceful and devoted, smiled sweetly as she turned to her beloved. My love, it is thanks to you they've achieved this victory. You took a disorganized mess of children and forged them into something almost respectable. Her voice was pure admiration, devotion wrapped in reverence. Yuji said nothing for a moment. He simply smiled, quiet and content. They've worked hard, he finally said, voice calm and full of conviction. This is what happens when someone believes in them. Guides them. This result was not unexpected. It was inevitable. After everything he, Aika, Erika, and the twin slimes had done, the outcome had already been decided. Still, watching Rias, Akino, and the others stand tall, victorious and unburdened, it filled him with a quiet joy. One mission, complete. He exhaled softly, his eyes narrowing as he looked to the future. Now, it's time for the next phase. His gaze shifted, first to Erika, then to Cece, Lelouch, and Tatsuya, each of them meeting his eyes, already aware of what was coming. We'll be enrolling at Kuo Academy starting next Monday. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 287, Chapter 283 The Rumored King of Kuo. The morning sun streamed through the windows of Kuo Academy, casting a warm golden hue across the polished floors. It was supposed to be a typical school day, but the air practically buzzed with anticipation. Excited whispers and curious murmurs filled the first-year classroom. Hey, did you hear? We're getting transfer students today. And I heard they're all insanely hot. Huh? Transfer students this late in the year. Another student leaned in, eyes gleaming with excitement. It's true. I saw them with my own eyes, 2 girls. Both of them total knockouts. I swear, they might even rival the 2 queens of Kuo. You've got to be kidding me. Gremory-senpai and Himejima-senpai are literal goddesses. There's no way anyone could be that beautiful. I'm not joking. I saw them. These girls are seriously something else. I also heard there are some guys transferring in too. Look over there, they're probably talking about the new guys. One student pointed toward a group of girls giggling around a desk, their voices filled with excitement. Yeah, I've heard whispers too, another chimed in. Apparently, they're even more handsome than the Prince of Kuo. Wait, what? More handsome than him? Yup. And get this, there's a rumor going around about someone called the King of Kuo. The King? What kind of legend is that? That's the weird part, no one really knows. Some say he's ridiculously handsome and that tons of girls at this school fell for him. But here's the kicker, he's not even a student here. What? Then how could he be the king of Kuo? I dunno, man. Just something I overheard from the upperclassmen in the cafeteria. As the classroom buzzed with gossip, Kaneko Tuja sat quietly at her desk, seemingly detached from the noise. For her, it all melted into a low hum, background noise that didn't matter. She was never much of a morning person, and today was no exception. Her golden eyes were half-lidded, still clouded with sleep, the result of staying up far later than she should have. Her thoughts drifted, as they had been doing for days, to the recent raiding game. The memories played in a loop, her fierce battle against the Phoenix Queen, the clash with Riser himself, the struggles, the teamwork, and finally, the hard-earned victory with the rest of Rias's peerage. A small, rare smile tugged at the corners of her lips as a warm feeling settled in her chest. She glanced down at her hands, clenching them into fists, then slowly opening them again, repeating the motion with quiet focus. I've gotten stronger. She remembered the intense training she'd endured just days ago, harsh, relentless, and exhausting. Each session had left her bruised and aching, but she had pushed through. And it had paid off. A quiet sense of pride filled her heart. She owed it all to Yuji, Erika, Aika, Alice, and Arya. Without them, she might have continued aimlessly, training without purpose or direction. But they had guided her, trained with her, taught her real techniques, sparred with her, and helped sharpen her instincts. They had pushed her to her limits and beyond. She still wasn't as strong as her sister, not yet, but she was getting closer. Soon, she'd be strong enough to confront her. To finally hear the truth, directly from her sister's lips. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class and rattling Kaneko out of her daze. Moments later, the door slid open, and in walked the homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman known for her no-nonsense attitude and strict demeanor. But something was different. Whispers spread as fast as wildfire. The ever-serious teacher, normally as rigid as stone, was smiling. Not just smiling, blushing. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes glittering with something like excitement, and she moved with a spring in her step that left the entire class stunned. Was this really the same woman? The students exchanged bewildered glances, their earlier chatter about new students momentarily forgotten. Good morning, class, the teacher said, unusually cheerful. I have special news for all of you today, so please take your seats. The students hurried back to their desks, rising quickly to offer their morning greetings, bowing in unison with practiced formality, before sitting back down, the room humming with curiosity. The teacher clasped her hands together, her cheeks still tinged pink. Good. Now, we have great news for everyone. Starting today, 3 new friends will be joining us. So please welcome them warmly. You 3, you may come in now. The classroom door slid open again with a soft rattle. All eyes turned. Kaneko's golden gaze shifted toward the door, and then widened in stunned disbelief. Walking into the room were the last people she expected to see today. Yuji-san. Erika-san. And one more, another familiar face, clad in the same Kuo Academy uniform, looking perfectly natural as if they'd always belonged there. Gasps rippled through the room like a gust of wind. Every girl's eyes locked on the 2 boys, especially Yuji, his striking features drawing dreamy sighs, flushed cheeks, and startled murmurs. Some students clutched at their uniforms as if trying to calm their fluttering hearts. Meanwhile, the guys were equally captivated, though their cheers were aimed at the orange-red-haired girl who strode confidently into the room. Her strong, tomboyish charm, athletic build, and natural beauty ignited an uproar. She's like a warrior princess, one whispered. Damn. I've always been into tomboys. She might be hotter than Gremory-senpai for me. Even the strict teacher, usually stern and unyielding, stood motionless, eyes sparkling, lips curved in a shy, delighted smile. She didn't even try to restore order. But Kaneko Tuja wasn't swept up in the chaos like the others. She was frozen. Her body still. Her lips slightly parted. She knew them. She knew 2 of them. Yuji-san. Erika-san. Her mind reeled. How were they here? Why hadn't she heard anything about this? Just moments ago, she had been thinking about them, about everything they'd taught her, the pain, the growth, the warmth. Now they were here. With her. In her class. Yuji turned slightly, as if sensing her eyes on him. And when their gazes met, he smiled. A gentle, warm smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Red bloomed across her pale cheeks. She flinched, ever so slightly, caught completely off guard. Please introduce yourselves, the teacher said, clapping her hands with excitement. Yuji stepped forward first, calm and composed. It's nice to meet everyone, he said with quiet confidence. My name is Tsubakihara Yuuji. For family reasons, I've transferred here a bit late in the term, but I hope we can get along well. Please take care of me. A chorus of swooning followed. Then Erika stepped up, her voice lively and bright. Chiba Erika. Let's get along, everyone, she said with a wink that sent the boys into a frenzy. Last was the other boy, calm and refined. Shiba Tatsuya. I hope to get along with everyone from now on. Applause filled the room, even from the teacher, who clapped like a proud parent, smiling ear to ear. The trio moved to their assigned desks, 3 empty seats at the back of the classroom, by the windows. The seat in front of the desk closest to the window. It was Kaniko's. She watched them approach, still frozen, her heart pounding in her ears. As he passed her, Yuji leaned slightly toward her and spoke softly, his voice only for her. As promised, we've met again. Please take care of us from now on, Kaniko. She blinked. Silence filled her head. Her lips parted, but no words came. She just nodded, dazed, still processing what was happening. Erika gave her a playful wink as she passed, and Tatsuya offered a polite nod with a knowing smile. Kaniko turned slowly in her seat, watching them take their places behind her. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, but underneath it all, a quiet warmth was spreading through her chest. Despite the shock. Despite the confusion. Her heart fluttered. They were here. With her. Again. Memories of training sessions, quiet conversations, shared meals, and quiet moments of trust all bubbled to the surface. She hadn't just trained with them. She had grown to care for them. And now, those precious memories she thought would stay that way were about to become something more. Meanwhile, in a second-year classroom across the hall, another storm was brewing. A new transfer student stood at the front, tall, elegant, and impossibly handsome. His name rolled off his tongue with smooth confidence. My name is Lelouch Lampi Rouge. I was born abroad but raised here in Japan. It is a pleasure to meet everyone. I hope we can get along. He gave a smile, just a small smile to appear cordial, and the girls erupted in hushed squeals. Several clutched their desks like maidens from a shoujo manga, for even Kibayuto, the famous pretty boy of Kuo, had met his match, and possibly been surpassed. However, the guys were reacting in an opposite manner. The most extreme of which was happening in the back of the room, where Matsuda and Motohama sulked with exaggerated groans. Not another one. As if Kiba wasn't enough, now we've got this guy too. Motohama whispered angrily. Matsuda nodded in despair. A lot of girls have also fallen for that king of Kuo that's not even here. Our chances are as good as dead. Beside them, Issei blinked in confusion, his thoughts elsewhere. Oi, Issei. What the hell are you dozing off about? We got a real problem here. Matsuda snapped. Yeah, sure. Issei stammered. But his eyes remained fixed on Lelouch. A strange feeling gnawed at his chest, an unease that bubbled from somewhere deep inside. Something about Lelouch felt familiar. Familiar enough to make his mind wander back to the memories of that night in the warehouse. Across the room, Aika Kiryu beamed like it was her birthday. Today was the day her hubby and her best friends would come and go to school with her. It's a shame that she couldn't be in the same class as her hubby, since he's technically is still a first year, but it's fine. This would turn the senior-junior sex role play she had been wanting to do into reality. She waved cheerfully at Lelouch, who responded with a subtle smile and a nod. And noticing this, Kate blinked at the exchange, disbelief written on her face. You know him. He's a close friend of Yuji and me. We go way back, Aika said casually. Murayama leaned in, visibly intrigued. Hey, Aika. See, can you introduce us? Aika offered an apologetic smile. I would if you're thinking of just being friends, but if you're hoping for more. Well, he already has a girlfriend. Murayama's expression fell. No way. Issei, overhearing everything, felt his stomach twist. Wait. Aika knew of him. And if he's here, then could it be? Is Yuji-san here too? Elsewhere, in the elegant third-year classroom, another surprise waited. Rias Gremory and Akino Haimjima sat in their usual seats, composed and graceful. But their expressions turned wary when the homeroom teacher spoke. We have a new transfer student joining us today. Come in. The door slid open with a soft click. And then she appeared. A girl with flowing greenish-blonde hair and hauntingly serene golden eyes. Her beauty was ethereal, commanding silence as she walked with quiet elegance. Cecilia Corrible, she said. I transferred here from abroad. She gave a small nod, her face absent with any expressions. Gasps and murmurs filled the room. The male students leaned forward eagerly, enchanted by her appearance. Are you single? One brave soul asked. CC, as she was better known, tilted her head, and smirked in amusement. I'm taken. Engaged, actually. Deeply committed. A wave of disappointed groans spread like wildfire. But amidst the chaos, Rias and Aquino felt something more. A pressure, unease, and slight, prickling on their skins. Something about this girl set their senses on edge. Her aura wasn't normal. Their eyes locked with hers. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, like a switch flipping, the feeling vanished. C.C. turned and walked calmly to her seat, directly behind Rias. As she passed, she offered a gentle nod. "It's nice to meet you," she said softly. Likewise, Rias replied, though her tone was cautious. Her crimson eyes narrowed. "Aquino. Keep an eye on her." A silent command, spoken not in words, but through the magic of telepathy. And Aquino, ever composed, gave the barest nod, her violet eyes subtly shifting toward the enigmatic girl now seated at the far back of the class. Her expression remained gentle, smiling even, yet behind it, her senses were fully alert. It was the feeling. That momentary sensation, brief, but overwhelming. Like stepping into the presence of a divine being. It had lasted only an instant. Barely a breath. And then it vanished. So subtle, it might have been mistaken as a trick of the mind. A fleeting impression. But Rias knew better. She had felt it. So had Aquino. Even now, her heart was beating faster than it should have. Not out of attraction, but instinct. The same adrenaline that came during life-or-death battles now surged quietly beneath her calm facade. She must be cautious. I'll need to warn the others about this. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 288, Chapter 284 The Mysterious Group. After school. Occult Research Club room. Rias stood near the window, leaning against it. She crossed her arms under her large breasts, as if to support the large mountainous pillows and alleviate some of the weight from her shoulders. Her emerald green eyes gazed absently at the students making their way through the courtyard towards the academy's front gate. The warm, orange-red sunlight streamed through the glass, catching her crimson hair and bathing it in a fiery glow. Her usually composed expression was tinged with something rare, uncertainty. Her mind kept replaying the moment, the strange unease she had felt earlier that day from Cecilia Corrible, the new transfer student who had joined her class that morning. She and Aquino had been observing the girl all day, but nothing unusual had occurred. Apart from her aloof demeanor, Cecilia seemed normal. So normal, in fact, that Rias had begun to question her own instincts. But no. She knew it wasn't just her imagination. Aquino had felt it too. And Rias couldn't afford to ignore someone who might pose a potential threat, not until she was absolutely certain. If only he was here. Her thoughts drifted to Yuji and the time she spent with him. His profound wisdom, his remarkable intellect, his reassuring presence, he always seemed to have the right answers, the perfect advice to help her navigate any crisis. And now. How she wished for him to be here now, so she could lean on his presence. No. I can't always rely on him, she reminded herself, shaking her head firmly. She inhaled deeply, grounding herself. She had already asked Aquino to gather the rest of her peerage for a meeting. It was time to inform them of what she and Aquino had sensed, and decide what action to take. A knock at the door finally broke the heavy silence. Come in. The door opened, revealing Aquino and the rest of the peerage as they stepped into the room. Press, we're here, Aquino announced in her usual teasing tone. Rias nodded, watching as everyone settled onto the couches. She turned to face them, her voice calm but laced with an undercurrent of concern. There's a new transfer student who arrived in my class today, she began. At first glance, apart from her beautiful appearance, she seemed perfectly normal. But there was something else. Something about her presence felt off. Aquino and I felt a strange unease coming from her. Aquino nodded in agreement, and the others immediately wore troubled expressions. Actually, there's something I'd like to tell everyone as well. Issei said, raising his hand. After Rias gave him a nod, he continued. There's a transfer student in my class too. His name is Lelouch Lampi Rouge, and I overheard Aika saying that he's her and Yuji-san's close friend. Asia nodded in confirmation beside him. What? Rias exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Aquino and Kiba mirrored her shock. Does that mean? Aquino murmured, a spark of hope flickering in her voice. Rias clenched her hand and placed it on her chest, as if trying to calm her rapidly thumping heart. Her initial shock quickly gave way to anticipation. If his and Aika's friend was here, then could it be? Rias shifted her gaze from Issei to Kiba, a silent question and a plea for answer brimming from her intense gaze alone. Kiba, understanding the meaning behind her gaze, shook his head. Yuji wasn't in his class. He's not a second-year student. Then could it be? She turned her gaze to Kaneko, the same silent question reflected in her eyes. And she nodded. Yuji-san, Erika-san, and one other, named Shiba Tatsuya, transferred to my class this morning. A brilliant smile immediately spread across Rias's face. Where is he? Has he returned home? We need to call them over. Before she could finish, a familiar, cheerful voice echoed from outside the room. Fufu, there's no need to call us, we're here. All eyes turned to the wooden double doors, which slowly creaked open. There stood Aika, Yuji, CC, Lelouch, and Tatsuya. Good afternoon, Aika chimed sweetly, her voice melodic as ever. We thought you'd prefer hearing from us directly, so we came. Yuji-kun. Erika-san. Erika gave them a playful wave. He is surprised, she said, a sly smile curling her lips as she winked. It's been a while, everyone, Yuji greeted with a polite nod. I hope you're all doing well. He then gestured toward the three unfamiliar faces standing beside him, figures Rias and her peerage had yet to meet. Allow me to introduce my friends. This is Cecilia, though most call her CC. C.C gave a small nod, her expression unreadable, neither warm nor cold, merely calm and composed. At the sound of her name, Rias and Akino tensed slightly, their eyes narrowing. Yuji caught their reaction and offered a reassuring smile. Ah, that's right. C.C possesses immense holy power. It can make devils a little uneasy, but don't worry, she has perfect control over it. Only then did the tension in Rias and Akino's shoulders ease. Whatever wariness they felt vanished, replaced by cautious relief. She wasn't an enemy. This is Shiba Tatsuya, Yuji continued, motioning to the tall, stoic young man. And that's Lelouch Lampi Rouge. Aika may have mentioned a group she was part of, we're that group. I see. Rias exhaled softly, crossing her arms under her ample chest, a mixture of curiosity and unease in her gaze as she looked up at Yuji. Her crimson hair shimmered subtly under the room's soft light. She didn't believe Yuji and his companions were a threat. If they were, Erika alone could have easily wiped out both her and Sona's peerages the night they met at the abandoned warehouse. More than that, they had trained her team and helped them win the raiding game against Riser. They were undeniably powerful, and had no need for deception. Still, Rias couldn't help but feel a growing anxiety. Why are they here now? What does their arrival mean? Are they planning something, or is something already happening in Kuo? The unanswered questions gnawed at her. Well, I'm sure you already know who we are, she began with composure. But let me formally introduce my peerage. She went down the line, naming each member. Then, once again, her eyes turned to Yuji. Yuji-kun, there's something I want to ask. There was a brief pause. She noticed him looking into the distance, a gentle smile forming on his face. Then, his gaze returned to hers. Of course, he said warmly. What is it? You've all enrolled in Kuo Academy. What exactly are you planning to do here? Yuji's smile deepened, and for a brief, dazzling moment, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia found themselves captivated by it. Well, to start with, he said, we're here to hunt down some stray devils. Aside from that, there are a few things we intend to do, but don't worry, we won't get in your way or cause any harm. Most of all. He turned his gaze to Aika, who instantly beamed up at him, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink. Yuji reached for her hand and gently intertwined their fingers. We're here to enjoy the school life. Kuo Academy seems like a fun place, and I wanted to experience it with Aika. Consider it a little vacation. Hubby, you're the best, Aika cooed, leaning against him. Asia's eyes sparkled, mesmerized by the romantic sight. Someday. I want something like that too, she thought, her heart fluttering. Issei, meanwhile, looked like he had just swallowed a whole lemon. The disgusted scrunch on his face was almost comical. Normies. Explode already. Kiba, on the other hand, was more surprised by Yuji's reasoning than the overt display of affection. Rias, Akino, and Kaneko, though trying to maintain their composure, couldn't help but glance enviously at Aika. There was something undeniably sincere and magnetic about their bond. I see. Rias muttered, trying to keep her voice steady. If that's all, then I suppose there's no issue. But you mentioned you're planning something. What is it? Yuji gave Aika's hand one final squeeze before shifting his attention back to Rias, his expression turning calm and serious. We're not planning anything in particular. Rather, we're here to respond. There may be certain events on the horizon, and we came to prepare. Events. Rias repeated, frowning slightly. What kind? Yuji's smile returned, this time, mysterious and unreadable. You'll find out soon enough. X. Twin maximized magic, dragon lightning. Or as Albert-san would have liked to say it. Ryuga Waga Teki Wakurao. Two massive crackling lightning formed into the shape of a dragon, and launched itself towards a monstrous crimson-black ape and engulfed it in thunderous lightning. It didn't have the chance to roar in defiance, or even in pain, as it disintegrated instantly. Suzuki Satoru, currently in the form of the Overlord, Ain's old gown, floated up high in the starry night sky, his black and golden divine-ranked robe fluttering in the breeze. He looked down at the blackened, charred ashes of the fourth stray devil he had hunted today and let out a sigh, more to express his mental weariness than actual breath of exhaustion. This is getting monotonous faster than expected. To complete the stray devil hunting mission from the group chat, Lelouch had identified the location of all the stray devils within and around the vicinity of Kuo City. There were 4 of them, all of which were hiding in the mountainous and forest-covered outskirts of the city. Since Yuji, Aika, Erika, C.C, Tatsuya, and Lelouch were in school, and Albedo was off handling some matters with Linked Horizon, it fell onto Satoru to hunt the stray devils they found in the meantime. At first, Satoru exercised the greatest caution, and even had his phantoms surrounded and stage an ambush. But soon, he realized that these stray devils were actually extremely weak. The strongest, which was the ape he just pulverized, were only on par with Yggdrasil monsters that were around level 45 at most. A single lightning would have been enough to kill it. So, he decided to test out some of his spells to see how they fare in this world. Well, at least now we know that a high-ranking stray only amounted to that. Satoru shrugged and waved his hand, casting a spell. Teleport. The figure of the Overlord vanished from the night sky and reappeared within the innermost chamber that was the throne room of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Sitting on the throne up high, the Queen of Assyria, Samiramis gazed at the multiple screens before her, displaying real-time footage of the situation outside her garden, and a few displaying the conditions of the magical barrier they've erected around the area where Satoru was that prevented prying eyes from peeking. Upon noticing his return, she gave a nod of acknowledgement towards Satoru. Shall we return now? I have to say, it has been quite the dull task that took a lot more time than expected. I would very much like to start making our way back to Kuo. She spoke with the disposition of a queen upon the high throne, but after spending a few days with her and knowing the depth of her loyalty towards Yuji, Satoru didn't mind the arrogance in her tone. He found that it was simply the way she talked that had been shaped from years upon years of ruling and being a monarch in trying times. As long as her intention was good, he didn't mind her tone of speaking. Satoru nodded. I've sent a few of my phantoms to patrol the outskirts of Kuo. If they ever find anything, we'll know immediately. But for now, we shall call it a day. Let's return. Samiramis nodded in agreement, and began maneuvering the flying magical fortress, concealed by numerous magical wards and barriers, back towards Kuo. Satoru reverted back to his human form and began to walk out of the throne chamber towards the long hallway that led to his quarters. The echoing sound of his footsteps that softly reverberated throughout the chamber slowly faded, until there was silence. Samiramis waited for a few moments. Then, the displayed footage of the screens before her shifted. From what was real-time footage of the outside of her hanging gardens, they now displayed a visual of the Kuo Academy, the courtyard, the classes within, the old school building, and more. The display continued to switch places, like channels being switched from TVs. That was, until she found the figure of her master within the Occult Research Club room, along with the rest of the group chat members and Rias's peerage. Some of the screens still displayed the entirety of Kuo Academy and the outsides of the old school building, as a measure of security. But most now displayed the interior of the Occult Research Club room, focusing on a single person. Her master. She stared absently at her master's visage as a warmth unknowingly crept up from within her heart. When suddenly, Yuji looked straight into her eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and felt panic in that instance of a moment. But she saw him gave her a small smile before returning his gaze to whoever he was speaking to, and she finally heaved a sigh. An ever warmer heat crept up to her cheeks as she placed a hand above her thumping heart. It wasn't like she was at fault for watching out for her master and guarding his surroundings. But why did it feel like she was doing something wrong? She shook her head. No, this is her duty to her master. And as a queen, she should keep her people safe by watching over them. Yes, she did what she was supposed to do. She let out a deep sigh, calming her heart, and stared at the screen, specifically at his visage, absently, as she made her way back to his side. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 289, Chapter 285 Rogue. Afternoon. The moment the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Rias and Aquino wasted no time in making their way over to Cece's desk, their expressions bright with anticipation. Their invitation to chat felt sincere, markedly different from the kind of requests Rias usually made, which often carried the subtle weight of her noble lineage and elevated status within the academy. This time, there was no unspoken pressure, only genuine curiosity shining in their eyes. What is it you wish to talk about? Cece asked calmly, a flicker of curiosity in her voice. She wasn't sure what subjects they had in mind. She could understand them wanting to speak with someone like Yuji, Aika, or Erika, people who had known her longer than a day. But her? Rias fumbled slightly, her cheeks turning a soft pink as she replied, It's about Yuji. I'd like to know more about him. And, of course, about you and the rest of your group too. Ah. CC paused and thought. She had never been particularly talkative, she preferred the quiet comfort of simply being at Yuji's side. Though she didn't dislike Rias or Akino, she could already feel the weariness that would come from answering their endless stream of questions they would have about the men who had clearly caught their interest. So, she opted for a more efficient solution. I'll call Aika. She'd be more than happy to talk about him. Perhaps even too happy. She added inwardly. Hopefully, she only shares her own sessions with him and not mine. Rias's face lit up with joy. Thank you. Then let's meet in our clubroom, we'll prepare tea and snacks. With a nod, CC began messaging Aika as the two most prominent girls of Koa Academy exited the classroom, their steps light with excitement as they headed to the occult research club room in the old school building. Unsurprisingly, Aika agreed in a heartbeat. After all, she'd never pass up an opportunity to gush about her beloved. And, of course, she didn't come alone. She brought Erika and, much to Yuji's quiet dismay, dragged him along as well. She would have brought Lelouch and Tatsuya too, had they not caught wind of her plan and promptly vanished the moment her mischievous grin appeared. We're here. Aika announced cheerfully. Welko, Yuji-kun. Rias blinked in surprise. Era welcome, everyone, and Yuji-kun, you came as well. Akino purred, gently resting her cheek on her palm as her eyes gleamed with pleasure. I was dragged here. Erika too. I hope we're not intruding, Yuji replied with a helpless, awkward smile. Honestly. He could understand Erika, but why was he also dragged here when he was the object of their conversation? Was Aika trying to tease him by embarrassing him? I'll have my revenge tonight. He thought, alleviating some of his plight with the thought of what he would do to Aika and her body tonight. Of course not, come, take a seat, I'll prepare more tea and snacks for you, Akino offered, already moving with graceful ease. Thank you, Akino-senpai, he said politely. Her smile deepened, a faint flutter running through her chest at the way he addressed her. In that single respectful phrase, her imagination was instantly set alight, conjuring all sorts of senpai and kohai roleplay scenarios that made her cheeks feel a touch warmer. Soon, a steaming pot of fragrant tea and a tray of assorted snacks were placed on the table beside the couch, where Yuji sat with CC gently leaning against his shoulder in silent contentment. Across from them, Erika took a seat with Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba, who had begun asking her about their group's training regimens with a mixture of curiosity and awe. On the other side of the room, Rias and Akino cozied up with Aika, who was more than eager to dive into vivid retellings of her many adventures with Yuji. She tactfully avoided any talk of their interdimensional origins but leaned heavily into the passionate dynamics of their growing romantic tale. As laughter, gasps, and the occasional squeal of delight filled the room, Yuji quietly slipped out a sleek supercomputer from his inventory. He could use this rare moment of free time to further expand and solidify the influence of Linked Horizons. Perhaps he would invest more deeply in the conglomerate's affiliated businesses, monitor the status of companies potentially connected to supernatural factions, and analyze market fluctuations to infer the movements of both allies and adversaries alike. A game of information, influence, and intuition, one he played with masterful precision that was more akin to clairvoyance. And while he was at it, he might as well make some pocket money, millions of dollars, easily, enough for him and his friends to enjoy a lavish lifestyle during their time in this world, without attracting too much suspicion. Well, if you want to test your limits, it's easier to just come to our home. Erika thought out loud after Kaneko and Kiba requested her to train them to surpass their limits. We have a massive dojo with protective enchantments that can withstand a few full-strength blows from Yuji, so it should be strong enough. The protective enchantments within the estate members of the Multiverse Chat group shared were powerful enough to withstand even Satoru's favorite super-tier magic, Fallen Down, and Yuji's Ren space skill. And although Erika never tried it, it must also be able to withstand her hell flame. With such level of enchantments, even if Kiba or Kaneko were to somehow awaken some power beyond their imagination, they still wouldn't be able to nick even a splinter of a wood. Moreover, it's also more convenient if they were to be in their home. Yuji, Aika, C.C., what do you think? Would it be fine if I invited Kiba and Kaneko to our home? Your home? Ah. Sorry. Instead of Yuji, Rias was first to burst up from her seat, before sitting back down with a blush on her face. She couldn't help it. The moment she heard that Erika was inviting Kiba and Kaneko to Yuji and the others' home, she couldn't help but burst up from her seat. She wanted to go too. She wanted to see his home. And after listening to just how magical it was from Aika, she wanted to see it even more. Oh, do you want to train them in the dojo? The holographic screen of his supercomputer disappeared for a moment, allowing him to see Erika, who sat on the couch opposite of him directly. Erika nodded. Sure, that's fine. What about you, C.C? Aika. Sure, do as you please. C.C answered lightly, unbothered. She didn't mind having those two come. After all, even if they wanted to do something bad, she could just flare her aura and their devil soul would perish instantly. And, she knew that they wouldn't do such a thing anyway. I agree too. Aika answered readily. And as she expected, Ria spoke up once more, this time more quietly and nervously. Hey, can we come as well? We would love to visit your home. Rias looked at Aika, Yuji, Erika, and C.C with a hopeful expression. And Akino also silently made her wish known through her gaze. Of course. Everyone from the Occult Research Club can come. How about this weekend? Yuji nodded, and a bright smile bloomed on the visage of the two great ladies of Kuo. Sure. C.C responded. That's fine. Kiba-san and Kaneko can come for training this weekend too. Erika nodded, looking towards the two who nodded in agreement as well. That's a great idea. Rias-chan, Akino-chan, and also Asia-chan and Kaneko-chan, let's all go enjoy the outdoor hot springs together. We also have a spa and a swimming pool. We can all play together. Aika's eyes sparkled. Not only would this be a great chance to play around, she could also take a bath with these beautiful and cute girls. It wouldn't be long until she got all of them to her in Yuji's bed. Of course. We look forward to it. Oh my, a hot spring. I look forward to it. Thank you for inviting us, Yuji-san, Aika-san, Erika-san, and Korable-senpai. Asia bowed, her eyes sparkling in excitement not from the promised luxury and comfort, but from the premise of being able to spend the weekend having fun with her friends and people she admired. Kaneko and Kiba also bowed in gratitude towards them, and then specially towards Erika, who had promised to train them. Just then, a knock came from the door. I'm back. Ah. Yuji-san, Erika-san, Aika, even Korable-senpai. You're here. Issei opened the door to the Occult Research Club room and was shocked to see the four of them inside. Yuji simply nodded with a small smile in acknowledgement. Issei-kun, you returned late today. What were you doing? Did you come across any trouble? Rias asked, crossing her arms under her chest. That. I didn't really come across any trouble. Issei rubbed the back of his head before letting out a deep sigh. That old man summoned me to play games with him. I thought I could enjoy it, but then, he beat me up in those games and wouldn't let me off until now. I swear he just wanted a punching bag to make himself feel good. He sat down near Kiba and sunk into the couch, exhausted, more mentally than physically. Yuji, Aika, Erika, and C.C naturally know who this old man Issei referred to was. In fact, they've known about him since the moment of his arrival. But since they had no reason to interact with him immediately, they feigned ignorance. After all, it's not like he would notice their presence and start sniffing around as well. The relaxed afternoon conversation turned into a discussion and planning on what they should do on the weekend during their visit to Yuji and the others' home. Before long, Issei, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba left to return home first, while Yuji, C.C, and Erika remained to accompany Aika, who was still having fun chatting with Rias and Akino. But as the sun finally set completely into the horizon and the sky turned dark, Yuji and the others also decided to return home for the night. It was then, on their way home, did they sense an unnatural fluctuation of familiar magic presences. And they could immediately tell the reason behind it. A battle had occurred. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon as Issei, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba made their way home. Asia was currently living with Issei, and they were all walking together until they had to separate from Kaneko and Kiba, who stayed in the academy's dormitories. They chatted as they walked, when suddenly, a faint scent of blood hit their senses, sharp, metallic, and unmistakable. Blood, and magic, Kaneko muttered, her golden eyes narrowing. I sense it too, Asia said softly, clutching her hands to her chest as a chill ran down her spine. Over there. Kiba pointed toward an apartment building a few blocks away. The four of them, Issei, Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba, rushed toward the source, their steps hurried and silent across the common neighborhood roads. After rounding the corner, they soon arrived before a regular, if not slightly smaller, 2 stories high apartment building. Nothing wrong seemed to happen from the outside. But it was unmistakable. They could sense a faint sign of magic and the smell of blood wafting from one of the rooms. It's here. Kaneko led the group with her keener olfactory senses, in addition to being the tank, and took the front. They took up the flight of stairs on the side of the building and run towards the 4th out of 5 rooms in the hall. Where she would normally knock, this time Kaneko decisively kicked the door off its hinges and burst into the room. The scene behind the door hit them like a punch to the gut. It was a regular, small, Japanese apartment room that seemed to belong to an otaku, judging by the anime wall scrolls, posters, figures, and a shelf filled with mangas and art books. On his desk was a large monitor and a CPU, and before it, a large drawing tablet. But it was a familiar one to Kaneko. It was the room of one of her contractors, one of the few non-creepy otaku she actually agreed to form a contract with, who'd sometimes summon her to ask her opinion about his manga that he was about to bring to a manga publishing company for production. A man in his 30s, no wives, no children, and seemingly no contact with his family. Just him pursuing his dreams from a small 1K apartment room, and sometimes asking a devil for her opinions on his manga. The man now lay on the floor in his own pool of blood, lifeless. One of his hands reached out to the direction of his desk. And standing over the body was a twisted figure clad in a tainted exorcist's garb. His unhinged grin glinted in the room light, and in his hand was a holy sword, tainted with blood. It gleamed with a radiance beyond that of a regular holy sword, something Issei and the others immediately noticed. Phew, that was a warm-up. Nothing like carving up a heretic who signed a contract with a devil with a divine blade. Fried cackled, twirling the sword fragment like a toy. Oh! What do we have here? Little devils come out to play. But he wasn't the only one reacting. Kaneko and Kiba froze in place. Her eyes locked onto the body of her dead contractor, while Kiba's eyes locked onto the holy sword. A look of recognition appeared in both of their eyes, and their entire body immediately trembled, not with fear, but rage. Raw, unfiltered rage. Excalibur, he whispered, voice low and shaking. His knuckles turned white as he summoned his demonic sword, a black aura enveloping him. You. How did you have that? Who gave it to you? Oh. Do you know about this? Looks like someone knows much more than he should. Fried jeered, but before he could finish, Kiba lunged. The speed of Kiba's charge surprised even Fried, forcing him to raise the Excalibur fragment just in time to block the incoming strike. Sparks flew as steel clashed with holy light. Kiba's blade screamed against the divine metal, and he pressed forward with a furious flurry of strikes, each one more desperate, more reckless than the last. Kiba. Calm down. Issei shouted, but it was too late, Kiba wasn't listening. And before he could react, Kaneko also bolted in, throwing a punch toward Fried's blind side. I'll kill you. But the deranged exorcist twisted away with unnatural agility, firing a barrage of blessed bullets from his sidearm. Kaneko ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding them, clenching her teeth. Kiba-san. Asia screamed as one bullet grazed Kiba's arm, the holy energy searing his flesh like acid. He hissed in pain but didn't stop. Instead, he charged again with even more ferocity. Damn it, back off. Issei summoned his boosted gear, the crimson gauntlet flaring to life as he leapt into the fray. Boost. He swung at Fried to draw his attention, managing to intercept the madman mid-swing, forcing him to retreat with a snarl. You devils are more annoying than roaches. Fried growled, eyes darting between the four of them. Kiba staggered slightly from the burning holy wound on his arm, but his eyes remained locked on Fried like a predator denied its kill. This isn't over, you bastard. Tell me. Who gave you that sword? He spat, blood trailing from his clenched fist. Fried grinned, licking his lips. Nah, not feeling like it. I got what I came for, and I'm a Bussy man. So let's call this round one. With a theatrical flourish, he threw a smoke bomb at the ground. Thick, white smoke exploded within the small apartment room, forcing the group to shield their eyes. When the smoke cleared, Fried was gone. Damn it. Kiba snarled and started to run after him. But Issei grabbed his shoulder. Kiba, wait. Let go. Kiba barked, eyes blazing. His usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced by something raw and pained. Kiba, you're hurt. Asia pleaded. You can't chase him like this. Kiba stopped, trembling. What's wrong with you? Kaneko-chan as well. You both suddenly went on a rampage. He was one of my contractors. A good man. Kaneko looked down sadly at the man laying lifelessly in his own pool of blood. And her words silenced Issei. I'm sorry. He spoke his words of condolences to Kaneko quietly. Then, he turned towards Kiba, who was still seething, his hand clenching his demonic magic sword. You don't understand, he said coldly, his voice cracking ever so slightly. You couldn't possibly understand. Without another word, Kiba turned and walked away, leaving behind a stunned silence. Issei and Asia stared after him, eyes heavy with worry. What happened to him? He asked quietly. Anne, I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you. Chapter 290, Chapter 286 Church's Exorcists. A solemn atmosphere loomed over the Occult Research Club room. Issei, Asia, and Kaneko sat in silence on the couch, the weight of their memories dragging down their expressions. They had just finished recounting their encounter with the rogue exorcist, Fried Selzen. But even more than the horrific sight of a murdered priest or the Excalibur fragment that gleamed with divine malice, it was the absence of their friend that troubled them most. Kiba hadn't returned since that night. He hadn't come to class. He hadn't appeared in the clubroom. He had simply vanished. On the couch opposite them, Yuji, Erika, and Aika listened quietly. Though they didn't speak, their eyes reflected the same grim understanding. They remembered this arc, this moment, from the anime. The circumstances may have shifted slightly, the timing, the victim, but the trajectory was unmistakable. The Holy Sword Project arc had begun. A long, weary sigh escaped Rias's lips as she leaned back on her desk, arms crossed and brow furrowed in thought. Akino stood nearby, concern clearly etched across her face, her usual smile nowhere to be found. Well, this is troubling, Rias muttered. More than troubling. She shook her head, crimson hair swaying as her eyes narrowed. Not only had a fragment of the legendary Holy Sword, Excalibur, been found in her territory, wielded by a deranged stray exorcist, no less, but it had also reawakened a trauma buried deep within her night. A scar that hadn't truly healed. Issei finally spoke, breaking the silence. President. What happened to Kiba? Why did he lose it like that? His voice was low, heavy with concern. Asia sat beside him, her hands clenched tightly in her lap, her expression mirroring his worry. Rias remained silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled. Perhaps it's time you knew. Her voice was steady, but tinged with emotion. And then she began to tell them the truth. The truth of the boy she had once found half dead, discarded like trash at the edge of life and death. The boy who had crawled away from the shattered ruins of an unspeakable nightmare. The sole survivor of a hellish experiment conducted by fanatics masquerading as clergy. The Holy Sword Project. A secret program devised by heretics within the church, an abomination in which innocent children, orphans, were taken and tortured in a desperate attempt to artificially create wielders of the Holy Sword, Excalibur. In their arrogance, they sought to recreate God's blessings through man-made means, regardless of the price, even if it meant sacrificing the lives, hopes, and souls of dozens of children. Kiba was the only one who survived. Barely alive. Broken in body and spirit. He should have died there. But Rias had found him. And with a single night peace, she gave him a second chance. A new life, as a devil. How could something like that? Asia whispered, her voice trembling. Her hands flew to her mouth, eyes wide with grief. Those bastards. Issei growled, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Even Kaneko, normally impassive, clenched her fists tightly and looked away, her cat-like ears twitching with tension. Though she had already known the story, hearing it again still stirred something deep and bitter. Rias continued, voice softer now. Since that day, Kiba has hated holy swords with every fiber of his being. He sees them as the instruments of his torment, the reason why his friends, his family, were slaughtered. He's sworn to destroy every last fragment of Excalibur. A heavy silence followed. Issei lowered his head, the realization hitting him like a cold wave. Now he understood the fury in Kiba's eyes. The way he fought with reckless abandon. That wasn't just anger. It was vengeance. Trauma. Grief. The room, once solemn, now felt smothered by the weight of truth. It was then that Yuji's eyes suddenly narrowed. Two unfamiliar presences, steadily approaching Kuo Academy. They were subtle, but not enough to avoid his trained senses. He honed his focus, zeroing in on the approaching figures. Holy energy, he spoke in his mind. Aika's eyes flickered in response to the message he sent through their magical link. Activating her elemental sight, she quickly confirmed it. Two individuals, walking toward the school from the nearby residential district, carried faint yet distinct traces of holy power. Yuji's voice echoed softly in Aika and Erika's minds. We've got visitors. Two of them. Not from around here. It could be them. They came closer with each passing second. And then. Knock knock. The sudden sound echoed through the clubroom, sharp and crisp in the tense silence. Everyone turned toward the door. Come in, Rias called out. The door opened, revealing two figures cloaked in pristine white with golden embroidery, undeniably exorcists of the church. Their faces were concealed by their hoods, but the contours of their figures made it unmistakable that they were women. Exorcists. Rias narrowed her eyes, arms folded beneath her chest as she gazed at the visitors. What business do agents of the church have, entering devil territory without even the courtesy of prior notice? In response, the two raised their hands slowly and lowered their hoods, revealing themselves. To the right stood a youthful girl with long chestnut hair styled into twin tails. Her innocent features were framed by her vibrant violet eyes and a bright, playful smile. To the left, her companion had chin-length blue hair with a green fringe dyed on one side. Her brown eyes were sharp, suspicious. Her posture was tense, the aura of a trained warrior, unwelcome, and alert, surrounding her as she silently scanned the room. When her gaze landed on Asia, a flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Hello. Sorry for barging in, we just need a teensy bit of your time," the twin-tailed girl chirped with exaggerated sweetness. Irina. Issei jumped up, eyes wide in shock. "Is that really you?" "Hey, Issei-kun, long time no see." Irina beamed, giving him a playful wink. "Issei-kun, you know her?" Rias asked calmly, though surprise lingered in her eyes. "Why yeah." Issei scratched his head awkwardly. "She's Shido Irina, my childhood friend. I only just realized she's a girl." Even in this tense moment, Kaneko gave Issei a deadpan look, unimpressed. "Idiot," she muttered, shaking her head. Rias exhaled slowly to regain composure, then turned back toward the visitors. "I see. And your partner?" Zenobia Corda, the blue-haired girl, introduced herself firmly. "We're here on church business. What we have to say is for your ears alone. Not outsiders." Her eyes flicked to Yuji, Erika, and Aika, dismissing them as unimportant despite their exceptional appearances. To her, their auras were too contained, too ordinary. The trio said nothing, observing the exchange with calm, silent curiosity. Rias responded before they could speak. "Anything you wish to say, you may say in front of them. I trust them with my life." Zenobia narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased, but relented with a slight nod. "So be it. We'll speak openly." She took a breath, her voice turning coldly official. Several fragments of the Holy Sword, Excalibur, were stolen from the church. The thief, believed to be a fallen angel of cadre level, has fled. Intelligence suggests one of the fragments has found its way to this town. We're here to retrieve it and return it to sacred hands. A hush fell over the room. The members of Rias's peerage, Issei, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia, exchanged tense looks. They knew exactly what Zenobia was talking about, the rogue priest, Fried Selzen, and the unholy aura of the sword he wielded. Yet they said nothing, choosing instead to wait for Rias's judgment. Rias rested her hand on her chin, her gaze unreadable. "A fallen cadre, you say? And the church sent only 2 exorcists to face such a threat? That's not your concern," Zenobia snapped. Rias's brow twitched. "Is that so? Then you've come merely to inform me of your presence." "No," Zenobia said flatly. "We're here to warn you. Do not interfere in our mission." "Warn me?" Rias echoed, her voice dangerously low. "Yes. We cannot dismiss the possibility that you or your faction are aiding the thief. It's not unheard of for devils to exploit holy relics to weaken the balance." That was the breaking point. Rias slammed both hands onto her desk. "How dare you accuse me of collusion? I am Rias Gremory, heiress of one of the 72 pillars. We do not need to stoop so low as to steal your sacred scraps and incite war." Zenobia remained unmoved, her expression stoic. "Then we're in agreement." She turned to leave but paused, her gaze falling on Asia once more. "So, this is the heretic, once a sister of the church, now a devil's pet." Asia flinched, placing a trembling hand over her heart. I didn't abandon my faith. I still pray, even if it hurts." Zenobia stared her down with merciless eyes. "Then show your repentance. Redeem yourself by surrendering your life. I will guide your soul back to the Lord." She drew a sword from beneath her cloak, her movement fluid and practiced. The blade glinted, and with it, her true attire was revealed, a black, form-fitting leotard beneath plate armor and strapped accessories, as fitting for a warrior of the church as it was intimidating. She raised the blade toward Asia. In an instant, Rias's peerage reacted, Akino and Kaneko moved defensively, Issei already rising to intercept. But then. Enough. That single word stopped the world. Zenovia's body locked. Irina's breath hitched. Neither could move, as though their muscles had turned to stone. Only their eyes retained freedom, and those eyes turned, wide with disbelief, toward the source of the voice. Yuji. He had been silent until now. Unassuming. Ordinary. But now, divine light poured from his form, golden, pure, all-encompassing. The sheer holiness radiating from him eclipsed anything they had felt, even from the Archangel Michael himself. Holy aura too, fortitude. The pressure disappeared in an instant, replaced by a warmth so profound and calming. Comfort, protection, strength, it was as if the world itself had suddenly come to embrace them in a protective warmth against all the vices of reality. Zenobia and Irina gasped, stumbling a step back, not from fear, but from the sheer awe of it all. Every soul in the room turned toward Yuji. His eyes glowed with gold, radiating a majesty that humbled even those who had spent their lives devoted to the divine. He stood, graceful, calm, resolute. "Lower your sword, faithful of the church," he said gently, but his voice carried the weight of a divine decree. "The war is long over. This is not the time to reignite it. Not when true evil still works in the shadows, fanning the flames of conflict." Zenobia, stunned, lowered her blade. Her voice wavered. Who are you?" The light around Yuji began to fade. His eyes returned to its previous eyes, a deep, mysterious black. "I am Tsubakihara Yuuji, a first-year student at Koho Academy. I transferred here just a few days ago. These are my friends, Kiryu Aika and Chiba Erika." Zenobia blinked in disbelief. Such an ordinary introduction was the last thing she expected from someone who had just unleashed an aura more divine and overwhelming than anything she or Irina had ever encountered, even in the presence of archangels. "I must apologize for my earlier outburst," Yuji continued, his voice calm and unwavering. "Asia is a friend of mine, and I do not take kindly to anyone threatening her, no matter the justification." Asia's breath hitched. Her hands, once clenched over her chest in fear, now pressed softly against her heart for an entirely different reason. A blush bloomed across her cheeks as warmth swelled within her. "But," Yuji went on, his expression softening, "I admit I was impolite to you. And for that, allow me to offer a gesture of goodwill, in the form of advice." Zenobia stiffened slightly, her pride wounded from earlier and her face flushed, not just from embarrassment, but from the weight of everything she'd experienced in the last few minutes. "What advice?" she asked cautiously. "I do not doubt your strength. On the contrary, I can tell you both are highly capable. Which is why I can also say with certainty, if you go after Kokabeel on your own, you will not survive." The silence that followed his words was broken only by the sharp intake of breath from both exorcists. "Why you know about Kokabeel?" Irina asked, wide-eyed. "And you know he's here?" "Yuji-kun." Rias turned to him, surprise flickering in her gaze. Yuji nodded solemnly. "This is one of the threats we've been preparing for." He turned back to the two exorcists, his gaze steady. "Kokabeel is a Kodrak-class fallen angel, a warmonger who survived the Great War and commands terrifying power. He is not someone the two of you can face alone. But that doesn't mean you're powerless." A warm, reassuring smile curved his lips. There was no condescension in his words, only genuine concern and an earnest desire to help. "The fallen are strong, yes. But if you stand alongside the heiress of Gremory and her peerage, if you fight together, then your mission has a real chance of succeeding." Zenobia recoiled slightly, her brows furrowed. "You expect me to fight alongside devils? To ally myself with the enemies of heaven? That's heresy. You are no longer enemies." Yuji's voice rang out, firm and resolute. The room seemed to still again, not from power, but from conviction. The real enemy is not the devils, nor the angels, nor even the fallen themselves. It is those who seek to reignite the fires of war, those who would plunge the three factions into another cycle of bloodshed, hatred, and despair. Zenovia's mouth fell open, her voice caught in her throat. There was no denying the truth in his words. The conviction in his eyes was unshakable. "There are evils in this world far greater than our old grudges," Yuji continued. "Evils that would not only bring war to heaven, hell, and earth, but destroy everything we hold dear." He took a step closer, his voice now gentle. "It's time to let go of ancient hatred, sins of the past, and enemies only told in legends. If we truly wish to keep the people we love in this world, our world, safe, then it is time we all must stand together. And I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Please comment your thoughts. I would love to hear what you think about it. Thank you."